Chapter 111. Jonathan still ran away. He didn't dare to look back at his teammates, who were still fighting hard after more than a month. After he turned around and fled without any warning, the three of them would probably be killed quickly. Maybe if the four of them united together, they might be able to fight their way out. But the greater possibility was that they would be beaten into a meat paste by the terrifying ogre. Rather than fighting with them, it was more likely that he would run away first and escape to heaven. There were still so many miners left there. It was impossible for too many ogres to come out and catch him. Jonathan felt a little guilty when he heard his companions wailing. But he soon calmed down this guilt. It was better for one person to escape than for 4 people to die. He would take care of their families. But he was not out of danger yet. There were 3 huge ogres behind him. Their huge bodies of more than 3 meters tall made their every step much bigger than that of normal people, but their bodies were too fat, so in the end, their speed was slower than Jonathan's. But Jonathan was not as familiar with the terrain of the tidal mist swamp as they were, which led to him being almost caught up several times. Suddenly, his face lit up because he saw a dozen people in black robes. They were men, women, and even children in the team. Years of experience told him that these people were not strong warriors, but as long as he led the ogres behind him to that group of people, he would be saved. The ogres would definitely attack the group first, and they only needed to spend a little time on the group of black-robed people, which would be enough for him to escape. This time he had no regrets at all. He had abandoned his fellow fighters, let alone these strangers he had just met. But he had not thought about what it meant for a team with children and women to be able to walk in the tidal mist swamp. This meant that they could resist the general dangers in the tidal mist swamp. In fact, they had already discovered Jonathan and the 3 ogres. To Horn and his men who were on high alert, these 4 guys were as conspicuous as torches. Horn narrowed his eyes and looked at the 4 figures that appeared in his sight, whispering, "Prepare for battle." Now for Horn and his team, 3 or 4 level 1 creatures are not a big danger at all. After all, except for Colin, they are all extraordinary people above level 1, and even Colin can release magic with power exceeding 1 ring with a magic ring given by Horn, and because all negative emotions are suppressed, Colin may not even be the weakest in the team. However, it would be a bit difficult for the wild witches to face a level 1 magic beast alone. After all, at the low level, the magic beast's body is much stronger than the wild witches. Many level 1 creatures with thick skin and flesh may not die after being hit by a fireball. But if the wild witches are hit by their attack, they may not have the opportunity to make a second attack. The fireball on the wild witch's rings just lit up, and a white figure appeared between Jonathan and the ogre. It was a man wearing pure white full body armor. He held a spear in his right hand, and a long sword shining with cold light in his left hand. Horn became slightly alert. The 3 ogres were not a threat, but the white knight who had just appeared was a great threat. He was a level 4 warrior, the same level as Horn. There were no scratches on his armor except for 2 deep marks. It was not that the armor was new and had not been worn, but that ordinary attacks could not leave marks on the armor. Horn didn't know where the spear came from, but he recognized the long sword in his hand. It was exactly the same as the most expensive one in the short uncle's blacksmith shop. In short, no matter from which angle you look at it, this pure white knight will be a big threat. The ogre looked at the white man in front of it, and swung a huge wooden stick to hit the pure white knight. But before he could swing it, the spear had already pierced its throat. It was so fast that Horn didn't even see it clearly. The ogre's famously tough skin did not hinder the spear at all, and the spear pierced into it easily, as if it was inserted into tofu. The knight released the spear stuck in the ogre's neck and swung a sword fiercely at the other ogre beside him. The hard wooden stick and the ogre behind him were cut in half. The last ogre was so scared when he saw this that he ran behind him. But that huge body was the best target, and it was even more stupid to face a stronger enemy from behind. The knight suddenly stepped forward and thrust out his sword. Pure white sword light burst out from the long sword, directly piercing the running ogre. The residual power of the sword light also cut a deep mark on a tree in front of the ogre. Horn frowned. The sword light was very sharp, but the warrior's attack rarely had such obvious colors. Most things like fighting spirit were colorless. And the power of this attack was really strong. It was probably weaker than Emily's ultimate move, but much stronger than her normal arrows. This was just his normal attack. As both level 4 transcendents, the pure white knight in front of him was much stronger than Emily. He walked to the ogre with a spear stuck in his neck and pulled out the spear. Jonathan stared in amazement as the ogre that he had been chasing desperately was killed in 2 or 3 moves by the man in pure white armor. He forced a smile on his face, approached the pure white knight, and tried to get close to him. After all, this knight had just saved his life. Besides, It is very necessary to have a good relationship with a master in the dangerous tidal mist swamp. But just as he walked in front of the pure white knight, the long sword stained with the blood of the ogre pierced his chest directly. Why did you? Jonathan fell down blankly with blood foam in his mouth, and 4 bloody marks on the pure white armor of the knight. This sword directly pierced his heart, and he died completely without being able to say the last words. He never understood until his death why the knight, who had just saved him, wanted to kill him again. Seeing Jonathan fall, Horn's body suddenly flashed with lightning, and he just held the sacrificial scepter. He was already in combat readiness at this moment, because the white-armored knight in front of him was too strong, so strong that Horn could not see any possibility of victory against him. It was not the strength that a 4th-level warrior should have. The pure white knight pulled out a towel from the package behind him, and wiped the armor clean. Then he walked in front of Jonathan, grasped the hilt of the sword and pulled out the long sword, and shook it hard to get rid of the blood on the sword. Then he walked towards Horn and others with a spear and a long sword. Chapter 112. The white-armored knight had just taken a step, when a dazzling light blue lightning struck the ground in front of him. Horn pointed the sacrificial staff at the white-armored knight, and said coldly, "Don't get any closer. Who are you?" "Wow, so cool. Is this lightning?" The white-armored knight said exaggeratedly. His voice was very young. He was about to take a step in Horn's direction. I said, "Just stand there. Don't get any closer." Horn's left eye flashed with lightning, and the staff was wrapped with lightning. The 3-ring magic lightning spell was chanted. As long as the young knight takes another step forward, he will kill him. It's not Horn's fault that he is too vigilant. Horn observed too many things in the short time when the young knight killed the 3 ogres. Even at such a long distance, Horn has no confidence in dealing with him. If he gets close, he will be even more helpless. But the strength is easy to say. What makes Horn more afraid is that he just saved someone and then killed him. "Zizi, don't be so scary, okay? I didn't do anything bad." He retracted his outstretched foot in dismay. "You just saved that man and then killed him. I'm not sure if you will kill us. We don't want to have a conflict with you, so please leave." Horn's eyes were fixed on the young knight. Their main purpose was to go to the God-forsaken land, and they didn't want to cause this trouble. "Oh, I see, that's why you're here." The white-armored knight took off his helmet, revealing a very young face. There were 2 scars on his left face and right eyebrow, but these 2 scars did not make him ugly, but made him more charming. "This is sad. I killed that man just now for your own good. Just now, the bounty hunter was going to sacrifice you guys and escape, and he just abandoned his comrades and ran away by himself. And as a knight, I can't stand this kind of behavior, so I killed him." The young knight said innocently, and blinked at Annie and Shirley a few times. Ignoring the young knight's various funny behaviors, Horn turned his head to Yian, asking him to verify whether the young knight was lying. "That's exactly what the man thought just now," Yian whispered to Horn. However, he always felt that there was something strange about the young knight in front of him, which was a bit similar to the strange feeling he had about Colin at the beginning, but it was different. "Oh, can that big brother communicate with each other? That's amazing." The young knight heard Yian and Horn whispering from a distance, and then shouted to Horn and the others. Generally, warriors of this level should have sharp ears and eyes, but the young knight in front of him was a little abnormally sharp. Horn raised his eyebrows. "Telepathy? Is Yian's ability to sense people's hearts called telepathy? This is a very appropriate name, but the fact that he called out telepathy, a term Horn had never heard of, shows that he has had contact with similar people. This young knight in front of him who looks unremarkable must have a very important background." The young knight opened his arms and said to Horn and the others with a sincere look, "My mind is completely defenseless now. You can ask the elder brother, who can sense telepathy, to check my thoughts, and you will find that I have absolutely no ill will towards you." Needless to say, Yian had been probing his inner thoughts, but it was not until he completely let go that Yian could sense his thoughts. After Yian's exploration, Horn slightly relaxed his vigilance against this young 4th-level knight. But only slightly. His existence itself was a threat to Horn and the others. Even with Yian's perception as a basis, it was still unrealistic for Horn to be assured of a dangerous person whom he met for the first time. But before Horn could refuse, the young knight had already started to introduce himself. "My name is Randall Hellies. As you can see, I am a knight. You should have already explored my strength. I am a level 4 warrior. I have to go to the Forsaken Land for some reasons. But I was too confident at the time. Even if I can deal with the dangers here, it is still difficult for me to pass through the tidal mist swamp alone." Randall smiled shyly and scratched his hair. His expression was somewhat similar to Luke. "Hey, the biggest difficulty is that I don't know the way, so after I saw this uncle and his group, I followed them to take a look. I didn't expect that they would encounter a group of ogres. When I rushed over, almost all of them were dead. Finally, I saw this uncle abandon his companions and run away. Randall looked at Jonathan's body lying on the ground with contempt and said, "He wanted to bring the disaster to you, so as an upright knight, I will of course kill him. Also, because you don't seem to come here to collect things like that uncle's group, I think you may be going to the God-forsaken land, so I want to go with you." He was smiling all the time, and he didn't look sincere or tearful at all, but Yayan sensed that he was not lying. "I believe you have no ill will towards us, but I still can't let you go with us, sorry." Horn narrowed his eyes and rejected Randall, but his attitude was not as tough as before. He also had reasons for his rejection. They might still look friendly now, but if they go together, they will find out that they are wild witches. At that time, Randall's attitude will be uncertain. "Don't be so ruthless. I don't mind that you are wild witches. Don't you think it's good to have a powerful companion in such a dangerous place? Why did you reject me?" Randall said to Horn with a wronged look on his face, and Horn shuddered at his expression. He really didn't know how a level 4 warrior could act like he was being bullied. Where is the dignity of the legendary strong? Wait. When did he find out that we were wild witches? Horn suddenly found that this young knight, who looked carefree and childish, seemed to be completely different from what he showed. Seeing Horn's stunned expression, Randall explained with a smile, "In fact, you don't have to be surprised at how I know. Just think about it, and you will understand. You are human, and I am very sensitive to divine power and magic. You are obviously not a priest or wizard, so you can only be wild witches, although I have never seen such a strong wild witch like you. After excluding all possibilities, the remaining options are correct no matter how incredible they are. Of course, you may also be a rare species that I have never heard of, but this possibility is even smaller." Chapter 113. Although Horn still expressed his concern about Randall, he still shamelessly stayed in the team. Since he did not have any ill intentions at the moment, and was still smiling at the wild witches, Horn could not just strike him away with a bolt of lightning. After some wrangling, it was time to prepare for a rest. After finding a safe place nearby, everyone started to camp. Well, now camping is Luke's own task. Randall praised Luke for using his ability to manipulate plants to create a living place and left the team. After a while, Randall returned to Horn and the others with a 10-meter-long snake on his spear. Annie pointed at Randall with a twitching mouth and said, "Why did you bring this thing back?" Shirley also hugged her arms and looked terrified. Even though they became extraordinary people, they still hated this kind of slippery creature like snakes. "Of course I eat it. I can't shamelessly eat your food when I go with you. From now on, your prey will be left to me," Randall said with a wild laugh showing his white teeth. Shirley covered her face, and Annie wiped the sweat off her forehead. They didn't want to eat this kind of thing. "I've eaten this snake before. It tastes pretty good, much better than other prey." Seeing that the ladies were a little scared of snakes, Randall smiled at the two women. Unlike Shirley and Annie, Horn was more curious about how he caught the prey so quickly. You have to know that this snake is not a monster but just a beast close to a monster. Of course, if such a large python entangles some low-level monsters, the monsters will not be able to break free. The beasts that can survive in the tidal mist swamp usually have their own abilities. To put it bluntly, they hide their existence. You know, even with the perception of the wild witches, it is not easy to find some edible creatures here. And Randall, a warrior, actually found an edible python at such a fast speed, which was enough to surprise Horn. Before Horn could speak, Terry excitedly asked Randall. He usually hunted many prey, and he knew how difficult it was to find prey in the tidal mist swamp in the past 2 days. "I am a warrior. After practicing Do Chi to a certain level, you can feel the Chi and blood of others. The bodies of Warcraft are mostly very tough, and their Chi and blood will be very strong. You seem to have the ability to sense the energy fluctuations in others' bodies. I am not as convenient as you, but I can know how strong the other person's body is. Although the range of perception is a little small, it is still perceptible." Horn suddenly thought of the huge tentacle monster they encountered before. In fact, Horn and his team had discovered it a long time ago, but because they did not pay attention to it, they almost all died by the lake. So I wonder if Randall can find the monster? Soon Luke roasted the python meat, and Annie and Shirley were also eating it in small bites. Although they looked very disgusted, they didn't care about these things in the past few months. After eating the lizards from the previous 2 days, the python was not a big deal. And Luke's cooking skills were very good. Randall praised loudly after taking a bite of the fragrant barbecue. What he had eaten before was pig food. In short, everyone had a very pleasant meal. Randall got along very well with everyone. At least, he brought some laughter to the slightly dull atmosphere of the team. Even Mrs. Sharon often had a smile on her face. So Horn didn't mention asking Randall to get out. And his ability to sense chi and blood is indeed very helpful to the team. It just complements Horn's way of sensing energy. On the second day, Horn suddenly regretted letting Randall join the team. Because he is simply a super chatterbox. Like a curious baby, everything in the team is enough to make him sigh for 10 minutes. If he finds something that makes sense, he will take out a small notebook and write it down. After he found out that Enoch could perform illusions, he went to find Enoch to experience it. After several requests, Enoch finally couldn't stand it anymore and finally gave him an illusion. After experiencing the effect of the illusion, he became even more attached to Enoch. He secretly asked Enoch to bring some things that were not suitable for children into his illusion. Of course, this was righteously rejected by Enoch. However, seeing that they were as good as brothers after a night, Horn knew that Enoch might have compromised. In fact, Horn was also itching in his heart. If Enoch could really do this kind of thing, then should he also go to Enoch to try? After all, he also wanted to know what Randall saw with such satisfaction on his face. But Horn's image in everyone's mind has always been very serious, and he was a little embarrassed to go to Enoch. He was also thinking whether he should give him some hints, so that he would consciously perform some illusions on himself. Of course, Randall didn't just harass Enoch, he also went to Luke to play bondage. His smile and attitude made his request not annoying, but Horn still had a headache looking at his full energy. Obviously, Horn and Randall should be about the same age, but Randall is more like a normal young man. Although Horn sometimes behaves irrationally, he is not like a young man at all most of the time. After walking for less than an hour in the morning, Randall waved to everyone to stop. Because now they are close to the place where Jonathan and his friends encountered the ogre yesterday. Remember the bounty hunter uncle yesterday? He abandoned his comrades in the battle. He did this because there was an enemy that made him think he could never win. Randall pointed to a hill ahead and said, "The enemy should be in this hill now. Now you have to decide whether we should take a detour or go straight. If we take a detour, we will have to walk a long way, but it is safe. If we go straight, I was not sure of winning yesterday, but with you, we should be able to win." Randall seemed eager to try. He was a little unhappy that he did not fight with the ogres yesterday. Now that he can safely take down the ogres with Horn and others, he certainly wants to give it a try. "Then let's take a detour," Horn said softly. Horn thought it was better not to provoke an opponent that Randall found troublesome. "But there is nothing in that hill." Yian pointed to the front and said that in his perception, the hill in front was completely empty. The smile on Randall's face suddenly froze. Chapter 114. "No one? Impossible. Yesterday I saw so many ogres living here," Randall said in disbelief. He believed what he saw yesterday was true, but after a few days together, he also knew that Yian's perception range was very large. So he turned into a white afterimage and rushed towards the hill in confusion. You have to see it to know what happened. After a short while, Randall ran back again, still with a smile on his face, but it turned into a bitter smile. Yian was right. There was no living creature in that place at the moment. It was like a dead land. Did the ogres migrate? But I haven't heard that ogres have the tradition of frequently migrating their tribes. Randall had mentioned the dangers of these ogres more than once on the way. Now that they have arrived at the place, these ogres have strangely disappeared. This made him feel a little embarrassed. This is also good news. At least we don't have to take a detour, Daniel said to Randall with a smile. Horn also nodded in agreement. Randall walked over, and it was enough to prove that there was no danger ahead. Moreover, with his thunder eye and Yian's perception, few people could ambush them. In fact, except for the tentacle monsters they encountered at the beginning, they had never encountered any monsters that could hide from Yian's perception. Under Randall's leadership, everyone came to the place where the caravan encountered the ogres before. What was a little different from Randall's description was that it didn't look like there was an ogre tribe here before. Instead, it looked like a mine, except that the miners were small humanoid creatures. This was what Horn saw from the footprints that were smaller than a child, and the huge footprints mixed and also showed that the ogres that Randall had seen before did exist. All the mining tools and corpses had been moved away, presumably by the ogres. After all, that was their precious food. The only thing that could prove that a bloodbath had occurred here was the blood that had seeped into the ground. However, even though it had been cleaned up and nothing seemed to be left, Horn still had something to gain. He discovered it when he first entered the mine. There was a huge energy flow under the soil layer of this mine. Following the guidance of the Eye of Lightning, Horn pushed aside a stone and found several diamond-shaped crystals the size of a fingernail. As a gemstone, this crystal was not qualified, and the color was a bit turbid. But in Horn's eyes, this crystal was much better than any gemstone. Because this crystal contains pure energy, energy that cannot be detected even with spiritual power, pure energy that only exists in Horn's eyes. This should be a very useful thing. Horn came to a conclusion after seeing this crystal. But Horn has no idea how to use this crystal for the time being. After all, he is still on the road and cannot study it seriously. Moreover, Horn dare not try rashly before he finds out the nature of the crystal. He put the crystal into his pocket and left the mine with everyone. There is nothing to be found here. The group has been traveling for several days, and their survival skills in Shiwu Swamp have become more and more proficient. But what they found on the road cast a shadow on the hearts of the group, because they found many footprints of ogres, not only ogres, but also some humanoid races, which look like goblin-like races. It seems that they are about to face the things that slaughtered the caravan before. At this moment, in a dark cave in a mine in Shiwu Swamp, the wizard Derek, wearing a tattered black robe, stroked the pile of turbid crystals in front of him with an infatuated look on his face, and a satisfied smile appeared on his wrinkled face. This inconspicuous crystal was a good thing he found by chance, which was of great help to his witchcraft. His demon god was an unreliable guy, and did not teach him any powerful witchcraft at all. There were only two witchcrafts that were pretty powerful, one of which was the attack witchcraft magic energy bomb, which looked powerful, but was actually useless. This magic consumes 2/3 of his magic power each time. The first attack is naturally extremely powerful, but the subsequent attacks become weaker. Basically, if the first magic ball fails to kill the enemy, the power of the next magic ball will be 2/3 of the remaining 1/3 of the magic power. Although enemies of the same level basically cannot withstand his attack, they can't stand his frequent misses. He is a real one-hit wizard. Speaking of which, he is also a rare research school among wizards. Most other wizards just rely on the power given by the devil to survive. But because of witchcraft, he embarked on the path of research. When he accidentally discovered that this crystal stone might be used to restore magic power, he devoted himself to research. The energy contained in this crystal stone is very pure, and has little affinity with magic power. But after several years of research, he finally figured out how to absorb the energy in the crystal stone. From now on, although his sustainable combat capability is still not as good as others, at least he will not be able to launch only one attack. Now that he has completed the research, he can get rid of the dilemma of being a one-hit wizard as long as he collects enough crystals. And the large-scale collection of crystals depends on his other magic. This magic can control a supernatural being of the same level or higher level with a low IQ. It sounds very powerful, but with the same operation, a Lank's ability to control insects is much better than his. And this trick has various defects, such as the spell takes a very long time to cast, and the person being cast cannot move during the spell. There will be a period of time when the magic energy is empty after the spell is completed. Fortunately, Derek was lucky enough to meet an ogre chieftain, who was knocked unconscious by a passing dragon. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to perform the second witchcraft. With the help of this ogre chieftain, a Lank controlled an ogre tribe, and used the ogres to coerce a group of goblins to help him mine. However, due to the weak nature of the goblins, they could only collect some crystal ore on the surface. After finishing this wave, he planned to take his ogre army to the human territory to plunder humans. With at least 50 first-level super developers, he can capture a town without masters. He sacrificed humans to the demon god to gain more powerful power, and then traded with other powerful wizards with these crystals, and finally became a respected wizard. However, what made Derek a little headache was that these ogre subordinates had too big appetites and always went out to catch food. Chapter 115. The footprints and traces everywhere told Horn and his team that perhaps they were really not far from the lair of the ogres that Randall mentioned. If possible, they would definitely avoid it. After all, this force was weird from the bottom of its heart. Ogres can mine. This is nonsense, okay? It's better to say that orcs are very elegant. Even the green squirrel doesn't believe that there is nothing strange behind them. Although Horn and Randall would not necessarily lose to them if they had a head-on conflict with them, it was completely unnecessary to have a conflict with those ogres. Their purpose was only to go to the god-forsaken land, and clearing the obstacles on the road was not their job. After checking everything at night, they set up camp again. Randall never slept in the plant tent that Luke had woven. He just took out a piece of cloth and spread it on the ground next to the fire, and slept directly. Horn also invited him, but Randall refused. He was different from the weak wild witch. A little cold or hot did not affect his sleep. As for the mosquitoes in the swamp, his fighting spirit was always radiating when he was sleeping. Any small mosquitoes that were half a meter away from his body would be killed by his fighting spirit, and any large creatures that were 10 meters away from his body would wake him up. This was the basis for him to survive alone in the tidal mist swamp. And after Randall joined, there was another new benefit: no need to keep watch. Randall, who was about to sleep soundly in front of the fire, felt a trace of prying eyes, and his blood and chi were very weak, not as good as an ordinary adult. It must be some low-class little creature that is plotting against the camp. Randall picked up a stone and poured his fighting spirit into it, striking it in the direction of the blood. At the same time, a light blue lightning flashed in the tent. Randall found it, and so did Ian and Horn. The difference was that Horn found it was a goblin. Randall's stone broke the goblin's ear directly, and the goblin fell to the ground without being hit by Horn's lightning. The goblin didn't dare to peek again and fled in embarrassment. "TSK, you missed the target." Randall spat and didn't think much about it. He lay on the ground and fell asleep while looking at the starry sky obscured by the thick fog. Horn didn't care. It was just a goblin, and it wouldn't pose any threat even if he didn't kill it. A few hours later, it was already midnight. The moon was hanging high in the night sky, but unfortunately only a vague shadow could be seen in the tidal mist swamp. The goblin who had escaped by chance came back again, and it wasn't just him. He also brought 8 huge ogres, and a dozen goblins with simple weapons. Its eyes were full of hatred. When it returned to the nest, the bloody smell from the wound on its ear almost made it get eaten by the ogres. If it hadn't said in time that it had found a human camp, the ogres would never have let it go. This was also because the meat of goblins was not tasty. In its mind, it should be able to take down all those hateful humans with 8 powerful ogres. It also blamed Horn and others for the hatred of being almost eaten. Although goblins are weak, have low IQ and are very timid, they have a keen nose and are somewhat vindictive. Bringing the ogres here was his revenge. Of course, the night attack that the goblins had expected did not exist. They were discovered as soon as they appeared in Yayan's perception range. Then everyone put on their clothes and waited for the arrival of these monsters with a fierce look. No one would be in a good mood if they were attacked in the middle of the night, no matter how strong the attackers were. The goblins were stunned when they saw Horn and others dressed neatly, as if they were waiting for them. And those ogres with low brain capacity didn't care why these humans were not sleeping, but seemed to be waiting for them. They ran towards Horn and his men, barking and waving sticks, without any intention of measuring their strength. Randall jumped into the group of ogres with a sinister smile on his face, and killed 3 of them in a short time by hacking left and right. He hated it when someone disturbed his sleep. The remaining ogres were not having a good time either. Except for Horn, the wild witches fired a fireball at the ogres. Their huge bodies made them the best targets, and even at night, the wild witches did not miss a single fireball. Their strong vitality allowed them to withstand the first wave of fireballs, but they had no power to resist the second wave. Horn did not take action, which was good for the wild witches to have a chance to exercise. He could not solve all problems. Randall grabbed the only remaining ear of the leading goblin and jumped in front of Horn. The long ear was pulled so hard that green blood flowed out. The other goblins had fled when they found that something was wrong. "I found it spying on us last night. I just knocked off one of its ears and let it go, but I didn't expect it to attract ogres to attack us." Randall said with regret that he should have used ruthless force yesterday, which was better than being disturbed to fight in the middle of the night. "Don't I kill wizards?" The goblin was frightened by the ferocious Randall and the lightning-fast Horn, and he was incoherent. Yayan combined telepathy to understand what it meant. "You mean, there is a wizard behind you, and killing you will attract the wizard's anger and bring us trouble, right?" The goblin nodded quickly, and he looked at Horn and others eagerly to let him go. It looked a bit pitiful, but everyone knew that once a goblin gained an advantage, it would not show mercy to any creature. "Wizard." Randall's expression changed immediately. He smiled and approached the goblin and said, "So, the one who commanded those ogres and your people is a wizard, right?" This smile made Horn feel a little cold. Randall was now exuding murderous aura. The goblin nodded quickly, hoping that these humans would be kind enough to let it go. Randall suddenly broke the goblin's neck. Even though he broke the goblin's neck, Randall was still smiling. "I'm going to kill all those ogres and cut that wizard into pieces. Do any of you want to go with me?" Randall picked up his spear and sword, and said to Horn while sorting out his equipment. Horn showed a hesitant look on his face. The wizard on the other side meant more danger, and he didn't want to go. Randall glanced at the expressions of the crowd, and knew that they didn't want to go with him to kill the wizard. Indeed, they had no obligation to accompany him to fight a battle without reason. Not letting any wizard go is just his own insistence, and he cannot ask others to do the same thing as him. So after he was ready, he prepared to go to the wizard's lair alone. When he was about to leave everyone's sight, Randall turned to Horn and said, "By the way, I remind you that goblins have good noses and hold grudges. We didn't kill all the goblins." Chapter 116. Horn sighed and prepared to continue to rest. Although they had been getting along well for the past few days, their friendship was not yet to the point where he would take risks with him. But suddenly Horn thought of Randall's last words before he left. "The goblin has a good nose and still holds grudges." Horn, who had reacted, immediately said to the wild witches, "Forget it, you should continue to rest. I go over there, and I think the two of us together won't be defeated easily." Enoch frowned and asked, "Why? You should know that there is no need for us to take risks with him." Horn said with a wry smile, "Although I don't know what hatred Randall has with wizards to the extent that he would fight when he heard that it was a wizard, but now we have been involved. It will only be more troublesome if we stay out of it. It is better to go over and fight with him. Being involved? As long as we leave, those ogres will not be able to find us at all." Annie asked curiously, "When did they get involved in the battle?" "Those goblins have good noses, which means they can find us by following the smell. Once Randall fails, the wizard behind the scenes will definitely know that there is still a group of us. By then, the goblins and their familiarity with the terrain will definitely catch up with us." After hearing this, everyone understood, and they also understood the reason why Horn didn't take them with him. Low-intensity battles can help them hone their combat skills, but they can't help much in high-intensity battles, and may even become a burden. Horn turned to Annie and said, "Summon your tiger to escort me a distance, otherwise the battle might be over by the time I arrive." Annie whispered a spell, and a tiger covered with red patterns emerged from the void, lying on the ground and letting Horn sit on its back. Then, with Annie's order, it began to run wildly. Horn's figure disappeared in the night, and the wild witches were all in a heavy mood. Compared with Horn, their strength was a little weak. When Horn arrived at the wizard's lair, the battle had already started for a while, and the ground was covered with the corpses of ogres and their smelly blood. The expected Randall's persistence did not appear at all. Randall, with only a sword and a spear, faced dozens of ogres and a giant ogre that was 6 meters tall and looked like he was at ease. He was so strong that he didn't look like a level 4 warrior at all. The red-striped tiger slowly disappeared into the air, and Horn walked to the edge of the battlefield, holding his waist. Tigers, cats, are not suitable for riding at all. Horn was almost thrown off several times when he sat on its back. Now his backache was more uncomfortable than being tied to Skylark. Randall's battle situation made Horn feel relieved, but his eyes suddenly froze because he saw a person. A wizard who watched the battle calmly even when his ogres fell one by one. He was wearing a tattered gray robe, and his face looked very bad. But Horn would not think that this wizard was a poor and miserable person because of this. After all, it is normal for wizards to have some quirks. In Horn's opinion, a wizard who can remain calm in the face of Randall, who has such a fierce battle, is a real tough guy. Although his aura was only at the 4th level, Randall, who was also at the 4th level, was so ferocious. So why couldn't the wizard be stronger? But Horn was overthinking, and Derek's heart was bleeding. He also wanted to take action, but how could he do it when Randall and his 5th level ogre chieftain were entangled? Not to mention whether he could hit or not, the power of the magic energy bomb was too great, and it would definitely hurt a lot of ogres by mistake. It didn't matter if it hurt ordinary ogres by mistake, but if it hurt a 5th level ogre by mistake, the loss would be great. But if the level 5 ogres retreat, the other ogres will surely die faster. Seeing the ogres fall one by one, Derek's eyes showed a fierce light. He controlled the ogre chieftain to slowly retreat, and looked at Randall, who was entangled with the ogres, with a sinister smile. The magic energy surged, and a magic energy ball almost as big as the ogre's head condensed in Derek's hand. The energy in the ball was running wildly, and the energy contained in it shocked Horn. This power is definitely not an attack that a normal 4th level wizard should be able to launch. Be careful. Horn hurriedly reminded Randall loudly. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Isn't this exposing himself? It's better to hide when facing a wizard who can release at least 5th level powerful magic. After all, a 5th level wizard is at the level of a Lank. Even though his strength is much stronger than that time, Horn still has some shadows in his heart. After being reminded by Horn, Randall immediately noticed this dangerous magic ball. But he was entangled by the ogre, and could not dodge effectively. The magic energy bomb exploded 2 meters away from Randall, and Derek's aim was a little off. But the power of the magic energy bomb was real, and the powerful energy swept everything around. Seeing that he could not dodge in time, a strong white light came out of Randall's body and protected him tightly. After the dust cleared, A deep pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters was blown out on the ground. The outside of the deep pit was also severely damaged, and the surrounding ogres were killed or injured. Horn quickly looked at Randall, who was half kneeling on the ground. His armor was still white, but there was blood on his forehead. If it weren't for Horn's reminder, he might have died now. Seeing Randall's appearance, Derek's face suddenly turned dark, and another magic ball appeared in his hand. However, this magic ball was several times smaller than the original one, and its volume was only about 1/3 of the original one. Derek knew that now was the best time to kill Randall, but at this time Horn stood in front of Randall. He has been discovered by the wizard, and there is a terrifying level 5 ogre next to him. If Randall dies now, Horn will definitely not be able to escape. Although the energy in this magic energy bomb is still very strong, it is not enough for Horn to block it. The magic energy bomb was still fired. Horn stood in front of Randall, and moved his lips slightly. 2 magic shields appeared in his left and right hands respectively. The 2 shields overlapped to provide Horn with stronger protection. The magic energy bomb hit the magic shield fiercely. The powerful power exploded, and the violent magic energy destroyed everything around. Horn's magic shield was constantly broken and reorganized, and blood was already flowing on his hands. But he still resisted. This magic energy bomb was not as powerful as the previous one. Chapter 117. Horn discovered the weakness of the 4th level wizard in front of him. His moves really consumed too much magic energy. Every time he released a magic energy bomb, the magic energy in his body was rapidly reduced. If he didn't have a way to restore magic energy, he would have exhausted the energy in his body long ago. Randall wiped the blood off his face and stood up with his spear supporting his body. The first magic energy bomb just now was more powerful than the 5th level magic, and he was caught off guard and suffered a heavy blow. He considered it for a moment, coughed up a mouthful of blood and said to Horn, "Hey, let me deal with the level 5 ogre, you handle the others. The power of the wizard spell is getting weaker." He did not thank Horn, nor was he surprised by Horn's arrival. He just made the best choice as a warrior. The most important thing now is to fight. Horn nodded and agreed. He had no way to deal with the level 5 ogre, but he should have no problem with the wizard whose power was getting weaker, and the remaining low-level ogres. As for those goblins, their fighting power can be completely ignored. The 2 took a deep breath. One walked towards the ogre who was 6 or 7 meters tall and had muscles like a little giant, and the other walked towards the remaining dozen ogres and Derek, who was hiding behind the ogre. The battle began. Looking at Horndrick walking slowly, he felt a little flustered for some reason. He was a 4th level wizard, and the guy opposite him should also be a 4th level extraordinary person. He also had several elite ogres above the 2nd ring, and about 10 ordinary ogres in his hands. No matter how you look at it, Horn is at a disadvantage, but for some reason, he feels he will lose. He grabbed a handful of crystals and began to absorb the energy in them. "Can't you see the situation clearly? Our forces are much stronger than yours. If you retreat now, I will give you a way out." Horn almost laughed out loud. Would the wizard be so kind as to let him go? The wizard's kindness is either a conspiracy or a guilty conscience. However, Horn didn't say much and just focused on the battle. Old Douglas had taught him that whether it was a good guy or a bad guy, talking too much in a battle could put a situation that could have been won in jeopardy. Villains die because they talk too much, that's what he said. In Derek's horrified eyes, mist filled the air. Horn deliberately controlled it to prevent the mist from affecting Randall's battle. Then a flash of lightning flashed in the thick fog. The ogre's skin was thick and one lightning bolt might not be enough to deal with it, but Horn's instantaneous attack was not just one lightning bolt, but it would end when he electrocuted him to death. During the electric shock, Horn discovered that the fog was not very effective against these ogres. The environment of the tidal mist swamp determined that they had a high resistance to fog, so Horn's water mist technique was not very effective, and the trouble it caused to the enemy was not as great as the trouble it caused to himself. So Horn dispersed the fog. After the fog dissipated, only 1/3 level ogre was left, and the rest had all fallen down. Standing in the middle of the ogres in a black robe and surrounded by lightning, Horn looked like a god. Derek was actually somewhat shocked for a moment. The only remaining ogre rushed towards Horn, and its huge body was running with a certain momentum. It had been treated by Horn for several electric currents, but it was unexpected that it still had the energy to attack Horn. Derek laughed sinisterly. The ogre was famous for its tough skin and flesh. A level 3 ogre could not be dealt with by a few small lightning bolts. While laughing sinisterly, Derek looked at Horn with a bit of jealousy in his eyes. Why could this unknown extraordinary person use spells at will, while he could only be a one-hit wizard except for a few auxiliary witchcrafts that every wizard knew? If it weren't for this crystal, his second attack would have been impossible to break Horn's shield. His smile suddenly froze, and a huge flame exploded in the ogre's chest. Level 3 ogre. Suddenly, Horn jumped lightly and almost slipped on the ogre's fat arm. This ogre was too wide, and he wanted to jump over it. Horn suddenly noticed that the crystal in Derek's hand was the crystal he had picked up before. The crystal was constantly transmitting energy to Derek's body. This is the truth behind Derek's rapid recovery of magic power. Horn's left eye suddenly opened, and a second ring lightning struck Derek's hand. Derek was frightened by the loud sound and the dazzling light, and the crystal in his hand fell directly to the ground. Sure enough, this wizard relies on that kind of crystal to restore magic power. The lightning did not break through Derek's defense. There was a layer of magic shield outside his body that Horn had seen on the insect wizard Alenk. It was just that the second ring spell alone caused ripples on the shield, which was far worse than Alenk in the past. Or maybe Horn has become stronger now. If he meets Alenk now, he can't defeat him. But the lightning spell below level 2 is enough to make Alenk not play with Horn. Derek has no ogres under him, so he can only face Horn in person. In fact, he has no combat experience, and most of his opponents can be solved with a magic energy bomb. If they can't be solved, they will be scared away by the power of the magic energy bomb. It is rare for Horn to not take the bomb seriously at all. Because Horn had already discovered that the power of his magic energy bomb was getting weaker and weaker, he knew that as a 4th level extraordinary person, he could rely on the magic energy shield to block the opponent's casual attacks, but it was nonsense to use this trick to withstand the opponent's serious attacks. So he couldn't wait any longer, and a magic energy bomb had already taken shape, and the size was about the same as the second one he fired at the beginning. Horn smiled bitterly, and raised the magic shield to block Derek's attack. The violent explosion made Horn's hands bloody. Neither of them had a way to move at high speed, so they could only take each other's attacks head-on. Horn discovered his own shortcomings, and decided that if he had the chance, he must research a magic that could move at high speed. It didn't need to be very fast, but at least he shouldn't stand here as a target. It was too dangerous to fight against a master with powerful attack power. His opponents had always either let him crush them at will or crushed him at will. The only opponent who was considered to be evenly matched with him, Reeves, had no long-range attack means, and could only be Horn's target. These combat experiences made Horn ignore the importance of his own movement speed. But that was a matter for the future. What he had to do now was to kill this wizard. If Randall was killed by the level 5 ogre, it would be better for him to face the ogre alone than to face 2 enemies. He glanced in the direction of Randall, and his eyes almost popped out. Chapter 118. It was completely different from what Horn had imagined, that Randall was alone against the level 5 ogre chieftain, and was being beaten. It was even the other way around, and it was the ogre chieftain who was being beaten. At this moment, its huge body, which was more than 6 meters tall, was covered with wounds cut by sharp weapons, and blood kept flowing down. Its linear speed was faster than Randall's, and its attack power was so strong that a large pit 1 or 2 meters deep would appear wherever the huge wooden stick hit it. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it would be completely meaningless if it could not hit Randall. Compared with the ogre chieftain, Randall was much more relaxed. He did not fight it head-on, but just kept adding wounds to it. He was injured by the magic energy bomb, and could not use many powerful moves. Otherwise, he would still be interested in fighting the ogre chieftain head-on. Under normal circumstances, the ogre chieftain would have run away when encountering such an opponent, but it was controlled by Derek. And Derek's order was to kill Randall, so before killing Randall, it would not retreat even if it suffered a great deal of damage. Horn was watching from the side with his eyes wide open. Is this a level 4 warrior? A level 4 warrior who can still fight a level 5 ogre even when injured? Maybe the legendary genius, who can challenge opponents of higher levels really exists. But Horn is not that kind of person. He is a very self-aware person. Unless he has no choice, he will never choose to fight an opponent who is much stronger than him. Just now, he was thinking about quickly dealing with this wizard to help Randall deal with the ogre. Looking at the current situation, if he doesn't deal with it quickly, he may have to ask Randall to help him. Of course, Horn didn't mind having help, and he didn't have the dignity of a master. He would be happy if someone helped him deal with a strong enemy, and he believed that a dead enemy was a good enemy. But they were both level 4 transcendents, and if he had to deal with level 4 Derek Randall to deal with level 5 ogre, and let the other party deal with the opponent first, Horn would be embarrassed. Doesn't this show that there is a huge gap between him and Randall? Although this is true, Horn still wants to try to shorten the distance. Thinking of this, Horn looked at Derek with a fierce look in his eyes. A big fireball whizzed towards Derek, and the two continued to stand and fight. After the two fought for a while, Derek's magic shield finally couldn't hold on, and was blown up by Horn's big fireball, and Derek's clothes were also set on fire. Derek quickly put out the flames with magic power, and fired another magic bomb at Horn. But the power of this magic bomb was much weaker than the previous one. Horn's magic shield in his left hand deflected slightly, and the magic bomb exploded on the shield. This time, there was not even a ripple. Even the magic power gained by absorbing the crystal has its limits. Although there are no side effects when absorbing the energy in the crystal slowly, even wizards cannot bear the rapid absorption in battle like now. At this moment, Derek's hand holding the crystal has become blue-black and swollen. I am afraid that his hand will be disabled if he absorbs it for a while longer. The broken shield means the end of Derek. Horn casually flashes a lightning, and he is electrocuted and drops the crystal in his hand. Now Derek is just a lamb to be slaughtered. After confirming that Derek was not a threat, Horn turned his gaze to Randall. The battle had ended there, and the giant ogre fell to the ground with a spear stuck in his eye socket. The countless wounds on his body made it bleed dry, and finally Randall shot it to death without the strength to move. Randall was now sitting on the ogre's corpse, watching the fight between Horn and Derek with a smile. Horn looked at Randall's expression, and his resentment towards Derek deepened. Derek closed his eyes and waited for death, and he suddenly felt a little sad. If he hadn't hit the wizard with one blow, how could Horn and Randall be his opponents with the magic energy provided by these ogres and the crystals? Paw, Horn slapped Derek to the ground with a slap, and Randall and Derek were both stunned. Shouldn't he use a cool spell to beat Derek into pieces at this time? How come you, a wizard, just go for it? Little did he know that since he beat up the little wizard Sean last time, Horn had a special feeling for directly hitting wizards with his fists. How could Horn not take action against this wizard, who he had finally encountered and had lost his ability to attack? He had many questions to ask Derek, so he didn't need to kill him now. In the battle with Derek just now, Horn had almost figured out his methods. The only attack on the wizard was that the preparation time of the magic energy bomb was too long. Without a shield, Horn could interrupt it with a random lightning, so he could interrogate without worry. I have some questions to ask you. As long as you promise me honestly, I won't kill you. Horn looked down at Derek. Derek looked at Horn as if he was a mentally retarded person, and then Horn kicked him in the chest. He was almost out of breath after being kicked, but he still said stubbornly, "Kill me or chop me up. You are expecting me to tell you something useful. I have been in this business for many years, and I have seen this kind of routine. If you don't kill me, the soldier on your side will kill me. Unless you promise that the soldier on your side will not kill me either, I will never tell you." Horn's face darkened, although this was indeed his plan. He didn't kill Derek and let Randall kill him. He never thought of letting Derek live. This was the dangerous title, Miss Swamp. God knew what kind of bad consequences would come from letting a wizard live. It was too much to expect the wizard to be grateful. Horn clenched his fist and was about to hit Derek's head. As soon as his arm was raised, the corner of Horn's mouth curled up slightly. "Okay, I promise you, the warrior over there won't attack you either." Randall was about to refute when he saw Horn's meaningful look, so he barely held back. After hearing Horn's assurance, Derek told Horn everything he knew. Those crystals all stored strange powers, and energy could be absorbed from them through special methods. He told Horn all about the properties of these crystals, how to obtain them, and how to absorb the energy in the crystals. After asking questions, Horn walked away directly. Derek was stunned. Did he really let him go? As soon as Horn left Derek, 9 bright little fireballs hit Derek. It was the fireball magic cast by the wild witches with magic rings. The reason why Horn agreed to let neither of them fight was because he sensed that Yian and the others were watching the battle nearby. "You lied to me," Derek wailed in the flames. With his magic power exhausted, he had no spare energy to deal with 9 fireballs, and could only helplessly turn into ashes in the flames. Horn spread his bloody hands and said innocently, "I didn't lie to you, we two really didn't fight." Randall, who was sitting on the ogre, laughed and patted the ogre's belly. Horn's appearance was very much to his liking, but he didn't notice and patted the ogre's exposed intestines, and the white hand nails suddenly turned red and yellow. The expression on Randall's face suddenly became as if he had eaten shit. Chapter 119. Yian and Enoch finally came, but they did not rush out directly like they did when facing Elijah. Instead, they chose to watch the battle first. As long as Horn was not in danger, they would not come out. Mrs. Sharon could hear sounds from far away, and Horn could speak loudly, so they and Horn cooperated perfectly. Of course, it didn't matter if they ignored Horn's meaning, Horn would go over and tell them. Speaking of oaths, only the priests and believers of the church truly abide by them. As for wizards, breaking promises is a virtue for them. For others, such as magicians like Horn, the constraints of oaths really depend on whether they want to abide by them. However, even among priests, there are some people with strange thinking who will risk being punished by the gods to eliminate threats for the church. Not everyone knows whether they have been punished or not. I guess the gods don't have the patience to see if every believer is lying. So in Ceylon, no one would place their hopes on any oaths except those who are truly virtuous. Derek told Horn that he had no choice but to believe that Horn would not lie to him. In fact, Horn did not lie to him, it was just some sophistry at most. Yian ran over, and the first thing he saw was to cast a healing spell on Horn. Because Horn's hands were stained red with blood, it was scary, but after a healing spell, they were almost healed. Horn's injury only looked scary, the actual wound was not that serious. Randall went to a puddle to wash his hand armor, and came back with shining eyes looking at Yian and said, "Wow, brother, you can also heal injuries, isn't that the same as those priests? Heal me quickly, my injury is much more serious than his." He originally thought that Yian only had two abilities, telepathy and super large range of mental power coverage, which was enough to surprise him. He didn't expect that he could also heal people's injuries, which made Yian's evaluation in Randall's heart even higher. Yian rolled his eyes at the small bloodstain on Randall's head. "Is this a much more serious injury? I just want to try what it feels like to be healed." After casting a healing spell, Yian found that Randall's injury was actually quite serious. It took 5 healing spells to heal his wounds. Randall's physical strength was much greater than Horn's, so it was difficult to heal. When Randall was enjoying Yian's healing with an exaggerated expression, he was actually making comparisons in his mind. Under the same strength, the healing effect of this spell is much stronger than the healing effect of the church in the eastern continent, but it is still inferior to the effect of. After the healing was completed, Horn began to look for the magic crystal stone that Derek said he had found in the tidal mist swamp in the wizard's nest. This strange crystal stone was called Magic Crystal Stone by Derek, and the energy inside can be used to restore magic power. The name is somewhat similar to the magic crystal of Warcraft. In order to avoid confusion, Horn decided to call the Warcraft crystal stone a crystal core. The name of the elves is still very appropriate. The energy in this magic crystal is somewhat incompatible with Derek's magic power, and it needs to be transformed before it can be absorbed by Derek. But Horn does not have this problem. He has long discovered that the energy in the magic crystal is highly compatible with the magician's magic power. After Derek explained how to absorb the energy, Horn can already absorb the energy in the crystal. Unlike the crystal core, the energy in the magic crystal will not automatically recover after being left alone for a period of time, like the crystal core, but will become a turbid blank crystal. There are many veins of magic crystals in the tidal mist swamp. No one knows if there are any in the outside world, but Horn thinks there are. It's just that no one except Derek has discovered the function of this crystal. After a short while, under the effect of the Eye of Thunder, Horn quickly found a cave that was hastily hidden. In the cave, there were dozens of boxes of magic crystals that could restore magic power, which were almost the size of a person, and there was a small mountain of magic crystals that were not packed next to them. These were all collected by Derek, who had worked hard to drive those stupid ogres and goblins these days. The energy contained in the magic crystals is very sufficient. In such a fierce battle, Derek only absorbed a few pieces. The magic crystals in this cave may not be used up until death. Unfortunately, although he knew that these were good things, Horn had no way to take away the piles of magic crystals. After all, even if Randall and the other 11 people were included, they could not take too much. They could only take some without hindering the action. Then everyone left the cave, and Horn, with a twitching expression, condensed several large fireballs and bombarded the stone wall above the cave. Horn's heart was bleeding every time he fired a big fireball, although he had already made up his mind to come back and take these magic crystals away if he had the chance. But he still felt bad. He never felt bad about gold coins, because they were actually of no great use to him. But the magic crystals were different. Horn had almost seen that these magic crystals would bring a great boost to his magic development. How could he not feel bad? Yian patted Horn's shoulder. Horn's state of mind at this time made him want to comfort Horn and laugh at the same time. After all, he rarely saw Horn like this. Enoch burst into laughter. As the man who had been with Horn the longest, he certainly knew what Horn was feeling now. This was a rare expression. If you miss this, you will never see it again. It will be difficult to see Horn like this in the future. Of course, the consequence of laughing directly in front of Horn was that his hair stood up for a long time. He was now a second-ring magician. The inferior lightning that Horn casually released could not hurt him, but it was still possible to make him feel pain and happiness, and his hair stand up all the time. Randall had no idea where the joyous atmosphere came from. In his opinion, this broken stone was ugly even for jewelry. However, he still grabbed a handful of magic crystals and stuffed them into the package. He planned to let people study what it was later. With heartache, Horn and the Wild Witches swept Derek's property, but it only made Horn more heartbroken. This wizard actually met Horn's first impression. He was actually a poor guy. How could a wizard be so poor? Not to mention the pitiful few gold coins in savings. There wasn't even much food. In fact, if Derek's subordinates were not gluttons like ogres, he could have left some. One day in the future, when the elderly Horn was telling the younger generation of magicians about this journey, he described this wizard as being so poor that he only had money left. Chapter 120. After bidding farewell to the cave filled with magic crystals, Horn and his party continued their journey to the forsaken land of God. No one noticed that someone had dropped a basic magic manual near the cave. The rest of the journey was trouble-free, which was normal. It was abnormal for a team of all transcendents to always encounter danger when 2 level 4 transcendents led the team. The existence of wizards was already very dangerous in the tidal mist swamp. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. As everyone became more and more familiar with the tidal mist swamp, they encountered fewer and fewer dangers and walked faster and faster. Randall's joining made everyone feel a lot more relaxed. Some people looked for food, some kept watch, and some made jokes to bring a lot of laughter to everyone. The most important thing is that he is still a very strong fighter. But in addition to Randall's chatter, there is another happy fruit in the team. The common cute animal of the Wild Witches, Luke's Angora symbiote, a green squirrel, who often disguises himself as a hat. Luke named it Doobie. It looks very cute, and many of its naughty actions are also very interesting to everyone, but there is one thing that makes Horn very jealous. It always goes to Shirley and Annie to take advantage of them, and except for Luke, only the 2 of them can touch Doobie at will. It is not very close to other men like Horn. Looking at Doobie's actions, Horn suddenly realized that the hole in the tent when he first arrived in the Black Forest might not really be destroyed by it in order to find a suitable owner. Maybe its purpose was just to peek, and then it met Luke and the bastard. During this period, everyone's strength has improved significantly. Horn developed a new spell during this period, and at the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the knowledge left by old Douglas. Enoch also mastered the application of many illusions, and Annie was close to the bottleneck of the second ring magician. And the people who were originally wild witches also entered their own sea of consciousness one after another, and became magicians one after another. The magic circle of the matchstick's fire spell is similar to ordinary fire spells, but the magic circle is slightly different from the flame spell, which is considered to have some value. What troubles him is that he has no affinity with other elemental magic except spells that use pure magic power, but he can quickly master the first level fire magic flame spell. Under the premise of the same magic power, the power of his flame spell is similar to Horn's, but Horn's understanding of the flame spell is much deeper than Daniel's. This means that after a while, when Daniel is completely familiar with this spell, his flame spell with the same magic power will be much stronger than Horn's. Shirley thought that once she entered the sea of consciousness, she could get rid of her weak image. But she was overthinking. She was only slightly more suitable for learning water magic, but the first level of water magic actually had no attack power. No one else could learn the sound amplification of Madame Sharon, which was a special spell. But unexpectedly, she had a decent affinity with almost all elemental magic, but none of them were particularly outstanding. Black Dog Terry's Mage's Hand is the most useful spell among all the people, and the biggest advantage is that everyone can learn it without any obstacles. However, except for Horn, who can use the Mage's Hand to hit people with his powerful magic and mental power, others can only use the Mage's Hand to grab some things. Horn relied on this spell as soon as he got started, and the magic consumption of the Mage's Hand was negligible for Horn. After learning this trick, Horn even had to use the Mage's Hand to pick up books, and because of this, his understanding of this spell deepened step by step. Terry only has a general affinity with fire magic. After counting the magic that everyone is good at, Horn found that most people have an affinity with fire magic. Almost everyone can learn at least one elemental magic. So far, only Ian and Colin have not become magicians. Because of his young age, Colin still needs to grow for a period of time before he has enough mental power to enter the sea of consciousness. Ian's situation makes Horn a little worried. In Horn's perception, his mental power has even reached the level of a second-ring magician, but he still cannot enter his own sea of consciousness. This was also the first time Horn encountered such a situation, and there was no solution to this situation in his notebook. He usually carried 2 notebooks with him. One was Douglas's notebook, and the other was his own notebook for recording his experience. Every time he solved a new problem, he would record it in it, and use it as a knowledge reserve. He had already finished writing several books, and the one in his hand was half written. Everyone could enter the sea of consciousness, but Yian could not enter, which was a great blow to him. Now he was gloomy. He was originally the second in command of the team, and the former leader, so now no one except Horn was willing to go to him and cause trouble. The wild witches who became stronger after becoming magicians seemed to have become violent elements at this moment. As long as they found a lone level 1 monster, they would go up and fight. With Yian in charge of treatment, Horn who could cast lightning instantly, and Randall, who was bored roaming the formation, the wild witches would not be in danger of life as long as they were not killed instantly. This made their combat experience increase rapidly. After half a month of fighting, even the usually gentle Lady Sharon could exude a hint of murderous intent when she was serious. Now, even if they don't use Horn's magic ring, they will at least not be defeated when they meet the first-level deacon of the church. And thanks to their blessings, the magic crystals used to make staffs are becoming more and more abundant. In the past half-month, they have killed at least hundreds of first-level monsters. Now everyone has a staff that can release first-level magic, and those troublesome little wooden sticks have completely become a thing of the past. Luke's staff-making skills have greatly improved. Now he spends the same amount of time making potions as he does making a staff. With sufficient preparation, Luke can solve the problem with just one spell, and the staff he makes is also very beautiful. At least much better than Horn's aesthetics. In the lair of Wizard Derek, the original ogre tribe, all the adult ogres have been killed, and a group of lizard men have occupied this place. A light blue little ogre, less than 1 meter long, is fleeing in panic in the dim moonlight. Under the moonlight shining through the mist, it actually has 2 heads. In its hand, a small notebook is tightly grasped by it. For some reason, it seems to like the pictures drawn on the notebook very much. Chapter 121. As time went by, the fog in the sky became thinner and thinner, and the ground became drier and drier. Everyone knew what this meant. They were going to get out of the tidal mist swamp. And ahead was the destination they had set a few months ago, the God-forsaken land. In recent days, everyone was not bothered by mosquitoes, which made their journey more and more comfortable. This was what Horn discovered from Randall. He could make all the mosquitoes that got too close to him die suddenly by shrouding himself with fighting spirit. Then theoretically, Horn and his magic should be able to do it. The application of this kind of magic is not difficult, and it is a piece of cake for Horn, who can now develop magic independently. As long as you think of it, you can do it. In addition, Horn also found that when magic is covered on some objects, it will increase the strength of these objects. Terry's rusty iron sword is now like a sword that can cut iron like mud. He is having a lot of fun. Another thing is that the dust on the body can be removed through magic vibration. When urinating, a little push can make it smoother. And so on. Small magic applications. Basically everyone proposed at least 1 or 2 strange applications of magic. Except for Colin and Yian. Colin was not interested in thinking about these things, and Yian was simply not in the mood. He was very upset that he could not enter the sea of consciousness. While walking and thinking hard about how to improve magic, Yian suddenly froze. He asked hesitantly, "Everyone, do you feel anything wrong?" Everyone shook their heads, and Horn opened his lightning eye and scanned it, but there was nothing unusual. And Randall did not find any creatures with strong blood and energy around. Horn asked Yian softly, "Did you find anything?" Although he did not notice anything unusual, he believed in Yian. Every time he felt something was wrong, something would really happen. Yian shook his head gently and said, "Actually, I didn't find anything. I just suddenly had some ideas. It must be my illusion." He just thought that he was obsessed with thinking about how to become a magician, so he thought too much. "Ha ha ha, it must be your illusion. There is not even a single monster here that can be beaten. How can there be any danger?" Terry patted Ian's shoulder and laughed loudly. For him, the biggest problem here is that there are no monsters for him to practice with. His mage fist must be thirsty for it. There are no monsters. There are no monsters. Horn, Ian, and Randall spoke at the same time. The abnormality here is that there are no monsters at all. There are many places near here where low-level monsters should exist, but there are no monsters. This would be normal in other places, but this is the famous dangerous place, Shiwu Swamp. It is absolutely abnormal here. There is only one reason why there are no other low-level monsters, that is, there is danger here. Whether there is a dangerous natural disaster here, or there are all low-level monsters here. They are afraid of super creatures. No matter which one it is, it may not be good news for Horn and his party. What's more, they don't know what happened at all. Even with a perception range as large as Yian's, no monsters were found, so super creatures should be ruled out. Although Horn no longer blindly follows the results of mental detection after experiencing the terrifying tentacle monster. But even if there is a strange physique like the tentacle monster, or a method to put the body into hibernation, or a very powerful creature deliberately hiding, no matter what the reason is, there should be at least some traces. If there are no traces at all, it is not impossible that there are no monsters in such a large area. And here there are lush branches and leaves and many ordinary creatures, so there should not be any natural disasters. This strange situation made everyone rack their brains, but couldn't come up with an explanation. After some discussion, everyone decided to continue moving forward. They had been in this strange area for an unknown period of time. Except for retreating, they might encounter problems in any direction. It would be better to keep moving forward and reach the godforsaken land as soon as possible to escape from danger. After all, this is the only way to go. After walking forward for a while, nothing happened, but still no monsters were seen. Everyone was on high alert, preparing for any abnormal situation that might occur at any time. Horn took a step forward, and all the hair on his body suddenly stood up, as if he had crossed a certain boundary, as if he had been hit by an electric current. This is the most primitive human perception of danger. Randall's reaction was even more direct. He jumped more than 10 meters behind him and escaped from that boundary. What on earth is this? Horn looked at Yian in doubt. Yian was sweating profusely at this moment, and with his keen perception, he could perceive more things than Horn and the others. There is a very scary thing ahead. The strange thing is that although the aura of this creature is as terrifying as that of Eilonir, its strength is much lower. It is stronger than the ogre chieftain killed by Randall, and should be a level 6 creature. I don't know, it is a level 6 creature, but the aura is extremely terrifying, Yian said panting. But even a level 6 creature is not something Horn and his team can fight against, and they can't move forward now. They didn't dare to move forward in the face of such pressure. So they only had one choice now, to take a detour. Fortunately, although the area without monsters was very large, the area covered by the strange mite was not so large that Horn and his team could not accept it. As long as they did not enter the area covered by the mite, Horn and his team should not be in too much danger. After all, Yian's detection range was very large, and they could find any signs of the creatures in the center coming out. There were no accidents when they bypassed this strange range, and the terrifying level 6 creature stayed obediently without moving. But when Horn and his team just left this range and were about to move forward, Yian's face suddenly changed. The creature that had been emitting pressure in the mountain suddenly moved and rushed towards Horn and his team at a high speed. The speed was much faster than the Skylark at the beginning. As long as a little while passed, Horn and his team would definitely be caught up. So Horn hurriedly led the team to change direction, trying to avoid the creature's range, but after walking for a while, they found desperately that the creature also changed direction with them. It locked Horn and his team. The people who could not escape were on full alert and watched the behemoth in the sky land in front of them with huge wind pressure. It was an adult dragon with a gray body. Chapter 122. Frank is a white dragon. He has settled in Tidal Mist Swamp for several years. Dragon race has always been synonymous with strength. This is a race that can be at least level 7 as long as they eat well and grow up safely. With a cheat-like physique and powerful dragon breath, even if facing a level 8 monster, they will not be at a disadvantage. But Frank is different. He is a premature dragon. Before he hatched, his egg was stolen by some bounty hunters who dreamed of slaying dragons, and a small crack was broken during the transportation. This caused him to break out of his shell too early, making him inferior to other dragons in all aspects. Even if those damn guys were torn to pieces by his mother, it could not save the fact that he was a premature baby. After he grew up, he barely crossed the threshold of a level 6 creature, and his body was so weak that a dragon of the same level could knock him down with one claw. Growing up on Dragon Island, he was bullied by other dragons. His mother, the only one who could support him, went to have fun with other male dragons when he grew up a little. For Frank's, his childhood was dark. This made him extremely timid and cowardly, and his greatest wish was to live thousands of years in a safe place. Before adulthood, all young dragons were not allowed to leave Dragon Island. When Franks became an adult, he came to Tidal Mist Swamp without hesitation to find a suitable place to live a stable life. It is not easy to choose a safe place on the mainland. First of all, you have to avoid the sphere of influence of humans. Otherwise, with his weak body, he might be killed by waves of dragon slayers at any time. Many of the dangerous places with few people have powerful creatures that he can't afford to offend, or are occupied by his fellow dragons, and Franks doesn't want to settle in places with dragons. So he chose the Tidal Mist Swamp. Many dragons don't like the environment of the Tidal Mist Swamp, and although it is also a dangerous place, few people have heard of any powerful monsters. But even so, finding a safe place in the Tidal Mist Swamp is like an adventure for Franks, which is just a place for other dragons to find a place to land. First, when he first entered the Tidal Mist Swamp, he landed by a lake to drink water, and was tied up by a tentacle monster that suddenly jumped out of the lake. The threat of death made him burst out with extraordinary fighting power, and tore off several tentacles and escaped. After he escaped, the last few tentacles that appeared made him terrified from the bottom of his heart. He was wounded all over by the tentacles, and was in a very embarrassing situation. While recovering from his injuries, he was targeted by a level 5 ogre chieftain. That simple-minded creature was not afraid of the power of the dragon at all. After a fight, Franks flew away in a panic. The ogre chieftain held his tail and followed him for a long time, but finally fell down due to exhaustion. The ogre chieftain fainted after falling to the ground, but Franks didn't dare to look back. If he looked back, the wizard Derek would not be able to find such a perfect puppet. After encountering more dangers than Horn and his team, when they passed through the Tidal Mist Swamp, Franks finally found a perfect place for his nest. There was not even a third-level creature in a large area. He left his traces in every corner of this place. The way to leave his breath was to urinate everywhere like a dog marking his territory. So all the monsters stayed away from this area. The breath of the dragon was still very intimidating to these weak monsters. Horn and his friends were human, so they couldn't feel the dragon breath that was everywhere in this area. But it was still not safe. Franks was worried that some creatures would ignore the breath he left and enter this place. So he kept emitting dragon power to prevent other creatures from approaching. Growing up on Dragon Island, he knew very well the deterrent effect of dragon power on other creatures. Speaking of which, constantly releasing dragon power is one of Franks' abilities. Normal dragons will only release dragon power when they are angry or in need. It's not that they can't release dragon power all the time, but it's completely unnecessary. After all, if you go to a place that is empty once or twice, you can show off your power, but any dragon will get bored if you do it too many times. Franks doesn't stay in his lair all the time. He won't sleep for a long time like other dragons, because he was worried that someone would attack him while he was sleeping. Every time he woke up, he would fly around the place where he had peed and defecated, just like patrolling his territory, to see if there was any danger nearby. If a creature appeared in his territory, and it was too strong, he would return to his nest, pick up his property and hide. Yes, because he was too timid to go out and rob. His property was so little that it could be taken away casually. If the creature that appeared was a little weak, he would extort it, and give as much as he could. It was much better to have a harvest than no harvest. In the end, if the creatures that appeared were too weak, he would just rob them all. He never killed anyone, and he would not offend them too deeply if he could. In the human world, there is a behavior pattern called beating the younger ones to bring out the older ones. How could a giant dragon like him know who has a backer and who doesn't? Of course, this is his attitude towards intelligent creatures. As for the beasts and monsters without intelligence, they are of course food. Unfortunately, the target he is targeting now is Horn and his group. If they were weaker, he would blackmail them. If they were too weak, he would rob them and throw them away. Unfortunately, Horn and his team were targeted by Franks. With his excellent ultra-long-range vision and ultra-high speed, Franks could not escape his prey as long as he targeted it. Horn and his team looked at the dragon in front of them in horror. The pressure brought by looking directly at the dragon was incomparable to the pressure felt from afar. The more than 10-meter-long body alone brought great pressure to Horn. Frank stared at Horn and his group with eyes as big as wheels. These creatures seem to be quite powerful, but I'd better blackmail them if they can't beat me. After simply estimating the strength of Horn and others, Franks decided to blackmail them. For Franks, he couldn't afford to offend the extraordinary people of the same level or higher level. As for the 5th or 4th level professionals, he could blackmail them. Only when the highest combat power in the team was at level 3 or below would he consider doing it to the extreme. He wanted to strangle all signs of danger. He was the shame of the dragon. Franks stood in front of Horn and others and said seriously, "I am the great white dragon Franks. Leave your money behind before you can pass through here." Chapter 123. When the shadow of the dragon appeared in Horn's eyes, he secretly cried out that it was not good. Although Horn had never seen a dragon with his own eyes, he knew that dragons were very strong, very strong. This is a fact known to everyone in Ceylon. The person who killed a dragon would be called a dragon slayer, but there were not many guys who could survive with the title of dragon slayer. The strength of an adult dragon is at least level 7, and the dragon's combat power needs to be increased by 1 level. God knows how that guy Ilya, who was level 6, killed a level 7 dragon. Maybe it was the dragon in front of him? The gray-white guy in front of him was undoubtedly an adult dragon. It is said that most dragons value money as their life and are extremely cruel, taking pleasure in bullying weak lives like humans. Although this guy in front of him is smaller in size, has a more wretched expression, a more cowardly look in his eyes, and is less powerful than a normal dragon. But he is still in existence that Horn and others cannot resist. In this case, just give him the money he wants. Horn had no intention of resisting at all, and directly asked Yian to put the bag of hundreds of gold coins left from selling the ring in front of Frank's. Yian has always been in charge of the team's public money. Of course, everyone has their own small treasury, but it is only a dozen gold coins at most. Yian walked to Frank's with a purse in hand, with cold sweat on his face, and opened it and put it down. He should have thought of it long ago. What else can a level 6 creature have besides dragon power? If he had thought of retreating earlier, he would not have encountered this situation. Looking at a bag of golden coins, Frank's eyes were almost full of stars. Most of the guys he blackmailed before were poor, and it was rare to find a guy who could contribute dozens of gold coins. When Frank's eyes were shining, Yian sensed some of his emotions, but in the blink of an eye, he could no longer sense them. This must be an illusion. He stretched out his sharp front claws to scratch the hard scales on his chin, and his wheel-sized golden vertical pupils looked at Horn and others slyly. The guys who can take out hundreds of gold coins should be fat sheep, so they should have valuable things on them. Horn felt that something was wrong with Frank's appearance, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Maybe it was an illusion, because it was the first time he saw a dragon. This was a real level 6 dragon in front of him. Even if it was wrong, what could it matter? Frank's looked at them one by one. Except for Horn, the Wild Witch men were wearing ordinary black robes, which had become tattered after such a long journey. Frank's was not interested in these guys, who looked like they had no money, especially when he saw the iron sword hanging on Terry's waist. His face showed a look of disgust. That kind of weapon, that can't even break his scales, is absolutely useless to Grandpa Frank's. His eyes lit up when he saw Shirley and Annie. These two women are very beautiful. The aesthetics of dragons are amazing. They can look beyond race to see the beauty and ugliness of creatures. In other words, a little bitch that is beautiful in the eyes of dogs is also a beauty in the eyes of dragons. Frank's eyes made the two women feel cold, but he quickly looked away. Although she is a beauty, Frank's does not know how to transform. Only high-level dragons can transform into one or two other species by talent, and Frank's is obviously not a high-level dragon. Then he saw Horn. The clothes on Horn were nice, but Frank's couldn't wear human clothes, so it didn't work for him. But the sacrificial staff in Horn's hands seemed to be very valuable. So he pointed at the sacrificial staff with his sharp nails and said, "I also like the stick in your hand. Leave that stick to me." Horn showed a hesitant look on his face. He didn't want to leave the sacrificial staff behind no matter what, but reason told him that he had to leave it behind or everyone might be in danger. So his face turned red and white, and electric light flashed through his body. After a fierce mental struggle, he was just about to hand the sacrificial staff to Frank's when Frank spoke. "If you don't want to give it, then don't give it." "I see." Horn was stunned. Is this dragon so easy to talk to? It's not that Frank's is easy to talk to, but he saw Horn's uncertain face, and was worried that he would anger Horn and fight him. Anyway, the wooden stick might not be really valuable. So he swept his eyes to the last person in the team, Randall. Hiss, Frank drooled. This human was wearing good stuff. That sword, that spear, that armor all looked like they were worth a lot of money. Suddenly he noticed something flashing on Randall's body, and that moment made him feel dangerous. He immediately tightened his anus, and turned his eyes away from Randall. But he was timid on Horn and Randall one after another, and his emotional fluctuations were clearly observed by Yian. This big lizard is bluffing. He doesn't want to fight even more than Horn and the others. Yian has clearly detected its cowardice and timidity, but even Yian himself can't believe this conclusion. This is not a cat or a dog, this is a dragon. Yian decided to experiment. He strode to the purse and reached into the purse. In his other hand, he held a few magic crystals. If the dragon in front of him was angry, he would say that he had something else to offer him. But just as Yian expected, Frank stared at Yian with his big eyes, but he didn't react until Yian took a handful of gold coins from the bag and put them in his pocket. He just said dryly, "Hey, human, the gold coins you took belong to Uncle Frank's. This dragon is strong on the outside but weak on the inside." Yian laughed wantonly. As long as they were together, this dragon would not dare to attack. How could there be such a weird dragon? He grabbed the bag of gold coins, grabbed a few handfuls of gold coins, and threw them on the ground, then returned to the team with the gold coins. "Okay, we can go now. Just leave the dragon here." Horn frowned and asked, What are you doing? Randall exaggeratedly said to Yian. Brother, what are you doing? That's a dragon. You will anger him. Let's go. Listen to me. Yian felt a little tired. He didn't know how to explain to them what a strange dragon in front of him was. It must be said that the long journey has greatly improved Yian's courage. In the past, even if he knew Frank's temper, he would not dare to make such a provocative move. Everyone looked at the dragon and found that he was picking up the gold coins one by one with his huge claws, without any sign of anger. So they could only follow Yian and leave in silence. On the way, Yian told everyone his guesses, and everyone couldn't help but believe Frank's behavior. It can be said that as long as their strength is not too weak, Frank's is less threatening than wild dogs. After everyone walked a distance, Frank's picked up dozens of gold coins scattered on the ground. After all, it was still a bit difficult for him to grab small gold coins with his big claws. However, it was already satisfied to have the gold coins, but it was still a little unwilling. If it hadn't seen the hundreds of gold coins, then dozens of gold coins would have been enough to get rid of it. But after seeing it, its heart became itchy. So it secretly followed Horn and others to see if there was a chance to get some more gold coins. As for robbery, dragons don't stand under dangerous walls. Only wild dragons will do such dangerous things. Chapter 124. In Frank's opinion, he was following secretly, but his huge body and undisguised dragon might clearly told Horn and the others of his presence. Even if this dragon was not threatening, even if the surrounding monsters were scared away by the dragon's might, who could really let down their guard when there was a dragon lurking? No matter how weird Frank's was, his identity as a dragon could not be faked. Not to mention anything else, the dragon's might made everyone a little mentally weak. Randall said with dark circles under his eyes and a sad face, "How about we give him the gold coins and send him away? Just keep walking and walking, we will soon reach the God-forsaken land, and he should leave by then," Horn said with a yawn. It's not like he hadn't tried to give him gold coins to make him leave. Before, Horn gave Frank's 100 gold coins to let him leave. But Frank's response was to smile and take the gold coins without any moral integrity and retreat about 20 meters away. God knows what's the point of retreating 20 meters for him with such a big body. In fact, if the 100 gold coins Horn gave him had not given Frank the illusion that he would get more money if he continued to follow, he would have retreated long ago. After all, he had followed Horn and the others for so long, and he was almost at the farthest distance he had ever been. Uncle Frank's did not like to hang out in unfamiliar places. As the group moved forward, the fog in the air became thinner and thinner, and the ground became drier and drier, which meant that they were about to leave the God-forsaken land, and Frank's gradually distanced himself from the group, and he should go back now. Going further ahead is the legendary God-forsaken land. Frank's has always been very resistant to places he has never been to. Horn, who was walking in the front, took a step and the fog completely disappeared. They had already walked out of the range of the tidal mist swamp. The dazzling sunlight shone on Horn's body, which was warm and made him happy. They arrived at the God-forsaken land, but at this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Accompanied by the strong wind that made people unable to open their eyes, the ground trembled slightly. In just a dozen seconds, the originally clear sky was covered by thick dark clouds. Under the horrified gaze of Horn and others, an obscure and incomprehensible will descended above Horn and others. This will was extremely ancient and powerful, and facing it was like facing the world itself. Frank's, who was already far away from Horn and others at this moment, was so frightened that his scales stood up, and he lay on the ground, not daring to move. This situation is like the vision in Mammon City, Yian murmured. They had sensed this scene when Horn made the magic ring in Mammon City, but it disappeared as soon as it appeared. The vision now was obviously much longer lasting. Without letting everyone wait too long, a dazzling colorful light with great energy shot out from the dark clouds and covered Horn. The magic ring that Horn had put in the package flew out of the package and slowly rose into the sky. Randall looked at Horn with a very strange look. What on earth happened? Why did he suddenly become like this when he was walking normally? Enoch and others reacted much more normally. They just looked at Horn fanatically. Horn, who was shrouded in the vision, was more in line with the description of the savior of the Wild Witch. When the ring rose to the sky, the colorful light on Horn's body disappeared. This strange phenomenon was actually for Horn's magic ring. The ring stopped after it rose, to a certain height, and countless powers that Horn could not understand rushed into the magic ring, and the shape of the ring was also changing rapidly. From the original old-fashioned shape, it gradually became beautiful. The Wild Witches, including Frank's, who was watching from afar, were watching nervously, and they didn't know what was going on. But this did not prevent them from knowing that this ring was definitely a good thing. Randall suddenly had an idea. He seemed to have heard this statement somewhere. This ring has a great origin. As time went on, the shape of the ring was completely fixed, and it slowly fell down. It seemed to have a spirit, and flew into Horn's hand with a streak of colorful light. The thick clouds in the sky had disappeared, and it was still the same sunny weather. The changing weather made everyone feel as if they were in another world. Looking at the gorgeous and inexplicably noble ring in his hand, Horn's face was very strange. This was too sudden, so sudden that he still didn't understand what happened. It was just that some inexplicable information entered Horn's mind, telling Horn that he was its owner, and that this ring would become stronger with Horn, because this was Salon's first magic item, but it had been a long time since Horn made the magic ring. Why did it change now? There was only a slight connection before, but now there is a connection. Now not only has the connection become so close, but it has also attracted such a strange phenomenon. Is this a blessing or a curse? In fact, what Horn didn't know was that the conditions for the world's will to reshape things were actually very harsh. It must be the first artifact invented by native creatures in Ceylon to count. For example, the world will reward the first cold weapon invented by humans in Ceylon, but it will not be the case that the first knife will appear after the first sword. And there seems to be other judgment mechanisms, because many first things have not become special. From the appearance of intelligent creatures in Ceylon to now, there are less than 20 such artifacts recorded, so it is very normal for ordinary people not to know the existence of this thing. Even many churches do not know the existence of this thing, and this kind of thing is usually called the Origin Holy Artifact. The Origin Holy Artifact does not necessarily have a very powerful power. How powerful it is depends on what level the first-person owner can reach. It is more of a symbol of the attention of the world's will. As for its own ability, although it is very powerful, it will not affect the balance. Horn instinctively knows the function of the ring in his hand. The effect is very simple, just firing fireballs. It seems to be exactly the same as the original one, but it is not. The original ring can only fire small fireballs. How powerful the current ring can fire depends entirely on how much magic power Horn can mobilize in a short period of time. It's like a fireball device that can store power. Horn tried to transfer magic power into the ring, and a fireball appeared at the front of the ring as the magic power was input. The fireball became bigger and bigger, and finally it was almost as big as the fireball condensed by the Elf King, but the magic power in Horn's body was almost exhausted. It can be predicted that this fireball will be the most powerful attack Horn has ever released. Chapter 125. The fireball has already formed. Horn is not sure that he can safely dissipate such a large fireball. So he wants to find something to bombard, and see how far this fireball transformed by the vision can go. Just then, Horn saw a small hill where they were walking, so Horn used the hill as a target and launched the fireball. The strong back thrust during the launch made Horn retreat repeatedly, and the strong hot wind blew the black robe and kept dancing. But at the same time, Horn did not notice that Franks was also flying from that direction. The dragon's eyes were very useful, otherwise it would not have been able to lock onto Horn and his men from a long distance and prevent them from escaping. Having witnessed the whole vision, he was very sure that there must be a treasure here. And the value of this treasure was enough for him to take the risk of fighting Horn and his men. At this moment, the dragon's greedy nature overwhelmed Frank's cowardly nature, and he, who had always been timid, did not know where he got a great courage from. Suddenly, a fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter flew past him and landed on a hill behind him. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded into a small mushroom cloud. The flying rock fragments and waves of heat made Frank's courage slip away in an instant. The world is too dangerous. He should go back to the nest. Treasures can be killed if you don't have the strength to get them. A wise dragon should not covet treasures. This is of course Frank's self-consolation. If he was hit by the fireball just now, he would be crippled if he didn't die. He seemed to be unable to afford to offend those humans. Turning around, flapping his wings, he instantly disappeared in front of Horn. A pile of hot feces, as tall as a person, appeared on the ground where he was just now. It is said that the feces of the dragon clan can drive away wild beasts, and it seems that a rare plant may grow in dragon feces, but Horn has no intention of collecting some. He can consider the dry ones, but he is not interested in the wet and smelly ones. Horn looked at the hill from a distance. A large pit with a diameter of about 4 meters was blown out by the fireball on the hill. There was still a flame burning outside the pit. The power was as strong as that of a 6-ring fire magic. The huge power of the explosion made Randall's face change greatly. The power of this fireball was enough to threaten him in his prime. He looked at Horn with a hint of murderous intent, but he quickly restrained the murderous intent in his eyes. His power was absolutely suppressed when he entered the forsaken land of God. If he hadn't gotten along well with Horn and the others before, Horn and the others would definitely have seen through him. Randall stood in front of everyone, bowed to them with a smile, and said, "Now that we have arrived at the God-forsaken land, it is time for me to say goodbye. See you again if you are lucky." Without waiting for Horn and the others to reply, Randall turned around and left gracefully, leaving no cloud behind. Randall, with his back to Horn, had a complicated expression. He had been getting along well with Horn and the others for nearly a month, and he did not mind their identity as wild witches. After all, wild witches were not his enemies. And they just regarded their so-called overthrow of gods and establishment of magic order as a child's joke. If an ant stood in front of a dragon and said that it would slay the dragon one day, would the dragon mind? No one would mind except for the weirdos like Franks, okay, but when the ant showed the potential that could make the dragon take it seriously, which dragon would not care? The origin sacred artifact itself does not represent anything. Even if they were given 100 origin sacred artifacts, they could not defeat any god. But the meaning behind this was enough to alert Randall. It represented the will of the world standing behind Horn. In the book he had read, it was recorded. The person who is concerned by the will of the world, the first item created by Salon will be gifted by the will of the world. Yan looked at Randall's back thoughtfully. He just felt a hint of murderous aura on Randall, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, Horn and the others actually didn't know where Randall came from, where he was going, and what his purpose was in coming to the forsaken land of God. He was like a mysterious passerby, who had a brief intersection with Horn and others and then disappeared. Randall's departure brought some sadness to everyone, but this was not the most important thing. The important thing was that they finally arrived at the God-forsaken land. Horn felt relieved just by stepping on this land. Because he no longer had to hide himself, he could live here as a legal person. Legal, these two simple words are something that countless wild witches can't even dream of. And they finally reached the God-forsaken land after several months of hard work. Here, he can start working hard to earn an equal future for the wild witches. But it's not just the mental ease. There are other differences between here and the outside world. In the God-forsaken land, the power in Horn's body is much more active than in the outside world. Luke understands this feeling best, because it is the same as his feeling in the Black Forest, and this place can help the wild witches practice to a great extent. But all these have to be put aside for a while. What Horn wants to do most now is to vent his emotions. The big fireball just now was refreshing enough, but that's not enough. He came to a big mound and began to roar at the sky. I finally arrived at the God-forsaken land. The lightning on his body kept flowing, forming a field of lightning around him. Now Horn has lost his elegant temperament, but is very wild. In fact, Horn has been under a lot of pressure in the past few months. He has to deal with various emergencies, and he also has to bring everyone to the God-forsaken land intact. Now that we have finally achieved our goal, it is okay to indulge ourselves a little. Daniel, Enoch, and Terry also started to scream. They were not very calm, and were inevitably ecstatic when they reached their destination. The lightning faded away, and Horn became the weak scholar again. With strange colors flashing in his eyes, he said to the wizards and witches around him, "Fellow countrymen, after several months of hard journey, we have finally arrived at the God-forsaken land. Now, let us use our hands to open up our own era of magic. Acuin City, the forsaken land of God." An old man with a wrinkled face and a skinny body sat on a chair, and a blond young man waited beside him. The old man's hollow eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. The young man looked at the old man with excitement, but soon calmed down. "The origin sacred artifact has appeared. Roland, it's time for you to appear." Chapter 126. After arriving at the Forsaken Land, Horn and his team's first stop was to go to the Stone City. Old Douglas once said that there were some things he left for Horn in the Stone City. And Horn also had a property in the Stone City, which was also given to him by Old Douglas, which was the piece of paper that Elijah handed to Horn. For everyone, the Forsaken Land was a completely new world. The outside world had no explanation of the division of forces within the Forsaken Land, so naturally, even Yan, who was the original director of the library, did not have a map of the Forsaken Land. The problem facing everyone now is not how to hurry, but how to reach the Stone City. Because they don't know the way. Mazel is a bandit leader, or more precisely, a small bandit leader under a big bandit leader. The bandit group they belong to is usually active in the section of the road bordering the God-forsaken land, and the title Miss Swamp. Relying on his ability to fight and his ability to bring his men back intact every time, Mazel was appointed by the boss as a small leader, in charge of more than 50 people. but he didn't really want to be a bandit. As a bandit, you may get into trouble with someone you shouldn't mess with and disappear. You may have to eat one meal and eat the next. Although Mazel is a wild witch who can observe, who can be offended, and who can't be offended by their breath, how long can such a safe life last? He was originally a guard of a small caravan, and their caravan was robbed by his current boss. The boss thought he was suitable to be a bandit based on his appearance, so he embarked on the road of no return. He also escaped, but people around him thought he was a bandit at first sight, and he was almost caught when he walked out of the mountain village alone for a few miles. His appearance is really unpleasant, with a big bald head, a face full of flesh, and a crooked beard, and his facial features make him look like a standard bad guy. This has greatly hindered his path to change his evil ways, and he has no choice but to live here. He and his men have successfully robbed many times, but under his control, no one was hurt. The robbers looked at him with strange eyes for trying not to hurt anyone, but because every robbery was successful, no one said anything. Now Ma Xilai chose a target. It was 10 men in black, with children and women in the team, and the aura was not very strong. The key point was that all these people had loose muscles, and the only man with a sword was not a warrior. These people had no power to resist these bandits, who were used to fighting. Suddenly Ma Xilai, who was ready to move, forcibly gave up using this group of people as a target. He found that this group of people actually came out of the Tidal Mist Swamp, and to enter the Tidal Mist Swamp and still be able to come out, at least there must be a transcendent in the team, otherwise it is impossible. Just when he was about to retreat, a figure with lightning appeared in front of him. This person is Horn. After fighting with Derek, he found that he was at a disadvantage in the battle because he didn't have a way to move at super high speed. So during this period of time before arriving at the God-forsaken land, he developed a new spell. A magic that only he can use. Second ring lightning magic. Thunder Walk. Through lightning to stimulate the body, it can move at super high speed in a short period of time. Of course, Horn estimated that if it were another magician, at least the fifth ring would be needed to skillfully use this spell. After all, they don't have the Eye of Thunder to perform delicate operations, and even if Horn himself uses it for a long time, it will be a great burden on the body. Let's not talk about Horn's new magic. Let's just say that Marcel was frightened by Horn's sudden appearance. Just now, he was an ordinary person standing far away, but now, he was standing directly in front of him with lightning. Horn looked Marcel up and down. Do you know the way? Horn and his party basically did not encounter any trouble along the way. After all, the God-forsaken land is a place with order and no resistance to wild witches. It is much safer than the church's sphere of influence and the dangerous Tidal Mist Swamp. The only minor trouble was the bandits on the road, and among these bandits, not even the first-level extraordinary people could cause any trouble to Horn and his party. The bandit group of Marcel was the largest group that Horn and his party encountered, and the others were just minor ones at most. With Marcel, a popular figure in the largest bandit group nearby, leading the way, some small and medium-sized bandit groups would give him some face, and not cause trouble for Horn and his group. Those who didn't give him face were beaten to death by Terry. Horn suddenly found that everyone was a little more aggressive after coming out of the Tidal Mist Swamp. Speaking of it, there are really quite a few bandits in the God-forsaken land. Although they are not strong and are a joke to the extraordinary people, they are probably a great threat to ordinary people. This made Horn's first impression of the God-forsaken land a little bad. But after a while, his impression changed. In fact, robbers are also pitiful people. On the way, Horn saw two knife-wielding robbers preparing to rob an old man from a distance. The old man picked up his walking stick and hit him on the head, causing his brain to burst. It seems that most ordinary people in the God-forsaken land are also very tough. That's right, who would become a robber if they really have the ability and strength. It seems that being a robber seems to be very impressive, but in this world with extraordinary people, there are too many robbers who can't afford to offend. Anyone with the ability can easily find a better life in any city. So who would want to be a bandit who might be killed at any time because of hunger? The appearance of Marcel, who served as the guide, was a little ferocious. Except for Terry, who was somewhat interested in this image, everyone was a little disgusted with his appearance. But he was born with this appearance, so it was his fault. His dozens of younger brothers were forcibly disbanded by Horn, and their loyalty to Marcel quickly dissipated in front of Horn, who was surrounded by lightning. Whatever Horn said was what they meant. Fortunately, Horn did not look down on their pitiful property, otherwise they would have given Horn their underwear if he asked for it. Unfortunately, these bandits had no horses, so Horn and his men could only walk on their feet. Helpless, Mazel went from being a bandit leader with dozens of men under his command to a humble guide. He quickly adapted to his role. He had some vision to be able to mix in with the bandit group and become a small leader. At first, he thought that only Horn was difficult to deal with in the team, and the others were not threatening. But since he saw a delicate little girl, commanding a tiger more than 3 meters long to slap a robber who blocked the road and flew away, he no longer thought that he could beat anyone in the team. Knowing that he was weak, Marcel wisely restrained his bandit habits, and did not dare to show off in front of Horn and others. Instead, he was very respectful. He had some fantasies in his heart. Maybe he could use this opportunity to get rid of his identity as a bandit and become an ordinary person. Chapter 127. On the way, Marcel introduced Horn and his friends to the God-forsaken land as he knew it. First of all, the God-forsaken land covers a large area, about the size of 5 territories of the Church of the North Wind. There are 134 cities of various sizes, a typical example of a vast land with few cities, and countless small towns. The largest city is Akuan City, located in the center, which is not much smaller than Mamen City in terms of size. Even the smallest city is much larger than Leon City, and the Boulder City they are about to go to is considered to be of medium to low size in the God-forsaken land. There are 3 major forces in the God-forsaken land. The first is the territory of the ancient noble Akuan family. They occupy more than 20 cities in the center of the God-forsaken land, which is the most fertile and resource-rich place in the God-forsaken land. This ancient family has been passed down for many years. It is said that it existed before the gods came. They control the forbidden power passed down from ancient times, and have the King's Wing Knights, who are feared in the God-forsaken land. This knight group has another name in the God-forsaken land, White Terror, because everything from armor to weapons to war horses is pure white, and after the battle, their bodies will be stained with blood, which makes people feel terrified. The second is the Alien Alliance, which is composed of cities composed of aliens, who settled in the God-forsaken land, occupying more than 40 cities. They occupy the largest territory, and have the most diverse power. However, because the races are complex and cannot be united, their strength is not as good as the Akuan family. As for the third major force, the territory they occupy is only a city, and there are only about 1,000 tribesmen within their sphere of influence. But they are the most powerful force in the God-forsaken land. They are the giants who control the power of the earth. There are actually wild giants in many dangerous places in the outside world, but most of them are low-intelligence guys who eat raw meat and drink blood, and are not even as smart as some monsters. And this group of giants in the God-forsaken land is not only as intelligent as humans, but also very powerful. Every qualified giant warrior has at least level 5 strength, although there are less than 100 such warriors in the giant tribe. This strength is enough to shake any existence in the God-forsaken land. The remaining 60-odd cities are managed by the city lord, who is generally the most powerful person in the city. In the God-forsaken land, the strong are respected. As long as you can drive the city lord off the stage, you are the city lord. The 3 major forces will not interfere with the replacement of the city lord, but they will not allow other cities to interfere. The city lord can only be elected from within the city, and no city, including the 3 major forces, is allowed to expand in the God-forsaken land. This is the balance of forces in the God-forsaken land that has been maintained for thousands of years. The system in each city is different, and the city is completely controlled by the city lord. The Akuan family also conferred a title of Earl to each city lord. Of course, neither the Akuan family nor the city lords would take this title seriously. With the introduction of Marcel, everyone finally arrived at the destination. Big Stone City. This will be their starting point. Big Stone City is a huge city. It is much larger than Leon City in terms of area, but it can only be regarded as a middle-lower city for the entire God-forsaken land. The overall style of the city is very rough. The city walls are made of piled-up boulders, and most of the houses in the city are also built of stone. The whole city has a heavy feeling. The closer you are to the city, the better the public security is, because there are groups of patrols to fight against bandits. The patrol team usually consists of dozens of soldiers. Although there are no extraordinary people, it is enough to deal with ordinary robbers. Standing at the gate of the stone city, Horn couldn't hold back his excitement. He stood in the middle of the road with his mind full of thoughts. The 10 of them stood at the gate, looking like bumpkins, who had never seen the world. The guards at the gate pouted and looked at Horn and others. These people standing stupidly at the gate were unsightly. However, although they despised them, the guards did not come out to embarrass Horn and others. As the city gate guard, he was used to seeing all kinds of people. He had guessed where Horn and his men came from. Boulder City was a city close to the tidal mist swamp, and these people seemed to have traveled a long way and were excited to see the city. So they were probably from the Tidal Mist Swamp, and the guys who could come out of the Tidal Mist Swamp were definitely not something that these little guards could mess with. Even though the Baron above them would support them, if they died, they would have nothing left. What was the point of support? Marcel had a frivolous and flattering smile on his face, bending over and looking at Horn, and he looked as frivolous as a villain. Master Horn, this is Boulder City, can I leave now? He had already left the bandit group, and as long as he found a legitimate job in Boulder City, he could live an ordinary life, and he was looking forward to it. However, Horn did not let Marcel leave, as they had just arrived in Boulder City, and were unfamiliar with the place, so many things were inconvenient. Through the observations of the past few days, Marcel's ability to handle things is still very strong, so Horn needs him to handle some things. Although the guards did not intend to embarrass Horn and his men, they kept scanning Marcel's face. This guy is not a good person at first glance. After collecting some symbolic entrance fees, he was let go directly. After entering the Stone City, the scene here was very comfortable for Horn. There were no religious slogans or church signs. There were no traces left by those abominable gods here. People ruled here. Some pedestrians on the street looked fierce, some looked happy, but there was no numb blind worship like in the church city. Life in the city might not be smooth, and they might be exploited and oppressed, but there was no doubt that they were living for themselves, rather than being an appendage of some high and mighty being. Without Yian's guidance, Horn and his team found many wild witches on the street. And these wild witches did not hide their existence. Even Horn and his friends saw a family that used the supernatural power of wild witches to perform magic tricks to make money. The father was using his weak fire control ability and some tricks to perform fire breathing, while the mother used her ability to get along with animals to direct the performance of small animals. A little girl with a rosy face, about 4 or 5 years old, held a hat and asked for a reward. After watching for a while, Horn took out a gold coin and put it in the hat in the little girl's hand. Her mouth opened wide, and she bowed to Horn with a very cute and innocent smile. A smile appeared on Horn's face, and the smile on his face did not fall until he arrived at the hotel. The land of the gods is really a good place. Chapter 128. The hotel is small but clean. The owner is a gentle woman. The layout of this small hotel is somewhat similar to Colin's hotel. This made Colin's mood fall to the bottom, and he felt a little gloomy. Yian saw it in his heart but couldn't comfort him. In the face of this situation, he should have led Colin's hatred to explode, or set a goal for him, or let him feel something beautiful. In short, as long as he thinks of a way, there is still a way to resolve the hatred in his heart. But the unknown power in Colin's body suppressed all his negative emotions, which made all of Yian's methods impossible to implement. Colin's hatred may slowly disappear over time, or it may become stronger because it has been suppressed. No one knows what will happen now. Horn brought Enoch and Marcelly to his room. He had something to say to Marcelly. It was impossible to make Marcelly do his best to help them with their work by force alone, so he had to give him some sweetness. Sit down. Horn sat on the chair and gently extended his hand to Marcel, while Enoch stood behind Horn like a bodyguard. But Marcel would not relax just because of Horn's gentleness, as he did not know what he was about to face. After a few days of getting along, he knew that these extraordinary people, whose professions he did not know, seemed to have good personalities, and would not punish him casually. But as a bandit, he represented the evil part of human nature, and would not trust anyone based on his feelings alone. Especially when he saw them casually killing the ignorant robbers on the road, Mazel had already put himself in the right position. Don't be so nervous, I feel a little embarrassed when you do this. Horn saw that Mazel was still very reserved and chuckled, while Enoch behind him stared at Mazel with warning eyes. The meaning of his eyes was probably that you must relax, but you can't disrespect Horn yet. We are strangers, and we are new here. We are not familiar with the Stone City and the God-forsaken land at all, so I want to hire you, a local, to do something. You should be able to do it. Horn looked at Marcel with expectation. Yes, yes. Marcel nodded like pounding garlic. If Enoch standing behind Horn had a kinder look, he might have agreed more sincerely. I won't let you work for nothing. I will still pay you. Although you won't be as powerful as before, maybe you will be better off in the future. After saying that, Horn threw a small bag of gold coins to Marcel, about 30 or 40 coins. This is a lot of money. Although Marcel had robbed much more money many times before, he had to hand it over to the boss. He has only saved a few gold coins so far. Lightning flashed in Horn's eyes, and he clasped his hands together and leaned forward to look at Marcel. I will give you something you may not even imagine, but if you dare to betray us, I can show you your fate in advance. As soon as the voice fell, Enoch walked up and pressed his palm on Marcel's head, releasing a carefully woven illusion. The expression on Ma Shilai's face kept changing, and fear, pain, and despair were staged one by one in a short period of time. Feeling that it was almost done, Enoch waved his hand to remove the illusion. Ma Shilai, sweating profusely, told Horn that he would definitely work for him loyally. In the illusion that Ma Shilai had just experienced, there was nothing beyond his understanding. The methods that appeared were all what he found Horn and others could actually do through his observations over the past few days. But it was precisely because of this that Ma Shilai felt that this threat was very real and very terrifying. Marcel left the room trembling. Although he knew that what he saw was fake, he still couldn't stop being afraid. You went a little too far. You scared him. It makes us look like village bullies who rob girls. Horn looked at Enoch helplessly. He must have added some details to the scene he described. If you don't go too far, he may betray you, but even so, he is not trustworthy. Enoch said to Horn while sitting on the stool where Marcel had just sat. Why is that? Horn poured a glass of water for himself and Enoch from the kettle on the table. Although his power is very weak, and he can't make any waves in our hands, you don't really want to accept a bandit, do you? Enoch didn't understand Horn's decision. It was okay to find a bandit to lead the way, but he should be driven away after arriving at the Stone City. Now he was asked to stay and help them, which made him a little worried. Bandits are bandits. Horn drank a sip of water slowly, imitating Stuart's drinking action, very imposing. I'm not stupid enough to trust him completely, but I found that he is a capable person these days, so I use him for the time being. A bandit, who can be the leader of dozens of people, is certainly capable, but we only need to go out for a walk and Yan can find someone more capable, and there will be no potential danger like him. Enoch put the cup aside and looked at Horn seriously. The reason of being capable could not convince him at all. Horn smiled bitterly. Enoch seemed to be particularly concerned about this matter. There are two reasons why I decided to keep him. The first is that I am quite satisfied with his behavior these days. I don't want to change him after getting familiar with him. The second is that I listened to Yan's evaluation of him and observed him myself, so I decided to keep him. He is a good person. What? From his appearance to his profession, he is not a good person. Enoch said with a frown. I steal, I rob, I kill, but I know I am a good person? What the hell is this? Horn raised his finger and said to Horn. He showed no concealment of his emotions in front of Yan. When he saw us killing the bandits on the road, he showed pity. When he entered the Stone City and saw people living a normal life, he showed envy. He longed to get rid of his identity as a bandit and become a normal person. His heart has not completely turned dark. So I am willing to give him a chance. Just because he looks like a good person, can we ignore everything he has done? This is not like you. Horn suddenly laughed. Don't be so serious. We do need such a person, and Yan's evaluation of him is not bad. I will not give him the opportunity to retaliate against us. The most important thing is that he is a wild witch. So the fundamental reason is that he is a wild witch. It can only happen this time, Enoch said weakly, covering his head. Well, only this time. Horn tried to assure Enoch with a smile, and Enoch's serious look was a little funny. As long as Horn insisted, Enoch would resolutely implement it. This conversation was just because Enoch didn't want Horn to make a wrong decision. He has been practicing desperately, and he wants to become stronger. Then clear all obstacles for Horn. Chapter 129. The next morning, everyone went out after assigning their tasks. Most of the others were investigating in the Stone City, collecting intelligence and the like. Horn took on the task of finding a suitable place to stay in the Stone City. With a few hundred gold coins in their hands, they could only buy a place to stay in this city. It would be a dream to want a comfortable place. Enoch asked Horn curiously, Do you have any good choices? Horn smiled and left with Terry and Marcelly. He wanted to give everyone a surprise, so he didn't tell them that he had a property in Boulder City. Although he didn't know how big the property was, it was the most suitable place for them to stay in the short term. The local snake Marcelly was not very familiar with Boulder City. Although the place where he was active was very close to Boulder City, he had never entered the city. After being threatened by Enoch with an illusion last night, he began to collect information about Boulder City overnight. After all, the illusion was too cruel and too real. After turning left and right, and asking for directions, the three finally found their target in the southeast area of Boulder City. Boulder City is divided into 7 areas, namely the central area directly under the city lord, and the east area, southeast area, northeast area, west area, southwest area, and northwest area. And the property left by Old Douglas is here. After seeing the target, Horn couldn't believe his eyes. Old Douglas turned out to be a rich man, There is a large courtyard with a length and width of more than 100 meters. The main building in the courtyard is a 3-story building. The various arrangements in the courtyard and the appearance of the building are in line with Horn's aesthetics. This house cannot be bought without tens of thousands of gold coins. There is no problem with dozens of people living in the 3-story house. If there were not a lot of shoddy earthen houses and people coming and going who are obviously not good people in the yard, it would be even more satisfactory. This property was actually occupied by someone. Horn angrily took out the title deed and carefully checked it. This property was indeed owned by old Douglas. The title deed could not be fake, otherwise he would not have specially asked Elijah to bring the property to him. So there was only one conclusion. These people were living in the house that originally belonged to Horn. Horn suddenly felt a little unbalanced. He had overcome numerous difficulties and dangers to come to Boulder City and finally arrived at his future home. But this house had been occupied for a long time. Even a person with a good temper will feel unhappy, not to mention that Horn is not a kind person under his scholarly appearance. Although he deliberately suppressed his impulse, he might still get angry and kill someone at any time. However, Horn still controlled his emotions and walked to the door with Terry and Marcille. The gatekeeper was a man wearing black linen clothes and holding a black long knife. He held a weed in his mouth and sat on the ground with a spread on the ground. He saw Horn and the other 3 people coming over, but he didn't stand up. This attitude towards people he met for the first time can be said to be very arrogant. Many low-level thugs would think this is cool, but it is a bit ridiculous in Marcille's eyes. How can he be so arrogant in front of Horn when he can beat several guys with his fists and feet? And he is a bad guy who dresses like a fierce villain, but he is not as good as Marcille himself because of his appearance. Crushing this little thug from beginning to end made Marcille feel a little comfortable. It was too depressing to be around Horn and the others. "Excuse me, can you take us to see the owner of this house?" Marcille asked gently at Horn's instruction. But judging from Marcille's appearance, even if he was gentle, he looked very fierce. The man sitting on the ground glanced at him. This bald man was a tough guy. Terry looked fierce, and didn't look like a docile little sheep. It was a bit strange that he was holding a stick on the left and a long sword on the right. He automatically ignored Horn, who was holding a gorgeous long staff and wearing glasses and looked a bit frail. At first glance, he defined Horn and the other 2 as troublemakers. He spit out the grass root in his mouth, stood up and said provocatively, "Who are you? Can you see our boss whenever you want? If you have something to say, just tell me, brother. Can you make the decision?" Terry said with a look of doubt. "Just you? TSK." The guard spat with disdain. Terry and Marcille were dressed in rags, and it was obvious that they were not warriors who had cultivated fighting spirit. What big deal could they have? If you bother the boss for these people, you might get punished. The guard shuddered at the thought of the boss. "It's like this." Horn pushed aside Terry and Marcille, who were blocking the way, walked to the front, and took out the deed to show it to the guard. "The yard you are in now should be our deed. I don't know why you are living here now, so I want to find someone who can manage it to negotiate." The guard was stunned for a moment, then said to Horn with contempt, "Get out. You are so poor that you come here to make trouble. Get out while I am in a good mood, or I will ask someone to beat you up." Several people watching the excitement in the yard also followed suit and started to act fiercely towards Horn and his men. "If this is really yours, go find the sheriff and ask for the house. If not, get out of here. How dare you come here and run wild? Will our Black Axe Brotherhood occupy your house? Are you kidding me?" Black Axe? Horn remembered a bandit group that was destroyed by Horn because of a village massacre. However, the Forsaken Land of God and the North Wind Parish are 2 places that have nothing to do with each other, so it's just a coincidence that the names are the same. As the guard cursed, the guys inside the door, who were obviously not good people, gathered around with fierce eyes, ready to fight if they didn't agree. Marcille stood in front of them with a red face and thick neck, cursing at them. He was not afraid at all. With the 2 people behind him protecting him, what could these little hooligans do to him? Terry was eager to fight. He had killed many monsters, but hadn't beaten anyone for a long time. Suddenly Horn stretched out his hand to block the 2 of them. Let's go back. If you don't have the courage, don't learn to blackmail others. Look at your virtue." The guard kept cursing, looking at Horn and the other 2 without even turning their heads. A group of Brotherhood members laughed wildly. In their opinion, Horn and the others were just clowns who came to make trouble. Suddenly, the guard fell flat on the ground and fell to the ground, knocking out all his teeth. Terry, who was following Horn, smiled and showed his white teeth. Chapter 130. On the way back to the hotel, Terry kept complaining. You are too soft-hearted. We should have just rushed in and pulled that boss out and beat him up. In fact, he wanted to find someone to fight. Horn rubbed his brows and said, You are a wise magician, not a muscular warrior, so don't think with muscles. Wow, muscles can also think? Sure enough, warriors are very powerful. Terry smiled at Horn, imitating Luke's signature silly smile. With a long sigh, ignoring his pretense of stupidity, Horn explained to him, Now, it is not the case that we can just attack the monsters we find in the wild. Before we take action in the city, we must consider the impact. Who lives in the house? Why do they live here? Do they have any powerful backers? Will our action cause dissatisfaction among the city officials? We have to consider all these things. Yeah, you are right, Mentor. Terry chuckled twice, and said that he didn't mean anything. Yin and the others went out to collect intelligence today. When we return, we will know how to deal with the so-called Black Axe Brotherhood. What happened outside just now? A sturdy man, with a full beard and the same style, as Marcel sat on the animal's skin, looking down at the trembling guard. Well, boss, a few idiots just now held a piece of torn paper and said that your house was theirs. I chased them away. The guard whispered. Everyone in the Black Axe Brotherhood was very afraid of the boss in front of him, because no one who lost the battle with him would leave a whole body. All enemies would be cut into pieces by the black one-handed axe. The boss pinched his nose and whispered something to a middle-aged man in butler's clothes beside him. Others didn't know, but he knew that this yard was indeed not theirs, but when he found it, no one had lived there for several years, so he said hello to the sheriff and moved in. In his opinion, if there was no news for more than 10 years, he would not be able to come back, so the property should be ownerless. Since they moved into the ownerless house, it belonged to them. Although the original owner seemed to have returned, a guy who could be driven away by the guards had no right to compete with him for the property. But he still asked the middle-aged man around him to give the sheriff some money as insurance. Terry, who looked depressed, and Marcel, who looked respectful, walked back to the hotel. It was still early, and the people who had gone out to get information had all returned after waiting for a long time. It was very necessary to understand the city of Boulder City, because they did not want to live there for a few days like in other cities, but to settle here and develop their own power here. When everyone was present, Enoch gathered the information together, cleared his throat, and began to speak. The biggest power in this city is of course the city lord. The city lord himself is a level 6 warrior, who was named Earl by the Acuan family. By the way, the city lords of most human cities were named Earls. Is it a count like the Lord of Leon City? Daniel asked curiously. The nobles in the God-forsaken land are still very valuable. They have complete control over their own territories, which is completely different from the puppets under the rule of the church. However, the lords of the God-forsaken land do not take this count seriously, because in the God-forsaken land, strength is the key. Enoch paused, then continued, He has a level 5 warrior, several level 4 warriors, and a small lizardman tribe as support. It is impossible to count how many extraordinary people there are, but it is much stronger than the power of Leon City. If only one city has such a strong power, then the power of the forsaken land of God is terrifyingly strong. The power of the church is simply vulnerable in front of the forsaken land of God. Terry said with a little excitement. He is not qualified to fight with masters now, but as long as he lives, he will have it. You can't say that. Yin, who was sitting next to him, shook his head and said, The church has very strict rules for managing the city. Cities like Leon City are allowed to have at most 1 chief priest, 5 white-robed deacons, and no more than 100 black-robed deacons. Anyone who exceeds this number or has a strength beyond the limit will be transferred to a more powerful city to accumulate strength for the church. The power of each church's holy city is completely beyond our imagination. For example, the guards at the gate of Mamen City, which we have been to, are at the same level as the chief priest of Leon City. After the explanation, everyone more or less understood why the cities in the God-forsaken land looked so strong, because even if a strong person appeared in the city, he would not be transferred out of the city. So on the surface, it was so much stronger than the church city. The remaining forces in the stone city that we need to pay attention to are 2 mercenary groups, whose leaders are all level 4 warriors. There is also a large chamber of commerce, which has at least 1 level 4 fighter. There are also 2 families with a long history in the stone city, and their strength should be very strong, but I have not found out the details. From this point of view, with Horn, we should be at least one of the top 5 major forces besides the city lord. After introducing some things, Enoch closed the small notebook and said, For us, these are the forces worth noting in Megalith City, but what is more noteworthy is the system of Megalith City. There is a basic order in Megalith City, and the sheriff will protect the interests of civilians. But this is not absolute. When a dispute occurs, the sheriff will definitely favor the strong. The city is divided into 7 areas, each with a police station, and the sheriff is the manager of each area. The sheriff has a security team under him, and the team leader is usually a level 3 warrior. Speaking of which, most of the warriors in the godforsaken land are warriors, so this can be regarded as a warrior kingdom. We should think about how to fight with warriors in the future. After all, once the distance is close, we will be at a great disadvantage in fighting with warriors. Seeing that Enoch had finished what he had to say, Horn asked a question. Do you have any information about the Black Axe Brotherhood? The Black Axe Brotherhood? Enoch flipped through half of the notebook and finally found the information he wanted. There are 3 or 4 low-level extraordinary people whose gang sphere of influence is Southeast Street. They are not the top gangs. Why are you asking them? Haha, I'm just curious. Horn laughed and said with a dangerous light in his eyes. With the information collected by Enoch and his friends, he already had an idea of how to deal with the Black Axe Brotherhood. Chapter 131. The next morning, Horn brought Terry and Marcel to the sheriff's office in the Southeast District. It would be better to say hello to the authorities before crushing the Black Axe Brotherhood with force, and Horn also wanted to see what the sheriff's attitude was towards this matter. The sheriff's office was in the center of the South District, and it was quite easy to find. After Horn and his team briefly explained the situation to the receptionist, they were taken to the sheriff's office. Originally, such small-scale disputes were not usually handled by the sheriff, but this matter involved a large gang in the Southeast District and the fate of their base, and the sheriff had also explained it in advance. The office was luxurious, with all kinds of expensive decorations that dazzle people, but after seeing the decoration style of the elves, Horn felt that the office was a bit rustic. The first thing he saw when he entered was a tall man wearing light armor, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Then Horn saw the sheriff sitting behind the desk. He was wearing a brown robe and had a neat beard, and the first impression Horn had was that he was very capable. After briefly introducing the matter, Horn handed the title deed to the sheriff, who took the title deed and looked at it over and over for a long time, and then returned it to Horn and said, "This title deed is indeed real and valid, so we admit that this property is yours." Hearing the sheriff's words, Horn immediately asked, "Can you please send someone to help me get the house back?" "I'm afraid not." The sheriff shook his head and said, "The previous mayor gave the certificate, and the Black Axe Brotherhood lived there when the new mayor took office, so it is not convenient for us to do anything. If you have the ability, take it back yourself. If you don't have the ability, even if we help you get it back, you will still worry about their revenge, right?" Horn chuckled as he listened. "I understand what you mean. We are indeed the legal owners of this property, but you will not send anyone to help us get it back, because to some extent, the Black Axe Brotherhood is also the legal owner." The sheriff nodded. "Then you will not interfere if we take the property back ourselves?" Horn asked with narrowed eyes. "Of course not." The sheriff was stunned. This was not what he expected. "Then see you next time, Mr. Sheriff." Horn bowed slightly to the sheriff, then turned around and left the police station with Terry and the others. He had already gotten the answer he wanted from the sheriff. "Then let's go back and get what belongs to us." At the door of the police station, Horn stretched his muscles and said to the 2 people behind him, "Ha ha ha, these 3 people look very confident. Didn't you take the money from Black Axe? It's not good to let those guys drive Black Axe away." The man sitting on the sofa took a sip of wine and laughed loudly. "You also got a share of the money sent last night, Captain Martin. And the money he gave is only enough to do this. After all, normally, you should be the one to drive them away now. Besides, Jeffrey is not that easy to deal with." The sheriff rolled his eyes and said that he had been exhausted by Martin's incompetence many times since he started working with him. The brown-haired man laughed loudly, and he was not embarrassed at all. "I am still very interested in them. I want to go and see them." Go, I'm tired of watching you all the time." The sheriff waved the pen in his hand and told Martin to leave quickly. The 3 people who came out of the police station went straight to the Black Axe Brotherhood's residence, the house that old Douglas left for Horn. He learned from Enoch that the strong are respected in Boulder City, and the sheriff also stated that as long as he has the strength, he can take back the house. With these 2 pieces of information, Horn already has an idea of how to deal with the Black Axe Brotherhood. Just kill them directly. Today's guard was the same guy who lost his front teeth yesterday after being teased by Terry. His look was still as coquettish, but the 2 missing front teeth made him a little funny. Although Horn himself had no right to laugh at others, wearing an eye patch under his glasses was actually a little funny. When he saw Horn and his men coming over, he stood up angrily and yelled at them. "Why are you guys here again? It seems that you won't learn your lesson unless you suffer a little." He blamed Horn and his men for his broken front teeth yesterday. Even if Horn and his men didn't come now, he would find a chance to retaliate when he was not guarding the gate. But there was nothing wrong with the direction of his resentment. It was Terry who broke his teeth. He was about to ask someone to teach the three people a lesson after he finished his threats, but without any warning, all his big teeth flew out, and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. It was like being knocked unconscious by an invisible fist. Terry held the staff, and his magician's hand was still as violent as before. Then he cast a spell again, and the magician's hand directly blasted the door open. "Hey, be gentle." Horn covered his forehead and restrained Terry with heartache. "This will be his home from now on. If it is broken, they will have to pay for repairs." The door swayed and fell to the ground. "Well, it has to be repaired now. Don't kill anyone. The people behind the police station are probably level 3. Horn whispered behind him. Martin, who was watching secretly, looked at Terry in surprise. He had never seen such an invisible attack before, and there were not many spellcasters in the godforsaken land. Most of the spellcasters here are subhuman races with higher intelligence. They cast spells based on their racial talents. But I have never heard of humans having racial talents for casting spells, and Terry is a human being from any angle. Terry's strength is not worth his vigilance, but the way he uses it is enough to shock Martin. Marcel followed the two carefully. He was already used to this kind of invisible attack. The gang members of the Black Axe Brotherhood kept rushing towards Horn and the other two. Although they were just ordinary people, there were too many of them. Terry could knock several people away at once, but it took time to cast magic. Seeing Terry's flustered look, Horn stopped watching and raised the sacrificial staff to touch the ground with the tip. Countless electric currents rushed out from the tip of the staff, and all the gang members in the yard were instantly stunned. And this was just an ordinary spell for Horn. It must be said that Horn, with the Eye of Thunder, is already invincible in the face of such low-level group attacks. Martin, who was watching from a distance, was stunned when he saw Horn's figure covered by lightning. He could foresee the strength of Horn based on what he saw now. Another top-ranked force in Boulder City is about to be added. Chapter 132. Captain Martin is a level 3 warrior. His combat abilities are far beyond those of normal people, so he doesn't take these minions seriously. But there is no way for him to defeat so many people in an instant, so at this moment, Horn's strength is infinitely elevated in his mind. There are still many people in the Black Axe Brotherhood. Although there are almost no masters, there are still several waves of enemies. But no one can hinder Horn and his men's pace. He randomly found a henchman, who looked like he was about to pee his pants in fear to act as a guide. He went to Black Axe Jeffrey's room without stopping. Martin followed Horn and the other two, wanting to see how they would deal with the Black Axe Brotherhood. Now he was no longer expecting a wonderful battle between the two. What he wanted to see was how Horn would beat the Black Axe Brotherhood. The meeting room was a hall about 10 meters in diameter upstairs. At this time, Black Axe Jeffrey and the senior members of the Brotherhood, 2 first-level warriors, and the middle-aged butler were having a meeting together. The reason why Horn and his team encountered no resistance along the way was because the only 3 extraordinary people were in the conference room. When they were discussing how to deal with other gangs in the area, there was a shout of killing outside the door. "What's going on? Go out and take a look," Jeffrey said to the younger brother standing at the door. However, just as the younger brother went out, there was a scream at the door. Jeffrey's face changed. Someone broke in. The gorgeously decorated door was slowly pushed open, and Horn and his 3 men walked in, and even their clothes were not messed up. Jeffrey calmly sat on the chair and watched Horn and his 3 men invade. From the sounds of fighting outside and the trembling guide, Jeffrey knew that these 3 men had definitely broken in. But he was not panicked. Panic was useless. He just glared at the guide fiercely and began to observe Horn and his men. The guide was so scared that he almost peed. He didn't want to be killed by Horn and his men's strange methods, but he was also afraid of their boss. Black Axe Jeffrey has always been known for his cruelty. If the invaders didn't kill their boss this time, he would definitely not have a good end. "Who are you? Has the Black Axe Brotherhood offended you?" The middle-aged butler behind Jeffrey asked Horn righteously. He was originally a poor scholar, but by chance, he was appreciated by Black Axe Jeffrey and became his butler and the think tank of the Brotherhood. "You didn't offend us? Ha." Terry grinned and said, "You live in our house, and you say you didn't offend us? Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or I let you taste my fist." Terry's words were full of provocation. He really hoped that they would be tougher so that he could fight. Jeffrey suddenly remembered the people the guards had mentioned yesterday who came to ask for the house. Could it be them? Did they fight all the way just for this property? Just because of this? Jeffrey stood up suddenly and glared at Horn and the other two. Just because of this? Horn said softly with a smile on his face. Jeffrey felt a little wrong for some reason. You are very capable. Just show it yesterday, and then everyone will return the house to you with mutual respect and laughter. He is not a fool. He has been operating in Boulder City for so many years, and he doesn't need this property. Although losing this house hurts them, it is just a physical pain. There is no need to offend the strong man who can break in so quickly because of this house. More friends mean more ways. He never thought that the guy who was easily sent away by the guards would be so powerful, but now they can't be friends if they break in directly. Not to mention the casualties of the brothers outside. Just let this group of people attack them without even saying hello. If they are allowed to leave safely, how can the Black Axe Brotherhood survive in the Southeast District in the future? You don't think that you can defeat us just by defeating those minions outside? Black Axe Jeffrey stood up and said to Horn with his eyes wide open. His tall and strong figure gave off a sense of oppression. As long as you retreat now and apologize publicly, I can still give you face and pretend that this incident never happened. Don't think that you are the only extraordinary people. After the invasion, Horn and his men broke in before Jeffrey had time to understand the situation. This made him unclear about the strength of Horn and his men. If he knew how those men fell, he would never speak to Horn in this tone. Marcel and Terry looked at Jeffrey as if he was mentally retarded, which made Jeffrey feel a little uneasy. These people on the opposite side didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Where did these people who were not even soldiers get their confidence from? The smile on Horn's face faded. It seemed that this gangster boss still didn't understand the situation, but it was okay. He had never intended to win people over with virtue. You seem to have made a mistake. I came here this time not to play the gangster intrigue with you, and I don't care whether your face is good or not. What does your face have to do with me? I am using force to get my things back. No matter what your attitude is, it is the same. Martin in the dark cried out that it was a pity. Although Black Axe Jeffrey was very brutal in battle, and was not like a human being, he was actually a smooth-talking guy and was popular in the gang. Now he has offended Horn, the evil star, which is really a pity. Jeffrey's veins popped up. He has been in Boulder City for a long time, and is considered a well-known person. Now a guy who suddenly appeared said that he wanted to take things from him by force? This is a great insult to him. The two first-level warriors behind him were also very angry. A powerful dragon should not suppress a local snake. Thank you. Why is this guy, whom I met for the first time, so arrogant? From their perspective, Horn is very arrogant, but from Horn's perspective, these people occupied his house and acted justified. He was very merciful for not burning them all to death with a fireball. Since the talks have already failed, there is no need to say more. Two first-level warriors, one holding a long sword and the other holding a huge axe in both hands, rushed towards Horn and his men. But Terry had already prepared for the battle. A magician's hand directly hammered the waist of the warrior holding the long sword and sent him flying into another room. As for the other one, he had no way to do it. He couldn't recite the second magic because the distance was too close. But he was not afraid at all, because Horn was right next to him, and he would never be in danger. So he walked directly to the warrior he had hammered away. This was his chosen opponent. And the other warrior holding the axe had just rushed to Horn's side at a very fast speed, and fell straight down without any signs. But Jeffrey saw it clearly, because there was still lightning on the axe. He was knocked down by lightning. Chapter 133. Since priests and wizards cannot enter, there are very few spellcasters in the Forsaken Land. Even if there are, they are just the talents of certain races, which are essentially the same as the spellcasting ability of Warcraft. Most people who live in the Forsaken Land will never see a spell in their lifetime. Of course, if you count the magic effects of wild witches, everyone should have seen it. For lightning in the Forsaken Land, it is just a natural phenomenon that allows people to feel the power of nature, nothing more. As a bandit leader, Black Axe Jeffrey had never heard of anyone being able to drive electricity, except for seeing lightning when it rained and thundered. Now he was shocked to find that the guy with glasses opposite him was actually a spellcaster who could drive lightning. Why do humans have the ability to cast spells that can threaten warriors? Is he a priest or wizard? But any normal priest or wizard would not choose to enter the Forsaken Land of God. Even if they entered, they would not be able to cast spells. His subordinate holding the axe was a first-level warrior. Although he was definitely not his opponent, it was not easy for him to defeat him. And Horn unexpectedly defeated him in an instant by some unknown means. which made Jeffrey afraid and picked up the black axe beside him to retreat. Just as he was about to run away, a mysterious confidence suddenly surged in his heart. He was a warrior. Although he didn't know the strength of the spellcaster in front of him, he would not doubt himself. The only thing a warrior can trust is his own strength and the weapon in his hand. Horn's eyes slightly raised. Jeffrey seemed to be a little bit wrong. He was timid just now, but now, he was suddenly full of confidence. He had only seen this kind of expression on a warrior in Randall and Elijah. Jeffrey suddenly flew up and chopped at Horn. Although he rarely saw a spellcaster, he knew that the body of a spellcaster was very fragile, and the spellcaster was at a disadvantage in such a small space inside a building. The conference room was a hall that was more than 10 meters long and wide, and Horn and Jeffrey were less than 5 meters apart. This distance was fleeting for Jeffrey. But before he could get close to Horn, several lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and knocked him away. Even though Jeffrey was now in a state like a truly excellent warrior, he was only level 2 after all. At the beginning, Horn could face more than 10 level 2 ogres alone, so naturally, he would not regard Jeffrey as a strong enemy. Jeffrey was thrown away, but he did not fall. He moved his body a few times with his eyes wide open, and then rushed towards Horn again with his eyes red. Hey, this is not a normal level 2 warrior. Horn looked at Jeffrey in surprise. Although the power of his lightning was slightly reduced because Jeffrey was a human, the reduction was for the ogre's strong body. A human level 2 warrior should have been stunned by the electric shock just now. Even if he was not stunned, at least he couldn't fight so vigorously again. Although Horn was thinking about something, he did not stop. He released several lightning bolts and Jeffrey was struck by lightning again. But this time he did not even fall down. His eyes became redder, and his muscles swelled up as he rushed towards Horn regardless of anything. He suffered a lot of damage from 2 consecutive 2-ring electric shocks, but his fighting spirit was not weakened at all. It seemed that he would chop Horn twice with an axe no matter what. His current appearance could no longer be called fighting spirit. He had completely lost his IQ and became a violent fighting slave. Could he be a berserker? This thought suddenly flashed through Horn's mind, but he denied it himself. Only barbarians can go berserker. Although Jeffrey has a tall frame, he doesn't look like he has barbarian blood. And according to legend, Berserker can directly increase 1 level, but there will be a period of weakness after Berserker. Although Jeffrey in front of him has improved, he is definitely not at the level of level 3. Martin, who has been observing secretly, is also very amazed at Jeffrey. He originally thought that the leader of the Black Axe Brotherhood was just an ordinary level 2 warrior, but he didn't expect that he could achieve this level. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid that they can fight with the newly promoted 3rd level warriors. If the Black Axe Brotherhood had not been destroyed this time, then their evaluation should be improved. Don't think that being able to fight with the newly promoted 3rd level warriors is weak. You should know that among the 9 levels of extraordinary people, the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th levels are the watershed. It is possible for a 3rd level extraordinary person to challenge a 4th level extraordinary person, but it is definitely not something that ordinary people can do for a 4th level extraordinary person to challenge a 5th level extraordinary person. That's why Horn thought Randall was so powerful that he was like a cheat. He only had a level 4 aura, but he defeated the level 5 ogre chieftain alone while injured. But let alone Jeffrey could barely fight a level 3 warrior. Even if he was really a level 3 warrior, what would happen? Horn could still crush him easily. He held the sacrificial scepter, and his lips moved slightly, and a bright electric light lit up on the scepter. The reason why Horn didn't use fire spells and powerful lightning spells was not because he didn't want to destroy his house. But now that he couldn't take down Jeffrey for a long time, the damage he caused also made Horn very sad. Seeing Jeffrey rushing towards him with red eyes and swinging his axe like a mad bull, all the furniture was broken into pieces, and with chips flew everywhere. Horn no longer hesitated, and a lightning as thick as his arm shot out from the sacrificial scepter. Jeffrey held the black axe across his chest, but the 3rd level magic was not something he could withstand after all, and he was knocked away in an instant. Horn saved his strength so as not to kill him directly, but now he definitely couldn't get up. This level of lightning was enough to cause great damage to his body, and no matter how tenacious he was, he should no longer be a threat. He walked slowly to Jeffrey lying on the ground, squatted down, and carefully poked his body with the sacrificial staff. At the beginning, Horn had used his mental power to sense him, and he should never reach this level, so Horn wanted to know why Jeffrey was so tenacious. He didn't believe that this bearded Jeffrey was a genius like Randall. The middle-aged butler had been restrained by Marcel at this time. He pressed the butler and the guide to hide in the corner and watch the battle. His calves were a little weak. If the fight between the two people affected him a little, he would definitely not be able to hold on. No wonder his former boss had hundreds of subordinates, but did not dare to develop in the city. If they went to Boulder City, they might not be enough for a small gang to chop. The city is too dangerous, he wants to go back to the countryside. Horn was studying. Suddenly, Jeffrey, who he determined would never stand up, jumped from the ground, drooling and rushing towards Horn. Chapter 134. Just as Jeffrey leaped up, a flash of lightning appeared under Horn's feet, and he instantly disappeared in front of him and appeared in another corner of the room. This is the thunder walk technique. Jeffrey's grab was dodged by Horn, but he did not chase Horn. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his hands were still tightly holding his black axe. His muscles kept twitching and made a tooth-grinding sound. His body was obviously unable to hold on, but for some reason, he still insisted on fighting. Horn looked at Jeffrey with vigilance. Even though he looked like he was about to die, Horn was not careless. He kept scanning Jeffrey's body with his lightning eyes and mental power. There was definitely something wrong with Jeffrey. Suddenly Horn noticed his axe. No matter how Horn looked at it, it seemed normal. It was just an ordinary-looking axe made of ordinary materials. But how could such a thing withstand the three-ring lightning magic without any abnormality? Most importantly, Horn suddenly remembered that this axe was the same as the axe held by the bandit leader who massacred the village. As a fourth-ring magician, Horn had a very good memory. He could clearly note that the two axes were not just similar, but exactly the same. But how could there be an axe exactly the same as the one in the outside world in this almost completely closed, god-forsaken land? This was totally unreasonable. If the axe at that time could also make people stronger, then why was the bandit leader killed by Horn without any resistance? However, Horn understood it after a little thought. He was very angry when he attacked, and he did not hold back, and directly exploded with all his power. The strength of the bandit leader was far inferior to that of Jeffrey in front of him. He was just a weak first-level warrior. After discovering where the problem was, Jeffrey in front of him could no longer pose a threat to Horn. He pressed the already wounded Jeffrey to the ground with the magician's hand, and then a flame shot out from his fingertips and burned his clenched hands. After the flame burned for a while, Jeffrey's hand finally couldn't hold the axe. The moment it was released, his red eyes regained clarity, and he fainted. As expected, Jeffrey's problem lies with this axe. Horn asked Marcel to find something to wrap up the axe and prepared to find time to study it. Before figuring out the nature of this axe, Horn would never touch it himself. The maker of this axe must be much stronger than Horn, who could make him completely unaware of the abnormality and strengthen the warrior so much, so Horn was not prepared to take the risk. Although Jeffrey had been subdued, Horn was still very sad. When Jeffrey went berserk, he destroyed this room. This was his future home. The sound of things breaking from the next door also told him that the next door was also destroying like crazy. Martin, who was hiding behind the window and watching, looked like he had learned something new. Horn's strength was completely beyond his expectations. He beat Jeffrey very easily throughout the whole process, and it was impossible to tell the depth of his strength. But his strength was at least level 4, and it was very likely level 5. He also discovered the abnormality of the axe. He was a little jealous of this kind of thing that could greatly improve the combat ability of a warrior. But seeing Jeffrey's miserable state, he calmed down again. Using this kind of thing to become stronger will sooner or later provoke a strong person who cannot be provoked. Is there anything sadder than not being able to retreat when encountering someone you can't beat and can only fight unconsciously? It's strange to say that Jeffrey has been rising in Boulder City for several years. Hasn't he encountered any masters in these years? He didn't know that he had been secretly observing, but his whereabouts had actually been discovered by Horn a long time ago. After a while, Terry also returned to Horn with a smile on his face. His clothes were torn in many places, and he looked very embarrassed, but from his expression, he should have won. For him, the feeling of fighting with experienced warriors was completely different from that of fighting those monsters with questionable IQ. If Terry didn't have a good fighting instinct, he might have been defeated quickly in such a small space. In fact, Horn himself couldn't understand Terry, who could get pleasure from fighting. Except for the time he faced Ilya, he was very rational in the rest of the battles. His goal is to defeat the enemy at the lowest cost. Mixing emotions in the battle will lead to defeat. After a while, Jeffrey woke up from his coma, and the middle-aged butler helped him stand up. Although he seemed to be dying now, he was still more or less conscious. This was because Horn deliberately spared him from death. First of all, Horn wanted to find out about the axe from him. Secondly, this was the reason why Horn did not take ruthless action at first. He needed Jeffrey to cooperate with him to move out. They have lived here for many years, and Horn needs to let them take away their belongings. At least all the illegal buildings in the yard should be demolished. The remaining property of Horn and his family may not be enough to restore this property to its original state. In the evening, when the sky has become gray, Horn and Terry sat leisurely on the chairs specially moved outside the yard, watching with satisfaction as the busy gang members in the yard dismantled the messy buildings they built. After Jeffrey regained consciousness, he immediately gave in. In fact, if his behavior had not been influenced by the axe, he should have surrendered when he was electrocuted for the first time. If it weren't for his inconvenience, he would probably hug Horn's thigh with snot and tears. Although Horn would definitely not let him hug him, he would not let a warrior he didn't trust get too close to him. Horn didn't kill all the gang members. After a while, they all woke up. Although their movements were a little uncoordinated, they still cleaned up the house under the command of the middle-aged housekeeper. Jeffrey obeyed Horn's orders and seemed very docile. Horn's attack this time completely wiped out the face of the Black Axe Brotherhood, but he still did not choose to conflict with Horn. No one would rebel if they thought that they were a strong force and were completely overthrown by one person. As for whether he wanted to seek revenge on Horn, it was not something Horn needed to consider. He just asked Jeffrey to dismantle everything and leave. Martin, who was in the dark, had already left quietly. If a master who was suspected to be level 5, or at least level 4 appeared in the jurisdiction, he must tell the sheriff. And he also had to tell the city lord. As for the rights and interests of the gangs, they would not care. The strong are respected in Boulder City. If Horn was beaten to the ground, they would also have the same attitude. Chapter 135. Martin's reporting to the sheriff and the city lord actually had no negative impact on Horn, and it was even beneficial. Having strong people settle in the city is a good thing for the city. Every strong person can make the city better in the face of emergencies. So as long as a strong person like Horn who wants to settle in the city does not have any evil intentions towards the Stone City, and does not disrupt the order of the Stone City, then in general, the Stone City officials will never come to trouble Horn. On the contrary, there will be many conveniences. It is obviously not an act of disrupting order to knock down the Black Axe Brotherhood. When the sheriff and the city lord know about Horn, many things that require official intervention will be much easier in the future. Being struck by lightning is not a pleasant experience. In order to avoid that feeling again, the Black Axe Brotherhood has a very high level of action from top to bottom, and they are very efficient in dismantling their broken houses. They started the action at noon, and so far all the slum-like buildings they built in the yard have been demolished. Without those obstructing buildings, although the courtyard was in a mess, it was much more comfortable in Horn's eyes. By the way, they have now repaired the gate destroyed by Terry, and the furniture and floor damaged in the battle. This made Horn very happy. It was better not to spend the few hundred gold coins they had left. Jeffrey, who was leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages, stood carefully beside Horn, waiting for Horn's instructions. Horn smiled and patted his shoulder. Just this touch made Jeffrey's porcelain teeth twitch constantly. His body was burned by lightning. If it weren't for the physical fitness of a warrior, he would definitely not be able to stand up now. "You did a good job," Horn said with a smile. No, this is what I should do." Jeffrey kept nodding his head. Without the axe, Jeffrey was as docile as a sheep. Horn's casual attack yesterday left him injured until now. It is conceivable that he will not be able to fight normally in 2 months. Fortunately, everyone in the Brotherhood was beaten up by Horn and Terry, and his previous brutal fighting behavior made everyone afraid. Otherwise, with his current physical condition, someone would have been impatient and wanted to seize his power. There are no priests in the God-forsaken land, so few people can heal quickly. At least a gangster like Jeffrey has absolutely no way to heal. Of course, Horn could ask Yan to give Jeffrey a healing spell, but Horn is not so kind. Jeffrey robbed his house first, and yesterday, he was controlled by the axe to fight Horn desperately. Horn was merciful not to kill him. I think when he recovers, his body will be covered with lightning marks. Without healing, the beautiful patterned scars will accompany him for the rest of his life. But for a gang leader like Jeffrey, who deliberately made himself non-mainstream, he probably wouldn't care. Horn stroked his chin and wondered if he should use his upcoming lightning marks as a threat, threatening him that he had been cursed and could control the entire Black Axe Brotherhood. After thinking for a while, Horn chuckled. Lies would be exposed one day, and he didn't need this Black Axe Brotherhood. As long as his plan goes smoothly, he will have countless extraordinary people as his subordinates. Jeffrey knows nothing about the Black Axe. He uses it just because it is convenient. Although he sometimes falls into a violent fighting state, he just thinks it is his talent. But Horn will definitely not believe Jeffrey's one-sided words. He plans to ask Yan again when he has a chance. He has a good teammate who can communicate with telepathy. Many times, he does not need to use violence when he needs to ask questions. At least ordinary people would never lie in front of Yan. It was getting late, and Horn didn't plan to continue watching them work. When they left, Jeffrey and the middle-aged housekeeper respectfully sent them away with crutches, and patted their chests, and repeatedly promised that they could check in early tomorrow morning. As soon as Horn and the other two left, Jeffrey told the housekeeper some things and hurriedly asked someone to take them to find a doctor for treatment. Before Horn was here, he didn't dare to leave directly. After returning to the hotel, Horn gathered everyone in the hotel with a smile on his face. "I have chosen the place to stay. We can move in tomorrow morning." "Really? I knew there would be no problem with you." Enoch looked at Horn excitedly and said, "Is the place big enough? Can each of us have a room?" He actually didn't like living with others, because it was very troublesome. In fact, all mages didn't like living with others. Although being disturbed while meditating would not cause a strong backlash, the efficiency of meditation would be greatly reduced. But the training of mages is not just meditation, they have many other things to do. Before, everyone lived together peacefully because they were all tolerant of each other, and having a room of their own is of course the best choice. Looking at Enoch's excited and respectful eyes, Horn kept complaining in his heart. When he said he was going to find a base, Enoch looked skeptical. Luke raised his hand weakly, showing his signature simple expression, and said, "Is there a place where I can grow things?" Horn thought about it, and thought that since the yard was so big, it should be no problem to give him a piece to grow things. "Is there a place for me to practice swordsmanship?" The speaker was Terry, who was rubbing his hands in preparation. Horn was so upset that he didn't know why a mage would practice swordsmanship. He was just saying that you were also fighting for a house, so why did you come to make a fuss? Once the conversation started, everyone started to discuss. After a few months of wandering, they had great expectations for their next home. Horn was overwhelmed by all kinds of weird questions, such as whether he could summon a summoned beast to take a walk, what the toilet looked like, and whether there was a market nearby. "Stop, stop, stop!" Horn raised his hands, stopped the chattering crowd, and said mysteriously, "You guys can guess as much as you want now, I won't tell you, you know tomorrow morning." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room, not giving everyone a chance to continue asking questions. "What? Why are you so mysterious? Hey, guess what the house looks like?" Daniel asked Shirley on the left with great interest. Although Shirley's eyes were a little hopeful, she still said to Daniel coldly, "Not interested." Daniel touched his nose and turned to ask the person on his right, but it turned out that Colin was standing on his right, with a face even colder than Shirley's. "Ah ha ha ha, I guess it must be an ordinary house. He doesn't have the money to buy a house, so he must be embarrassed to tell us, so he deliberately keeps it secret, ha ha ha." No one answered on either side. Daniel laughed and talked to himself, and the scene was extremely awkward for a while. Yan smiled. As perceptive as he was, he had already roughly guessed what Horn was busy with these 2 days, and the thing he asked Marcille to bring back also made Yan a little concerned. Chapter 136. Accompanied by the first rays of sunshine in the morning, everyone dressed neatly, and gathered at the door of the hotel. Wild witches rarely stay in bed. For them, even sleep is not necessary. They can sleep once every few days. Meditation can actually replace sleep, but no one has tried not sleeping for too long. Not sleeping for a long time does not put any physical burden on wild witches, but not everyone can bear it mentally. Everyone came to this house with laughter and expectation for the new house. This house seems to be much cleaner than when I left last night." Horn looked carefully for a while, and found that there were indeed great changes. When they left last night, there were many holes on the ground left by the demolition of those shack-like buildings, and now they are all filled. It seems that they not only moved everything away, but also carried out a large-scale cleaning. Now the property has finally returned to the appearance of a normal mansion. But except for Horntree and Marcille, the other wizards and witches were all on the side of the house, looking at the dilapidated and leaky yard with disgust. "Hey, this is the house I'm talking about," Horn shouted to everyone. Everyone shook their heads in unison, obviously a little unconvinced. They thought it was possible for Horn to have that shabby yard. But how could he have gotten such a big house after just 2 days here? Although they didn't know how much the beautiful house cost, they were sure that even the 10,000 gold coins they got from selling the magic ring would not be enough to buy such a big yard. "This house was left to me by my teacher. Here is the title deed." Horn raised his head weakly. Did they really not believe in his ability? But he thought about it carefully. If he didn't have the title deed left by old Douglas, he really couldn't even buy the dilapidated yard next to it. If he was willing to ignore the laws of Boulder City, and directly find a gang to ask for such a yard, it would actually be very simple. When they heard Horn carrying his teacher out with the title deed in his hand, they finally believed it. Except for Enoch and Annie, no one actually had any idea about Horn's mentor. Everyone only vaguely knew that he was a mysterious and powerful magician, but for some reason, he didn't care about worldly affairs. The only time they saw old Douglas take action was the flame that shattered the city gate and the extremely powerful magic fluctuations in the city. And Colin didn't even know who Horn's teacher was. For them, it was not surprising at all that the mysterious old Douglas left something for Horn. After all, the magic that Horn taught them now was already magical enough. Wow, as expected of a mentor. As expected of a mentor, his teacher actually has such a big house, Daniel said to Horn with stars in his eyes. Enoch and Annie looked at Horn with strange expressions. It was okay for others not to have seen old Douglas. They lived with him for a while, and in their impression, old Douglas was just a poor old carpenter. I didn't expect that he could afford such a mansion before. It was really hard to imagine what it looked like for that old man to live in such an exquisite house, with elegant clothes. Colin and Shirley, two people whose expressions never changed, also brightened their eyes a little when they saw this house. Shirley was a girl who loved beauty after all. There was a big difference between living in a magnificent house and living in a dilapidated house like a slum. Looking at this clean and tidy house, Colin remembered the place where he lived when he was a child. He who had been struggling with hatred could not help but have a little expectation for his future life. People always have to look forward. Mrs. Sharon, who was standing at the back, looked at the shouting and yelling with a smile on her face. She was old and really envied the vitality of young people. It was really a good choice to follow Horn and the others to the forsaken land of God. Yayan smiled softly. He had long discovered that Horn's mental loss of control outside Mammon City was because his teacher might have been in trouble. After that, Horn's attitude was relatively stable, and he did not observe what happened. Now Horn mentioned his teacher with a happy face, so it should be that nothing serious happened or he has gotten over his knot. So Yayan was happy for Horn. The smiles on everyone's faces were from the heart. They had been displaced for several months from Lean City, a place that was like hell to wild witches, and encountered countless dangers. Finally, they arrived at the God-forsaken land where wild witches would not be treated differently. Now they have their own house. Under Horn's leadership, they will one day have the power to shock the world. The most important thing is that now their hearts, which have been in a panic since they awakened to become wild witches, finally settled down on this day. There were no inspiring rhetoric, no touching tenderness. There was only a house, their future home. As they were immersed in this wonderful feeling, a middle-aged man with neatly combed hair came running to Horn's side. The man was the middle-aged butler of the Black Axe Brotherhood. He bowed respectfully to Horn at a 90-degree angle and handed Horn a bunch of keys with both hands. "Sir, these are all the keys to this house. The rest of the keys have been destroyed. Our boss doesn't have any." The middle-aged butler showed Horn a flattering smile, which made Horn feel uncomfortable. He would not be arrogant because of the middle-aged man's attitude. Horn knew very well in his heart that whether it was the Black Axe Brotherhood, Marseille, or the officials of the Stone City who had never caused trouble, all the respectful attitudes towards Horn were out of fear or respect for Horn's strength. Once he lost his power, these people would become arrogant again. At the same time, he would not mock this flattering smile, although he could never make such an expression, but he knew it very well in his heart. All this is just for life. There is no distinction between noble and lowly. This is the way of life they choose. Whether it is spitting or pity, it is actually an insult to people. So Horn likes the feeling of getting along with Enoch and others very much. Although he does not have the ability to control people's hearts like Yayan, he can instinctively feel that everyone's attitude towards him is sincere. After sending the middle-aged butler away, Horn waved the key. In the morning sunshine, the iron key shone with a dazzling light that gold and silver could not emit. "Come on, everyone, let's go home." Chapter 137. Walking into the yard, Enoch and Daniel kept shouting. Luke did not enter the house first but walked around to a vacant lot behind the yard and nodded with satisfaction. This place would be where he would grow vegetables in the future. The others followed Horn into the small building. The small building has 3 floors. The second floor has 14 rooms of 70 to 80 square meters. These will be the residences of Enoch and his family, and the third floor has a master bedroom, study, conference room, etc. The first floor is a few small rooms, which seem to be for servants and servants to live in. Horn let Marcelly choose a room downstairs, and let Enoch and others choose a room on the second floor. It had been a long time since everyone had felt the feeling of not having to squeeze into a room with others, so everyone was quite excited. They did not continue to ask Luke to cook, and they went out to find a big hotel for a good meal at noon. Then everyone entered a normal cultivation life. The place where Horn lived was the master bedroom, which should be where old Douglas lived, but it had been the room of the hairy Jeffrey for a long time. He shuddered at the thought. Although he didn't have mysophobia, he still didn't like to use things that had been used by others. After all, that guy might often invite women here to do unspeakable things, and the residue of body fluids and hair was almost inevitable. Horn quickly stopped imagining about this. Unrestrained imagination is indeed very dangerous. The bedding here was changed by Jeffrey overnight. They were all brand new. How could there be such things? But once the fantasies before going to bed start, they can't be stopped at all. Some images kept appearing in Horn's mind. There were warm scenes about his companions, and beautiful visions about the future. But there were more things that made him frown. He thought of Douglas, who was still nowhere to be found, the strange axe he got from Jeffrey, the strange organization where Elijah and Ilonir were, the Elf King and Emily, the origin holy artifact worn on his finger, the Eye of Thunder obtained strangely. Countless mysteries lingered in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. The beautiful yearning for the future and the many mysteries of the past were entangled together, making him completely unable to sleep. In fact, if he wanted to sleep, as a magician, Horn could force himself to sleep, but he would not do that. His idea was to have a good natural sleep today, when he just arrived at his new home. If he couldn't do it, there was no point in forcing himself to sleep. After all, magicians have a low demand for sleep. Sitting up from the bed, Horn put on the black robe given by Douglas and began to observe the room. It was already late at night, and the thin moonlight shone in from the window. This light was very artistic, but it was not enough for lighting. Instead of lighting the oil lamp, Horn snapped his fingers, and a small fireball as big as an egg floated on his fingertips. The firelight illuminated the room. In this late autumn night, there was no better lighting than fire, because it can bring warmth and light at the same time. There were meaningless decorations on the wall, and all the things in the cabinet were moved away. The only thing that could be explored in his room was a box in the corner. The magician's hand launched the box, and the contents of the box were dazzling under the light of the flame. It was a whole box of gold coins. Horn smiled with satisfaction, and he didn't bother about where the gold coins came from. It was obvious that Jeffrey had doubts about Horn's words, that he would not cause trouble for him again, so he took the gold coins to buy peace. Horn was too thin-skinned to ask for money directly because he was influenced by Douglas since he was a child, but he could accept it with peace of mind when others brought it to his door. But speaking of it, Jeffrey is really generous. So much money is given away without hesitation. He didn't know that these gold coins were nothing to Jeffrey, who had been operating in the Stone City for many years, and if he had been generous enough to give more money to the sheriff, Horn would have no chance to break in legitimately. There were at least 10,000 gold coins, and Horn planned to move them to Yan's room tomorrow morning. There was not much money left in the team, only a few hundred gold coins. After exploring his bedroom, Horn wandered around the building holding a fireball. He walked through the 3 floors, just to get familiar with the living environment in the future. Finally, he came to the basement, which was his goal. Douglas said he left some things for him. If there is a place in this building where things can be hidden, it is the basement. Pushing open the heavy door, a stale smell came from inside. It seems that this place has not been cleaned for a long time. Smelling the smell, it turned out that the basement should be used by the Brotherhood to store food, and those things should have been moved away by them. The remaining things were piled up in a mess in the corner of the basement, and no one knew what they were used for. It is worth mentioning that the space in the basement is very large, at least as large as the upstairs. There seem to be a lot of things here, but there are only a few things that seem to be useful. The first one is a pile of neat wooden strips. The size should be suitable for making a staff, but some of them were taken away. Thinking of some things in the illegal building outside, Horn could probably guess where the wooden strips went. Picking up a piece and inputting magic into it, Horn was surprised to find that the bearing capacity of these woods was much higher than that of walnut. This was the first time he had seen this kind of wood, although since Luke could skillfully make a staff, the use of these woods was not as great as before. But it should be true that the better the wood, the stronger the bearing capacity of the staff. There were several piles of rotten things piled up next to the wood. From the outline, it seemed that they were materials for making potions for soaking staffs. Most of them have been in use for too long. In addition, there are cloudy glass bottles and jars piled up in the corners, which should be used when making potions. In Leon City, Horn also used this kind of utensils when making flame affinity potions, but now most of these things are broken, and none of them are complete. Come to think of it, the Black Axe Brotherhood has lived here for several years, and the useful things in the basement must have been taken away by them, and they would not leave them for Horn. Maybe the glass bowl used to mix the poison is now on the table of a senior Brotherhood member. After all, glass is not very precious, but it is not cheap. Although the technology of making glass in Ceylon is also regarded as a secret by many businessmen, it is no longer a secret. For example, the stained glass windows in the church are made in this way, but Ceylon does not have the technology to make completely transparent glass. Of course, Horn had never seen what completely transparent glass looked like, but he had heard of this thing in the story of Old Douglas. Chapter 138. After searching everywhere without success, Horn's face suddenly darkened. He thought of a very bad possibility. Could it be that the things that Old Douglas left him had been taken away and sold or destroyed by Geoffrey? It was a little late to think about this now. Horn still had some places he hadn't explored. But if Horn really couldn't find it in the end, then he would definitely go and have a chat with President Geoffrey. The content of the chat might be a little inappropriate for children. Horn sat on the ground and spread his mental power to cover the whole building. In fact, if Douglas really left it for Horn, then he would definitely find a way to hide it that only Horn could find it. But he hadn't rescued Horn when he left, so Horn was still a little worried that those things were just left in the basement by Douglas casually. Fortunately, Horn soon found a space under a floor in the basement. After opening it, Horn took out a wooden box from it, which was full of books. Horn picked up a book and looked at the cover. The title of the book was First Attempt at Alchemy. He took out the books from the box one by one. They were all about the research of Old Douglas. Some of them Horn had been taught, while others he had never heard of. These things were very useful. They would be another help in their development and expansion of the magician force. However, these books gave Horn a headache because they were not written in Ceylon, but in the Chinese characters commonly used by Old Douglas. Horn knew this kind of writing. He had been learning it since he was 10 years old. But to be honest, he didn't learn it very well. Old Douglas himself didn't have much time to teach Horn. He only taught Horn what he should teach, and didn't care about the rest. For a Ceylonese, this kind of hieroglyphics is a bit too difficult to learn. And Horn himself didn't like to learn this kind of writing very much, so even with the memory of the Wild Witch, which was much better than that of normal people, he could only recognize all the commonly used characters. He had never studied more deeply. The contents of the booklet Douglas gave Horn before leaving had already made Horn very uncomfortable, not to mention the whole box of books. After all, if Horn wanted to make full use of this knowledge, he couldn't just read these books by himself, he also had to translate these books for other magicians to read. When translating such books, you can't just translate them literally. A slight mistake in the knowledge of magic may lead to great losses. Therefore, Horn must at least have a basic understanding of the knowledge recorded in this book. He had just finished translating the booklet, and now he had to translate such a large box of things. Horn said that he was very troubled. However, despite the headache, Horn was full of energy when he looked at the handwritten book by Douglas. To create a magic era is not just a matter of talking, but must be developed step by step, and the things in this box are the cornerstones for Horn to move towards his ideal. Early the next morning, Horn called everyone to the conference room. There was a long table in the middle of the conference room. Horn sat on the main seat with a serious expression and 2 boxes beside him. Seeing Horn's look, the Wild Witches did not tease him, but found a good seat to sit down. They might joke with Horn at ordinary times, but when it was time to be serious, no one would deliberately destroy the atmosphere, and they would resolutely execute Horn's orders. After everyone sat down, Horn spoke, "You all know my ideals. I want the Wild Witches to no longer bear this unwarranted guilt. I want every Wild Witch to no longer have to hide. I want the glory of magic to spread throughout the world. If possible, I also want to expel the gods back to their kingdom of God and chase the demons to hell. This is my dream, unrealistic, with almost no chance of success, but I am willing to fight for it my whole life. You all know this, right?" The Wild Witches nodded one after another. Horn's ideals have never been concealed. Yan frowned at Horn. What does he want to do? The original purpose of everyone here coming to the Forsaken Land of God is to find a place where they are no longer discriminated against, a place where they can live in peace. And now we are sitting on the land of the Forsaken Land of God, a realm that the gods cannot reach. So your original goal has been achieved. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what Horn wanted to do. Horn was in a bad state today, and seemed to be in a heavy mood. Horn paused and opened the box on the left. The box was full of gold coins. What I want to say is that your original goal has actually been achieved. You can live here without facing any danger. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you choose to stay, you may encounter many unexpected dangers in the future and may face painful choices. If you choose to leave, You can take 1,000 gold coins from the box on my left as a gift from me. So does anyone want to leave? Horn looked at the magicians calmly. He hoped everyone would stay. He also knew that no one would leave if he didn't speak, but he still had to speak. After a few months of getting along, he regarded everyone as a friend, but he hoped that everyone who stayed was because they shared the same ideals as him, not because of friendship. It was his dream to save all the wild witches, and this dream should not be imposed on everyone. 1 second, 2 seconds, time passed by little. Enoch slurped a sip of water, and Luke smiled and teased Doobie in his arms. Doobie was obviously not used to this serious atmosphere, and suddenly stood up and said, I won't leave. She stared at Horn with her big watery eyes and expressed her thoughts. I don't know whether she didn't want to leave Horn or wanted to create an era for magicians. With ends beginning, Terry suddenly laughed. He was least used to this serious and depressing atmosphere. To achieve your ideal, you must fight against those gods in the end. How can I be absent from such a war? Then everyone talked to Horn about their ideas, while Yan watched with a smile. No one showed hesitation on their faces, which showed that everyone was not hesitant at all. Except for the 9 people of Horn, no one in the room was shaken, and no one had the idea of leaving. Yan laughed and said, Do you think that after such a long time, we are still just superficially looking for a place to live? Then we can stay in Mamen City. What you described is not just your ideal, but the goal of all of us. Horn's mouth corners turned up, his eyes curved into a line, and his white teeth were exposed. As Horn laughed, like dominoes, the wild witches laughed one by one. The laughter lasted for a long time. Chapter 139. Marceli, who was sweeping the floor downstairs, looked up at the upstairs in a daze. Didn't they say they were going to have a meeting? Why are they all laughing like idiots? After a long time, everyone's laughter stopped. Horn manipulated the wizard's hand to put the heavy gold coin box next to Yan, making a plop sound. 10,000 gold coins are not light. If no one chooses to leave, then these gold coins will be handed over to Yan for management, as the funds for our daily activities. Wow, how did you get so many gold coins? Did your teacher leave them behind? Daniel asked exaggeratedly. They knew Horn was penniless. Now he not only got a house, but also got 10,000 gold coins. Well, it was obtained from some innocent transactions between friends. Don't pay attention to the details, Horn said, touching his nose. He was a little embarrassed to tell everyone that he had beaten the gangster so badly that he couldn't take care of himself, and the gangster gave him some gold coins to buy his safety. Ignoring their conversation, Yan looked at the box of gold coins with a strange expression. His body was weak, and it was really hard to move the gold coins to his room. So far, he was just a wild witch, and could not learn the magic of the wizard's hand, which was suitable for moving things. Horn pointed at Yan, who was holding his forehead and sighing, and said, All the money is with him. You can apply for money from him when you need it. He had already thought about giving the gold coins to Yan for safekeeping. He didn't want to manage money, so he had to find a stable person who could suppress others to manage the money. And Yan is just right for this kind of work. Then Horn said to Enoch and the others, What we need to do next is to set up an organization. We can't be so scattered anymore. You give orders, and we execute them. Isn't it always like this? Enoch said seriously. He believed that Horn would bring a bright future to the Wild Witch, so for him, there was no need to set up any organization. He just needed to listen to Horn. Horn shook his head gently and said, Without a reasonable organization, we can't develop quickly, and it's easy to have accidents. For example, if I die one day, will we collapse? How can you die? Enoch spitted and said, Who won't die? I'm not one of those gods who claim to be immortal. Horn laughed at himself. This organization must first be able to continue to operate no matter who dies among us, and become stronger and stronger. The purpose of the organization is to make all magicians stronger, and make magic more perfect. We will only recruit magicians, or wild witches with very good talents to join us. The number of wild witches is still too large. Everyone nodded gently. If they recruit every wild witch, the huge number will cause them to have problems soon. Outside the Forsaken Land of God, there are very few wild witches, but inside the Forsaken Land of God, there are at least more than 5,000 wild witches in the sphere of influence of this giant stone city alone. This is still a conservative estimate. The stone city is just a relatively small city in the God-forsaken land, so becoming a magician is the initial screening for them. Not all wild witches are suitable to become magicians. I don't know if it's Horn's illusion. He feels that the talents of the 9 wild witches gathered around him are much higher than other wild witches. When distributing the basic magic manual, Horn also came into contact with other wild witches, and they gave Horn a feeling that was obviously weaker than when Horn first saw Daniel asking them to do so. We will give knowledge and money to every magician who joins, but in return, every magician also has his own obligations, which is to fight for us when we need him. The main body of the organization is the 10 of us here now. Well, let's talk about Colin when he grows up. When we encounter important decisions for the organization, we need to vote to resolve them. As the leader, I have the right to decide the direction of the organization. When I die or 2/3 of you think I am not suitable to be the leader, you have the right to let me step down and elect a new leader. Horn finished speaking in one breath, and looked at the wild witches, who were not reacting, and said, "This is just my initial idea. Do you have anything to add? How to ensure that the magicians who join are under our leadership?" Yayan raised his hand and asked. "This requires us to discuss it carefully," Horn said with a chuckle. After discussing for a whole morning, everyone finally came up with a rough charter. The only disagreement in the morning was about the name of the organization. Horn proposed to call it the Wild Witch Mutual Aid Alliance, and proposed to call it the Magic Tea Party. Daniel named it the Magic Will, and Terry said to call it the Magic Legion. Yayan had a headache after arguing about all kinds of weird names. In the end, he determined the name of the organization against all odds. Since the direction of the organization is decided by voting, it is obvious what the name should be. Magic Parliament. Everyone's positions have been decided. The initial speaker is Horn, who has 2 votes and a veto. Yayan is the vice speaker, and also serves as the treasurer. Luke is a counselor, also a deacon, also a chef, and also a staff maker. Enoch is a counselor, also in charge of foreign affairs, and also a deacon. Basically, except for Horn and Yayan, everyone is a counselor, and also a deacon, and has some other positions. After all, there are only 9 of them, so everyone has multiple roles. In Horn's plan, the Magic Council will be an organization that allows all magicians to help each other, rather than a powerful organization. When the Magic Council is on the right track and someone suitable to run the council is found, Horn will get out of the council. At that time, he will concentrate on the study of magic, because he knows that there is only one way to overthrow the rule of the gods. That is to become stronger, strong enough to fight against the gods. As long as the god still exists, no matter how hard Horn and his team try, they will never succeed. Finally, I would like to ask you a question. What is magic, or what is the most important thing in magic? Horn's question stumped everyone. What exactly is magic? They have never thought about it. They looked at Horn blankly. It's knowledge. Horn stood up and leaned on the table with his hand, widening his right eye, and said to everyone, "Our power comes from knowledge. The first magic comes from my teacher's exploration of our talents. The results of his exploration have given all of us the power to change our destiny. My teacher once said something that I think makes sense. Knowledge is power." Chapter 140. The spellcasters in this world either rely on talent to cast spells, like Warcraft, or their power comes from gifts from aliens, like wizards and priests. We are the only one who is different. We also have talent, but our talent is very weak, so weak that we have no advantage over ordinary people. But because of this, knowledge becomes more and more important. We rely on knowledge to learn new magic, and rely on knowledge to make ourselves stronger. Talent has an end. Relying on aliens will always be controlled by others, but knowledge is endless, and the level we can achieve is also endless. Horn spoke very inspiringly, and looked at Horn without blinking. She felt that Horn's charm was irresistible at this time. But even though Horn said so beautifully, the wild witches still found it difficult to accept. All they had done was to listen to Horn's indoctrination. They could not understand the importance of the knowledge Horn talked about. Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's faces, Horn shook his head and said more concisely, "In general, as long as we master more knowledge, we can create more magic, or make the current magic stronger." Raising his calloused hands, Luke said to Horn with an awkward smile, "Well, I'm stupid and can't create magic." Horn laughed. "You may find it difficult to understand, but you are actually accumulating new knowledge all the time. For example, the vines Luke is using now are completely different from before, and Enoch's application of illusion is also completely different from the beginning." He took out a book from his arms, which was the decomposition and combination of magic circles, and the analysis of magic circle spells. He finished translating the last part overnight last night, and now it's time to show his translation results. "You said you can't create magic, but it's just because you haven't been exposed to this knowledge. After you learn the knowledge recorded in this book, you will have a deeper understanding of magic." "Really?" Everyone looked suspicious. They always thought that Horn was talented in creating spells, but they didn't expect that there was a way for ordinary people to learn magic. "Is this knowledge?" Of course, The magic I created didn't come out of thin air. As long as you learn the things in this book, you can also do what I did before." Horn knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions, so he explained to them with a smile. "Is it okay to share such precious knowledge with us?" Yian looked into Horn's eyes, and said that what Horn had taken out now was different from the spells he had taught everyone before. If what he said was true, then even if someone betrayed Horn in the future, there would be no magic to learn, and if there were talented newcomers, Horn might be surpassed. It can be said that as long as Horn didn't take out this thing, his position would definitely not be shaken by anyone. "Not just for you, I will open this thing to all magicians who join. How many magics can I create even if I spend all my time? The more people master this knowledge, the more meaningful it will be. Once you find new runes and new spells, I will add them to this book. This can be regarded as a benefit I give to every magician who joins the Magic Council." Everyone couldn't stop smiling. Everyone would cherish the opportunity to become stronger, and Horn taught them such precious knowledge, which moved everyone. 8 pairs of eyes looked at Horn with touching expressions, which made Horn a little restless. "Ahem, don't be too happy. Because knowledge is important, it can't be cheap. No one will cherish cheap things. I won't provide you with magic anymore." "What?" Everyone looked at each other. They have been learning the magic taught by Horn. What would they do without Horn to provide magic, created by themselves? Do they really have this ability? After everyone discussed for a while, Horn continued, "I plan to build a magic library, and put all the magic we collected in it. Each cadre of the Magic Council will get some points every month. You won't get too many points. When the points accumulate to a certain level, they can be used to exchange for magic. Well, how many points will be given to us every month, and how many points are needed to exchange for magic?" Terry raised his hand and asked. "I still need to think about it, but the points required for magic at different levels will not be the same. As for the way to obtain points, in addition to the points issued to you every month, you can also get points by completing the tasks issued by the council, and submitting new magic or new magic achievements to the council. By the way, if you want to borrow knowledge other than magic, you also need points." "No, it's too complicated." Daniel lay on the table, looking hopeless. He felt that there would be many more complicated things in the future. Unfortunately, Horn had already made the decision, so they could only execute it this way. Just like that, Horn's first magic meeting ended. From today on, they will have a meeting at the beginning of every month, and they will also hold a meeting when there is a major emergency. The members of the Magic Council will not be fixed to the current ones. According to Horn's idea, there should be many members. When the number of magicians increases to form multiple factions in the later stage, the number of members will definitely be more than now. In the following days, no one was idle. They spent a comfortable day in the new house, and then started to get busy. The establishment of the Magic Council has just begun, and everyone has their own tasks. After Horn handed over all the things to everyone, he began to devote himself to the experiment and translation work. The things left by Old Douglas are numerous and varied. If Horn wants to translate these books, he must first have the most basic understanding of these books. He has to verify the things described in the book before writing them on paper. Horn actually wants to assign these tasks to others, but unfortunately, Horn is the only one who knows these words. Yian haunts various labor markets. He wants to hire a housekeeper and some servants. For all magicians, studying the decomposition and combination of magic circles and analysis of magic circle spells that Horn just gave them is the most important thing. Originally, they had no choice but to have Luke cook on the road, but now they have considered settling down in Boulder City, so they can no longer let Luke cook all the time. In addition, many housework and chores cannot be done by magicians, and Horn himself does not want to do chores while doing research. So Horn asked Yian to go to the labor market to hire a housekeeper and some servants. Chapter 141. It is somewhat ironic that the God-forsaken land, which is called a land of chaos and sin by the outside world, has no slaves on the surface. However, in the outside world, under the glory of the gods, slave trade is completely legal. Perhaps in the eyes of the gods, depriving a free human being of his freedom and turning him into a slave is not a sin. It is not a problem to think about it. How can an existence that can burn every wild witch who awakens only because of his talent and calls it salvation consider the dignity of the tiny human beings? Yian, who can see through people's hearts, is most suitable to hire servants. After all, few people can hide evil intentions in front of him. Perhaps because he was anxious to come back to study the knowledge that Horn gave them, Yian came back after walking around for a whole morning. The labor market in Boulder City is a large square opened up by the city owner. Talents needed in all walks of life can be hired. Yayan does not need to hire talents with outstanding talents. All he needs is honesty and ability. The people to be hired are a housekeeper, a cook, a gardener, and 4 maids. The selection of a butler is the most important, because he is likely to be exposed to some secrets, so Yayan spent some time looking for one. There are many applicants for the butler position, but few are suitable. Every applicant must answer questions in front of Yayan. When answering, their mental activities will be clearly detected by Yayan. As long as they have a little bad intention towards them, or hide a little, Yayan will not hire them. There are 4 people who passed Yayan's initial screening. Yayan finally chose an old man with gray hair as a candidate for the butler. The reason why he is a candidate is because the owner of the house is Horn. As an important person, the butler still needs Horn's approval. His only responsibility is to find the right person to recommend to Horn. The old man who is the candidate is the most stable and experienced one among the applicants. His name is Alpho. The chef and the gardener Yayan chose the most confident guys among the applicants. As a craftsman, as long as he does not come with malicious intentions, then of course he can be good. In fact, hiring a cook and a gardener was to free Luke. As a magician, Luke was too busy. Although he looked honest, he didn't want to be left behind by others. The next step was to hire a maid. Yayan was more casual about the choice of maid. 4 relatively simple-minded girls aged 14 or 15 were selected from the huge group of maids. Of course, they were all pretty. If there was a choice, of course, they would look for pleasing ones. When Yayan and his group came back, the wall in front of the house had been demolished. Enoch and Mrs. Sharon were in charge of this. They acted quickly. As soon as Horn had arranged the task in the morning, they found a construction team to start work. Now the 3-story building in the house is where Horn and his team live. They also need to build a building specifically for entertaining visiting wild witches. After all, they will have to receive many wild witches in the future. If they are pretty girls, it's okay, but if they are wild witches, like big men who pick their feet, Horn doesn't want them to come and go in his house at will. Even though Horn is a visual creature, he will not say bad things to ugly people, but no one can avoid a little bit of discrimination. So when Horn saw the people Yayan brought back, the housekeeper, the cook, and the gardener gave them a little test, and as for the 4 little maids, they were accepted directly. After all, the maid's job is just to serve tea, water, and clean. Although Horn did not plan to do anything inappropriate for children, he did not have any special requirements for the maids. The building under construction at the door is also a 3-story building. It is expected to have a reception room, a classroom, and a shop. Yes, they want to earn money from the wild witches. If they continue to devote themselves purely, no matter how much money they have, they can't support the flowing expenses. Everyone completed their tasks very quickly, and devoted themselves to learning new knowledge. Those knowledge were very difficult for Horn to understand, and it took him several months to translate them. Other magicians were not like Horn, who was influenced by Old Douglas since childhood, and had strong mental power to get started as soon as they understood. They could only grope their way through with difficulty, but fortunately they had Horn by their side to guide them. Although knowledge has a price, Horn would not be stingy with some normal guidance. A month passed quickly, and in this month, except for Yayan, everyone made great progress in the study of magic circles and spells. Yayan, because he could not enter the sea of consciousness for a long time, invested more experience in the accumulation of magic knowledge. His absorption of various knowledge was not reduced at all. His extraordinary mental strength and perception ability made him much more receptive to new knowledge than others, so in theory, no one except Horn could debate him. The small building of the Magic Council, which is their workplace, has been completed. It is not luxuriously designed, but a simple office space. After being idle for a long time, Marcel got his first job. He was promoted to the gatekeeper of the Magic Council. It seems to be a very humble position now, but in the near future, this position will be something that many low-level magicians will fight for. The new housekeeper is very conscientious and responsible. Yayan's vision is perfect, but the abnormal conditions that often occur in the yard make the old housekeeper unbearable sometimes. Once, he saw a 3-meter-long blood-marked tiger rushing towards Annie with its bloody mouth wide open, and he almost fainted. Although it was later proved that it was just being cute to Annie, he almost had a heart attack. If Yayan hadn't thrown a healing spell at him right next to him, he might have had a problem. The new chef's food was delicious, but he was not as good as Luke at barbecue. But he had more variety, and could cook different dishes for a long time without making everyone eat barbecue every day. The role of the gardener is better than nothing, because the plants in the yard don't need him to maintain them at all. Luke's presence will definitely prevent these plants from growing crooked. Speaking of which, Luke is also a hard worker. Even with a gardener, he still can't help but take care of the yard. He and Marcel became the two most idle people in the house, and often talked and chatted together. For the four little maids, these days are an absolute fantasy journey. Chapter 142. The names of the four maids are Irene, Lily, Maggie and Rebecca. Because Ian specially selected them, their personalities are all very simple. The similarity in personality made them quickly become good friends. 14 or 15 years old is the age when people are full of curiosity about everything. Naturally, they are also full of curiosity about where they will work and live in the future. Before coming here, they had heard from the older maids, who applied for the job together, that some strange masters would do some very bad things to little maids like them. Beating and scolding are common, and if you are unlucky, you may encounter a very cruel mistress. The threats from the seniors made them fearful of their future lives. And Yian specifically looked for young and beautiful girls, and the salary was very high. These conditions perfectly met the descriptions of the seniors. But they had no choice. If the family was not in trouble, who would be a maid who almost sold herself? And Yian's price made them unable to refuse. But to their surprise, what they were worried about did not happen at all. The work in this house was easy, and the owner would not punish them for no reason. This working environment was perfect for them. But after working for a few days, the girls found that things were not simple, and could even be called weird. Everyone in this house had problems. First of all, the owner of the house, Lord Horn Mimhelin. He stayed in the basement all day, and was not seen at all. He would show up once every 3 or 4 days. When they first met, he was a gentle scholar with one eye closed. His temperament made Rebecca blush slightly. Her biggest dream was to marry a scholar, and Horn's appearance perfectly matched this trait. But when Horn appeared for the second time, he looked a little embarrassed. There were many stains on his robe, and his hair became very greasy. And as time went on, Horn looked more and more embarrassed. When they met for the last time, they couldn't recognize Horn at all. He was like a different creature from the beginning, who could connect a disheveled, black-robed, colorful guy with strange smoke after walking with a shy scholar wearing glasses at first. There were 3 women in the house, 2 of whom were young sisters, and they were so beautiful that they envied them. But these 2 sisters seemed a little strange. The blonde cold-faced beauty not only had a cold expression, but also made them shiver involuntarily when they approached her. Sometimes they even found frost where she walked. Another exquisite doll-like beauty treated them very kindly, and her behavior was so elegant that they felt ashamed. But the image of, and in their hearts only lasted for 1 day, because they found out the next day that this gentle elder sister often played with some creatures that looked very dangerous. Big insects, tigers, strange shapes of unknown things. And the creatures she played with were different every time. A large part of the screams of the little maids were contributed by Anne. The oldest, Mrs. Sharon, was also the subject of discussion among the little girls, because she never opened her mouth when she spoke to them, and her voice was always changing in volume, always at the level that they were most comfortable listening to. And most importantly, Mrs. Sharon was very kind to these little girls, like their mother. The only person of the same age in the house was the short Daniel, who often chatted with them after practicing, and he rarely behaved abnormally in front of the girls. But one time when he was chatting with them, he suddenly caught fire, which scared them so much that they screamed continuously, and then Daniel calmly put out the fire on his body, and then they realized that even Daniel was not an ordinary person. Not only are the people strange, but the plants here are also strange. There is a small botanical garden in the backyard, which contains many plants they have never seen before, and some of them even move. Whenever they gather around to watch, Luke, who looks simple and honest, will appear out of nowhere to introduce those plants to them, with scary names like man-eating vines, strangler vines, and poisonous dragon grass. However, they like to come here to watch because Luke often makes some novel foods, and when he is in a good mood, he will also give birth to some beautiful flowers for them to see. As for Terry and the others, they didn't dare to approach them at all. Terry said that it didn't matter. As a warrior, he had to make people afraid. If Daniel hadn't noticed that he was always looking at Daniel and the girls with envy, it would be more convincing. The guy they hated the most was Enoch. This guy would occasionally come up with something very scary to scare them. When they were scared to death, he would appear next to them, holding his stomach and laughing loudly. With an extremely bad attitude, Enoch, Terry and Marcel became the 3 people that the little maids kept their distance from. The reason Marcel was feared was of course because of his appearance. Finally, the youngest Colin became the girls' happy pill. They could not see how deep the hatred was hidden under his childish appearance. And Colin, for some reason, never resisted them. So the 4 of them often did whatever they wanted to Colin. In November, the first snow of the year fell from the sky. The Forsaken Land is located in the northeast of Ceylon. The weather is very cold now, so everyone puts on a layer of cotton clothes under their robes. Snow is not a rare thing for people living in the northern city of Leon, but this is their first winter in the Forsaken Land. This is very memorable for Horn and his friends, so everyone has a smile on their faces. Butler Alfred, the cook, the gardener, and the 4 little maids are also standing happily at the door. They have heard that today is a special day. In Leon City, the first snowfall of each year is the Ice and Snow Festival, which is a festival of the Church of the Ice and Snow God. Each god will set up several festivals, and these festivals are celebrated throughout the continent, but the degree of importance is different. The most solemn festivals in Leon City are the God's Arrival Festival and the North Wind Festival, which are the days when the gods descend. But Horn has never been happy about these festivals. He really has no way to celebrate for the gods. Fortunately, there are no such messy festivals in the Forsaken Land of God. Standing at the gate, Horn said to the people standing next to him, "Everyone, today is the first step we have taken for our ideals. We will commemorate this day every year in the future. Let's call today the Magic Festival." Chapter 143. Horn and Terry worked together to hang the sign in front of the door with the magician's hand. On the sign were written a few big words, House of Magic. Yes, the name on the sign was House of Magic instead of Magic Council. They are now distributing the knowledge of learning magic, and it will take at least a month for the first magician to appear. Now they have too few people, and Horn plans to wait until they have formed a large scale before officially announcing the name of Magic Council. It would be ridiculous to name a small organization of only 10 people the Magic Council. For magic, the maids and ordinary people like Butler Alfred have long been familiar with it these days. Who hasn't been frightened by magic a few times living in this house? After a month of adjustment, they have basically gotten used to life in the house. Even Alfred, who has a heart disease, and the timid maids can remain calm when seeing some strange scenes. Once the sign of the House of Magic is hung, it basically means that Horn and his team's journey to win a bright future for the Wild Witch and create an era for magicians has officially begun. The knowledge they want to pass on will be priceless to every Wild Witch, and no Wild Witch can withstand the temptation of becoming stronger. In Horn's expectation, as long as his sign is hung out, the Wild Witches who are unwilling to succumb to fate will rush in like a tide, blocking the door. And Horn gave them an enthusiastic speech, while eliminating some unqualified Wild Witches, and selecting a few Wild Witches with particularly good talents to join. Of course, this is just his fantasy. In fact, no one came in an hour after the sign was hung up, and a group of nearly 20 people stood stupidly in the cold wind. The maids were shivering with cold, and the smile on Horn's face gradually stiffened. No one came, not even one. Because of the magic power in his body, this degree of severe cold was not enough to make Horn feel uncomfortable, but the fact that no Wild Witch came was a huge difference from what he had expected. He felt empty in his heart. This feeling is almost like finding out that you have won the lottery, but when you redeem the prize, you find that you read a digit wrong. Did we do something wrong? Horn whispered softly. Daniel stretched out his finger and said weakly, "Maybe they don't know what magic is." "Oh, they don't know what magic is, so in the eyes of others, this is a place that doesn't make sense, and they don't even know what it does. Well, it's very cold today, so I guess no one will come out to hang out." The maid Irene put her hand to her mouth and blew it into her palm to warm it up. She said weakly that they were basically familiar with everyone in the house, but Horn was very mysterious and had an inexplicable majesty in their hearts. "Oh, the weather was cold so no one came out to go shopping. Actually, our place is quite remote, and no one knows how to get here," Yan said to Horn while flipping through the hardcover version of Analysis of Magic Circles. "Oh, the road here is too difficult to find, and many Wild Witches don't even know this place." The 3 sentences hit Horn's heart one by one like 3 straightened rubber bands. He thought that he just needed to prepare the things that should be taught to the Wild Witches, arrange the venue, and customize the system, but he didn't expect there would be so many twists and turns. The Analysis of Magic Circles in Yan's hand was actually the original decomposition and combination of magic circles and analysis of magic circle spells. Everyone agreed that the title of the book was too long, so Horn simplified it. Horn patted his chest to comfort himself. This was the first time he did this kind of thing, and he had no experience, so he didn't do it well. He would definitely do better in the future. Seeing that Butler Alfred and the maids were already shivering with cold, Horn waved his hand, and a stream of heat enveloped the surroundings. For a moment, everyone felt warmer than indoors. Marcel stood in the corner of the team and laughed. These guys really had no experience. "I don't know what it is, the weather is cold, or the place is remote. Isn't it because they didn't advertise that no one came here? No one knows that your stuff is useless no matter how good it is. Although he didn't know what kind of magic Horn and his friends used, Marcel knew that he had to advertise before opening a shop to let others know. This should be common sense. Horn was in a bad mood now, and he noticed Marcel snickering immediately. He looked at Marcel with a fierce look in his eyes. What are you laughing at? If his answer didn't satisfy Horn, Horn had already thought of how to punish him. It should be a good punishment to pull out his chest hair with the hands of a magician who can manipulate him. A trace of malice flashed in Horn's right eye. The idea of pulling out his chest hair lingered in Horn's mind like a demon. Seeing Horn looking at his chest with strange eyes, Marcel felt a deep malice. More than a month of getting along with him made him know that these young but powerful extraordinary people are very humane, so they will definitely not do something excessive, but he can't stand even some pranks. So Marcel's mind worked quickly, and he organized his words in an instant. Well, Master Horn, I laughed because I thought of a solution that no one came. I am so happy to help you solve the problem. Marcel's fierce face squeezed out a chrysanthemum-like smile, which gave Horn goosebumps. Yan put down the book and looked at Marcel and Horn strangely. The mental activities of the two just now seemed really interesting to him, but he did not expose Marcel's words. After all, people are difficult to be exposed. What's the solution? Tell me quickly. Horn put aside the idea of plucking chest hair and looked at Marcel expectantly. Marcel wiped the sweat off his head and said quickly, although I don't know what you want to do, but if we want to attract people to this remote place, you have to advertise. What do we do here? What are the benefits of coming here? Our address and so on. Post a copy on the streets and alleys of Boulder City, and then people will definitely come. After hearing what Marcel said, Horn suddenly realized that he really had to advertise first. He had the impression that if the shops around the carpenter's shop wanted to open, they had to advertise first to attract customers. However, he had always thought that his magic home should be the dream place of all wild witches. Now it seems that the wild witches don't even know what magic is or their existence, so how can anyone come here? Chapter 144. Horn threw a few gold coins to Marcel as a reward, then dismissed the shivering crowd and returned to the room. Horn's casual reward made Yan feel sad. After a month without any income and only spending, the Magic Association's finances were almost in deficit. Even though the purchasing power of gold coins was amazing, it cost them thousands of gold coins to build a 3-story building of qualified quality, and not too ugly. Add to that the monthly wages for hiring a housekeeper and a maid, and now they only have less than 2,000 gold coins left. This is also the reason why Horn does not accept money. The increase of money in his hands will not make Horn very happy, but spending money will make Horn very uncomfortable. So he simply asked Yan to manage the money. Anyway, he trusted Yan. After returning to the room, Horn quickly decided on the content of the flyer. The content roughly explained what magic is, and how learning magic will help wild witches. If you want to learn magic, come to the Magic House in the southeast area of Boulder City. The Magic House opens at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m. No one will be served after the time is up. Then Horn called Marcel over, handed him the flyers he had written, and gave him some money to print some flyers. It was convenient to have subordinates. You didn't have to do this kind of thing yourself, which saved a lot of trouble. Now it's not like in Mom City, where you have to be sneaky to print something. Now they can spend money openly to do things. So Enoch didn't need to use magic to confuse the owner of the printing shop. Marcel came to the printing shop, sitting on a stool board, watching the workers under the boss carving on a stone slab. Printing is very time-consuming, so Marcel has to wait for a long time. During the boring wait, Marcel suddenly asked the shop owner what the content of the flyer was. As a bandit, he was illiterate, so even though he took the flyer and looked at it for a while, he couldn't understand anything. He also regarded himself as a member of Horn's gang, so he was a little curious about what Horn and his gang were doing. The boss read the contents of the flyer to Marcel word by word, and Marcel's eyes brightened with every word he said. Horn had tried to make the flyer as easy to understand as possible. After all, he wanted most people to understand the contents of the flyer. Others might have a little idea of the so-called magic knowledge after reading the flyer, but Marcel was different. No one in the God-forsaken land knew better than him how magical the power of Horn and his men was. Being forced to be a bandit, and to guard the gate for Horn and his men, he naturally longed for power. Although he was very satisfied with his current life, how could he refuse if he could have more powerful power? At this time, he suddenly remembered what Horn said to him when he first arrived in Boulder City, "You may not even imagine what I will give you." And he also understood the meaning of Horn asking him to print flyers. At the same time, in the yard of the magic house. Horn stood in front of a large flat wooden board. His fingers turned red and sparked from time to time. He began to write on the board. He wanted to put the board upright at the door, so that every wild witch who came could see it. One day in the sky. Only magic will last forever. Standing there and thinking for a while, he wrote his name at the bottom of the board. Then his whole hand turned red and pressed it on the board. When he took his hand away, a charred handprint appeared at the bottom of the board. For the past month, he has not revealed the relationship between the magician and the wild witch to Marcille, because he is observing Marcille. Marcille was once a bandit after all, and Yian's telepathy is not omnipotent. After all, there is the living example of the troll, so Horn must observe for a while before making a decision. After a month of observation, Marcille's behavior is completely consistent with Yian's description. Although he was semi-forced to serve Horn, Horn was surprised to find that he actually enjoyed this kind of life very much. That's why Horn asked him to print flyers, because Horn had planned to let Marcille learn magic. Otherwise, the gardener could do the printing of flyers. Marcille was out handing out flyers in the afternoon, and didn't come back until the evening. The flyers attracted widespread attention as soon as they were distributed, but not many people really decided to come and see them. What Horn wrote on the flyers was too exaggerated. Although the content was indeed true, it was still exaggerated in the eyes of the wild witches. Once you learn, you can have the ability to cast spells at level 1? What a joke. If you say that you can reach level 1 after a few years of hard training, maybe more people will believe it. Wild witches have been synonymous with weakness since their birth, so they don't even subconsciously believe that wild witches can become stronger. They just think Horn is a liar who intends to cheat money, and few people believe the truth these days. However, there are still people who are willing to try Horn's flyers. His name is Roger Yoam, and his family is one of the few wealthy businessmen in Boulder City. He is the third son in the family. Because he is a wild witch, his path to becoming a warrior is cut off. So he really wants to try what the power that can change fate mentioned in the flyer is. Of course, in his heart, he is like all wild witches. He has no hope for this unknown magic house. He is willing to come here just because he is bored and not afraid of being cheated. Although he has no right to inherit the family, his father still dotes on him very much and specially assigns him a level 1 warrior as a bodyguard. If this so-called magic house is really a scam, Roger doesn't mind teaching them a painful lesson. Of course, if it's not a scam, it's better. If the warrior's path is not feasible, becoming a spellcaster is also a very good choice. With bodyguards, Roger stood at the door of the magic house and first saw the big sign hanging on it. This was carved by Horn himself, with a strong personal style of Old Douglas, which is rare in the God-forsaken land. Roger liked it at first sight, and he planned to ask which master carpenter they had hired to make it. Then he saw a small sign with a paragraph written on it. Roger was shocked at first sight. As the son of a wealthy businessman, he was of course literate. Although the residents in the God-forsaken land did not understand the concept of gods as deeply as the outside world, he was also shocked by the great spirit contained in this paragraph. The bodyguard's focus was not on the content at all, because he could not read. He was concerned about the writing technique and the handprint. He gently pushed Roger and said solemnly, "Master, the words on the sign were written with fingers." Chapter 145. As a first-level warrior, he at least knew that he could never write on a wooden board with his fingers. He knew that warriors above the 3rd level could release their fighting spirit, and with the help of the released fighting spirit, they could easily write on the wooden board. But this was obviously not something that could be done by releasing fighting spirit, because the writing on the wooden board was charred black, as if it was burned by fire. He had never heard of fighting spirit having properties like fire. This sign is definitely not something that ordinary people can make, so this place is very likely not a scam. The two people who were shocked by Horn's new sign walked into the door of the magic house solemnly. The first thing they saw when they entered the door was Marcille sitting on a chair. Roger's expectations for the magic house dropped a lot. Are you sure this place is not a black shop if you let such a fierce guy who is obviously not a good person guard the door? And he also glanced at the layout of the building. Since it is a new building, there are not many decorations. Perhaps the only advantage is that it is clean. This was simply a poor atmosphere in the eyes of Master Roger, who had been spoiled since childhood. Marcille curled his lips in disdain when he saw Roger's expression. This kid was young but arrogant, and all his thoughts were written on his face. He was suspicious of this place at first sight, and he smiled in his heart and waited to see the shocked expressions of the two when they saw the methods of Horn and others. You know, he was the first guest of the House of Magic. Marcille came back from handing out flyers last night and immediately found Horn to express his desire to learn magic, And Horn did not refuse him to learn because of his identity as a robber. In fact, it was because of Marcel that Horn avoided the embarrassment of no one on the first day of opening. His request finally made the first day of the magic house open smoothly. Touching the small wooden stick on his waist, he showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Hey, we are here to see what magic is. Where should we go?" Seeing Marcel sitting still after they came in, with a mysterious and obscene smile on his face, Roger couldn't help asking Marcel questions. "Ahem, turn left and go to the innermost room." Marcel coughed awkwardly twice. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he forgot about the existence of these two guys. Roger's expectations dropped again. With such poor service, could they really do what he described on the flyer? It didn't seem reliable. Pushing the innermost door, he saw a young man with glasses and one eye closed sitting at the desk. The moment he saw this man, Roger's expectations, which were already low, became even lower. Could this weak-looking man be a tough guy who could write on a wooden board with his fingers? Now, he didn't turn around and leave because he wanted to see what they were doing and what the guy who wrote with his fingers was doing. After all, anyone who could write on a wooden board with his fingers would be a level 3 warrior or above. Horn pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Please sit down." He didn't invite the level 1 warrior bodyguard because he knew the main target was the arrogant boy in front of him. Yesterday was the first day of opening, but only Mashila came. After handing out flyers, it is expected that many people may come today, so Horn will be in charge on the first day. After the first day, the remaining magicians took turns working in the reception room, and Horn could go out to do other research independently. As the Speaker of the Parliament, Horn still had this privilege. Horn smiled gently at Roger, who sat down with a dissatisfied look on his face, and then took out a piece of paper with a special mark from the drawer. "What is your name?" "Roger Yoam." Roger said his name proudly. Many people in Boulder City were shocked when they heard his name, and then they began to compliment him. I think the man in front of him was the same. Horn wrote down the name calmly on the paper, and then asked seriously, "Age?" 15. Roger frowned and answered, "Doesn't this person know the name of their family? They are in charge of the second largest merchant group in Boulder City. In the information collected by Enoch, only the merchant group with 4th level warriors was recorded. Although the second-rank Yoam merchant group is almost the same as the first merchant group in terms of business strength, it has not entered the scope of forces that Enoch's Boulder City should be vigilant about." So Horn really didn't know what was so surprising about the so-called Yoham family. But even if he knew, Horn's attitude towards Roger would not change, because it was meaningless to Horn. The only thing that mattered was that Roger was a wild witch, nothing more. "Gender?" Horn continued to ask without raising his head. "You did it on purpose. Can't you tell whether I'm a man or a woman?" Roger's patience with Horn had reached its limit. It was a waste of time for him to come to such a strange place. Ahem, never mind. Horn pushed his glasses awkwardly. He suddenly remembered what Douglas had told him about the way the police in their world question people, so he let it slip. That was an accident. "When did you awaken?" "Humph. 12 years old," Roger said unhappily. "Now please show me your talent." Horn held a pen in his hand and looked directly at Roger. "You call this a talent? When did the ability of a wild witch become a talent? For me, it is just an obstacle to my journey to becoming a warrior. It is more appropriate to call it a curse." Roger stood up. It was indeed a wrong choice to come here. He actually called that kind of thing a talent. That is talent. It is the best gift the world has given us. You think it is a curse, but you just don't know how to use it. Horn looked at Roger very seriously, and said that he wanted to correct this wrong concept. But now Roger has completely regarded Horn as a liar. He looked at Horn with contempt and said, "You said it is a talent, as if you have gained some benefit from this damn ability. Enough, let's go back. I'm tired of this liar." Roger turned around and called his level 1 warrior bodyguard and wanted to go out. He was originally here to make trouble, but after seeing the wooden board, he had a little hope here. Now that his hope was shattered, he was not in the mood to make trouble. But his bodyguard did not listen to him and walked back, but opened his mouth and pointed in the direction of Horn. "What are you pointing at?" "Go back." Roger followed the bodyguard's instructions and looked in the direction of Horn, and then his mouth slowly opened. Horn stretched out his palm to him, and in that palm, a bright fireball the size of a fist was floating quietly on it. The fist-sized fireball emitted amazing heat, and Roger actually felt a little hot in just a short while. In this cold early winter, this flame brought him a great shock. Chapter 146. Is this really a power that a wild witch can possess? Roger pointed at the bright and warm fireball in shock. For the residents of the God-forsaken land, extraordinary powers, like small flames, are very common. But this fireball is obviously not at that level. As a wild witch, he is generally sensitive. He can deeply feel how powerful this fireball is. It is a power that even the first-level warriors around him may not be able to resist. As you can see, I am indeed a wild witch, Horn said to Roger with a chuckle. The shocked expression on Roger's face immediately turned into a mixture of admiration, awe, and desire. Plop! Roger knelt on the ground and said to Horn very sincerely, "Sir, please accept me as your apprentice." Half of this was pretending, and the other half was sincere. As the eldest son of a wealthy family, he knew very well that he must seize the opportunity, and this was his opportunity. Seeing that Roger's tears and snot were about to flow, Horn shuddered, helped Roger up with the magician's hand, and asked with a tense expression, "Can you cooperate with me to do the test now?" Roger, who was helped up, was stunned for a moment. Nothing had touched him just now, but he clearly felt a magical push. These were definitely two completely unrelated forces, which meant that the young man in front of him could not only release fire, but also had other means. Roger sat upright on the stool and nodded continuously, indicating that he would cooperate with whatever Horn did. He didn't cooperate before because he had a preconceived notion that Horn was a liar. He looked at Horn with tinted glasses, and naturally felt that there were problems in all aspects. But now that he had seen the magical flame, and the unknown means of raising him up, all of Horn's previous actions became reasonable in his eyes. The lack of decoration in the house showed that Horn liked a simple style, and the inexplicable questions were the quirks of a master. In Roger's eyes, he had a desire for strength in his heart, and wanted to become Horn's disciple. The bodyguard watching from the side understood better than Roger that Horn was not a guy who pretended to be a real person, but had real skills. Whether it was the fireball or the magician's hand that helped the young master up, they would be very powerful means if used slightly. And he was completely unable to resist such means. "Please show me your talent." Seeing that Roger had obeyed obediently, Horn continued the test. "Now, here?" Roger asked Horn. Horn nodded gently. "Excuse me, can you give me a book? My ability requires the cooperation of a book." "Is it an ability that requires a book to be used?" Horn suddenly became a little interested. "Can he read the knowledge in the book or interpret the meaning of the text? No matter what kind of magic it is, as long as it is not too weird, it must be a strategic ability." Horn took out a basic magic manual from the drawer on the side and handed it to Roger. "Book? Is this okay?" "Yes, this one will do." Roger took a deep breath, shaking his hands constantly, and the energy in his body kept gathering. A breeze blew by, and the cover of the basic manual was gently opened. "That's it, my ability can open the book." "That's all? Don't you have any other feelings, such as more knowledge in your head?" Horn had already guessed what his talent was, but he still wanted to ask desperately. If it was really the ability he guessed, he would make a lot of money. "No, that's all." Roger's face showed some embarrassment. He felt that this ability was too embarrassing. Horn sighed in disappointment and said, "Test successful, wind ability." That's right. The moment Roger cast the spell successfully, Horn was sure that his ability was only wind ability, and his talent should be a little worse than Chi Feng at the beginning, and it had nothing to do with Horn's ability to make up his mind. He continued to ask some questions, and after filling in the contents on the list, Horn stuffed the paper into a file bag and said to Roger, "One last question. What other problems do we have here? Why is it that all wild witches should desire something? Why have you been the only one to come so far?" Roger said to Horn without thinking, "Because everyone thinks this place is a liar. From ancient times to the present, wild witches have always been synonymous with weakness. In ancient times, there were great men who wanted to improve the status of wild witches, but no one has ever really succeeded in improving the power of wild witches. If you want more people to come, you must first show the power you have." Horn nodded in understanding. It seems that it is not impossible for him to be regarded as a liar for saying that he can make wild witches stronger without any evidence. After learning about this, Horn extended his hand to Roger, pointing his finger towards the door. "The test is complete, you can leave." "What?" Roger opened his mouth wide. He asked so many questions, and was asked to leave directly. "What about the thing that could change your destiny? Didn't you say that you can get the power to change your destiny? Is this the end?" Roger said weakly. After seeing Horn's power, Roger really didn't have the confidence to confront Horn. The basic magic manual on the table floated up out of thin air and flew into Roger's hands. "This is the power to change your destiny. It is called the Basic Magic Manual. Just practice according to it. When you have finished studying the contents of this book and entered your own sea of consciousness, you can call yourself a magician. At that time, you can come here to find us and apply to join us. That's right, Horn doesn't need ordinary wild witches now. He only wants magicians to join them. The number of ordinary wild witches is too large. Anyone can become a first-ring wild witch as long as they are given a stick. But magicians are different. This at least means that those who become magicians have experienced hard training. The training process will eliminate some unqualified wild witches. In this way, not all of them are elites, but at least they have the potential to continue to move forward. If they want to rely on the power of all wild witches to overthrow the rule of the church, then Horn and his team must ensure that every magician is under their management. It is impossible for the magicians, who are scattered, to defeat the church. If he wants to achieve this goal, Horn does not want every wild witch in the Forsaken Land to become a first-ring spellcaster before he grows stronger. That will only lead to the formation of multiple separate wild witch forces, or cause most of the wild witches to be absorbed by the forces of the Forsaken Land. Although Horn and his men will definitely be the strongest by then, it is better to have less trouble. Chapter 147. The magic manual given to Roger did not record the method of making a wooden staff, and the words about passing the magic manual to other wild witches were also removed. There are also some special treatments, which makes it difficult to spread this magic manual. In Horn's opinion, it is best for each person to have one copy of this magic manual. Although this method can also pass on the method of practicing magic, it is much slower than the previous method of transmission. But there is nothing on it. After flipping through it a few times, Roger found that there was nothing on this basic magic manual, just a blank. Oh, I almost forgot, this thing is printed with special pigments, and the handwriting will appear when you inject magic power, which is the power of the wild witch in your body. This special pigment was developed by Shirley, who seems to have a talent for analyzing these strange magic materials. In this month, she found several interesting things, and this pigment that can only be colored by magic is one of them. Horn had never thought that Shirley, who usually had no sense of existence, actually had such a talent. After discovering this, he simply asked her to be responsible for the materials related to magic. Roger input his magic power into the basic magic manual, and the light black handwriting emerged. The things recorded on it made him a little excited, but also a little confused, because he found that some things were difficult to understand on the first page alone. If I don't understand something, can I come to you for guidance? Roger said with a smile, bending over. It's really difficult to let you study these things by yourself. Let me think about it. I will post the method on the door after I make a decision. Horn actually had an idea a long time ago. The classroom in this building is used for this purpose. Now he only needs to consider the teaching method and fees. It is impossible to teach all the time. After all, everyone has things to do. It will not be free. After all, knowledge has its own value. After thinking about it, there is nothing to say, so Horn ordered Roger to leave. Roger, who wanted to be Horn's apprentice, wanted to stay and try to get close to him, but Horn refused immediately. He had no intention of accepting an apprentice. Although Yan and the others sometimes called Horn a mentor, Horn only regarded them as friends. If Horn really accepted an apprentice, he would definitely teach him the same way that old Douglas taught him, but Horn did not have the energy to accept an apprentice now. After all, he was a child of a businessman, and he had the ability to read people's expressions as long as he put aside his arrogance. From Horn's decisive refusal, he could tell that Horn really had no intention of accepting a disciple, so he put an end to the idea and prepared to leave. Roger's bodyguard was startled as soon as he opened the door. There were several people crowded at the door. For girls in maid costumes, and several young men who put their ears to the door, as if they were eavesdropping on something. The two looked at the group of people crowded at the door with strange eyes, and slowly left. Horn sighed helplessly. The young men were Luke, Enoch, Daniel, and Terry. Horn had already discovered that they were eavesdropping at the door. They probably came here to watch because they were curious about Roger, the first wild witch to come to the door. Maybe they also wanted to learn from Horn how to conduct wild witch tests. After all, they would take turns to do this work after today. Ignoring the group of people standing at the door, Horn closed the door and went to find Annie. He was not worried that wild witches would come and not find him. He waited for almost an hour before Roger came. He didn't believe that someone else would come so soon. Roger's words gave Horn a little inspiration. If those hesitant wild witches didn't see the ability of the magic house, they would not have the idea of trying it out. After a brief conversation with Annie, Annie agreed to Horn's request. In fact, as long as Horn sent someone to say hello to Annie, she would do it. After all, Annie has always been Horn's little fan. After their team grew, she had less time to spend alone with Horn, so she cherished every time she spent with Horn. Not long after, a small display stand appeared at the door of the magic house. On the display stand was a basin, and a small creature made entirely of water was changing its shape in the basin. This is a supernatural creature of a miniature water element that is not of the highest level. It is a strange creature that Annie summoned by chance. Because of its strange appearance, Annie also engraved the magic circle for summoning it in the sea of consciousness. Now Horn asked her to borrow the summoned beast to show the magic of the magic house, and she summoned this water element without thinking. As long as there is a small basin of water, it can continue forever, which can be said to perfectly meet Horn's requirements. There is another exhibitor under the display stand, a cat wearing clothes standing upright. It holds a small sign on its chest, which reads, "Magic makes wild witches no longer ordinary." Its mission is to hang this sign and act cute to pedestrians on the road. 2 summoned beasts less than level 1 are not a problem for Annie, who is now a second-ring magician. Now she can even maintain a level 1 summoned beast for a long time. And the consumption of Annie's magic and mental power by these 2 little guys is almost incalculable. Among them, except Horn, Annie has the most magic. Her endless summoned beasts can make any careless enemy suffer. The strongest fighter was Enoch. His illusions were getting more and more terrifying. If Annie fought him, she might not even know how she died. The effects of the 2 little creatures were unexpectedly good. These 2 things at least proved that the magic house was not a liar. The people who were hesitant before began to walk into the door of the magic house one after another. Although they were frightened by Marcille guarding the door, no one left. Some people even chatted with Marcille while queuing. They realized that this man, with a fierce face, was not so scary. They were happy, but Horn himself was not. As more and more people came, he naturally became busier and busier. Now he didn't even have time to carefully consider the possibilities of the talents brought by these wild witches one by one. He just numbly recorded the talents of these people. Horn would only pay attention to the outstanding ones. Fortunately, Horn was responsible for testing the wild witches for only 1 day. After tomorrow, it would be Yan and the others who would suffer. Thinking of them being overwhelmed while he was doing experiments in the laboratory, Horn expressed his happiness. Chapter 148. During the test, Horn still made some discoveries. Although the types and performance of wild witches' talents can represent the magic talent of this wild witch to a certain extent, there should be other criteria for judgment, such as mental power and affinity for magic. The strength of mental power can directly affect the efficiency of wild witches' meditation and the application of magic, and the affinity for magic can affect the power of magic. Except for Yan, the wild witches Horn has seen have stronger mental power, stronger ability to learn magic, and higher affinity for this type of magic, the more powerful the magic they cast. However, Horn was just thinking about it, because they had no way to test the affinity between mental power and magic power, and Horn could not spare the time to study this thing for the time being. After all, he didn't even have an idea for research, but he could ask Shirley to pay attention to what materials were more sensitive to mental power. As long as she found something, at least something that could test mental power could be made. Finally, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the busyness. After Horn received the last wild witch, he locked the door. A sign with business hours was hung outside. 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., other hours the magic house does not accept wild witches. At first, accepting wild witches was a pleasure for Horn. It was a happy thing for him to see more and more wild witches become stronger. But in the afternoon, he lost his patience. There were all kinds of situations that could happen during the test. Some brought their children and the children cried, some lost money, some could not give the correct answer to Horn's questions. Horn had had enough of this boring reception work in one morning. Most of the more than 30 wild witches he received were gifted in the elemental system, and only a few were not gifted in the elemental system. Among these few people, there was only one person with talent that Horn cared about, and that was the little girl in the family who performed wild witch tricks when they entered the Stone City. She was only 7 years old this year, and she awakened her talent at such a young age. In addition to her good talent, the bigger reason was that she had been stimulated. This made Horn feel a little distressed, but soon this pain was smoothed out by Horn. Compared with the wild witches in the outside world, the wild witches in the godforsaken land lived a very happy life. When she demonstrated her talent, she put her hand on the water cup, and at first glance, nothing changed. At first, Horn thought that she was too young to be noticed, but after her parents explained, he realized that her talent was to make objects lighter. The change in weight could not be detected by naked eye observation. Horn felt the difference only after picking up the water cup. The change was not large, but considering that this was only the extent that a little girl could achieve, it was enough to shock Horn. Unfortunately, she was too young, a few years younger than Colin, so Horn could only wait until she grew up before absorbing her. As for the other wild witches, their talents were very ordinary. Although no specific tests were done, Horn knew that they were definitely not as talented as those around him just by the effects of their talents and the mental strength he felt. For example, a wild witch with a talent for fire magic, Horn compared it with Daniel, and found that his level was completely different from Daniel, whom Horn met at the beginning. The wild witch's fire talent is not as good as Horn's, while Daniel's fire magic talent is higher than Horn's. Now the power of the same level of fire magic cast by Daniel and Horn is almost the same, and Horn's spellcasting experience, mental strength, and ability to control his own magic are all incomparable to Daniel. After a while, when Daniel becomes stronger, the power of Daniel's fire magic of the same level will exceed Horn's. Daniel was born for fire spells. While Horn was admiring Daniel's talent for fire, in the distant parish of the Church of the God of Wealth, a guy named Ivan Cellier had become a wild wizard without any guidance. And his first-ring magic, the yellow flame temperature, was much higher than the normal first-ring magic. The talents of wild wizards were different, and the gap between talents could be so great that it was despairing, but magicians still had to rely on knowledge to become more powerful. No matter how talented a single magician was, he could not reach the end of magic. On that day, more than 30 wild witches gained enviable power in the magic house. As these wild witches spread the name of the magic house, by word of mouth, it spread throughout the stone city. On the second day, more people came to take the test. On the third day, there were so many people that they had to line up in front of the magic house. As the magic house became increasingly popular, a small shop quietly opened. The name of the shop was Memhalen's Alchemy House. The things sold here are all made by magicians to increase the profits of the magic house. The cheapest item in the alchemy house is the gray magic robe of the same style as Horn and his men, which costs only 5 silver coins. This is a custom-made piece of clothing by the old butler Alfred in a clothing store in Boulder City. 2 silver coins become 5 silver coins when placed in the alchemy house, but there are still many people buying it. Most of the wild witches who buy this kind of robe are because they cannot join Horn in his organization, so they buy a piece of clothing to show that they are in the same group as Horn. Although he could not make much money from the robe, Horn saw more and more people wearing this kind of robe near the magic house, so he continued to sell it. He suddenly had an idea to use this style of magic robe as a uniform between wild witches and magicians. Magicians wore black robes, wild witches wore gray robes, and more advanced magicians wore white robes. Using the color of clothes as a symbol to distinguish the levels of magicians, the more Horn thought about it, the better the idea was, so he found another piece of wood and started writing. After writing it, he thought about it, and burned the board again. It was too early to classify the levels of magicians now. Besides, Yin was still a wild witch. He couldn't be allowed to work in a gray robe. Moreover, the Magic Council was not an authority among the wild witches. No matter how they issued it, it would be useless. He couldn't control the outside world to wear whatever color clothes they wanted. Thinking of this, Horn took out a notebook from his arms, and wrote down his ideas about the color of clothes and robes. If one day all the ideas he recorded in the notebook were realized, then at that time, the Magic Council would have been a big move and unstoppable. Chapter 149. In addition to robes, the alchemy house has many other things for sale. The second cheapest thing is the walnut staff soaked in potion. The raw materials of this kind of thing are basically worthless. But after it is made, it can be sold directly to the wild witches for the price of 1 gold coin, and it is in short supply. A walnut staff is 10 opportunities to cast a first-level magic, and few people are stingy about this. Because Horn deleted the method of making this kind of staff in the basic magic manual, now the wild witches in the Boulder City can only buy walnut staffs from Horn. In addition, there are potions made by Horn in his spare time, which are left to mold in the laboratory. These potions are made by Horn in his spare time, and basically have no technical content. They are similar to the Flame Affinity potion that killed Licaro. Taking the raw materials directly has similar effects. This potion is extremely uncomfortable even for wild witches with corresponding attributes, and it is even equivalent to poison for those who do not have corresponding attributes. It is not that Horn does not want to make higher-level things, but the first attempt at magical potion left by Old Douglas only records things of this level. Old Douglas's knowledge of potions was limited, and he could not research anything more advanced. Horn was completely clueless, and could only make things based on Old Douglas's records. It was difficult for him to make new potions. However, if one could endure the inhumane side effects of this potion, it would still be of some use to the practice of magic. Horn priced this item at 5 gold coins per bottle, which was just enough to cover the cost, but all Horn wanted was to not lose money, and he would not make this kind of thing again. He planned to translate the book, and when he found a wild witch with a talent for alchemy, he would give the book to him and let him study it himself. The alchemy house did not hide the side effects of the potion, but the potion was still sold out very easily. It can only be said that some wild witches are willing to risk everything to become stronger. The real money-making things in the store are the magic accessories made by Horn and the staff made by Luke. The price of the staff is 1,000 gold coins, and the materials, including the magic crystal, are only worth a few gold coins. But Luke also needs to practice and can't keep making magic wands, so the price is very high. This magic wand was only sold once, and Roger bought it. After all, the price is too high, and there is a magic wand that can cast magic 10 times for 1 gold coin instead. They don't need to buy this kind of magic wand. And the magic ring made by Horn is even more expensive, costing 3,000 gold coins. This is not a price increase, and Horn has also reduced the price. You know, if this thing is put in an auction outside, it may not be possible to get one with tens of thousands of gold coins. Horn sold a ring to Kilborg for 10,000 gold coins. All 5 magic jewelry Horn released were sold out within 2 days. This thing is different from the staff made by Luke. As long as the Wild Witch gets this ring, he can release new magic. Magic jewelry can only be made by Horn. There is no other place like this. In fact, if Horn had not limited it to only allow wild witches to buy in only 1 piece per person, all of them would have been bought by the rich Roger when they were put on display. Roger knew very well that such things could be sold at a high price if they found a good auction. Of course, these things were not donated by the magicians for free. Although Horn and Luke said they would not accept money, Ian disagreed with this approach. The founders of the Magic Council could provide profits to the council for free, but the magicians who joined later might not be willing to do so. Since the council has been established, some things must be handled according to the rules. For example, walnut staffs or wizard robes are the council's business, and all profits are used as the council's activity funds. But the council will only take half of the profits from Luke's staff and Horn's magic accessories, and the rest will be given to Horn and Luke. When more and more magicians sell things, this ratio will be adjusted down. The Magic Council can only operate for a long time if the interests of magicians are not overexploited. The clerk in charge of selling things is Marcel. He retired gloriously from the position of doorman. Although no one left the magic house because of his influence, his unsightly image is still not suitable for welcoming guests. Letting him be in charge of selling things can also deter some criminals with ulterior motives. Now the 4 young and beautiful maids are responsible for receiving visitors. They allocate their own time to come here to watch the door. Sure enough, having a pretty girl guarding the gate and having Marcel guarding the gate have 2 effects. Now the atmosphere has become relaxed when waiting in line. More and more wild witches come, and the magic house established by Horn has become famous in the Stone City. Now all wild witches know about the magic house. There is no charge and no requirement to join. Every wild witch who comes to test will become a first-level spellcaster. Whether it is a scam or not is completely exposed. Any wild witch with a discerning eye can see that this is completely helping all wild witches. Therefore, most of the wild witches are full of gratitude to Horn and his team. And because the wild witches are scattered all over the Boulder City, the entire Boulder City now at least knows about the magic house. There are even fanatical admirers of Horn, the founder of the magic house, who have begun to build statues of Horn in conspicuous places in Boulder City. Such news is inevitable that it will reach the ears of the Boulder City officials. There is a solemn building in the central area of Boulder City, and the main color of the building is black. This is the city lord's residence. A man in black clothes sat cross-legged on a tiger skin chair on a high platform. The tiger's skin was dark in color with grass-green ring-shaped stripes. It was more than 10 square meters long when spread out. It was the fur peeled off from a level 6 monster that the middle-aged man killed with his own hands. On the wall beside the middle-aged man hung a dark iron armor with many scratches on it. It was the medal of the middle-aged man's lifelong battles. It was also what he was proud of. His name is Gino Contans. He is the Lord of the Stone City. 10 years ago, he defeated the old Lord and became the new Lord of the Stone City. At this moment, he is frowning and looking at the yellowed parchment in his hand. This is the information about the noteworthy things that happened in the Stone City presented by his subordinates. He personally doesn't like the soft paper and prefers parchment. He doesn't know why, but he likes it. So all the information handed to him is written on parchment. There were several people standing under the platform. All of them were high-ranking officials of the Stone City, waiting for Genoa to finish reading the information in his hand. After a while, he handed the parchment to the maid standing beside the chair, and said to the people below with dignity, What do you think of this new magic house in the stone city? Among the people standing below, a warrior wearing iron gloves said, I don't know much about this magic house, but the wild witches, who have become first-level spellcasters, are all from our stone city, which should be a good thing for us. Is that what you think, Sir Warrior? But why do I feel that this so-called magic house is a huge threat to the stone city? Also standing in front, a fur-covered lizard man with green scales said in a gloomy tone. Kino's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward to the lizard man and asked, Tell me, Savara. Chapter 150. The lizard man Sabala bowed to Gino first, and then began to explain. Sir, these people can create more than 100 first-level extraordinary people in a few days. If they are given more time, the extraordinary people they create will exceed the power controlled by our big stone city. If they are allowed to develop wantonly in big stone city, one day the power they create will exceed the power we have. And in the God-forsaken land, what does it mean that there is a force in the city that is more powerful than the city officials? Everyone present should know. Savara was originally the only spellcaster with decent strength in the stone city, but the emergence of the House of Magic changed the situation. So he instinctively resisted the House of Magic because he felt that his position was threatened. His spellcasting ability was obtained from the tribe's ancestral spirits. These extraordinary people called themselves shamans. This is somewhat similar to the power of wizards and priests, but the difference is that their power will not be suppressed in the Forsaken Land of God, perhaps because they are the native race of the Forsaken Land of God, or because the relationship between shamans and the ancestral spirits they worship is not a completely enslaved relationship like that between gods and demons. The relationship between the ancestors and the shaman is much more equal. Those who can communicate with the ancestors are responsible for strengthening the tribe and providing faith for the ancestors, while the ancestors provide strength for the shaman. When the shaman dies, he will become one of the tribe's ancestors. And the manifestation of their power is more to bless those in battle, or to weaken the opponent, and there are not many means of direct attack. Jinua touched his chin, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. He felt that what Savara said made sense. No ruler would want a force that could threaten his position to appear in the city, even if this force itself has no ill will towards the city lord, but their existence is a threat to the city. At this time, a middle-aged man, with a neat mustache standing at the back stood up and said respectfully to Jinua, I don't think the House of Magic is a threat to you. They are in my jurisdiction. I have always been paying attention to the dynamics of the House of Magic. They did give the Wild Witch a lot of power, but they did not expand their strength as Lord Savara said. According to my observation, they have not yet absorbed any members in the Stone City. So I think they pose no threat to you, Lord Mayor. This mustache man is the sheriff of the Southeast District. Because the House of Magic appeared in the Southeast District, he was called to discuss countermeasures. Do you have a say here? The lizardman Savara glared at the sheriff with his cold-blooded pupils. The invisible pressure pressed on the sheriff, causing dense beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. His status was much higher than that of the sheriff, and he was very dissatisfied with the sheriff's rebuttal to his words. No problem, let him continue. Kino waved his hand and said to Savara, As you command, my lord. Savara bowed slightly to Kino, then stepped back to relieve the pressure on the sheriff. The sheriff wiped the sweat from his head and continued to say to Kino, According to my observation, those people seem to be more focused on developing the overall power of the Wild Witches. They have no possibility of threatening your position. And in order to express their respect for you, they also specially presented you a treasure that suits your status. The sheriff called the waiter to pass a gift box wrapped in colorful paper to Jinua. Jinua took the gift box, and the meaningless packaging turned into pieces, with a shake of dochi in his hand. He opened the box and found a fiery red metal gauntlet inside. The back of the hand was inlaid with 3 fiery red crystals, which were the crystal cores of the 4th-level magic beast. This gauntlet is made of special metal, and is extremely strong. You can use dochi to slightly stimulate the crystal core on it to see the more peculiar features of this gauntlet. The sheriff acted as a commentator to explain the gauntlet to Kino. Listening to the sheriff's description, Kino became interested. First, he checked to make sure there was no hidden mechanism, and then put his hand into the gauntlet. After moving it a few times, he found that the strength of the gauntlet was extraordinary. It was considered top-notch among the armors in his collection. Just based on its hardness, it was already a treasured armor. Unfortunately, it was only a gauntlet, and it was a little ugly. There was no way, Horn's aesthetic was just like that. Hearing the sheriff say that stimulating the crystal core above will have other effects, he curiously stimulated it with a small wisp of fighting spirit. Swish! The red flame instantly burned the entire gauntlet, but Jinua's palm in the gauntlet only felt a little warm. Now Jinua is like having a big hand like fire. Although this flame is just an ordinary flame, it also makes Jinua's eyes a little blurred. The sheriff stepped forward and said to Jinua, "Lord City Lord, there is a spell on the gloves. When using it, you can activate the power of this glove by silently reciting it. The strongest can reach level 2. This power is not worth mentioning for a powerful person like you, but it can show your majesty." Jinua silently chanted the spell, and the flames on the gloves became more intense and more gorgeous. He smiled and nodded with satisfaction. The gloves that can emit flames are already rare treasures in Jinua's eyes, and they can present such rare treasures to him, which is equivalent to surrender in his eyes. It's better not to care about this magic family. As long as they don't expand their power in the Stone City, the wild witches they teach are also reserving power for the Stone City. After Jinua finished speaking, he couldn't let go of the glove and played with it. He didn't want to talk to the others. The lizardman Sabala looked at the sheriff fiercely. But the sheriff didn't seem to be afraid at all. Although Sabala was a little arrogant because he was the only spellcaster in the Stone City, the simple brain of the lizardman made him like to do things directly. Unless he was provoked to death, he would not be a big danger to others. After all, he was restrained by the city lord and dared not kill others, and the lizardman's straightforward character made him not use some conspiracy and tricks. As long as he is still under the command of the city lord, this lizard is a completely harmless animal to the sheriff. Seeing the city lord's delighted look after getting the gloves, the sheriff couldn't help but sigh for Horn, who called himself a magician. Horn had approached him before he started to develop, and asked him to present the gauntlet to the city lord after the opening of the magic house. Of course, Horn gave him sufficient compensation, otherwise the sheriff would not risk offending people to speak for Horn. Although the compensation he gave him was completely incomparable to this priceless gauntlet, it was enough for the sheriff to help. Kino returned to his room with the gauntlet in his arms. His room was full of various armors, and this gauntlet became his new favorite. But this did not mean that he would ignore the threat of the magic house to his dominance for the sake of this gauntlet. He was not so stupid. Although the situation described by the sheriff made him feel a little relieved, it was not enough to make him ignore the potential risks of the magic house. The reason why he decided not to interfere with the development of the magic house was just a letter from a member of an unknown organization. The letter asked him to try not to embarrass the House of Magic. If the House of Magic really threatened his rule, he would take action no matter what. But Jinua did not want to offend that organization if there was no threat. After all, every member of that organization he knew had the strength to destroy the Order of Boulder City alone. Chapter 151. While Jinua was holding the gauntlet and cherishing and despising the previous armor, Horn, who was using fire and lightning to stimulate a piece of unknown metal, couldn't help but sneeze. After sneezing, Horn suddenly remembered the gauntlet. When he thought of the shocked expression of the sheriff when he saw the gauntlet, Horn wanted to laugh. The look in his eyes when he looked at Horn was completely saying that if you have such a priceless treasure, why do you want to give it to the city lord? Isn't it better to keep it for yourself? But for them, that thing is a rare treasure, but for Horn, it is just a defective product of a failed experiment. Horn, who had followed old Douglas since childhood, knew that if he wanted to develop safely in a city, he had to make friends with the ruler of the city, that is, the city lord Kino. It was because old Douglas repeatedly made furniture for Earl Ryan for free that the carpenter's shop was open in Ryan City for a full 10 years, but was never troubled by the officials of Ryan City. Moreover, Earl Ryan was not the actual ruler of the city, so all of them had this effect. Therefore, pleasing the city lord Kino of Giant Stone City was an important step for them to develop in Giant Stone City. With this idea in mind, Horn first asked the sheriff what kind of things the city lord liked. After learning that he liked armor, Horn made a flame gauntlet to suit his taste. Horn can guarantee the strength because the material used is thunder silver, which is difficult to change by other methods except thunder and lightning. That is definitely the strength that can completely beat ordinary armor. In order to cast this gauntlet, Horn bought a large amount of thunder silver in Boulder City. Because there is no thunder god church in the Forsaken Land that can smelt thunder silver, the price of thunder silver in Boulder City is very low. The price was so low that no one would sell this metal at all. Horn had to go to the mercenary guild to hire a low-level mercenary group to get it. And because Horn gave a lot of money, the small mercenary group directly got Horn a cart of thunder silver, which is now piled up in the underground laboratory belonging to Horn and takes up a large space. There was no other way. At that time, there were several thousand gold coins in hand, so Horn was more generous. The stones they brought back were all of relatively high purity. Horn stimulated them with lightning and turned them all into pure thunder silver metal blocks. Making armor was very laborious for Horn. After all, the thunderbolt technique could not make objects of too large a size. If one wanted to make a whole set of armor, one had to piece them together bit by bit, so Horn, who was too bothered by the trouble, only made him a pair of hand armor. Then he used the remaining time to make a magic dagger with flames for everyone, using the fire magic array contributed by Daniel. By the way, he also forged a Thunder Silver long sword without a magic array for Terry to replace his rusty iron sword. Horn had long been fed up with that broken thing, and Terry also fully demonstrated the nature of men who like new things and dislike old things. He gave the iron sword that had accompanied him for several months to the chef as a firewood stick. Although this pair of gauntlets is hard enough, and the flames it releases are also very cool, it is completely a defective product in terms of manufacturing process. Horn made it all of Thunder Silver, and also used 3 crystal cores of level 4 monsters. The blood of level 4 monsters was used to carve the magic circle. But the limit is only something that can be stimulated by fighting spirit to burst out the power of the second ring of magic. In Horn's opinion, this is a complete failure that wastes materials. Horn is currently researching magic items that can be activated by Do Chi, which Horn can trigger with just his mental power. All he can think of is to use the crystal core of the monster as energy to activate the magic circle, so that there will be no embarrassing situation where Do Chi cannot be activated as before. The gauntlet on Jinua's hand is one of the failures of Horn's experiment. Although it can also release magic through Do Chi, it is just a natural condition caused by the accumulation of precious materials. Horn stimulated the energy in the crystal core by extracting the energy of the magic crystal. Although he was able to extract some energy, it was reduced by 2 levels. In Horn's expectation, the materials of the real finished product could at least make 3 magic props that could release 4th level magic, and they did not need to consume their own magic power at all. However, the hand armor with flames attached was strong enough, and it was also a treasure in the eyes of outsiders. After all, Horn was the only one who could make this thing. At least Horn still has the confidence to satisfy Jinua. In Horn's opinion, it is worthwhile to use such a defective product to buy time for development. Next, he began to continue to invest in research. Although the product he gave to Jinua before was a defective product, it still gave Horn a lot of experience. What he needs to do now is to continue to improve this new magic prop. When the 2nd or 3rd level crystal core can also achieve the effect similar to that hand armor, it will be considered a success. Suddenly, Horn's hand stopped, because he had been distracted for a while, and suddenly a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Since the crystal core can be used as the energy of the magic circle, can the magic crystal stone also be used? After all, although the energy in the magic crystal stone is not as much as the energy in the crystal core, the energy in the magic crystal stone is much purer, and the energy in the magic crystal stone is easier to extract. As soon as he thought of it, Horn found a piece of wood, carved the magic circle of the fireball on it, and inlaid a magic crystal stone at each of the 5 corners of the pentagram. Horn was very serious when carving the magic circle, and did not start rashly like other experiments. He brought back more than 100 magic crystals, because this kind of thing is a non-renewable resource for the time being, and it will be gone after use. When the last magic crystal was put in, the magic circle flashed for a while, but there was no change. Just like a magician needs a spell to release magic, although this magic circle was carved successfully, it is just like a magic circle waiting to be activated in the sea of consciousness. Without the effect of the spell, the magic circle will not be activated. This made Horn's idea of using magic crystals to make magic traps fail. After all, it was completely meaningless to use such a thing that could not be triggered as a trap, and the magic crystals would slowly lose energy during placement and would soon become waste. However, Horn showed a satisfied smile, because in addition to restoring magic power to the magician, the magic crystals had another use. The ability to activate the magic circle itself has great value. There is no need to condense the magic circle in the sea of consciousness. Just put in the magic crystal, and know the spell to release the magic. Just thinking about it can tell how valuable this thing is. Although it is destined to be unable to achieve fine control, because it is not released by the magician himself, it is enough to be able to release it. Horn rubbed his hair, which had begun to become greasy, and continued to devote himself to research. Chapter 152. While Horn was doing the experiment, the reputation of the Magic House further fermented in Boulder City. More topics about the Magic House were passed on among the wild witches, and the current address of the Magic House was naturally one of the topics they discussed. Some curious people did some research and found that the place where Horn and his friends were now was the headquarters of the former Black Axe Brotherhood. The Black Axe Brotherhood has never been an easy organization to talk to. The fact that the Magic House could forcibly take the house from the Black Axe Brotherhood further proved the strength of the Magic House. The news that Black Axe Jeffrey was beaten by Horn, the owner of the Magic House, and could not take care of himself, and that his injuries had not healed after a month of treatment, was spread from nowhere. This kind of topic is the easiest to spread, so after the news was revealed, it spread throughout the entire Southeast District in just one day, and other districts also heard about it. This made Jeffrey very uncomfortable. This news damaged the reputation of the Black Axe Brotherhood in him, which was a small matter. Anyway, their reputation had been lost when Horn drove them away in disgrace. But the news that he was seriously injured, which he tried to hide, was very deadly when it reached the ears of the other two gangs in the Southeast area. In the past, he relied on the strong fighting power brought by Black Axe to be the largest gang in the Southeast area. Unfortunately, he was not friendly to the other two gangs at that time. It can even be said that he was too much. Because of Black Axe, he and the two gangs had a lot of blood debts. Now that the news of a serious injury has been spread, he doesn't believe that the two guys will not attack him. Just this morning, a letter of challenge arrived in Jeffrey's hands. At noon tomorrow, in a square in a remote neighborhood in the Southeast District, they will redivide the territory with Jeffrey. If Jeffrey was holding the Black Axe and intact, he would definitely be very happy, because he can occupy an absolute advantage among the second-level warriors. But now, he has no qualifications to fight against the other two big gangs. He lost the Black Axe, and was injured by Horn. Now he is not fully recovered. He can only be regarded as a first-level warrior. If a level 1 warrior bursts out, he can't bear it. In this case, the weakest gang becomes the Black Axe Brotherhood. This makes him worry, and there is only one person who can help him in this situation. The next morning, the wild witches who came to take the test had lined up in a long queue, and at this time, a special guest came to the magic house. A group of ferocious guys appeared at the door of the magic house, and the wild witches, who were queuing, showed some fear on their faces, because these people were members of the Black Axe Brotherhood. What are they here for? Are they unwilling to accept the fact that their house was taken away, and want to have a big fight here? As for the wild witches who were hanging around the door of the magic house, or coming to the store to buy things, they looked at them with unfriendly eyes. They have generally gained power from Horn and become spellcasters. So many spellcasters gathered together, naturally they would not be afraid of Jeffrey and his men. Letting all the minions stop at the door, Jeffrey walked into the magic house himself with the middle-aged butler. At this time, Jeffrey looked a little strange. He was wearing a large black cloak to completely hide himself, as if he was hiding something. This further confirmed the rumor that he was injured by Horn. If it weren't for his broad figure and the butler following behind him, he couldn't even be recognized as Jeffrey, the boss of the Brotherhood. Jeffrey's gangsters blocked the door of the magic house with their noses in the air. And those wild witches who didn't like them looked at them with disdain. Jeffrey's men, who noticed that the wild witches' eyes were wrong, looked back with more fierce eyes. The wild witches didn't want to fight in the magic house, a place they respected, while Jeffrey's brothers didn't want to act recklessly in the magic house because of Jeffrey's orders and the horror of Horn they had seen. So the two parties who disliked each other could only attack each other with their eyes. The situation was probably similar to, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try looking at another one? Let's try." The eye-to-eye battle was very exciting, but Jeffrey's brothers never dreamed that these guys who provoked them with their eyes were all spellcasters with the strength of the first ring. Maybe one day, an old brother will brag to his juniors and say, "When I was young, your grandfather and a group of buddies once challenged a group of magicians led by XXX and XXX at the gate of the Magic Council headquarters." Both sides had a lot of fun fighting with eyes, but these people gathering at the gate of the House of Magic eventually had some impact on business. So Mazel, who was in charge of selling things, closed the door of the shop and walked out. "What are you doing? We don't need to do business if you block the gate. Go wherever you want. Isn't it a curse to ask people to stay where they want to stay in the cold winter?" Jeffrey's men have seen this bearded man, and know that he is a man who attacked with Horn. But they are not afraid of Marcel, because the ugly Marcel was just a follower in that battle, and never showed his strength. They only obey the strong, and Marcel is not qualified for them to obey. Their boss's order is to let them wait here, so they will not listen to the orders of this guy, who looks more like a villain than them. "Who are you? Don't think we are afraid of you just because you look scary. You were still drinking milk when we came out to fight." The leader pointed at Ma Shilai and said disdainfully. After he finished speaking, the rest of the brothers also laughed wildly, and the situation was out of control for a while. Yo, Ma Shilai was not angry at the arrogant appearance of these minions. He just pulled out the walnut staff from his belt, pointed the top of the staff at the ground in front of the leader, moved his lips slightly, and a ball of things was launched from the front of the staff. Bang! A loud noise came from the ground in front of the leader, and a bowl-sized dent was made on the ground under his feet. A breeze mixed with dust blew across the stunned faces of the brothers. They looked at Ma Xilai in horror. They didn't understand this method. A month ago, this person was still at the same level as them, at most a little stronger than them. But how come he has become a spellcaster now? With that face, that figure, that bald head, and that style, this guy shouldn't be a spellcaster. They left the door of the magic house with wooden faces, and waited at the door of the broken house on the side. Seeing these gangsters give in to him, Ma Xilai felt as comfortable as eating hot pot in the middle of winter. This was the first time he enjoyed the pleasure brought by magic. It was also from this time that Ma Xilai developed the habit of pretending to be cool with magic in front of others. Chapter 153. Ma Xilai's magic is to launch compressed air to attack, which is very powerful among the magic brought by the awakening of the Wild Witch. Most of the first ring magic is brought by the awakening of the Wild Witch, and the power is generally different. To be precise, these magics are more like innate spells similar to Warcraft. The strong ones, such as Ivan Cellier's Yellow Flame, can even penetrate the defense of a second-level warrior, while the weak ones, such as Shirley's Cold Current spell, can only cause a little frostbite if it does not last. As for the auxiliary spells, I won't talk about them. For Horn, auxiliary spells are much more important than offensive spells. Irene, who was on duty, brought Jeffrey and the middle-aged housekeeper to the reception room in the small building and asked them to wait there while she went to find Horn. Horn forbade the maids to enter the underground laboratory, so she rang the bell at the door. Horn, who had just finished a failed experiment, heard the bell ring, put down the things in his hands, picked up the towel on the table, wiped his face casually, and went out. Most of Horn's experiments in the past few days ended in failure, because he was trying to make something based on the information left by old Douglas. These things were different from what he was really good at. There were too many, and the categories were very diverse. Even Horn would fail most of the time. Although they were not particularly profound, Horn still had to experiment in person if he wanted to understand and translate them. Seeing Horn come out, Irene bowed respectfully to Horn, and her posture was very pleasing to the eye. This kind of life was something the original carpenter had never thought of. Master Horn, Mr. Jeffrey, the president of the Black Axe Brotherhood, wants to see you. Horn frowned. Why did he come to see him? But he could ask him about the Black Axe. Let them wait, I go over later. After telling Irene, Horn went upstairs to his room. In fact, in Horn's opinion, it would be fine even if he went directly to see Jeffrey and the others, but when he thought of Enoch's serious look, he obediently went upstairs to wash up. Enoch forbade him to meet outsiders with his disheveled appearance, like a refugee. As the Speaker of the Magic Council, he represented the image of the Magic Council, so he absolutely did not allow Horn to meet visitors in this state. When he thought of Enoch's serious look when he said this, Horn couldn't help but want to smile. That was really interesting. Horn's way of washing was very simple. He had his own bathroom in the master bedroom. He washed his face and hair first, and then filled the bathtub with water using the magic version of water flow. After adding the cleaning agent developed by Shirley to the water, he jumped into the bathtub. He then used magic to protect his body, manipulated the fire magic to heat the water in the bathtub, and used magic hands to rub the clothes and various parts of the body vigorously. If the water becomes dirty, he will change another bucket of water. After washing, Horn jumped out of the bathtub, chanted a spell, and a hot stream appeared to completely evaporate the water on his body. The whole process took Horn less than 10 minutes, and he didn't even take off his clothes. Fortunately, the magic robe that old Douglas left him was of excellent quality, otherwise ordinary clothes would be completely scrapped after washing twice. After taking a bath, Horn suddenly had an idea that maybe this detergent could also be sold in the alchemy house, and the business must be very good. After meeting Jeffrey, Horn planned to inform the Wild Witches that anything they developed could be sold in the alchemy house, not only for Wild Witches, but also for ordinary people. The source of the Magic Council's wealth must be more extensive. And for the cleaning agent developed by Shirley, a factory can even be built. As long as it can be mass-produced, it will definitely be a huge profit. Tell Yan to go to see Jeffrey together. This time, he will ask about the Black Axe when Yan is present, so that Jeffrey will never lie. Enoch saw him on the way, and asked to go with him to see it. He had long wanted to see what the original owner of the house looked like. When the news about the Black Axe Brotherhood spread, Enoch and other Wild Witches teased Horn a lot. What happened to the pure deal between friends? Soon the three of them came to the reception room and met Jeffrey, who had been waiting for a long time. Due to Horn's special bathing method, they did not let Jeffrey and the other two wait too long. Jeffrey looked a little strange now. He was wrapped in a cloak. Seeing Horn and the others coming, Jeffrey bowed respectfully to Horn. Hello, powerful Mr. Horn Mimolin, I come here to seek your help. Oh, what help? Horn was a little curious. What kind of trouble could these domineering guys have? And they actually came to him for help. In order to appear more pitiful, Jeffrey tore off his cloak, revealing his strong upper body with bare arms. His body was covered with patterned scars, which were the scars left by Horn. The wounds I suffered at your hands have not healed yet, and I don't know how this news got out. Now the other two gangs in the southeast area want to team up to deal with me, so I can only come to you for help. Jeffrey leaned forward and said with a wrong tone. You mean, I caused your injury, so I have to be responsible for your current crisis, right? Horn asked Jeffrey with a hint of anger. Doesn't this mean that you caused my trouble, so you have to help me solve it? I dare not, because I really have no choice but to ask you for help. If you are willing to help me through this crisis, after this incident is over, the Black Axe Brotherhood will be willing to give you. Jeffrey thought for a moment and said, a reward of 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins was the limit of what Jeffrey could afford. He was a gangster who didn't make much money. It cost him a lot of money to replace the upper and lower halls of the gang's headquarters. He also gave Horn 10,000 gold coins as a tribute. Horn's face showed no reaction. Although the number of 50,000 gold coins was already very large, the magic house was profitable, and they were not short of money. Just the rings Horn sold made more than 10,000 gold coins. Seeing Horn's expression, Jeffrey knew that Horn was not tempted at all. These prices were not enough to impress Horn. There was no point in adding some gold coins. Jeffrey gritted his teeth and said to Horn, as long as you promise to help me through this crisis, the Black Axe Brotherhood will be willing to listen to your orders in the future. Chapter 154. For Jeffrey, accepting Horn's leadership was not a difficult thing to accept. Compared with the crisis that could not be overcome this time, it was just a small matter. The gang's territory was annexed, and his men might be able to submit to the other two gangs, but Jeffrey, as the leader and with declining strength, would definitely not survive. Not only because he was the leader, but also because his previous fight was too wild, and he had a great grudge with the other two gangs. Killing is not the right thing to do. You killed a man, but you smashed his body. Isn't that too much? The authorities won't intervene in the fights between gangs, and those two gangs must have informed the authorities of Boulder City. As for the forces he had made friends with, which were about the same strength as them, if Jeffrey showed weakness, they might attack Jeffrey first. Now Jeffrey was completely isolated and helpless, and the only ones who could help Horn through the difficulties were Horn and his people. So even though Jeffrey was beaten by Horn a month ago and couldn't live on his own, and his house was robbed, Horn was the only one he could go to now. Accepting Horn's leadership is not all bad for the Black Axe Brotherhood, and there are even more benefits than disadvantages. Jeffrey knows that Horn is a master, and although he has to help Horn, he is also equivalent to accepting Horn's protection. After all, the gangs are not good for the city, and the city officials will not stand up for them. They might be wiped out someday because they offended a powerful force that they could not afford to offend, and making friends with a strong man might come in handy someday. Just like this incident, if there was a level 4 boss standing behind Jeffrey, would the two gangs still dare to attack Jeffrey? Obviously they would not dare. But Horn was still not interested in helping Jeffrey. For Horn, who would definitely have countless spellcasters as his subordinates in the future, the loyalty of the Brotherhood was dispensable. However, at this stage, the Brotherhood still has some value. Even if it develops in the future, Horn will still need some people to run errands. In addition to the face of gold coins, Horn feels that he can still help Jeffrey solve this crisis. If they can get benefits with just a little effort, why don't they do it? Horn was thinking about it. Seeing Horn's expressionless face, Jeffrey slapped his forehead and asked the butler beside him to present a box to Horn. Lord Horn, I know you are interested in the axe. After I went back, I thought about it carefully and remembered some information about the axe. Jeffrey said to Horn with a pleasing look, I found this axe in a strange canyon. There are many strange things in that canyon near the edge of the Tidal Mist Swamp. I think you might be interested. There should be other precious things nearby, but my strength is low, so I can't continue to explore. But if it were you, those things should be easy to get. Horn opened the box with a pout. He had no interest in that place at all, or even if he was interested, he didn't plan to go over and take a look. Relics and treasures always appeared in the stories that old Douglas told him. The protagonist goes in with a large group of extras. The protagonist is usually weak, but by some strange coincidence, the protagonist obtains the most valuable thing in the ruins. The extras who look down on the protagonist all die in the ruins due to various coincidences and conspiracies. When Horn was a child, he was very curious about this kind of ruins, and wanted to find a chance to explore it, but when he grew up, he had no interest in these things at all. How can he guarantee that he can obtain the most valuable thing in the ruins, like the protagonist in the story, instead of dying in the ruins like those extras for thousands of years without anyone coming to collect his bones? Therefore, before he has overwhelming strength, Horn will not team up with people who are stronger than him to explore treasure lands, ruins, treasures, etc. He cannot guarantee that he will be the lucky one who survives. If he wants to go, he must wait until he has the strength that can guarantee absolute strength before exploring. As for things like taking a chance and soaring into the sky, he has also had fantasies, but they are just fantasies. The safest way for a magician to become stronger is to accumulate knowledge and magic power continuously. Who knows if the power gained through crooked means will have to pay a price in the end? Thinking of this, Horn blinked his left eye, and kept rubbing his fingers with the origin holy relic. What kind of price will he have to pay for the power forced upon him in the end? While thinking, Horn looked at the things in the box. Gloves of unknown material with short fingers, clothes of unknown material and strange style of yellow and green, a backpack that looks weird but is relatively useful at first glance, and a rope of unknown material but looks very strong. All these things were styles Horn had never seen before. Yan and Enoch also looked at them curiously. Most people would be very curious about things they saw for the first time. Horn flipped open the clothes and took out something made of two cylinders fixed together with strange materials. There were transparent glass pieces on both sides of each cylinder of this thing. This strange double cylinder had a structure and precision that surprised Horn. The clothes and ropes before were also ordinary things, but the craftsmanship used in them was something that had never appeared in Ceylon. The glass was something that had never been seen in Ceylon. There was no completely transparent glass in Ceylon. Horn's glasses were made of transparent crystal, which cost old Douglas a lot of money. After fiddling with it for a while, Horn figured out how to use the double cylinder. When he put the double cylinder on his eye sockets, the things in his sight instantly became bigger. Horn opened his mouth wide. This was really a magical thing. It looked a bit like the telescope that old Douglas had described. He said he had brought one with him when he came here, but he lost it. Lost it? These were old Douglas's things. Although these things are useless, they are very rare. Geoffrey flattered on the side. Horn put the telescope aside, and picked up an exquisite book at the bottom of the house. The paper used in that book is much better than Ceylon paper. The paper surface is smooth and white, not yellow and rough like Ceylon paper. The name written on the first page is Wang Jiqi. Wang. This should indeed be Douglas's book. When you open the book, every page records the date and weather, as well as a description of the day's life. This is his diary. Chapter 155. If these things really belong to old Douglas, then the canyon that Geoffrey mentioned is where he came to Ceylon. Horn couldn't help but feel very curious about it. He didn't want to get anything from it, but he wanted to see it. If Geoffrey could come back safely from there and get the strange axe with his strength, then Horn could do it too. With his mental perception and the Eye of Thunder, Horn felt that he could ensure his safety as long as it was not too dangerous. But it's not possible now. The magic house is not on the right track yet. Horn decided to observe for a few days, and then go there to have a look. Horn's shocked expression did not show a trace, only Yan noticed something. He closed the diary in his hand expressionlessly and said, I accept these things, and I will help you solve the problems you face, but remember to give us what you promised. That's for sure, for sure. Geoffrey kept nodding. With Horn as a backer, the Brotherhood might develop better in the future. He was not worried that Horn would take away his power, because Geoffrey could see that Horn was not very interested in their small Brotherhood. And even if Horn intervened too much in the Brotherhood, it was the inevitable price to get through the current predicament. Yan, heal his wound. Yan did not ask the reason for Horn's sudden change of attitude. He stood up from his seat and walked to Geoffrey's side, pointing the staff in his hand at Geoffrey's chest. Geoffrey was a little flustered, but he knew that people like them could release terrible attacks through the staff. However, he did not act rashly. He heard what Horn said just now. This person will heal his injuries, although Geoffrey himself does not know how to heal his injuries in a short time. Along with Yan's spell, the tip of the staff splashed a green light, which sprinkled on Geoffrey's body and brought him a little coolness. His body was itchy, and he could feel that the wounds inside his body were healing at an astonishing speed, so fast that he could feel it directly. He looked at Yan and Horn on the main seat with respect. These people's methods were completely beyond his imagination. The priests in the outside world, who were in charge of miracles, might be at this level. This made Geoffrey have a deeper understanding of Horn and his group. They were definitely not just Horn, but a group of spellcasters, because he was recovering from his injuries. He didn't know about the major events in the Stone City in the past 2 days. He just vaguely heard that an organization that could create a ring of extraordinary people appeared in the Stone City. He scoffed at the news at the time, but if it was Horn and his people, maybe they could do it. Enoch, call Terry and Jeffrey to go tomorrow and get rid of his troubles completely. Enoch nodded and agreed. He had no intention of interfering in the fight between the gangs, but if it was Horn's order, he would execute it. Jeffrey smiled secretly. The crisis of curing him was actually resolved. But he didn't expect Horn to send people to help him, which made him feel a little bit of a bargain. The next day, Jeffrey took Enoch and the excited Terry to the duel location agreed upon with the other two gangs. The two gang leaders moved a chair and sat side by side. They seemed to be discussing something, and laughed obscenely from time to time. They confirmed that Black Axe Jeffrey was indeed robbed of his house by Horn of the Magic House, and was severely injured and has not recovered yet. Jeffrey, whose fighting power has greatly decreased, is now a piece of meat on the chopping board in the eyes of the two. The only problem now is how the two of them are going to divide this piece of meat. As for Jeffrey's thoughts, they didn't care. As for whether he had any ulterior motives towards the other boss, only they knew. In their opinion, Black Axe Jeffrey's failure today was certain. They had even thought about how to ridicule Jeffrey. While they were chatting, they saw Black Axe Jeffrey coming with his men. Well, his two first-level warriors were all brought, and he also brought a dozen of his subordinates, and two people in robes who were unknown from which side. Could they be the ones who came to mediate? But they really couldn't think of anyone else that Jeffrey could ask for help. But unexpectedly, the two young men sat behind Jeffrey after they came, and had no intention of interfering in their affairs at all. This made the two bosses a little confused. Since they couldn't figure it out, they gave up, and it would be better to annex the Black Axe Brotherhood. Anyway, it didn't look like a big force. If it was a big force, at least they would bring experts with them. What could these two people do? Neither of them recognized that this was the clothes of the people from the House of Magic, because the wild witches that appeared these days would wear gray robes, while the two of them wore black robes. Now that everyone was here, the boring drama of the gangs fighting for territory was about to begin. First, Jeffrey angrily accused the two gangsters of being immoral and taking advantage of others. Then the two gangsters told one after another about their own bad deeds, and the two sides went back and forth to expose each other's secrets, and Dino's eyes trembled when he heard it. He was not sure if he would kill Jeffrey if he listened any more. Terry was playing with his fingers out of boredom. He seemed very excited when he came because he thought there would be a fight, but now he was watching three strong men firing nozzles. When the ground in front of them was about to be soaked with spit, Jeffrey and a gangster finally stood on the duel stage, and the fight was about to begin. Jeffrey tore off his cloak, revealing his sturdy figure with faint patterned scars on his body. When Yam was healing him, he asked him if he wanted to remove the scars, but Jeffrey asked to keep them. He thought they were pretty cool. This was the first time he had seen scars like this. Looking at the scars on Jeffrey's body, the black boss snorted and said, "Do you think tattooing these patterns on your body will make you stronger? Naive. These are not patterns." Jeffrey smiled boldly and said, "These are not patterns. They are marks left by fighting with the strong." The brothers on both sides were excited, but Enoch and Terry felt pained. It was just a fight between gangsters. Why should they be so excited? Although the bosses of these gangs were all second-level fighters, the impression they had of gangs was left in the city of Leon, where the gangs lived a miserable life under the high pressure of the church. If a supernatural person joins the gang, destroy it. If a big shot is coming to the city, destroy it. If a bad case occurs, but the murderer is not found, destroy it. So the definition of gangs for them is that they are a poor force, and the fight between gangs is a fight between gangsters. In fact, the gangsters did not do well in the Stone City, but because the power level of the Stone City was relatively high, the gang leader was only a level 2 warrior. With the referee's order, the two men who had been hesitating finally fought. Jeffrey was holding a brand new black iron axe, while the black boss was holding a big sword. The weapons of both sides collided with each other, making a harsh sound. The black boss panicked as soon as he came into contact with him. Jeffrey was definitely not a seriously injured man. Although there was a gap between him and his peak, he was definitely a level 2 warrior now. How is this possible? If they hadn't been sure that Jeffrey was still seriously injured and only had the strength of level 1 at most, why would they choose to attack Jeffrey at this time? The black boss jumped away and said to Jeffrey angrily, "You despicable villain, you actually hid your strength. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled." The two put down their weapons and started talking non-stop. Enoch, who was sitting below, rubbed his hair madly. "I've been here for an hour, and you guys started chatting again after your weapons touched? Who wants to listen to your dirty talk? Are you guys kidding me?" Enoch, who couldn't bear it any longer, drew out his staff and strode into the duel field. He couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 156. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 157. Enoch didn't care about the eyes of the crowd at all, and walked into the arena, and came to the two guys who were talking dirty to each other. In fact, after the two of them tested each other, they knew that neither of them could defeat the other. If they really fought, everyone would suffer. The guy who was watching the fight would get the advantage in the end. So the two of them started chatting after the fight. According to their idea, they would chat for a while to show their mutual respect, and then this farce could end. It is not easy for the gangs to live in Boulder City. There are many big guys here. They can be said to survive in the cracks, so no one is willing to fight unless it is necessary. Of course, Jeffrey, who was originally controlled by Black Axe, was an exception. This was also the reason why the other two gangsters regarded Jeffrey as a thorn in their eyes. Because he was sometimes in line with the survival of the gangsters in the God-forsaken land, but sometimes he was a rule breaker. But now that Enoch came up, their original wish to end the tacit understanding was shattered. The gangster looked at Enoch strangely. Now they were talking about life and ideals, and not fighting. How could they stop? He asked Jeffrey hesitantly. Black Axe, who is this? Jeffrey shrugged and pointed at Enoch and said, I listened to him. The black boss nodded doubtfully, not knowing whether he understood. Jeffrey, go down, I take over this battle, and you who's sitting over there eating melons, come over and join us. The sooner we finish the fight, the sooner it's over. Enoch said, pointing at another black boss, who was eating melons and watching the show. Jeffrey put away his new axe without saying a word, and went straight back to his seat. When he went to Horn for help, he promised that the Black Axe Brotherhood would listen to Horn in the future, so he chose to listen to Enoch's words. Anyway, his troubles have been solved now. Although the two of them acted like close friends on the stage just now, if Jeffrey had not recovered his strength just now, he would have been chopped by the black boss with a sword, and he would not even have the chance to beg for mercy. And although he saw Enoch's weak arms and legs, he did not doubt Enoch's fighting ability. After all, after seeing the methods of Horn and Yan, he had a blind trust in the people of the Magic House. Jeffrey, you're just going down like this? How can you be so cowardly, how can you? The gangster didn't care about Enoch, but focused on Jeffrey. He still wanted to end the fight with Jeffrey peacefully. Now a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair came up and arrogantly wanted to fight two people at once. What's going on? Enoch opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had a headache. How could the gangsters in Boulder City talk more than the Annies in the vegetable market? Enoch, who didn't want to listen to the slang anymore, had magic power surging in his body, and the magic power flowed into the ring on his hand. A fist-sized fireball gathered in Enoch's hand, and it was launched at once, passing by the black boss's ear, making his ear feel hot for a while. He was completely unaware of the existence of this fireball. No matter how fast Enoch casts, it is impossible for a second-level warrior not to notice it. Enoch just slightly interfered with his perception. His magic power kept surging, and he said to the two black bosses in a deep voice, I said, you two come together. Seeing Enoch's fireball, they both knew that Enoch was not as weak as they imagined, but was really a formidable opponent. But could he be so arrogant with this strength? They looked at each other, and stood side by side on the duel field in tacit understanding. Their opponent was only Enoch, and they wanted to let Enoch know the price of being so arrogant. Before the duel, I want to ask you, brother, where do you come from? The black boss, who had dueled with Jeffrey before, asked Enoch solemnly. Seeing that he was about to talk non-stop again, Enoch felt a headache, so he threw a fireball. If you want to fight, fight, don't talk nonsense. The fireball was the signal for the duel, and the three of them started fighting without waiting for the referee to say start. Fireballs and swords flew together, and the surging energy swept across the entire battlefield. With the two gangsters working together, Enoch, who was just pretending to be cool with them, soon couldn't hold on. Finally, he was kicked to the ground by another gangster without paying attention. His weak body couldn't support the kick at all. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He struggled for a few times, but couldn't get up. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again in the future. They didn't kill Enoch, after all. They didn't know where Enoch came from. Although that kick was quite heavy, no one would use that as an excuse to embarrass them. How could they not get hurt in a duel? The two of them laughed in tacit understanding. This time, they worked together to deal with the Black Axe brothers, which would make them realize that they were quite compatible. Maybe they should interact more in the future. But they suddenly found that the expression on the face of the black boss opposite them became blurred, and finally the scene of the entire duel field changed. What they saw before was shattered like an illusion, and what they saw now was the real world. Now one of them was standing there, and the other was lying on the ground. The one lying on the ground found that his head was pointed at by a hand holding a wooden stick, and there was an ugly ring on the middle finger of that hand. And in front of the ring, a fist-sized fireball was floating. The floating fireball was less than half a meter away from his head. Once it was launched, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. The other gangster standing there was not in a much better situation. With a sharp dagger in his mouth, the dagger had cut the edge of his lips, and he could feel the strong heat in the dagger. If it exploded, even if he was a level 2 warrior, he would definitely die. The two level 2 warriors faced a mysterious young man in black robes, and were completely defeated, and they didn't understand how they failed. The failure was inexplicable. The huge psychological gap from victory to defeat made the two of them unable to figure out what happened. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. In their opinion, the two gangsters were just waving their weapons around like idiots, and then they sent themselves to Enoch to be restrained. The younger brothers of both sides kept reminding them loudly in the audience, but their voices could not reach the ears of the two people at all. Enoch's current illusion can not only create a false influence in the minds of the people being cast, but also block their hearing so that the outside sounds will not affect the effect of the illusion. It can be said to be very weird. Terry and the audience yawned in boredom. From the moment they came on stage, the two gangsters had no chance of winning. After the first fireball, what they saw was all their own imagination. For him, this kind of battle is definitely not as exciting as a real fight. None of the battles he expected happened. But he couldn't go on stage. After all, he was still a first-ring magician. It would be a death wish to challenge a second-level warrior rashly. Otherwise, he would have to fight on the field, but he would not be able to fight with a second-level warrior for long. Jeffrey felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his head. The strength of these two black bosses was basically the same as his without the black axe. But they were like puppets next to Enoch. This kind of victory was more frightening to Jeffrey than Horn's completely crushing power. Imagine if Enoch wanted to kill him one day, he would probably not realize it until a dagger was stabbed in his mouth. I am Enoch Halley from the House of Magic. The Black Axe Brotherhood is now under the protection of the House of Magic. I don't like you to cause trouble to him again. Do you understand? Enoch said in a low voice. Enoch, who often made jokes in front of Horn, showed extraordinary dominance in this situation. The two black bosses nodded quickly. Now their lives were in Enoch's hands. How could they not agree? Enoch dispersed the fireball and pulled the dagger out of the black boss's mouth. Without even looking at the two, he left the duel arena, returned to his seat, drank a sip of water, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said to the two dumbfounded gangsters, "This battle is to determine the division of power. You give Jeffrey what should be given to Jeffrey. If he is not satisfied, I will come again." Terry also yawned and followed Enoch back. This trip was extremely boring for Terry. Before leaving, he waved his palm to the two and said, "I wish you a happy negotiation." Chapter 158. May 42 Sunny. Today is the third day of my group tour to Shenangjia to inspect the precious vegetation. I feel uncomfortable living in the wild. I don't know why the professors chose to bring me here. I just want to be a salted fish quietly. Is it because of my ancestral carpentry skills? I really don't understand the thoughts of these learned people. I have made it clear that I just want to get a degree and go home to be a carpenter after graduation, but they still insist on bringing me here. I haven't finished reading Arcane written by Squid. It's really annoying that I can't watch this masterpiece in the forest because my phone has no signal. If I could do magic, I could build a magic house in this forest, and life would be so comfortable. The professor said that something was wrong in the east of the forest, and they should explore it. This kind of development usually leads to trouble. Ha ha, this is not a movie. Where do so many things come from? Pa. Horn put down Douglas' diary with a look of emotion. Horn had heard Douglas talk about most of the things in the diary, but reading his diary himself was a completely different experience. And is the book called Arcane Holy Seed a great magic book? The teacher once said that there were no magicians in their world, but why would there be no magic in a world with such magic masters? This made Horn very confused. He extinguished the fireball floating above his head. Now that it was daybreak, he should also prepare to set off. At this time, several days had passed since Enoch resolved the farce caused by the gangs fighting for territory. Jeffrey accepted the territory contributed by the two gangs, but he did not go too far and gave the two guys a way out. The authorities would not care about the fights between gangs, but if there was only one gang in a district, the authorities would definitely weaken your power. That's why Jeffrey did not annex the two gangs. Horn's magic experiment still had no progress, but he finally did all the messy experiments left by old Douglas. Regardless of the result, he can start translating now, but he wants to wait until he comes back to do this work. What bothers him is that there is no progress in making magic props that can be directly triggered by mental power or fighting spirit. If it is triggered by magic power, it can exert its original power, but in that case, it will be no different from the magic accessories Horn originally made. Because in that case, the magic beast crystal core will not show its due effect at all, and the magician's power will be consumed in the end to release the spell. The magic released by consuming the magic power of the magician is at most one level higher than the magician's own level. If it is higher, the magician himself cannot bear that kind of magic power consumption. So now Horn is in a deadlock. If he can't solve the problem of using the magic beast crystal core to activate the power that the magic circle should have, everything will be meaningless. After a few days of running in, the operation of the magic house has been put on the right track. Now Horn's disappearance will not affect the official operation of the magic house. It would take at least 1 or 2 months for the House of Magic to have new tasks, that is, for those wild witches to successfully enter the sea of consciousness and become magicians. This time is enough for Horn to do many things. He now wants to go to the place where old Douglas first arrived in this world. This was something Horn had decided the moment he got the news about the canyon from Jeffrey. Although he knew that the most valuable thing for him there might already be in his hands, he still wanted to take a look. The place where old Douglas first arrived, where the strange black axe appeared. And why did the teacher leave the things he brought from the world called Earth there instead of taking them out? He wanted to know many questions, and from the bottom of his heart, he also wanted to go out and see it by himself. After all, it would not work if he had not gone out alone. He had done well before, but at that time he had other people around him who could give him advice, but not this time. So Horn wanted to exercise himself. The main principle of this operation has been determined by Horn, that is, safety first. In the final analysis, there is nothing in the canyon that Horn wants to get at all costs. He went to the canyon just to see where old Douglas appeared and to resolve some doubts. In order to prevent himself from getting involved in any danger, he wrote 4 Chinese characters on the back of his hand with a special potion. Safety first. It was a little embarrassing, but no one understood it except Horn himself, and he would erase it when he came back. Horn himself did not lack the courage to fight with others, and he would not escape the battle that was bound to come, but he knew how great the value of his life was. So he would not easily put himself in a dangerous situation. Of course, it would be better to get some benefits while ensuring his own safety. After packing his bag and taking some gold coins, Horn was ready to set off. He was not worried about any accidents happening in the magic house after he left. Enoch was already very powerful now, enough to crush any level 2 warrior, and could even fight against level 3 transcendence. Moreover, Horn himself often stayed in the laboratory for many days without coming out, so it could be said that no one would know if he disappeared for a few days. As for the normal operation of the magic house, it made no difference whether Horn was there or not, as he was only responsible for the general direction of the organization. Yian handled the specific matters much better than he did, so he was also happy to hand these things over to Yian. Riding on the horse that had been prepared long ago, Horn set out from the back door of the magic house in the bright morning light. He bought this horse a few days ago, and he practiced riding a horse for this trip. Not to mention doing any amazing moves on the horse, but just riding normally is no problem for Horn. As for the horse not obeying his orders, it doesn't exist for Horn. He just needs to leak some breath to the horse, and the horse will become very docile. The superhumans surpass not only humans, but all creatures without superhuman powers. Although some ordinary creatures can gain the strength to fight against individual superhumans by virtue of their huge size, they are only a minority after all, and creatures, like ordinary horses, cannot do it. Speaking of which, the price of horses is not very expensive in Ceylon. There are many horse-producing areas in Ceylon, and ordinary horses are not considered strategic resources, so the price is just that of ordinary livestock. Ordinary horses are just a means of transportation, because on the battlefield, the charge of a first-level warrior is far more powerful than the charge of an ordinary warhorse. And the aura of a warrior will make ordinary horses restless. Those horses with the blood of Warcraft are the real strategic resources. The horse Horn bought is naturally an ordinary horse, not even a warhorse. But in general, if Horn has a mount, it should be much easier for him to go to that canyon. At least it is easier than walking. Chapter 159. Okay, Horn is going to take back his words. After riding for a whole morning, Horn's inner thighs are sore now. It's only been a morning, not just one day, and his back and waist are sore. Horn felt a little desperate when he thought that he would have to ride for a whole day. He was still taking it for granted. He thought that he could just practice in the yard, but he didn't expect that long-term riding and practicing in the yard were two completely different concepts. Even walking would not be so uncomfortable for him, because he was already familiar with walking during the months of travel. At that time, they either rode in a carriage or walked on foot, and there was no chance to ride horses for a long time. Although Horn mobilized magic power to act on his thighs, so that his thighs were not rubbed, he could not avoid the pain anyway. Fortunately, Jeffrey had a map to reach the canyon, so Horn did not run around like a headless fly. His destination was in the southwest, and all Horn had to do was keep riding forward. In the painful journey, the sun turned into an orange-red semicircle embedded in the edge of the sky, and was about to disappear below the horizon. At this time, Horn also came to the outside of a village. At the entrance of the village, an old woman with a somewhat abnormal look was saying something in her crazy mouth. This was the last village before reaching the canyon in the map given by Jeffrey. Going in that direction would be too close to the tidal mist swamp, where monsters might appear. Seeing the village, Horn let out a long sigh. He could finally rest for a while. He would make a fast and comfortable magic vehicle when he had time. Riding a horse is really painful. In fact, Horn's pain was alleviated in the afternoon. You will get used to it as time goes by. Horn's initial discomfort was just the first discomfort, but Horn's idea of studying magic vehicles was not shaken at all. Why not be a little uncomfortable if you can be a little comfortable? For the price of a silver coin, Horn could stay in this village for one night. He did not show anything special, just saying that he was a traveler, so the villagers did not have much enthusiasm or fear for him. At night, Horn sat on the shabby bed and looked through the notes he had written down before. This small village was just an ordinary small village. There was nothing strange except that there was a crazy old lady at the entrance of the village. It was not like the stories Horn had heard before, where there was no dark conspiracy. It was just a normal little village. If you ask Horn why he knew, it was because he used his mental power to thoroughly scan the village in the middle of the night. This was Horn's first trip alone, and he did his best to be safe. He ate the dry food he brought with him, and did not ask the village to provide food because he was worried that it might be poisonous. Now Horn was completely in a delusion of being persecuted, because whether in the story of Old Douglas or in the various legends of Ceylon, this kind of last safe place that was about to reach the dangerous area was very likely to be dangerous. The old woman at the entrance of the village was a very obvious omen. Because of this, Horn was on guard for a long time. Although it turned out that he was worrying for nothing, this long night was also a kind of growth for Horn. In the morning, Horn got up early and prepared to leave the village. When he led the horse to the entrance of the village, the crazy old woman with wrinkles on her face grabbed Horn's foot. She must be a pitiful person, so Horn just frowned slightly, but did not use magic to shake it away. Of course, this was also because Horn was very sure that she was an ordinary person, and not like Ilya and the others, who were deliberately hiding their almost non-existent feelings. "Young man, you are going in that direction," she said to Horn tremblingly. Horn nodded gently. "There is a cemetery there. Don't approach it when you pass by." "Why?" Horn asked a little excitedly. Nothing unusual happened last night, and he thought the story was all a lie. But now, doesn't the old woman holding his arm fit the story perfectly? There is a huge conspiracy hidden in the remote mountain village. Well, it's easy for Horn to have wild thoughts when he travels alone for the first time, but this is just a way to relieve his boredom. When he judges the incident, he will definitely not rely on those messy stories. Horn actually distinguishes between stories and reality very clearly, because there are demons there. The old woman's eyes reveal chilling resentment and hatred. Without waiting for Horn to ask, the old woman turned back to the village without giving Horn any answer. She just swayed her body and kept muttering something. It seemed that she was greatly stimulated. Demon? Horn knew very well that it was impossible for demons to appear in Ceylon. They absolutely could not exist. It was because demons could not invade Ceylon that the notorious profession of wizards appeared. If demons could invade Ceylon in person, then Ceylon would have fallen into chaos long ago. Now wizards all over the continent have proved that creatures like demons cannot enter Ceylon, so Horn is very sure that the situation described by the old woman is impossible. He tilted his head and showed a questioning look to another villager. "She is a little crazy, but she is right. There are really demons in that cemetery." Horn asked a few more people, and most of them answered that there are demons there, but these villagers refused to say what kind of demons they are and what they have done. He didn't bother to ask further. If he showed the power of a fourth-ring spellcaster, the villagers would definitely tell him everything they knew, but Horn didn't want to do that. He didn't offend him, so why did he scare them? After confirming that the problem really existed, Horn became a little interested. Did the scene in the story finally appear? The shocking conspiracy hidden in the small village. At this time, Horn went to the cemetery more with a playful mood. He just wanted to see what was there. The cemetery was not far from the village. The fact that the people in the village could still live here safely was enough to show that the cemetery was not as dangerous as they described. Strange monsters? Or hidden alien supernatural beings? But he never thought that he would see such a picture after he arrived at the cemetery. Chapter 160. Horn led the horse to the cemetery. At this time, the village had become a small miniature. He really didn't want to ride a horse. Although his pain had disappeared after a night's rest, he still didn't want to ride a horse if the distance was not too far. After all, the cemetery was not far from the village for Horn, who was used to walking. It was obvious that no one had taken care of the cemetery for a long time. The gate was broken, and thick snow covered the dry and yellow weeds. Horn tied the horse to a tree at the door. Ceylon has a good natural environment with lush vegetation and trees everywhere. When the horse was tied, it was a little uneasy, as if it was afraid of something. This was certainly not accidental. Horn had always kept a distance from the cemetery. Old Douglas told him many ghost stories when he was a child. In fact, the ghosts in those stories were just existences that Horn could easily kill now, but the shadow left by his childhood still made him want to get angry when he passed by the cemetery. But the horse's uneasiness was obviously not caused by those ghost stories. How could human horror stories scare animals? Besides, no one should have told the ghost stories. So there was something in this cemetery that made him uneasy. Horn probed his mental power into the cemetery, and his expression suddenly became cautious. The villagers really didn't lie. There was definitely no demon, but there must be something abnormal in this cemetery. Under his mental power perception, a strong negative energy enveloped the entire cemetery, and the concentration was definitely abnormal. The dead will have some of this power. In an ordinary cemetery like the one near the city of Leon, a living dead person may appear after a few years. Such dead people are usually not too powerful, and a fully armed soldier can easily deal with them. But if the undead can appear just from that kind of weak negative energy, how many undead will appear in this cemetery? Will there even be a truly powerful undead? Horn sneered, thinking that he was overthinking. He had never heard of powerful undead in Ceylon. If powerful undead could be born next to a poor village, then what would appear in the cemeteries outside the big cities? Ghosts. That being said, it is basically certain that there are undead in this cemetery, so the old woman must have been frightened by the undead creatures in the cemetery. But if they were frightened, how did the villagers escape the attack of such a strong undead? No matter whether it is powerful or weak, the undead creatures will never hate the living. If there are really advanced undead creatures here, how can those villagers still live peacefully in the village? Horn rubbed his hair and walked into the cemetery. He would know what the situation was after he took a look. Anyway, he didn't have any accurate understanding of undead creatures, so it was okay to catch one and study it this time. After walking for a while in the cemetery, he suddenly found that there was life in this cemetery, and there was more than one. A little boy of about Colin's age, wearing ragged clothes, sat against the tombstone with his knees hugged. His thin body couldn't help shivering in the cold wind, but he had no way to leave. A dozen skinny wolves surrounded the little boy from a distance, drooling constantly. Their encirclement was very large, leaving an open space with a radius of more than 10 meters around the little boy. These wolves wanted to rush up and tear the little boy into pieces in an instant, but no one dared to act rashly. The inferior wolf is a species unique to this area. Their usual food is small creatures such as mice and rabbits. Generally speaking, they will not attack humans. After all, their fighting power is not as strong as wild dogs, which is completely embarrassing for their cousins, the real wolves. However, if they deal with human children, then some tragedies may happen. They have surrounded the little boy for a long time, but they have no intention of attacking. A few days ago, they came to find the little boy once. That time, their tribe left a corpse and also left the little boy with food for survival. That day, the little boy killed a bad wolf in a way that they couldn't understand at all, but today they came again because they were so hungry, and the little boy was the only food they could catch. Of course, this was also because they were somewhat violent due to the negative energy in the cemetery. Otherwise, the timid creatures, like bad wolves, would not attack the creatures that had killed their companions before. The bad wolves' patience was never long, and finally one of them couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards the little boy. But a sharp-boned palm suddenly stretched out from the ground halfway and directly cut open its soft belly. Its internal organs flowed all over the ground as it ran. When it rushed to the boy, it was already dying. It struggled to bite the little boy and made a whimpering sound. The little boy crawled to the wolf and took out a dagger made of bone and stabbed it. But his strength was too weak. The wolf's head was still swinging randomly. The bone knife could not kill it at all. Suddenly, A skeleton hand stretched out from the ground and held down the wolf's head tightly. Now the little boy could kill the bad wolf accurately. He seized the opportunity and stabbed it into the bad wolf's eye socket. After a few nervous twitches, the bad wolf died completely. Horn saw all this. He frowned and didn't know what to say. How did this little boy survive in a place with such strong negative energy? Judging from his appearance, he should have lived here for a long time, but he is still alive. Could he be the devil that the old woman mentioned? And what about the skeleton that suddenly appeared? Horn was sure that the little boy did not make any move to control the skeletons, but the skeletons saved his life. This made Horn a little confused. Shouldn't the undead hate the living? Suddenly, in Horn's shocked eyes, the little boy skillfully peeled off part of the fur of the bad wolf, cut off a piece of meat and ate it raw. Blood flowed from the little boy's mouth, and he chewed painfully. Raw wolf meat is naturally not tasty, and wolf blood is also smelly, but in order to survive, he had no choice but to eat it. Even if he couldn't control his tears, the little boy chewed the wolf meat painfully, and his dirty face was covered with white marks from his tears. The cemetery, the boy, the corpse, eating meat, the tombstone, the evil wolf waiting. This picture somehow hit Horn's heart like a small hammer, giving him an inexplicable touch. Chapter 161. The inferior wolves saw the guy who rushed forward being ripped open, and stopped staring at the little boy. Instead, they cast their ferocious eyes at Horn, who was watching from a distance. Swelled by negative energy, they rushed directly towards Horn regardless of the gap in strength between them and adults. However, when they were halfway through, they all tucked their tails between their legs, made a whining sound, and turned around and ran away. Compared to the death that could not be seen around the little boy, they were more afraid of the powerful aura on Horn. Although they became more ferocious, their animal instincts were still there. They instinctively knew that Horn in front of them was definitely not something they could contend with, but before they could run a few steps, weak electric sparks flashed on their bodies, and after the crackling sound, these inferior wolves were all dead. Since they have already shown the violence of being eroded by negative energy, Horn cannot let them go. These inferior wolves are now very dangerous to ordinary people. Horn cannot protect everyone, but he does not mind solving some potential threats to ordinary people within his ability. Of course, this is under the premise that it does not cause trouble to himself. The little boy didn't look at Horn. The falling of these inferior wolves didn't attract his attention. He ate wolf meat and drank wolf blood. Although it was hard to swallow, he ate seriously. After all, he couldn't survive without eating. Horn looked at the serious look and didn't know what he felt in his heart. Anyway, it was not very good. The look of the mouth full of blood was very scary to others, but it was very pitiful to Horn. He decided to take the little boy away and not let him stay here any longer. It was not a big touch, he just met the boy's eyes. Horn didn't know whether the feeling in his heart at the moment was because the boy was a wild witch, maybe not, but Horn had made up his mind. Yes, the boy was a wild witch, and he should have a talent related to negative energy or the dead. In this month, Horn learned from Yian how to identify wild witches among ordinary people. Although he couldn't see it at a glance like Yian, he could still find it under careful observation. He had a feeling that he would see a surprise in this little boy, so Horn walked slowly towards the little boy. "Don't come over." The little boy saw Horn coming over and hurriedly said loudly in his tender voice. Just now, when Horn killed those bad wolves, he didn't even bother to look up, but when he approached, he warned him. Should we say that he is very wary of people, or that he is kind-hearted? Why? Horn smiled gently at the little boy, but he didn't stop. "If you come over again, you will die, so please don't come over." The little boy lowered his head and began to gnaw on the wolf's flesh. Being full was the most important thing. If he waited until the body was cold, he would have to gnaw on hard frozen meat. These days, he had survived by relying on the last bad wolf. When he was thirsty, he drank the snow water on the ground, and when he was hungry, he ate wolf meat. Because he couldn't leave, he had already reminded Horn that if he still insisted on moving forward, there would be no way. Pop! A bag of things fell in front of him. It was a small cloth bag with some dry food in it. The little boy's eyes involuntarily moved to the dry food, and he couldn't help swallowing a few times. "Eat it, it's for you." Horn looked at the little boy and smiled. As soon as Horn finished speaking, the little boy grabbed the dry food and kept stuffing it into his mouth. He ate it very quickly as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. If there is a choice, who would want to eat raw meat? It's not a beast that eats raw meat and drinks blood. The dry food was a little dry, and the little boy had a hard time swallowing it. Horn took a look and took out his water bag and threw it over. The distance between the two was actually quite far, and Horn was able to throw it to him accurately because he used the magician's hand to guide it. The little boy picked up the water bag, but did not open it. He looked at Horn with a complicated look. This was the first time someone was so kind to him. Drink it. The dry food is quite dry. It's a bit hard to eat without water. The little boy opened the water bag and drank it with big gulps. At this time, Horn took a few steps forward. Don't come over here anymore. I beg you. The little boy cried and told Horn that if Horn came any closer, it might be dangerous. Although he was full of hatred for the people in the village, he really couldn't bear to let Horn, who was not scared by him and always showed kindness to him, die like this. In his world, there were few people who were good to him, and those who were bad to him would be beaten and cursed at any time. So Horn was a very good person, who was willing to give him food and smile at him gently. He had never experienced deception, so he was not wary of Horn at all, because those who had been bad to him before did not bother to deceive him. Well, is this the place? Horn walked a few more steps and then stopped, then sat cross-legged on the spot, stood up with his arms on his knees, and then put his head on his hands, and said to the little boy who was busy eating and drinking, "Can we talk? I'm very interested in you." The little boy slowed down a little, while stuffing food into his mouth. How did he know where it was? How did you know to stop there? The little boy asked vaguely. Because I'm a magician. What is a magician? The little boy swallowed a mouthful of food and asked. For some reason, this word was very attractive to him. When people are young, they sometimes have a special liking for the nouns they hear for the first time, such as Ultraman, Dragon Warrior, Powerpuff Girls, Black Cat Sheriff, etc. For the little boy, the word magician is special. In short, it is a person who can use magic. Let's not talk about this for now, and talk about you. Horn leaned forward slightly, and the little boy was nervous because he was about to cross a certain line. Please briefly introduce yourself, why you live in this place, and what are those things about? Horn pointed at the ground around the little boy, covering the large circle with a diameter of more than 20 meters where the little boy was. For some reason, the little boy felt particularly warm when facing Horn. Because I grew up in the cemetery, they are my friends. The little boy took another bite of dry food. He enjoyed this feeling because he hadn't eaten proper food for a long time. Oh, this is really concise. Let me ask, what is your name? Horn let out a long breath and said to the little boy, I don't have a name. Negative emotions from Horn. Mimolin plus 666. Chapter 162. Horn did not ask why he had no name. Asking such a question at this time would be like poking someone's wound. Who would want to have no name if they had a choice? The little boy ate some and stopped. He wanted to save some for a few days. He was trapped here and couldn't get out, so he should save as much food as possible. He didn't seem to have talked to anyone before, so it was difficult to talk to him. After a lot of talking, Horn basically pieced together the whole story. The little boy really didn't have a name. The old gravekeeper never gave him a name. You told him to. When someone died and was buried, the villagers also called him by nicknames, such as Bugs and Bastards. Originally, his life was very simple. He was the old gravekeeper's follower, eating rough food and living in a simple house. He regarded this cemetery as his whole world. If nothing unexpected happened, he would spend his life like this. But one day, the old gravekeeper died. Lying on the bed, I told him horror stories about the cemetery, and he fell asleep while telling them. Then, he never woke up again. The boy's only relative died just like that. In grief, the boy found that he could sense more things and see the thick negative energy above the cemetery. It was from then on that he had some friends who could not speak. He knew that these friends might scare others, so he told them to hide, but they were still exposed on the day of burying the old gravekeeper. Many people came to the funeral. After the funeral, a young man who was not much older than the little boy tripped him, but at this time a skeletal arm emerged from the soil and held up his body. The skeletal arm stretched out from the soil was like a fuse, and the scene that was originally filled with some sadness was immediately filled with fear. At this time, the little boy realized that his friends were so terrifying in front of ordinary people. All the villagers fled the cemetery that day. Later, perhaps because they found that those friends would not hurt anyone, the villagers came back one after another. They kept cursing and beating the little boy to show their bravery and justice. The little boy also comforted those friends again, and asked them not to come out as much as possible. However, as the boy's hatred for the villagers deepened, those friends who originally would not attack people became more and more brutal. Finally one day, his comfort had no effect. They came out of the soil one by one, and tore the people who beat him into pieces one by one. At this time, those friends no longer listened to the little boy. They began to protect the little boy in their own way, that is, to kill all creatures that approached the little boy within a certain range. The little boy was also assigned a range of action, with a radius of more than 10 meters from the tombstone. If he wanted to go out, he would be caught back, because reckless actions may lead to danger. Although the little boy had no way to communicate with them, he knew their thoughts, and they wanted to protect him, although this kind of protection is excessive. In this cold winter, without water and food, if there were no bad wolves attacking the little boy, he would have become the same as his friends a few days ago. Maybe those friends just hope so that they can be together forever. Since those people died here, the little boy's image in the village has become worse, and now no one dares to approach the cemetery. If Horn hadn't come, his only fate would be to die in the cold winter wind. So do you want to go out and see the outside world? Horn, who had figured out the boy's situation, smiled and said to the boy, "What's outside?" "Well, let me think about it. There are a lot of delicious food, a lot of beautiful clothes, and a lot of playmates of your age." "Are there a lot of people?" The boy's eyes showed fear. He was hurt by the villagers, and was a little afraid of the outside environment. He was worried that people outside would treat him like the villagers, and there would be no friends outside to protect him. "Don't worry, there are not all people like us outside. There are people like me. Don't worry, I will protect you." Horn saw the fear in his eyes, so he comforted him. The little boy buried his head in his knees, and he was a little moved. Before, his whole world was this cemetery. He had never been out since he could remember. All he saw were tombstones and weeds. He used to like lying on the fence of the cemetery and looking into the distance. At that time, that small village was the place he longed for the most. But for him now, the image of every person living in that small village is distorted. "But what about my friends?" the little boy said weakly. "This is the most suitable place for them, so it's better for them to stay here. You will have more friends after you go out. Compared with those things, you can get along with people much better." Horn spared no effort to persuade the little boy. It's better for the little boy to agree to this kind of thing. As long as he agrees to go out, then those things underground are just chickens and dogs. "New friends?" the little boy murmured. As the little boy spoke, the ground around him surged, and hideous figures crawled out of the ground. Some of these figures were left with only white bones, with the flames of the soul flashing in their heads, and some were left with a rotten skin, with thick maggots drilling inside their bodies. God knows how those maggots survived in this weather. There were about 20 complete corpses. None of them were very strong, and there was not a single first-level undead creature. But in such a place with high negative energy concentration, these 20-odd corpses can definitely hold back any first-level professional who dares to challenge them. Not only these undead creatures, the entire cemetery trembled, and countless broken limbs and arms stretched out from the ground to grab Horn. They didn't react when Horn spoke before because they didn't understand what Horn said, and just surrounded the little boy waiting for the unlucky ones to enter their territory. But after hearing the little boy's words, these things all came out of the soil, because they heard the tone of wanting to leave from the little boy's answer. This must be the man in front of him who bewitched him. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to leave, because they are friends. Friends should be together. "Go away, my friends won't let me go." The little boy was so scared that his face turned pale, and he stood up and said to Horn, "That won't work." The staff in Horn's hand lit up. It was the light of lightning. "I don't know if you guys can understand. I want to take him away today. You also heard that he wants to leave, so..." The tip of the staff touched the ground, and the pale blue lightning swept across the entire place. The noisy cemetery immediately became quiet. The fragmented limbs were completely silent, and white smoke was faintly coming out of the more than 20 complete undead creatures. If Horn came again, even they would not be able to resist. Positive energy such as fire and lightning has absolute restraint on undead creatures, so although the lightning emitted by Horn is not strong, it also has the effect of clearing the place. "No one can stop me." Chapter 163. Horn's words were not directed to these fragmented skeleton soldiers, but to a being that was hiding itself in the depths of the cemetery. Such a dense negative energy is certainly not just the 20 or so undead creatures that are not even level 1 around the little boy. You have to know that the negative energy here is so dense that even Horn feels a little tricky. Wouldn't it be a joke if only these undead creatures that are not even level 1 were bred? He discovered early on that there was a special sarcophagus deep in the center of the cemetery, and there should be at least a level 3 undead creature in the sarcophagus. Although Horn didn't know what happened, he knew that the little boy must have a special meaning to the undead creatures in this cemetery. But if the little boy continued to stay here, even if he was not killed by these undead creatures, he would starve to death, freeze to death, or be attacked by negative energy. There was basically no other possibility, and he would die here in the end. But that undead creature was definitely not Horn's opponent. Horn chose to save the little boy because he was sure that the power of this cemetery was not as strong as his. Most importantly, the little boy may have magical talent related to the undead, and Horn must hold such talent tightly in his hands. Among all the reasons for choosing to save the little boy, how many of them were because of the moment of touching, when he saw the little boy crying? Horn himself couldn't tell clearly. After asking the question, Horn observed that the undead creature did not make any commotion, and seemed to not care about the boy's departure at all. I think the undead creature of this level should have simple wisdom, and it will not come out when facing an opponent that can easily crush it. As for why the undead creatures in the sarcophagus can understand Horn's strength, of course, it is because Horn has been exuding his own aura without any concealment since the moment he stood up. Those low-level creatures can't feel it, but for the third-level undead, Horn is obviously like a torch in the dark, and in the eyes of the little boy, Horn is now very warm, just like the summer sun that warms him up, which is different from what he has with his friends. The cold and dead atmosphere felt on his body was completely different. Horn walked from the front of those hideous guys to the stunned little boy and stretched out his hand to him. "Come on, I take you to see the outside world." After hesitating for a while, the little boy finally put his hand on Horn's hand, and the two left the cemetery hand in hand. The undead just watched from the side, without making any extraordinary moves. The trees were cut off by the sharp sword energy, and a pure white figure fled in panic. He was the Randall, who had separated from Horn and the others. He was originally only a level 4 warrior, but now, he was as strong as level 5. But even though he had become much stronger than before entering the Forsaken Land of God, his originally snow-white armor was inevitably stained, and there was even a deep sword mark on his shoulder. You have to know that it was the armor that did not even have a scratch when facing the magic energy bomb of a wizard. Now, he had no way to distract himself and feel sorry for his armor, because behind him, there was a young man in gold and blue armor chasing him. This young man was as young as Randall, with long, smooth golden hair, and a face with almost perfect proportions. He was not older than Randall, but he was obviously much stronger than Randall, who was already level 5. Because even though Randall was running with all his strength, he was still following behind Randall at a leisurely pace, as if he didn't use much strength. After running for a while, the young man became a little impatient, and drew out the long sword at his waist and gently waved it in the direction of Randall. The gorgeous sword energy with golden color as the main body and colorful glow passed in front of Randall, leaving a bottomless gully in front of his toes that was more than 10 meters long and 1 finger wide. After the sword energy disappeared, golden spots of light were still floating in the air. This beautiful sword energy that seemed like a dream was so powerful that it was suffocating. This attack was too much beyond Randall's level. This was a warning from the young man to Randall. Randall stopped obediently because he knew he could never block the sword of the young man behind him. Yes, not even a single sword could stop it. Although the young man was much stronger than Randall, it was not to such an outrageous degree. The reason for such a terrifying gap was the sword in the young man's hand. The dark golden slender sword body, 2 dark golden dragons intertwined to form the hilt and the handguard, and a colorful gem was inlaid at the end of the hilt. This gem seemed to be of the same material as the gem inlaid on the crown of the Elf King. This is the origin holy weapon. Sword, also known as the Sword of the King. Ah, you are really amazing. You are worthy of being His Highness Roland, the heir of the Aquin family. The Sword of the King is really as unstoppable as the legend says, TSK TSK. Randall said to the young man, with his usual exaggerated words. It turned out that this young man was the legitimate heir of the Aquin family, a powerful force in the center of the God-forsaken land. Who are you? Why do you attack us again and again? Roland said, shaking his sword and pointing at Randall. Who am I? You don't need to know this. You take money from others to help them get rid of disasters. Who told you to attract attention? Randall said nonsensically. You must be someone extraordinary, since you are so young and powerful. You wouldn't mess with our Aquin family for a small profit, so what is your purpose? Roland certainly wouldn't believe his lies. Hee, I knew I couldn't fool you. To tell you the truth, I come from the Holy Light Kingdom, and am responsible for observing the Forsaken Land. Once we find something that threatens the Holy Light Kingdom, we will be responsible for killing it in the bud. And your Aquin family is just a little bit of a threat. For some reason, Roland felt inexplicably annoyed when facing Randall's careless appearance. He said impatiently, What kind of threat can you kill with your strength? There is nothing we can do about it. The God-forsaken land is too special, so I, who was born in the God-forsaken land and majored in fighting spirit, can only come here to act as an observer. Are you satisfied with this? The tone used by Randall in the last sentence was completely different from the previous one. Are you satisfied with this? Roland's head suddenly buzzed, and the memory that had been sealed for more than 10 years was suddenly opened. In the winter when he was 8 years old, he and his twin brother each held a long sword that was very heavy for them at that time and chopped desperately. Only one of them could survive, and the king's sword could only have one heir. In the end, his brother fell under his sword, and his last words were, "Are you satisfied with this?" And his brother's name was Randall Acuin. Roland suddenly became a little flustered, with different expressions of joy, expectation, uneasiness, etc. on his face, which looked very complicated. He reached out to Randall's helmet. He wanted to see his face, but he didn't touch anything, because the object in Randall's hand suddenly emitted a strong light, which made Randall couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When the light disappeared, Randall had disappeared, leaving only Roland, who was stunned in the same place. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and a team of knights riding snow-white war horses appeared in front of Roland with the sound of whirring wind. The leading knight dismounted and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Your Highness, are you okay? Where is the guy just now?" Roland sighed and said, "Let's go back. I let that guy run away. I hope you are alive." Chapter 164. Horn, who took the little boy away from the cemetery, did not move forward, but put him on the horse and led the horse towards the village. "I don't want to go in that direction," the little boy said to Horn with great resistance, but no one in the village liked him, and they even wished he would die now. Horn chuckled and said, "Learn to face it. You can't avoid facing those people for the rest of your life, and I said I would protect you, so you don't need to worry about it anymore." Horn couldn't possibly take the ragged little boy to the canyon. He had to find a suitable set of clothes for the little boy and let him wash up first. Otherwise, others would think Horn was trafficking children. Moreover, the attitude of the villagers in the small village towards the little boy made Horn very unhappy, which reminded him of the situation of the wild witch outside the god-forsaken land. It seems that no matter where they go, ordinary people have a sense of rejection towards people who are different from them, and when some of them find that these people who are different from them do not threaten their power, malicious intent will sprout in some people. Not everyone has this tendency, but blind obedience is a terrible thing. As long as there is a strong enough person to take the lead, more people will blindly follow and persecute those who are different from them, and regard it as correct. The difference between the outside world and the god-forsaken land is that the outside world has a leader like the gods and the church. But it seems that there is still a slight difference. Horn has also seen ordinary people that he admires, and he also understands that the so-called wild witches, wizards and priests are actually human beings without the coat called power. The reason why people make different choices is because of the influence of complex factors, such as the different environments they grow up in. The reason why Horn, as a wild witch, thinks that persecution of aliens is wrong is actually just because he is the persecuted party. Horn's thoughts about human nature kept changing in his head. He thought about it many times, but could not come to a complete conclusion. After all, human beings are very complex creatures. Many scholars have not been able to understand human nature. How could Horn, a young man under 20 years old, figure it out? If he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it. Horn turned around and started chatting with the little boy. "I always don't know how to call you. It's very inconvenient. Everyone should have a name. I hope you don't mind if I help you give you a name." The little boy didn't answer. He had rarely had the opportunity to chat with others before, so he didn't know how to talk to others. Horn didn't care if he didn't get an answer. He was familiar with the boy's speaking style when he was in the cemetery. If he didn't say anything, he would take it as his agreement. "Let me think about it. Can I think of a nice name for you? How about Deus?" The little boy's head trembled slightly, which meant that he agreed. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the village. The old woman was still sitting at the entrance of the village as usual. Her son went to the cemetery one day and never came back. The old woman went crazy that day. Her only support was her son, but he died in the cemetery. Horn didn't know this, but he knew that the old woman must have been stimulated by Deus. He thought that the sad villagers who lost their loved ones might be worthy of pity, but those who bullied Deus were not worthy of pity at all. They had to bear the consequences of their own actions. When she saw Deus riding on a dirty horse, her muddled eyes immediately became full of hatred and resentment. "Did you bring this demon out for us to judge? Those monsters around him didn't come with us, did they? I want him to pay for my son's life." When the old woman found that the undead didn't come out with her, she suddenly became full of courage and rushed towards Deus to attack him. But since Horn had promised Deus to protect him, he naturally wouldn't let the old woman get close to him. The invisible magic hand appeared in front of him and held the old woman tightly. After finding that she was blocked by an invisible thing, the old woman stopped rushing over, raised her head, and glared at Horn with a little fear. You are also a demon." As the old woman shouted, the villagers came out one by one, taking out farm tools such as hoes and poles, and looked at Horn and the others fiercely. This situation was somewhat similar to the small village they encountered when they were about to leave the Church of the North Wind. They were also facing wild witch orphans. Under the high pressure of the church, that village chose to protect them, while this village chose to hate them, not only because Dais killed their people, but their attitude was not necessarily good before Dais killed them. What is the reason for the difference? The old woman's words, "You are also a demon," made the villagers, who surrounded Horn, and the other two not take action for the time being. Horn ignored the villagers' thoughts and asked them calmly, "I came here to ask you a question. Did anyone beat and scold him often before? So what, facing this demon, we were merciful not to kill him before, but he." A strong man holding a hoe said to Horn with a heavy breath. Horn shook his head slightly. He thought these people would cover up a little, but he didn't expect that they thought their beating and cursing were just acts, and Dais's involuntary counterattack was an unforgivable crime. They really thought so they said it without any cover-up. Seeing that there was no strange phenomenon near Horn, these people became bolder. With a loud curse from a villager, the men rolled up their sleeves and were about to start, while the women had already thrown out rotten eggs and rotten leaves before them. But all of this could not touch the bodies of the two, and the two magical hands protected them tightly. Dais was so nervous that he didn't dare to look up. The expressions on these guys' faces were too ferocious, and everyone's eyes seemed to want to eat him. Seeing his nervous look, Horn laughed and uttered two words softly. "Shut up." Horn didn't say these two words very hard, but the sound spread throughout the village. Horn couldn't learn the special sound transmission method of Mrs. Sharon's voice magic, but Horn could still use magic to amplify the sound. With this sound, the villagers quieted down for a while, and then began to curse Horn and the others again, but this time the sound was much smaller, because they found that their attacks could not touch these two people at all. Chapter 165. Ignoring the villagers' hideous faces and loud curses, Horn said solemnly to Dicey, who was hugging his head tightly and shrinking on the horse, "Dicey, if you want to live in the outside world, don't care so much about the eyes of these guys. How others view you is their business, but you have to respect yourself. You only need to care about the eyes of your true friends, and don't live so hard. This is the first lesson I teach you. These people will only treat you like this when you are weak. When you are strong enough, these noisy voices will no longer appear. If you don't want to experience this again, just get stronger." After Horn finished speaking, thick electric snakes surged from his body. The dazzling electric light made it difficult for the surrounding villagers to open their eyes, and the huge thunder resounded throughout the village. Even though Horn did not target these villagers, their bodies were still numb from the stray current, and their hair stood up, looking inexplicably funny. He poured magic power into the Origin Holy Artifact, the magic ring in his hand, and almost instantly a fireball larger than a football condensed on it. The fireball flew to a tree at the entrance of the village that was so big that two people could hug it, and the thick trunk was broken in half by the fireball, and it was all ignited in a few breaths, and it would turn into ashes in a short time. The magic power that Horn put into the fireball was the strength of the third ring magic, but the power was definitely more than the third ring magic. After having the Eye of Thunder and the magic ring of the Origin Sacred Artifact, Horn disliked chanting spells less and less. The feeling of instant spells was much more refreshing than chanting spells. Horn's lightning and fireballs frightened the villagers at once. They were afraid that Horn would pour out his anger on them if he was not satisfied. In fact, in Horn's opinion, those who beat Dais were hateful, but being torn into pieces by the undead was a bit too much. But this was not controlled by Dais, he was just a victim, and the consequences were brought upon himself. If Dais was guilty, it was only the fault of the power he was born with, not his own. Even so, he could understand that they hated Dais because their relatives were killed. The real reason why Horn couldn't help but take action to intimidate them was because they took it for granted to beat Dais before he hurt them. This made Horn very dissatisfied. Although they looked pitiful, this pity was the result of their own actions. If they didn't treat Dais, who could communicate with the dead with that attitude, if they didn't come back to humiliate Dais after being scared away by Dais for the first time out of pure fear, tragedy will never happen. Horn, who showed his strength, was like a terrifying beast in front of the villagers. They did not dare to disobey Horn's orders at all. Find him a suitable set of clothes, and then boil some water for him to take a bath. After Horn finished speaking, the villagers immediately took action. Horn did not look at the eyes of the villagers. Now, except for the old woman, No one dared to look directly at Horn. He knew that these villagers would never disobey any of his orders in order not to anger him. Horn didn't like the feeling of respect due to fear, so when he first passed by this village, he just regarded himself as an ordinary person, and didn't show that he was a superhuman. But Horn didn't really regard himself as an ordinary person. There was a huge gap between him and these ordinary villagers from the perspective of ideas to strength. Since he became a superhuman, there was an invisible barrier that separated them far away. Magicians and ordinary people are different after all. Horn stood expressionlessly at the door of the room where Dias was bathing, and did not show a good face to the villagers, which made them very anxious. He came to this village for another purpose, which was to confirm what Dias said and vent his anger. As long as Dias did not lie, Horn would definitely scare the people in this village. Of course, he did not intend to do too much. It was enough to show his strength to shock them and scare them. Horn was not a murderer who felt uncomfortable if he did not kill someone in a day, so he was not very irritable. Although the poor village tree was sacrificed to scare the villagers, it was a necessary price. For Horn, who has already put himself in the role of a magic leader, ordinary people are also valuable resources. Maybe a wild witch will be born among them someday. While Horn was daydreaming, Des had finished washing and came out in brand new clothes. This? Horn smacked his lips. He didn't see it before because it was black and dirty and rarely spoke, but now it seems. Brown hair mixed with a hint of grass green, a small face with a rosy white color, and a slender body. Daisy is actually a girl. Horn didn't notice it after walking all the way. Horn reached out and rubbed her wet hair a few times. A faint steam floated out of her little head. In just a short while, her hair was dry, but the hair that was originally arranged became a mess. Well, since you are a girl, it's not appropriate to continue calling you Daisy. I will call you Daisy from now on. Daisy was a little unhappy. She still liked the original name, but if she didn't say it, how would Horn know? He was not as capable of reading people's minds as Yan. Carrying Daisy on the horse, Horn led the horse towards the canyon. When he was about to leave the village, Horn turned to the villagers who were seeing them off and said, "Since you are still obedient, I will give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, leave this village as soon as possible." The reason why the undead in that place stayed in the cemetery was because Daisy was in the cemetery. Although they were injured by me now, they should be able to recover in 10 days or 8 days. By then, your village may be in danger due to the hatred of the undead for the living. After saying that, Horn threw a few gold coins on the ground as compensation for the dead guys, and then took Daisy to the direction of the canyon. It would take a lot of time to send Daisy to the magic house first, so Horn planned to take Daisy to the canyon first. Anyway, even Jeffrey could enter and exit freely there, so it made no sense that he, Horn, could not protect a little girl. It happened that Horn could teach Daisy something on the way and enlighten her. Once he returned to the magic house, he would be involved in endless translation work and experiments, and it was very likely that he would not have time to teach Daisy. Now there is already Colin, the problem child of the magic house, and Horn doesn't want to add another one. Speaking of Colin, Horn suddenly burst into laughter. Maybe he can match Colin and Daisy together. Anyway, their ages are not much different. Daisy looked at Horn suspiciously. What is he laughing at? Why does it feel like he is thinking something bad? Colin, who was being ravaged by 4 little maids in the magic house, suddenly coughed twice and looked around to find out what happened. Chapter 166. As a little girl who grew up in a cemetery, Daisy didn't even have a name before, so she was naturally illiterate. So this made it difficult for Horn to teach her magic. He had to read the meditation method and some basics to her word by word, and Horn found that he was really patient when facing Daisy. In the past, if he taught others who couldn't read, he usually asked them to learn to read by themselves first. But Daisy didn't disappoint Horn. For her, even learning magic was a very new thing, so she studied very seriously. As expected by Horn, Daisy's acceptance of magic was similar to Colin's. Colin's talent should be influenced by Nair, and it was surprising that Daisy was born with such a talent. In short, Horn was very happy when teaching Daisy. After all, every teacher likes students who are smart, hardworking and serious, even if their foundation is a little weak. It took a lot of time for the two to teach while traveling, so they walked a whole day for a journey that was originally only half a day. When they reached the edge of the canyon, the sun had completely disappeared, but the direction of the canyon was not as dark as expected. Horn had an ominous premonition in his heart. This was not deserted as Jeffrey said. In the direction Horn was facing, the lights were bright, and there were bonfires and torches everywhere. The scale was comparable to a small town. At first glance, Horn saw a huge military camp. Horn took out a telescope from his bag and looked into the camp. In the bright firelight, a huge flag was particularly eye-catching. The flag had a blue background, with a golden giant eagle printed in the middle that seemed to be about to spread its wings and fly high. Horn recognized the giant eagle on the flag, because it was one of the three major forces in the God-forsaken land. The family emblem of the Acuin family. Yes, Horn was carrying the telescope he got from Jeffrey. How could Horn not carry such a convenient thing when traveling? Although the Eye of Thunder and spiritual power exploration were convenient, spiritual power could not see specific things, and could only sense breath and energy fluctuations. The Eye of Thunder can only see electric currents, and even weak static electricity in the human body can be seen, but it is obvious that the real world cannot be seen clearly through the Eye of Thunder. It is different with a telescope. Horn can really use his eyes to see the distant scenery. Daisy, who was standing next to him, looked at the telescope in Horn's hand with curious eyes. This is another thing she has never seen. There are so many things that he has never seen outside. Horn had systematically memorized the symbols of these major forces as early as when he first came to the Forsaken Land of God, because this is common sense in the Forsaken Land of God, and is the knowledge that must be mastered to live here. There is not only a military camp here, but also a densely packed tent of various sizes at a distance outside the military camp. The area occupied by these tents is much larger than that of the military camp. Putting the telescope into the bag, Horn took Daisy to the area where the tents were sitting. He could not explore the military camp, but this place should not be forbidden to outsiders. Walking into the tent, Horn found that this place was not only like a small town in size, but also like the trading area of Mamen City in terms of people coming and going. Most of the stalls were selling weapons, food, and collecting monster furs. There are also large camps where large chambers of commerce come to collect some precious materials. Most of the pedestrians are wearing armor and holding weapons. There are so many warriors who have entered the level here that almost one in every few people. The fighting spirit fluctuations emitted by several of them made Horn a little wary. It seems a bit dangerous here. Horn watched helplessly as several warriors carried a guy with a level 4 aura to the tent where the doctor was. The level 5 warriors all fell to the ground. How did Jeffrey come back alive? Is it safe here? You must be kidding. Jeffrey's information is outdated. The canyon must have been exposed, and almost everyone knows about it. The moment he was sure that his guess was correct, Horn had the idea of retreating. He was not yet fully grown, and was not suitable to get involved in such a big event, so Horn took Daisy's hand and prepared to leave. But as soon as they turned around, a big hand reached out silently from the darkness and covered Horn's mouth. Without any warning, Horn's body flashed with lightning, and he was about to resist, but the lightning that was released in a hurry was suppressed by an invisible force. Then he was pulled into a corner by an irresistible force. On the other side, a tender white hand stretched out from behind Daisy, covered her mouth, and dragged her into a dark corner. The lightning was suppressed, and Horn's nerves tensed up all of a sudden. An arc thicker than the previous current flashed on his body, making a rumbling sound of thunder. He did not choose to use the Origin Sacred Artifact, because the distance was too close, and if he fired the fireball now, even he would be hurt. The electric light illuminated the surroundings, but even so, Horn still could not break free from the arm that seemed like steel. In the deafening roar, Horn seemed to hear a comfortable moan from behind him. Wow, your electric shock is strong enough this time. This familiar voice, the hidden ability that Horn could hardly detect, the strong body that would not let go even if it was electrocuted, and the little hand that pulled Daisy away. Is there any need to say who this person behind him is? Horn turned off the lightning and let them take the two to another dark corner. The lightning and thunder attracted many people's attention, but when they arrived at this corner, there was no one here. After arriving at the place, Horn and Daisy were released. He looked back and saw that the person behind him was indeed the one he thought. Elijah, the dragon slayer, and the delicate red-haired little girl covering Daisy's mouth. Isn't she little Arya? There is no one else who meets the above conditions, okay? But how did the two of them appear here? Aren't they famous bounty hunters in the outside world, but members of an unknown powerful organization in secret? Could it be that the organization also has power inside the Forsaken Land of God? In fact, the special features of the Forsaken Land of God only intercept those wizards and priests. For warriors who have the strength to pass through the tidal mist swamp, the Forsaken Land of God is simply a place where they can come and go freely. This is also the reason why there are many more high-level warriors in the Forsaken Land of God than in the outside world. With such a place where warriors are in charge, why should they suffer the anger of the church? Why are you here? Horn asked Ilya with a dark face. He knew Ilya's strength, and the matter that made him go out must not be a small matter. Ilya didn't care about Horn's attitude, but winked at him and said to Horn, Let's not talk about this first. I need your help. If you promise to help me, I will tell you why I came here. Chapter 167. Oh, forget it. I don't want to know. This time, Horn was determined to put safety first, and he knew Elijah's strength. Even if he had the Eye of Thunder and the Origin Sacred Artifact, he was definitely no match for Elijah. In a canyon that he needed help to explore, what kind of safety could a small fourth-ring magician like Horn have? Ilya was a little panicked when he saw Horn's straightforward rejection. In general, wouldn't you first understand the situation before considering whether to reject it? How can I not be curious at all? Hey, be a man with some conscience. At least I saved your life. If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by the insect wizard Alenk. I also helped you carry your teacher's things. Don't say that the elf friend I gave you didn't play the role it should have. Elf friend. Horn got angry when he thought of the elf friend, because he was almost chopped by Emily, that crazy woman, because of it. But what Ilya said was indeed quite reasonable. He did help Horn a lot, and even saved his life. So Horn thought for a while, and bowed deeply to Elijah. Thank you so much for what you did before. Then he took Daisy's hand, and turned to leave. Ilya looked confused by Horn's action, and he quickly grabbed Horn's arm. You are not so ungrateful, are you? I have helped you more than once, and you just say thank you and send me away? No way, I remember your kindness in my heart, but your favor is really dangerous. Horn stretched out his hand, and showed the back of his hand to Ilya. Here, do you know what it means? Ilya, is this some strange curse? Or do you wild witches know spells? Are you facing any danger? Ilya said uncertainly that their organization has been keeping an eye on Horn and his group, and he hasn't heard of any difficulties Horn has encountered recently. These symbols mean that safety is the most important thing, so I don't want to help you this time. And since you know, you have helped me many times, you also know how many times you have cheated me. If I can't guarantee safety, I won't go with you. Horn couldn't say it too firmly. The other person did help him many times, but Horn really didn't want to get involved in this mess. With Ilya's strength, it doesn't really matter if there is one more or one less Horn. The current situation is more like Ilya saw him on the road, and then thought he might be useful, so he dragged him here. It was not like what Ilya said, that Horn was indispensable. Ilya patted his chest and said to Horn angrily, Are you looking down on my strength? What dangers can you have around me? Horn curled his lips in disdain. Among all the dangers he encountered, Ilya was by his side, or even participated in them at least half of the time. Horn would never believe that there was no danger around him. On the contrary, he felt safer when Ilya was not around. If there is no danger around you, why are you hiding so much? Horn turned his head, and looked at the surrounding environment. It was dark here, and there were few passers-by. If Ilya didn't want to hide his whereabouts, there would be no need to cover his mouth and bring him to such a place. He can talk about the topic now. That's right, Ilya. Why should we be sneaky if we haven't done anything wrong? Little Arya took out a candy from her pocket, and put it in her mouth. She hasn't finished the candy that Ilonir gave her. After hearing what little Arya said, Horn suddenly turned his head to look at Elijah. What was going on? Ha ha ha, isn't this very lively? And if we act more urgent, wouldn't it be easier for him to agree to us? Otherwise, what if he ignores us? Horn gritted his teeth and said to Elijah, So you just pulled me over so rudely just to show your urgency? Horn was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating when he was suddenly pulled over from the dark. But if it was really important, Horn couldn't say anything. But the current situation doesn't seem to be that urgent at all. He was a little speechless to Elijah. Who on earth was this person? Everything happened for a reason. Everything happened for a reason, Since he had been exposed by little Arya, Elijah didn't need to continue acting. He said to Horn directly and frankly, We don't have any trouble now, but the thing I want to ask you for help is true. There are places in that canyon that require a spellcaster to pass through, and I can't find a reliable spellcaster here for the time being. Can you really guarantee that there is no danger? Horn asked Ilya again. Ilya patted his chest and replied, I'm here, no problem. Horn touched his chin and began to think. If it was really as Ilya said, then it would be okay for him to go. The reason why he refused at the beginning was because he thought Ilya and the others were being hunted or wanted. The guide who could make them flee in a panic was very dangerous to Horn, but now it seems that the previous things were just a boring joke of the man in front of him. Then it's not impossible to follow him to explore the canyon. As long as there is safety guarantee, Horn is still a little curious about the canyon. Okay, I agree to this favor. After thinking about the result, Horn finally agreed to Ilya. That's right, I heard that there are many good things in the canyon, don't worry, you will get benefits after you come out. Ilya laughed and hugged Horn's shoulders. Horn, who was originally a little thin, was like a child in front of the tall Ilya. Horn tried to break free, but his small body was no match for Elijah. Seeing Elijah and Horn reach an agreement, the two little girls began to communicate. Little Arya saw Daisy standing silently by the side, and after hesitating for a while, she took out a colorful candy from a small bag beside her and handed it to Daisy, saying, "Here, this is delicious." Daisy was obviously a little overwhelmed. This was the first time she received kindness from her peers, and she didn't know how to respond. "It's okay, eat it, she's not a bad person." Horn said to Daisy on the side that it should be a good thing for Daisy to have a playmate like Arya around. Daisy took the candy from Arya's hand and put it in her mouth. The candy, with a special sweet smell, made her eyes narrow into a beautiful arc. "This is a high-end candy from the vampire family." Horn looked at this warm scene with a smile on his face, and suddenly his eyes fell on little Arya's thumb. There was a silver ring on it. Chapter 168. Horn recognized the ring. The ugly shape was obviously his own work. Because it was not for his own use, it was not plated with lightning protection metal. There was only one such ring in the world. That was the ring that Horn sold to Kielberg and later came into the hands of Ilinir. The mysterious organization that Ilya belonged to knew the value of this ring. Now it appeared in the hands of little Arya, which puzzled Horn. Is the financial resources of that organization enough to let a little girl play with something worth 10,000 gold coins at will, or is the little girl in front of him, who looks no more than 10 years old, a spellcaster capable of activating this ring? No matter which one it was, Horn couldn't believe it. Without thinking about the ring, Horn said to Elijah, "Since I have agreed to go with you, now tell me about the situation in the canyon. What on earth made your organization send a master like you to come here in person? I'm not that great." But looking at his expression, he was obviously very proud. This canyon was discovered by a bounty hunter more than a month ago. A small part of it is inside the God-forsaken land, and a small part is in the tidal mist swamp. There are many precious materials and rare animals in it. A month ago, Horn had beaten Jeffrey so badly that he could not take care of himself. After that, Jeffrey began to recover from his injuries. I think that was why Jeffrey did not know about the situation in this canyon. But those things are only for bounty hunters and merchants at most. They are not worthy of being noticed by several major forces like now. Horn nodded slightly. It was true that a major force, like the Acuin family, which spanned more than 20 cities, had no need to make a big fuss for the resources in this small canyon. In fact, it's not just the Acuin family. People from the Church of the God of Space and the Wizard Alliance have also been attracted here. Wait, you mean the Wizard Alliance? Horn interrupted Elijah. Aren't wizards always fighting alone? There is no basis for mutual trust between wizards. Does such an alliance really exist? Oh, it's normal that you don't know this. The Wizard Alliance is a very secretive force. Most of the wizards chosen by the Orthodox demons are members of the Wizard Alliance. Elijah suddenly smiled and said, "If it weren't for the Wizard Union attracting firepower in front, we might have collapsed long ago." In Horn's view, every wizard is dangerous, and this danger is not only because of their strength. In fact, Horn himself feels that he does not need to be afraid of a wizard below level 4. But the wizard's crazy and evil style makes Horn very frightened. If such wizards form an organization, what can they plan? Destroy the world. Let's not talk about the crazy people who want to destroy the world. Let's talk about the things in the canyon first. The core of the canyon is a relic that dates back to before the gods came. No one knows what is inside. But what is certain is that there is a very powerful energy in the relic, which causes the canyon to be full of rare and exotic animals. Okay, their goal is really to destroy the world. Horn frowned and said, "So what this wizard priest and the Acuin family want is the things in the relic. But what are the things that the three major forces need? That's the problem." Ilya sneered and said, "The news that the Acuin family got is that there are secret treasures left by the ancient dynasty. The news that the Wizard Alliance got is the clue that can make the devil come to the world. And the news that the Church of the God of Space got is that there are the mysteries of space there. The three major forces got three completely different clues, so it is obvious that this is a conspiracy to attract the three forces, so I was sent here to take a look. You all got the news. They should also know that this is a trap." Horn didn't know how big the power of Ilya was, but seeing that Ilya told him directly, he knew that this news was not a big secret. Our intelligence system is still better than theirs. Ilya laughed twice and said, "But even if their intelligence system is useless, they will know when the three families gather together, but they will go even if they know it is a trap. The Acuin family dreams of rebuilding the glory of the Empire before the gods came to the world, and incorporating the entire eastern continent into the Empire's territory. Although the God of Space is called the God of Space, he does not have the real authority over space. The title of the god of space is actually a bit ridiculous, so if there is a place where the mystery of space can be explored, the Church of the God of Space will definitely go there. As for the Wizard Alliance, there is no need to think about how important the news of the demon god coming to Ceylon is. According to Ilya, what attracted these forces to the canyon ruins turned out to be what they wanted most. The conspiracy atmosphere made Horn stop. Can safety be guaranteed in this situation? Are you kidding me? Seeing Horn stop, Ilya also knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, we are not competing with those guys for anything. In fact, we have no purpose. We just went there to make trouble, so you can rest assured about safety. The task given to me this time is to get the things inside if I can get them. If I can't get them, let the Akuan family get them. If it really doesn't work, at least destroy the thing. While chatting, Horn followed Elijah to stroll around the tent area. Seeing his swaggering appearance, it also proved that he was hiding just to play pity with Horn. Hearing that the main purpose was to make trouble, Horn was relieved a little. There should be no danger if he made trouble. But I won't make trouble at all. Behind the two of them, Daisy and Arya, two little girls, were already walking hand in hand. Daisy, who was not very experienced in the world, had a good impression on anyone who gave her delicious food. He, who said you are not good at making trouble. I really admired your actions in Leon City. Horn rubbed his hair. There was nothing he could do about it, but could that be the same as the trouble here? After Ilya's consolation, Horn found that his purpose here was completely different from his original purpose. He just wanted to take a look at first. I hope there will be no accidents. Ilya stopped chatting. They were actually in the military camp of the Akuan family. Two soldiers in leather armor blocked their way with their weapons crossed, and looked at them with questioning eyes. Chapter 169. Why was he inexplicably taken out of the Akuan family's military camp? And judging from the guards at the door, this place doesn't seem to be a place where people can enter and exit at will. Horn cast a questioning look at Ilya. Didn't he want to help him explore the canyon? Why did he come here? But Ilya pretended not to see Horn's expression and said to the guards at the door, "It's like this. Isn't His Highness Roland going to recruit spellcasters to explore this canyon together? The notice at the door says that we are recruiting teams with spellcasters above level 3. Aren't we here to respond to His Majesty Roland's call? Are there any level 3 spellcasters among you?" The guard asked in confusion. It was said before that spellcasters in the God-forsaken land usually look weird, and Horn and the other 4 obviously don't meet the characteristics of spellcasters. Of course there are. Ilya patted the guard's shoulder with one hand, and acted very familiar with him and said, "Do you see this one-eyed dragon? He is the founder of the famous house of magic in the Stone City, and his spellcasting ability is quite powerful." One-eyed dragon. Ilya pointed at Horn, who was struggling with the name of One-eyed Dragon. Now Horn understood why Ilya had to ask for his help. It was nonsense that only a spellcaster could solve the problem. He just wanted to find a spellcaster, as an excuse to sneak into the camp of the Akuan family. He thought so much, but was still fooled by Ilya. After glaring at Ilya fiercely, Horn chanted a spell to form a fireball in his hand, which was to confirm his identity as a spellcaster with the guard. Since he had promised Ilya to help him, Horn did not intend to break his promise. Horn did not use the Origin Sacred Artifact this time. He did not want to expose his ring in front of so many people. Horn had this feeling since he approached the camp, and using it here might bring him trouble. After seeing the fireball, the guard confirmed Horn's identity as a spellcaster, nodded, and said to several people, "You can go in now. You have to go over there to check your level first. We don't need low-level spellcasters. And don't walk around the barracks casually, or you be shot. Don't blame me for not reminding you." After getting permission, Elijah laughed and walked into the barracks with Horn, who looked angry, and Daisy, who looked confused. Seeing him heading straight for the tent, he actually seemed to be very familiar with this barracks. "Why do you seem to be very familiar with this place?" Horn asked Elijah unhappily. Anyone who finds out that he has been fooled the whole time will not be in a good mood. "Of course, it's because I've been here before," Elijah said to Horn with a little pride. "How can such a place stop me? With my ability, I can come and go freely." Horn felt an electric current hit Elijah. "Since you can come in, why do you have to look for me? You can come in this military camp, and Roland, the spellcaster, is also recruiting. I really don't see any need for me." "Aw, comfortable 2 more times." Elijah moaned softly in comfort. "How can sneaking in compare with coming in openly? You have to be extra careful when stealing food for Arya." After complaining, Elijah said to Horn seriously, "I'm not trying to fool you by looking for you. You don't know the spellcasters in the Forsaken Land, but I know them very well. They can fool the real spellcasters, who have never seen wizards and priests in the Forsaken Land, but their real spellcasting abilities are rubbish. But you are different. You have better spellcasting abilities than priests or wizards of the same level. If you want to defeat the spellcasters over there, you still have to rely on you. After that, Ilya patted Horn on the shoulder and said, I'm looking for you because you're excellent. Then he opened the door and walked into the testing area. Although Horn didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said, he still felt like he was on a pirate ship. After just a short while of contact, Horn's impression of Ilya changed greatly. Before, their contact was always that Ilya was superior, and Horn was in a very humble position. Now that they were communicating on an equal footing, Horn's view of Ilya was completely refreshed. Originally, Horn thought he was a proud and bold warrior, but now it seems that he is simply a very unreliable and dishonest guy. He is somewhat similar to Luke's pet Pogo. Well, in terms of name. Now that he has decided to help him visit the canyon, Horn doesn't need to worry so much. Maybe he can get some benefits by following Elijah. After pushing open the door, Horn found that someone was conducting a test inside. A guy covered in green was holding a fancy cylinder with many lizards engraved on it, which looked like an antique, and was casting a spell on a soldier. It was a lizardman shaman. What Horn didn't know was that the lizardman in front of him was the only high-level spellcaster under the Lord of Boulder City. He loudly chanted a meaningless spell in the lizardman language, and then an obscure breath emanated from the cylinder. Horn's eyes narrowed slightly, and the soldier's breath was rising rapidly, and the scale-like patterns on the body of a lizard appeared on his body. Finally, the lizardman shaman finished casting the spell, and the soldier turned into a first-level warrior. Is this the shaman's spell? It turns an ordinary soldier into a first-level warrior. This is amazing, Horn said with great interest. This was the first time he had seen a spell that could improve others. If he could see new spells, this trip would be meaningful. As long as new spells are constantly absorbed, magic will have infinite possibilities. Elijah and little Arya got a bunch of nuts from somewhere, and were eating them. While eating, they said to Horn with a little disdain, their shamans are like this, they rarely have direct attack spells. Most of them are small tricks to strengthen themselves or weaken the opponent. The physical strength of that lizard man is only that of a third-level warrior, and he has to fight by himself at critical moments. However, when fighting in groups, having a shaman in the team can still gain some advantages. Although Elijah, who has seen the attack methods of wizards and priests outside, looks down on the shaman's methods, his evaluation is still fair. While the two were chatting, the test over there was completed, and now it was Horn's turn. Excuse me, who are you? The soldier who was testing asked Horn, holding a small notebook. He is the head of the famous magic family in Boulder City. He is very skilled in magic, which definitely meets your requirements. Without waiting for Horn to reply, Ilya helped Horn to speak. The soldier who was testing rolled his eyes, and wrote down the confidence of the head of the magic family in the notebook, and then said to Horn, please show at least level 3 spellcasting ability now. The soldier had been in charge of the test for several days, and had seen all kinds of contestants. He didn't take Ilya's exaggerated statement to heart. He only cared about what he saw. The head of the magic family. The lizard man who was about to leave suddenly stopped. He was familiar with this name. His vertical pupils, like those of a cold-blooded animal, looked at Horn, without a trace of kindness in his eyes. Chapter 170. Well, this is really interesting. Savara is the head of the magic house, the leader of the force that has trained a large number of spellcasters in a few days? The speaker was a lean warrior standing next to the lizard man, wearing a pair of gloves shining with metallic luster. He is Sami Atri, the warrior leader of the Stone City, and the lizard man next to him is Savara, the only powerful spellcaster under the Lord of the Stone City. This canyon with ruins appears within a day's journey from the Stone City. How could the Lord of the city, Genua, not be interested? But Roland, the first heir of the Acuan family, had come in person, so it was not easy for Genua to come out and compete with him. However, it was still possible to send people to gain some benefits. On the one hand, he let Savara and Sami mix in Roland's team, and on the other hand, he also sent a lot of high-level warriors into the canyon to explore and obtain some resources. Horn was about to cast a spell, and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the warrior leader and Savara. Just now, for a moment, he felt hostility in that direction. Now he turned around and saw that Sami was looking at him with a smile, as if he was looking forward to his performance. The lizard man was staring at Horn with his cold eyes. It seemed that the hostility came from the lizard man, but Horn didn't know the lizardman's expression. Maybe the lizardman's behavior was a sign of goodwill, but in any case, with the hostility, Horn began to hide his weakness. He didn't use the instant technique, but recited the spell obediently, and even deliberately slowed down the speed of reciting the spell. The spell that could be recited in a breath took him more than 10 seconds to recite. After the spell was finished, a football-sized fireball carrying scorching energy bombarded the target they had prepared, a huge stone. The fire exploded on the stone, and the broken stone fragments flew far away. Even if they stood far away, the hot air flow blew everyone's hair and made their faces dry. A soldier went over to explore, and saw that a large pit with a diameter of half a meter was hit on the solid boulder. The stone at the bottom of the pit was emitting green smoke, and was still slightly red. It can be seen how powerful the fireball was. Papa papa. Before the result came out, the warrior leader Sammy smiled, and clapped his hands to congratulate Horn. The metal gloves collided with each other, and made a loud sound. He felt that everyone was from the Stone City, so he should support Horn. And Savara's cold eyes began to shrink. This method of directly controlling elements to attack was very different from most spellcasters in the Forsaken Land of God. Although he had long guessed that Horn was special, now Savara was more vigilant against Horn based on this move. However, while everyone present was shocked, Ilya was laughing with his hands covering his mouth. Having fought with Horn, he knew that Horn was hiding his strength. It was good anyway, Horn was in the same group with him. When Ilya thought about how shocked these people would be when Horn showed his true strength, he wanted to laugh. After confirming that Horn was a third-level spellcaster, a soldier came out to lead Horn and the other four to their residence. When passing by Savara, Horn suddenly tensed up because he felt a mental force scanning him, and the source of the mental force was clear. It was the lizardman Savara. Savara pretended to be calm, but he didn't know that his mental detection had been discovered by Horn. Among the types of spellcasters Horn knew, the Wild which was the most proficient in mental control. Savara's mental detection might be very advanced and secretive, but Horn thought it was full of loopholes. At least Horn's detection distance was much farther than his, so he didn't have to get close to him to sense it, and he wouldn't be discovered so easily. But Horn was a little puzzled. He had never offended this lizardman. This was the first time he had seen a subhuman race like lizardman. When leaving here, Horn looked back at the lizardman Savara. Savara did not move, but he saw a scene that made his eyes twitch, because he found that the soldiers actually cut the meat slices and grilled it on the stone. The residence assigned to Horn and his family was a large tent, which could usually accommodate 6 people. Now that they had moved into the camp of the Akuan family, Horn could not leave even if he wanted to, so he began to teach Daisy literacy and magic. There was no special way to avoid Elijah and little Arya. In Horn's opinion, it was okay to pass on low-level magic knowledge. It would be easy for someone to get it anyway. Horn even suspected that Elijah's organization already had the basic magic manual that Horn had distributed. But he did not take the initiative to talk to Elijah. He was still a little angry with Elijah. If it weren't for this guy, he would have been on the road back to Boulder City. But it was good this way. Although exploring the canyon with a large group might not bring any good things, at least safety should be guaranteed. At this point, in addition to the things left by old Douglas, Horn also became interested in the canyon itself. Since it was coveted by so many people, it must have its own special features. Magic was also very new to the two of them. Although Elijah's strength made him not need these little tricks, it would be very interesting for him to learn a few tricks from Horn. It can be used to show off. Unfortunately, the two of them still overestimated themselves. He felt a little sleepy after listening for a while. He was born with an incompatibility with this thing. You know, with his physique, he can stay awake for a long time. Arya's age made her stay away from such slightly complicated things. Her biggest worry every day was thinking about how to get some delicious food. It was strange that she could listen to Horn's lecture patiently. In fact, Daisy was also at the age when she should be naughty and impatient to listen to the lecture, but her childhood was too monotonous, so even the magic knowledge that Horn talked about was very interesting to Daisy. Moreover, when Daisy heard the word magic, she was actually interested in magic. Of course, Elijah and little Arya, who couldn't understand Horn's lessons, would not sit idle. They walked out of the camp openly, and came back stealthily with a package after a while. When they opened the package, they found that it was full of various kinds of barbecue. This should be what they stole from the military camp cafeteria. Yes, with their concealment ability that even Horn couldn't find, stealing food was easy. Hey, Horn, come over and have some too. Elijah chewed the barbecue and said to Horn incoherently that the package was big and the food inside was enough for at least a dozen people. But Elijah called Horn not because they couldn't finish it, but because he was worried that little Arya would eat too fast and Horn and the others wouldn't be able to eat. It's not over yet, let's eat after it's over, and the practice of magic should resist the temptation of external things. As soon as Horn finished speaking, little Arya smiled sweetly at Horn, but Daisy felt resentful. After talking for a while, Horn found that Daisy's mind could no longer concentrate. He smiled in his heart, and the smell of barbecue filled the tent. Daisy had suffered since she was a child, and had not eaten many good things. It was a rare thing for her to be able to sit in front of him patiently. No matter how much she showed that she liked learning magic, she was still a child after all. Okay, take a break first, and go eat something with him. Horn thought Daisy would be very happy after he said that, but he didn't expect that Daisy's expression now looked like she was about to cry. Horn looked back and found that the full package was now empty, and little Arya was stuffing the last piece of roast meat into her mouth. He had been facing away from her before, so he didn't know what happened, but Daisy saw it clearly. When they started eating, Yulia took nearly 2 portions of food and started eating first, while little Arya started eating crazily when she saw the remaining 10 portions. Her posture was like a starving ghost, and her cherry-like mouth kept stuffing food into her mouth. More than a dozen portions of food were cut down layer by layer, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Horn actually didn't talk for long after they started eating, but in such a short time, they had already finished eating, and now, just when Horn was shocked, little Arya had already picked up a towel and started to wipe her mouth. He stared in amazement at the huge pile of food disappearing silently, which was really hard to accept. Patting her belly, little Arya walked to Daisy, whose eyes were filled with tears, and handed her a small bag containing the food she had prepared for Daisy in advance. Here, this is for you. Daisy smiled sweetly. Very good, this is the pure friendship between little girls, but... So where's my share? Horn pointed to the empty and greasy package and said. Chapter 171. Yes, there is no more for Horn now. Although he said that he should resist temptation when learning magic, he did not say that he would not eat after learning magic. Originally, Horn thought that such a large bag of food would definitely have his own, and at most he would eat it when it was not hot. But he did not expect that Ilya and the others had such a terrible appetite. Yours, it's gone. At this moment, Ilya, who had already had a full meal and was picking his teeth, said to Horn leisurely, according to the time, they should come to deliver food. Although it is definitely not as delicious as the ones we stole, you should still eat it. Who told you to pretend to be reserved just now? In the process of competing with little Arya for food, Elijah had already developed an extraordinary eating speed. With his strong warrior physique, even overeating had no effect on his body. Arya only eats so fast when someone eats with her. When she eats alone, she usually chews slowly and enjoys the beauty of the food. After more than half an hour, a team of soldiers finally brought the food slowly. The food was simple, a few slices of bread and some jam, a small piece of pitiful roast, and simple side dishes. In fact, it was acceptable for Horn to treat them with such food. He would be even more satisfied if he hadn't seen what Ilya and his men had just stolen. But now Horn even suspected that there was only a small piece of barbecue in the food because Ilya and his men had stolen most of the barbecue. In fact, Horn didn't know that the repeated loss of food had caused a big sensation in the military camp, but later the chef, who had always followed Roland, just let it go. Even if they increased the defense and even found extraordinary people to guard, they still couldn't resist the hateful thief. If they couldn't resist, they could only accept it painfully. He had no choice. Looking at the stunned Horn, Elijah and little Arya didn't feel guilty at all. They had trained their faces to never be embarrassed in the fight for food with countless people. Daisy, who was eating barbecue, felt that Horn was a little pitiful. After hesitating for a while, she put the remaining meat on Horn's plate. She didn't say anything, but Horn knew what she meant. Horn didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt warm in his heart. His confusion was just because he was amazed at the thickness of Elijah and Arya's skin, not because he really wanted to eat something good. Horn had long been accustomed to the hard life. The new chef of the magic house was very good, but Horn still often stayed in the basement and ate hard dry food. For him, it was acceptable to enjoy some delicious food in his spare time, but it was not worth wasting time for food. But it was still a little unexpected for Horn that Daisy, who had just been so pitiful as to eat raw meat, could take the initiative to give the barbecue in her hand. He cut off half of the meat and kept it, and gave the rest to Daisy. When Horn ate the barbecue with a smile, Daisy's eyes curved into crescents. The night passed quickly. Even though there were a lot of people in the tent area outside the camp, no one was blind enough to attack the Aquan family's camp. Unless they didn't want to live or were really confident in their own strength, few people dared to provoke the Aquan family in the godforsaken land. Aquan's reputation was earned through bloody battles. The major forces in the godforsaken land have changed, but only the Aquan family has been passed down since the gods descended to Ceylon. It has never been cut off, not even weakened. Of course, although Aquan is famous, There are still people who come to cause trouble until 2 or 3 days ago, and the attackers are still their old acquaintances. Randall, but for some reason, he didn't show up in the past 2 days. Horn didn't sleep at all that night. He didn't need to sleep every day, and he naturally didn't sleep at a place where he needed to ensure safety. After Daisy fell asleep, he began to meditate. He had been at the level of a 4th ring magician for 2 months, but now he had only just consolidated his strength. He still had to go through quite hard training before he could reach the next level, a 5th ring magician. From the 4th ring to the 5th ring, it was not just an increase in strength, but also an improvement in essence. However, since old Douglas was not around, Horn could only explore on his own. However, no matter what, it was always right to accumulate more magic knowledge, accumulate magic power in the body, and make magic power and spirit more compatible. Meditation is not that complicated. You don't need to maintain any special postures, or any strange spells or formulas. For Horn, meditation is a state of mind. Keep your body still, and then use the method of the Elves meditation method to remove distracting thoughts, and immerse yourself in the world of spiritual power. In this state, the spiritual power will become more active and even grow slowly. Although the growth rate is not large, it can eventually increase the spiritual power of creatures to a level that normal people can hardly reach. This state is simple. Some people can easily enter this state without special training, while some people will never be able to enter this state without the methods provided in the meditation method. For those people, even if they enter the meditation state, the effect of increasing their mental power may not be as good as those who can enter the meditation state directly. Therefore, the difficulty of meditation is also one of the conditions for judging the talent of a wild witch to become a magician, but this thing does not account for a large proportion, and it is not a big problem that can be compensated by hard practice. Meditation is something that any intelligent creature can practice, but learning meditation does not necessarily make you a magician. Otherwise, the elves would have been full of magicians. The state of meditation with, or without a magic circle in the sea of consciousness is completely different. Normal meditation is just a way to cultivate the spirit, but when combined with the magic circle in the sea of consciousness, it will produce completely different changes. During meditation, the magic circle will also change and begin to absorb the spiritual energy in the air and store it. When it is stored to a certain scale, it becomes the sea of magic power. Therefore, the magic power attributes of most magicians are related to the attributes of the magic circle they are born with. Under the effect of magic, the growth rate of magicians' mental power will be much faster than that of people without magic. Even if people without magic circles continue to practice meditation, they will only slowly increase their mental power. Therefore, the wild witches who have magic circles in their sea of consciousness are the most suitable race to learn magic. This is why Horn has always regarded the abilities of wild witches as the best gift in the world. At this moment, there was a commotion outside, and Horn had to break away from the state of meditation, and his mind was a little dazed. Chapter 172. Shallow meditation has no cost after leaving, but deep meditation will cause discomfort for a short period of time after being disturbed, because the magic power and mental power are constantly operating in the magician's body. Horn is in this state now, but this is a normal phenomenon, just like the haziness when getting up, and it has no effect. After all, the magic power and mental power in the body are Horn's own power, so he will not be backfired by his own things. However, when the magic power and mental power become more and more powerful in the future and the body is still as fragile as it is now, there may be some serious backlash. After shaking his head and waking up slightly, Horn walked out of the tent. A messenger was talking loudly. Horn listened carefully for a while, and then he understood that His Highness Roland would come over and ask them to be ready. Now all the teams with spellcasters living here have come out, which really broadened Horn's horizons. Others in their team also said that they were all human warriors. No matter how tall or short they were, their weapons were strange, and their appearances were crooked, they were at least human. But the spellcasters were different. There were dark elf priests with hot bodies and handsome faces, but as black as charcoal. There were orc shamans, like Sabara, who could walk upright and speak human language, and there were more half-human, half-beast bloodline sorcerers. In fact, the most numerous spellcasters in the God-forsaken land were not orc shamans, but bloodline sorcerers. Because there is only one shaman in a tribe, while a blood wizard may have the talent to cast spells as long as he is blood. They are humans or orcs with magic beast blood flowing in their bodies. Those who cannot adapt to the domineering magic beast blood have long died, and those who remain generally have some characteristics of magic beasts. If they did not have human wisdom and language, they might even be regarded as monsters, and they are indeed regarded as monsters in the outside world. As half-human and half-beast, Orcs are a stable race, while blood wizards are more like a rigid combination of magic beasts and humanoid races. Among the bloodline warlocks, the relatively powerful dragon blood warlocks occupy the majority. A few high-level dragons can transform into human form, so there are more descendants of dragons and humans. As for the birth of warlocks of other bloodlines, some things that are not suitable for children have happened. It is worth mentioning that the orc shamans and the warlocks with the blood of Warcraft have different treatments outside the godforsaken land. In the orc tribe outside, in addition to communicating with the ancestral spirits, the shamans can also communicate with the orc gods. The bloodline warlocks, who cannot communicate with the gods, are highly recognizable in appearance, and they are also hated by everyone in the outside world. It's not that the gods reject warlocks, but that warlocks are regarded as hybrids by humans and are a shame to humans. In fact, there is some truth to this. Warlocks, who have both human and magical characteristics, are not those with the body of a beautiful girl with a cat tail or a cute cat girl. Those are cat people. The body combination of warlocks is much weirder. They may have a body as thick as a lizard, but a normal human head, but the overall body structure is no different from that of humans. There are also those who may have pig ears and elephant noses. In short, there are actually very few good-looking warlocks. And some shamans, such as Catman and Foxman shamans, are at least good-looking. There may even be some with stunning appearances. It is worth noting that among the blood warlocks, there are very few who have dragon blood that does not have a big impact on their appearance, and their strength is far greater than those dragon blood warlocks with dragon characteristics. These humans are recognized by the dragon clan and are called dragon descendants. Legend has it that the royal family of the empire that ruled the earth before the ancient gods came were all dragonborn, and most of the dragonborn still alive in the world today have the blood of the ancient royal family. In short, there are several bloodline sorcerers present who look very eye-catching. All the spellcasters are looking at each other, and the most eye-catching among them are Horn and his team, who look the most normal. When everyone looks very strange, Horn and his team, which is composed of purely humans, are particularly eye-catching. There were also two little girls, who were obviously not grown up in the team, so they all doubted their strength. However, they were all extraordinary people, and they were all people with status and reputation in the places where they lived, and they would not come to pick a fight just because they didn't like it. Those who would develop such a habit would have disappeared in this cruel world long ago. After a while, the sound of neat footsteps came, and a team of guards stopped at the door. The blond young man in gold and blue armor walked to the main seat step by step, with a strong momentum, and sat down. Behind him followed a skinny old man, who looked expressionless as if everyone in the room owed him money. The old man seemed to have no power, but the breath he occasionally exuded made Horn feel as if he was suffocating. But what attracted Horn's attention the most was not the old man, but the young man. Although he was the same age as him, the pressure Horn felt from him was greater than when he faced the serious Elijah. It was normal for the Acuan family to have such an old supermaster, but it was incredible for a young man to have a strength that Horn could not reach. What was even more difficult for Horn to accept was that the pressure brought to Horn by the sword of this young man was greater than that of Horn himself. So he cast a questioning look at Ilya, but found that Ilya also looked solemn. But when he saw Horn looking at him, he whispered to him, "That kid is very strong, but don't look at me with such suspicion. If I really use all my strength, I may not be able to beat this kid." TSK, Horn's expression was full of distrust, but his evaluation of the young man in his heart went up a level. Although he didn't know what Ilya's strength was, Horn knew that he was definitely not just a level 6 warrior. After the two came in, the chaotic noise in the venue suddenly quieted down. Roland was sitting on a newly moved gorgeous chair, without any biased movements, and his straight sitting posture showed that he was a serious person. "My name is Roland Acuan. We will set out after noon today. I hope everyone will help us seriously. I will reward those who help, and I will not punish those who don't help. But," Roland paused and continued, "if someone dares to do something I don't want to see, I'm sorry that he will never get out of this canyon." Chapter 173. Roland's tone was not very kind. In the eyes of the people present, his words almost looked down on them. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below began to discuss in a low voice. They came to help as a transaction, not really as Roland's subordinates, so they felt that Roland's attitude was a little unacceptable. In their eyes, Roland was just a young man who had just entered the public eye. His strength was unknown, and he had no shocking record. Why did he speak to them, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, like this? Although no one dared to underestimate his status as the first heir of the Acuan family, they respected Acuan instead of the young man in front of them whose hair had not even grown out. And why did he let them stay just because of the soldiers in the barracks? The Acuin family was powerful, but this was not their territory. Everyone was a well-known figure in their own territory, and it was embarrassing to be threatened like this. But even so, no one stood up to express dissatisfaction with Roland. This was the power of Acuin in the God-forsaken land. They can rely on their own strength to escape Acuin's pursuit, but no one is alone in this situation. If they offend Acuin, it will be a disaster for ordinary people behind them. As long as there is no conflict, the Acuin family will never take action against small forces, otherwise they will only be attacked by the crowd. Roland suddenly appeared a month ago. As soon as he appeared, he was directly announced as the heir of the Acuin family. In the center of the God-forsaken land, within the control of the Acuin family, Roland has eliminated all opposition voices with his own strength. However, no one in the outside world has a clear understanding of his strength, so everyone is not too respectful to him. In the forsaken land of God, strength is king, and a noble status can only make people afraid to be enemies, but they still look down on him. Among the people present, Horn has the strongest mental power, and is the most proficient in using it, so he can intuitively feel the huge pressure transmitted from Roland. Others can't feel anything. The old man behind Roland frowned, and Horn's thrilling fighting spirit gathered, and he was about to take action to shock these people. How dare these ragtag guys look down on Acuin's heir? If he didn't really need their help, he might have killed them. But Roland stopped him, and he took a step forward and took a deep breath. At this time, he remembered what his grandfather said to him a month ago. Roland, it's time for you to show off. Now is the time for him to show himself, and shut others up with his strength. Everyone doesn't seem to recognize my strength, so I'd better show it a little bit. No. Your Highness Roland is serious. We all recognize your strength. There was another chaotic conversation below. They all came here to cling to the Acuin family, and get the benefits they promised, so it was not good to make things too awkward. But Roland could still hear the perfunctory tone in their voices. He stood up, and gently pulled out the gorgeous long sword hanging from his waist. Looking at the sword, some people felt disdain in their hearts. This thin and gorgeous sword is just a toy among the nobles. Although it looks good, it is not necessarily practical. Roland's mouth curled up, and he injected fighting spirit into the long sword, then gently swung the sword at the air. A golden sword energy passed by, and a deep sword mark appeared on the ground. The destructive range of this sword energy was not large, and many people present could easily cut it out, but the sword light was so gorgeous that it was confusing. Even if the sword energy had disappeared in the air, there were still floating golden light spots like a dream. However, martial arts have never been more powerful the larger the destructive range. At that time, everyone was staring at the sword, but when his sword fell, when the sword energy cut out this deep mark, no one except Ilya could see clearly. This sword alone was enough to show Roland's strength. No one could see it clearly, which meant no one could dodge it. And looking at the dark sword marks on the ground, they all knew that if this sword hit them, they would definitely be cut in half. The warriors present all took a breath of cold air. How did he train to be so strong at such a young age? The spellcasters were much simpler. They were not strong, so they could not dodge this move because they could not see it clearly. Horn had a more intuitive feeling. He kept groping for the ring in his hand. He felt that the long sword in Roland's hand was the origin holy weapon, but the power of this sword is incredibly strong, and the ring in Horn's hand. Although it is also very powerful, it cannot be compared with Roland's sword. This sword can be said to have killed the temper of everyone present. In this place where the strong are respected, Roland, who has a noble status and strong strength, can naturally win their respect. Slowly putting the sword into the scabbard, Roland sat down, chuckled and said, "Now you won't doubt what I said just now." There was another round of response from below. This time, the voice was much more sincere than the last time. Roland stepped over the sword mark he cut, and walked out of here. When he left everyone's sight, Roland laughed. This feeling was really good. The depression of the past few days was swept away. He was very happy to know that Randall was still alive, but Randall was now standing on the opposite side of him, which made him a little sad, but that was just a small entanglement. After all, it was a happy thing that his brother was alive. "Your Highness seems to be in a good mood," the old man asked curiously behind Roland's face. Roland's smile froze, and he said that he couldn't let the family know that Randall was still alive. They would not allow Randall to live. Just because of an ancestral precept, brothers would kill each other. This family was really too cold. If they knew that Randall was still alive, then as long as Randall was still in the God-forsaken land, he would definitely not escape the fate of being killed. "It's okay. This is my first time to represent the family to handle important matters. I'm a little excited." he said to the old man behind him after he stopped smiling. The old man didn't think much about it. In his opinion, it's a good thing for young people to be a little flamboyant. It's not good to be as lifeless as Roland was before. By the way, do you think those summoned spellcasters are reliable? Roland changed the subject. Humph, the strongest of those guys is only level 5, and most of them can only use some crappy spells, but there is a human spellcaster who seems to be a bit interesting. After thinking for a while he said, Roland was really surprised. He had heard from his elders that most of the spellcasters in the Forsaken Land of God were unreliable. Now there was a spellcaster that he liked. This was not easy. That guy should have discovered your strength when he saw you for the first time, and even discovered the sword of the king. Among the spellcasters of the same level, he gave me the feeling that he was even better than those guys outside, but his strength was a little worse. Roland nodded thoughtfully. In this case, he should be considered a talent. He should pay more attention to him in the future. Chapter 174. It was noon, and Aquin's army was ready to set off. As for why they set off at this time, Horn did not know. Daisy was left in the tent in the camp. Although Ilya had guaranteed her safety, the interior of the canyon was too dangerous for an ordinary little girl. Even the low-level monsters that Horn did not care about could pose a fatal danger to her. There was no place safer than the Aquin family's camp. But when Horn saw Elijah bringing little Arya along, he was obviously stunned. Is it okay for you to take her with you? What if she gets into danger? In Horn's opinion, Elijah was a little out of line. It was okay to take a little girl to eat and drink, but wasn't it a bit too much to take her to explore dangerous places? Don't worry about that. If I leave Arya here alone, she will cry. Ilya said to Horn perfunctorily. Can he say that if he gets into trouble, Arya won't get into trouble? On the contrary, the guy who dared to attack little Arya should pay more attention to his own safety. At this time, Horn remembered the ring on Arya's hand. Could she also be a spellcaster? But she is still a child. If such a child has the strength to make Elijah feel at ease. With the old man's order, nearly 1,000 soldiers wearing black leather armor walked out of the camp first. Then followed them by a team of hundreds of knights. They were all white from head to toe, their weapons and armor were all white, and even the horses were all plain. Just from the appearance, Horn knew that they were the winged knights of the king who terrorized the Forsaken Land, and they had another name in the Forsaken Land, White Terror. Just by using his mental power to detect it, Horn was shocked to find that all these knights were level 2 or above without exception. Horn was a little unsure about the strength of the leading knight, but judging from the way he looked, he was at least level 6. This was a force of more than 100 extraordinary people. The horses were all war horses with the blood of magic beasts, and the first few horses had the breath of magic beasts. Is this the Knights of the King's Wings? This was the first time Horn saw an army composed entirely of extraordinary people. This group of spellcasters summoned by Roland had hundreds of people in it. In terms of individual strength, they should be stronger than these knights, but forming an army of extraordinary people is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If these recruited extraordinary people confront these knights head-on, they may not be able to hold on for even a short while. But what made Horn a little strange was that, although the armor and equipment were fine, how could so many war horses with the blood of Warcraft have no other colors? At this time, Ilya suddenly jumped out and said in a very unpleasant way, "You also think those horses are strange, right? Hee, I know what's going on." Although he was not a little interested in Ilya's mean look, Horn was inevitably attracted to him. He was indeed a little curious about why the war horses were all white. Elijah took out a piece of dried fruit from the bag that little Arya was carrying, stuffed it into her mouth while she looked like she was going to kill someone, and then chewed it while mumbling. The Aquin family is a great noble family that has been passed down for thousands of years. There are countless good things in their family, including a chariot of the same level as the sword. These horses are related to the chariot. Horn stroked the ring on his hand. Is that chariot also the origin sacred artifact? If the Aquin family has two at the same time, then their heritage is unimaginably deep. Ilya ignored Horn's expression and continued. The chariot needs the right horses to start, but the Aquin family can't find horses of that level, but they found another function of the chariot. Seeing Ilya's smirk, Horn couldn't help but ask, what function? The chariot will turn all the horses that try to pull it into pure white. Horn was confused. How could there be such a special effect? In this case, how come the Aquin family, who used this special effect to change the color of horses, seems unreliable? When the Aquin family was preparing to set off, on the side of the canyon facing the God-forsaken land, a man wearing a silver-white robe and a silver mask on his face looked in the direction of the canyon. Is there really something my lord needs in there? I always feel that there is a conspiracy here. Maybe we should be more cautious. Miss M, you are still too cautious. There is something my lord needs there, so we must go. The other man in the silver robe was a thin old man. He said to the masked man with a slightly excited look, wherever our lord's eyes are looking, we should go there. Whether it is true or false, we must go. So what if it is a conspiracy? Don't be too petty. Since both of us are out this time, if it is a conspiracy, just destroy it. Even if we only get what we are sure of, this action is still valuable. Behind him, there are more than 20 silver-robed people wearing the costumes of the chief priest. There are hundreds of deacons in white. They are the main force of the Church of the God of Space this time. On the other side, more than 20 guys in different clothes were squatting or lying down, and the air around them seemed to be a little darker. This is a natural phenomenon caused by the huge magic energy gathering in a small space. None of these guys is weak. A wizard hanging upside down on a tree like a rag said sinisterly. In about 4 hours, the natural barrier outside the ruins will disappear. You all know what we want to get. Boss Hangman, you can go find that thing. I just want to go hunting. I have a feeling that I might kill a big guy this time. This guy wrapped his body with rags, which was similar to Horn who wrapped himself with rags, except that he wrapped his whole body. But unlike Horn, the things on him were real cursed tools. I remember I told you that the first task of this mission was to find a way to revive the demon god. I will kill anyone who interferes with this operation. All the wizards had a stiff expression, because the guy hanging on the tree had no right to say such things. But after you get the things, you can do whatever you want with them. The flesh and blood of those guys who might come this time is the best sacrifice. More than 20 wizards laughed strangely, and if a child saw it, he would be scared and have a nightmare. Chapter 175. Following the main force, Horn and other teams with spellcasters finally arrived at the entrance of the canyon in the direction of the godforsaken land. The idle bounty hunters, or mercenaries, who learned about the Aquan family's actions today had already tactfully withdrawn from the canyon, and the Aquan family had been cleared without the need to specifically notify them. Horn had long been looking forward to this canyon. Among the more than 100 people recruited by Aquan, Horn was probably the only one who entered the canyon for the first time. Others have entered to explore more or less. After all, although there are certain dangers here, many things in it are really valuable. The canyon is sandwiched between several mountains and covers a large area. The entrance alone is dozens of meters wide. From a distance, you can see colorful fog constantly changing its shape in the sky. It is normal to have fog in the tidal mist swamp, but fog with various colors is not a common thing. Fortunately, these fogs that are formed for unknown reasons, but look beautiful and dangerous, are not poisonous. Everyone who has entered to explore can confirm this. After entering the canyon, the vision suddenly became clear. The presence of colorful fog and the vast area of the canyon meant that even if a large number of extraordinary people entered to explore, they still could not find out the whole picture of the canyon. Others entered normally, but when it was Horn's turn, the situation was slightly different. He actually shuddered all of a sudden, because the energy concentration in this canyon was a little too high. For others, it might just feel a little inconsistent, but for Horn, it was like going from a sunny beach to the center of a stormy sea. This was Horn's first time in such a high energy density place, and he was a little overwhelmed. While no one was paying attention, Horn entered a state of shallow meditation, and tried to absorb the energy here to convert it into magic power. If the energy here can be used for cultivation, then this place can be regarded as a treasure land for magicians. As soon as Horn entered the state, violent energy rushed into his body, his face turned red, and a stream of blood spurted out of his nose. This is just a shallow meditation state. If it is a deep state, Horn will be burst by this energy in an instant. Hey, are you okay? Ilya patted Horn's shoulder, and woke him up from the meditation state. He was shocked just now. You know, he promised Horn that he was safe. If Horn was not killed by the enemy but died of bleeding from all 7 orifices inexplicably, as soon as he entered the canyon, Ilya would be in trouble. After coming out of the meditation state, Horn looked at Ilya with a little gratitude. If he hadn't woken him up, he would have suffered greater injuries before he woke up. Now he felt like he had survived a disaster. Thank you, there was a small problem just now, but it has been solved. Horn said to Ilya very sincerely. This can be regarded as the best attitude since he met Ilya. Ilya curled his lips. His red face and nosebleed just now did not look like a small problem, but he said that it was solved, and Ilya did not ask any more questions. Although this canyon has sufficient energy, it cannot be used for meditation. The nature of this energy is extremely violent and has its own attributes. I think the reason why the fog is colorful is because of the energy of various attributes. But if it was just because of the attribute, Horn could still absorb the energy of the fire attribute to convert it into magic power, but there was also a kind of energy in this energy that was so weak that it was not normally noticeable, which led to Horn's failure. The energy was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, but it still showed its original form in the sea of consciousness. It was a kind of energy with a dark atmosphere that made people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. This energy was slightly similar to magic power, but it did not have the hysterical and crazy texture that Horn had seen in the magic power of every wizard. Instead, it had a cold and evil feeling. However, if he had to classify this energy, Horn would still choose to classify it as magic energy. After weighing the pros and cons, Horn leaned close to Elijah's ear and whispered, "Be careful, the energy in this canyon seems to be mixed with the magic energy of wizards, so this may be a conspiracy of wizards." Ilya nodded solemnly. He did not doubt Horn's words. He chose Horn to help because Horn's spellcasting ability exceeded that of other spellcasters of the same level. But if it was a conspiracy of wizards, why did they deceive the Wizarding Union? This trip to the ruins has cast a shadow on Elijah's heart before it really started. As for Horn, his face was also very ugly. He was not sure whether this was a conspiracy of the wizard, but he was sure that this trip would be very dangerous. However, now that they have entered the canyon, it is not Horn's style to think about retreating. What he can do now is to try his best to blend in with the big group and go with the flow, trying to gain more benefits while ensuring his own safety. This canyon is undoubtedly dangerous for a single warrior and a weak exploration team. No one knows what is in the thick fog. But what can be confirmed is that there are countless low-level monsters, and at least one monster above level 5. During the nearly 1 month of exploration, many adventurers have suffered losses from monsters in the fog. However, once the large army started to move, Horn found that the canyon that was very dangerous for individual investors was like a joke to the army of the Acuan family. Their exploration of the canyon was not like those of the adventurer teams, which were cautious and tentative. Their strategy was to push forward. Although only the officers in the team of nearly 1,000 people in front were extraordinary people, ordinary low-level monsters would only die if they entered the army's encirclement. After the number reached a certain level, even ordinary people would pose a certain threat to these low-level extraordinary people, not to mention that these were not ordinary people, but experienced soldiers. And the higher-level monsters were dealt with by the King's Wing Knights in the back. Horn saw with his own eyes a large snake several tens of meters long that was spewing poisonous mist and carrying acid on its body. After it appeared, the pure white knights rushed over. Their aura and fighting spirit were intertwined, and even the weakest second-level warriors burst out with amazing fighting power. The snake that Horn could not defeat was directly smashed into pieces by their charge. Then the low-level soldiers skillfully dismembered the body of the snake. The snake's tendons, bones, skin and magic crystals were collected, and the remaining flesh and internal organs were not wasted. The flesh and blood of this level of magic beast can also be sold at a high price. Chapter 176. The magical beasts that Horn coveted were divided up right in front of him, and Horn felt sorry for it. He was very sure that the value of these things in his hands was greater than in the hands of these people, but he also knew that even if he let go and let him take as much as he wanted, he would not be able to take much. Under the sweep of the Acuan family's large army, all kinds of precious resources would be swept away wherever they passed. They even picked the fruits on the trees they passed by and took them away. Who knows if the fruits grown in such a place would be good things? Although no one in the Acuan family can directly sense that this is an energy-dense area through physical senses, thousands of years of history have taught them that generally good things will appear in such places. So they will not let go of anything that can be taken away. In fact, the overall style of the Acuan family is like a hamster. They will not actively rob others' things, but as long as there are good things without an owner, they will take them back home, even if they are uncertain of their use, and would rather let them rot in their hands. Thousands of years of experience have enabled them to have their own judgment on what is good. Even their family themselves cannot tell how many good things are in their family treasury. The team with spellcasters following behind did not get any benefits at all. They were as safe as if they were on a picnic. Looking at the spoils, including Horn, they all looked a little envious, but there was nothing they could do. There were so many people in the family, and they were walking in front. They had no room to intervene. Because of the sweep, the speed of the march was slow. Suddenly, Horn noticed that the people of the Acuan family in front seemed to have left something behind. He saw several groups of creatures of different shapes flying around at a height of about 1 meter. Several small creatures seemed to be communicating with each other. If you look closely, these small creatures are still changing their appearance. Horn discovered it, so did the others. Savara was the first to come over and observe what it was. The little creature closest to Savara flew in front of his face, took a deep breath, and swelled up to the size of a basketball, then kept twisting and changing into a huge lizard-man head, which was Savara's appearance. Savara was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. If you look closely at the little creature's changed head, it is not exactly the same. The facial features are distorted to varying degrees. At first glance, it seems that there is no big change, but it turns out that he is a somewhat gloomy lizard man. At this glance, he even becomes a little cute. Horn suddenly thought of the small creatures that could change their appearance at will. Isn't this the Angora symbiote that Jim mentioned at the beginning? Is it attracted by the energy in the canyon? Now these small creatures have attracted everyone's attention. They can change their appearance at will and look so harmless. Can they be kept as pets? Even if they can't be kept as pets, these things can be sold for a high price. So one by one, the warriors and spellcasters took turns to fight, using all kinds of methods, but there was no way to catch these guys. If you tie these things up with ropes, they will be twisted and deformed and slip through the gaps in the ropes. Similarly, you can't catch them directly. Some people directly used a jar to lock up a small symbiote, but in full view of the public, the symbiote actually flew out of the jar, as if the jar didn't exist. A soldier punched a symbiote into pieces in anger. The attack with fighting spirit also blasted a big hole in the ground, but the pieces slowly closed again. Then the symbiote slowly turned into feces, and smeared on the soldier's face. It has to be said that this is a tragic story. The feces transformed by the symbiote cannot be removed no matter what method is used, and it is also delicious, and even feels the same as the real thing. This tragic guy sounded the alarm for everyone. Although these weird little things will not attack people at will, this is much more hateful than attacking people. However, everyone found that these little creatures would not retaliate as long as they were not attacked directly, so everyone conducted a capture experiment. Horn also went up to try it. Although he knew from Jim that the symbiote was invincible before signing a contract with a human, how could he know if he didn't try? He had been coveting Luke's Toby for a long time. Having a cute pet was a dream for him. And Toby's ability was very useful to Luke, so Horn had always hoped to have one himself, but he never had the chance. After all, he was a magician who was rarer than the symbiote. Maybe he had a way that others couldn't, but Horn still overestimated himself. Whether it was magic or mental power, Horn tried all methods, but still couldn't catch them. Horn was getting scared. If he used electric shock, could he catch these guys? The lightning in his hand flickered slightly, but Horn suddenly saw the poor guy with the face covered with dirt washing his face by a stream, but even the water couldn't wash it off. This was very scary. When he thought about his face being covered with shit or something else if he failed with lightning, it would be a more terrible outcome than death. Everyone looked at the warrior with pity. It was estimated that this guy would not be able to live for a while. It turned out that the guys in front did not want to catch these little creatures, but simply had no way to deal with them. Roland, who was riding a white horse in the center of the team, was very happy now. He had never thought that there would be an Angora symbiote in this canyon. He knew all the characteristics of this creature, and he also knew that it was impossible to catch it. Even gods could not capture them by force. But there was actually a symbiote that signed a contract with him directly, which was really a surprise. Because it is said that the Angora symbiote will not choose a warrior to sign a contract, so when he saw several symbiotes, he did not expect that a symbiote would fly directly to his shoulder and sign a contract with him. The symbiote that signed a contract with him was squatting on his shoulder at this time, and its appearance was a miniature version of a pure golden dragon. Whether in terms of appearance or shape, this symbiote can be said to be very consistent with his thoughts. The old man behind him nodded gently. It seems that the great elder was right. Roland is really the son of destiny. Chapter 177. Roland, who had just obtained the symbiote, was very happy. The team slowly walked out of the border of the God-forsaken land. Now they were already in the outer part of the God-forsaken land. But Roland's smile soon broke, because a figure in a blood-red robe appeared in front of the team. The figure instinctively made people feel uneasy. Before the soldier in the front could ask a question, the figure splashed a blood-red light in the queue of black-armored soldiers, and several soldiers were shrouded and fell silently. Then, their bodies began to swell, and the shattered and scattered flesh and blood directly killed the soldiers around them. This guy is a wizard. This strange attack method gave the soldiers a great shock. They had never seen such an attack method. Roland's handsome face was full of murderous aura at this moment. He should have thought that he might encounter these guys once he left the range of the God-forsaken land. Wizard. The King's Wing Knights stretched out their lances and rushed over. For them, whether it was a level 5 monster or a mysterious wizard, there was no difference. They were all opponents to be defeated, but Roland reached out his hand to stop them. He would personally fight the first wizard he met. This was the first time he encountered this type of opponent, and he had to experiment with his new ability. After launching the attack, the wizard began to prepare to escape. The task given to them by the Hanged Man was to disrupt the forces that also wanted to compete for the ruins. His attack was considered a disruption. Now he should think about how to escape. He didn't want to fight to the death with so many people. But just as he was about to run away, he found a blonde young man wearing gold and blue armor standing behind him. There was a commotion in front of him as a wizard attacked him. Horn was about to go and see when he found that there were also wizards attacking from behind. "Be careful, there are wizards attacking us here too," Horn shouted subconsciously, and he regretted it as soon as he shouted. Wouldn't this make him the target of the wizard? But no one around believed him, but the wizard believed him, and an object with sharp barbs similar to insect limbs stabbed directly at Horn. Without any warning, Horn opened up his magic shield to resist for a while. As early as when he found the wizard, Horn had already released the magic shield as a backup. But the magic shield only lasted for less than a breath before it was punctured by this strange thing. But this time was enough for Horn to recite another spell. Thunder Walk. He disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye, far away from the thing. When he stood still, he found that the thing had been cut off by Elijah. At this moment, countless limbs appeared in the center of the crowd, and a strange figure appeared in the center of the crowd. This strange figure has countless limbs all over its body, and the structure of each one is different, but the same thing is that they can take people's lives. These strange things make this guy look extremely huge, but you can vaguely see a black figure inside. This is also a wizard. Horn wiped the sweat off his face slightly. Now the distance between him and the wizard should be safe enough. He couldn't help but secretly slapped his mouth. If there were teammates around who could be trusted, then Horn's words would definitely play a big role. But there were such arrogant guys around, and even with Horn's reminder, the wizard still caught them off guard. The wizard was already fighting with everyone at this time, and a level 5 warrior came over, with surging fighting spirit overflowing and attached to the giant sword made of fine iron, showing a powerful power. He was extremely confident in his own strength. After all, his strength was gained through thousands of battles. But what he didn't expect was that the wizard only used a few limbs to fight him. It seemed like he looked down on him, but he felt something special when they fought. The limbs were extremely hard and looked like steel. The force of each attack was enough to at least match the attack force of a level 5 transcendent. But he was not a pushover. He swung the giant sword for a few rounds and cut off several limbs. Suddenly, his left hand was scratched by a limb. At first, he didn't care, but after a while, his face changed drastically, and he jumped back away from the wizard. Then he stretched out his arm and cut it off with a sword. Before everyone could express their shock at his behavior, the arm that fell to the ground twisted and deformed and finally rotted in front of everyone's horrified eyes. "Be careful, each of his arms is poisonous," the one-armed level 5 warrior shouted loudly to everyone. Just when the level 5 warrior retreated for a while, a team was completely wiped out by this wizard. Although the highest level expert in this team was only a level 4 warrior, it was enough to scare everyone. The wizard's limbs that were cut off by the warriors have now regenerated. Now everyone dared not underestimate this wizard. All spellcasters began to act, and low-level warriors retreated to the back. Only the 4th and 5th level warriors stood in front to withstand the wizard's attack. Among them, Sammy, the warrior leader of the Stone City, was the most outstanding. Under the blessing of the lizardman shaman Savara, he even exerted the power close to that of a 6th level warrior, blocking more than half of the limbs by himself. In fact, if he was not worried about being poisoned, he would have no problem resisting all the limbs by himself. The wizard's countless limbs were flying. He fought against hundreds of warriors and spellcasters alone. Although he was at a disadvantage, he persisted with his constantly regenerating limbs. Horn, who was hiding in the back, threw a fireball from time to time to annoy the opponent. Horn only released the 3-ring magic fireball spell instead of the enhanced version of the fireball. This fireball did not cause much damage to the wizard, but it could bring him some minor troubles every time. If Horn had not reacted quickly just now, he would have been killed. Horn is very vengeful. Horn, who was also a spellcaster, had already discovered the weak points of the wizard's limbs after observing for a while. Although he could not defeat him with those weak points, Horn's goal was to disgust him. Now there were too many people around, so Horn could not use some of his best tricks. Otherwise, he would use the ultimate fireball of the Origin sacred artifact to cripple him if he didn't die. Seeing that everyone had controlled the situation, Elijah put the strange giant sword back behind him. Now that everyone united to deal with this 6th level wizard, there should be no problem, so he didn't need to expose his strength to kill this guy. If they were in a state of disunity just now, they wouldn't have to kill so many people to drive him away. Speaking of which, Elijah's fame was only in the church of the North Wind God and several nearby churches outside the God-forsaken land. Otherwise, everyone would be able to recognize his identity with his dragon-bone sword, and he wouldn't be able to just sit there and do nothing. Just as the fierce battle was in full swing, the expression on the face of the wizard, who was fighting nearly 100 extraordinary people, suddenly froze, and then the magic power in his body suddenly exploded. On the basis of the original countless lavender energy limbs appeared. These limbs were not powerful and did not carry any toxins, but they exploded at once when they came into contact with the weapons of the warriors. With this power, a large area of space was cleared around the wizard. After all, he was a 6th level wizard. Under the witchcraft that consumed a lot of magic energy, even hundreds of extraordinary people were forced away at once. Unfortunately, because there were too many targets, his move did not cause much harm to the warriors around him. After the wizard cleared the area, he did not take this opportunity to pursue the enemy. Instead, he fled with countless limbs dancing wildly at a speed that no one present could catch up with. He was actually ready to run away like this. After all, this wizard was stronger than everyone else. If they fought, they could suppress him with their numbers, but if he was determined to escape, no one could catch up with him. But at this time, a huge fireball hit his path. This fireball seemed to have only a 4th level power, but the flames contained in it were close to a 5th level power. The wizard staggered when he was caught off guard. He was hit by the fireball of the 5th ring magic power without any preparation. Even he couldn't bear it. He almost vomited blood. Why didn't the 5th level spellcaster take action just now? But he didn't bother the person who fired the fireball. The most urgent thing now was to escape. However, the delay caused by the fireball became his fatal injury. Because at this moment, a golden sword energy fell from the sky. The arthropod wizard was actually cut into 2 pieces. Chapter 178. The wizard who had left hundreds of extraordinary people helpless was actually cut in half by a sword. The severed limbs were scattered all over the ground, and golden spots of light remained in the air. This sword energy was Roland's sword energy. Then, accompanied by a gust of wind, a figure fell to the ground and raised a large cloud of dust. In the dust, everyone seemed to see a pair of huge wings folded up. When the dust dissipated, Roland, who had just been fighting with another wizard, was standing next to the wizard who was cut in half. He picked up the limbs with a long sword with a sullen face, and there was a dark hole with a diameter of about half a meter underneath. Even though he rushed over immediately after killing the wizard, he still failed to kill the wizard. However, judging from the purple-black blood scattered around the cave entrance, the wizard must have been seriously injured even if he escaped. Roland's heart was overshadowed. The wizard in front of the attacking team was as strong as this wizard. He used a special energy that could destroy human flesh and blood to fight. When Roland attacked him, he obeyed Roland's sword energy and turned into pieces of flesh and blood. If the old man who had been following Roland hadn't reminded him, he would have even thought that the wizard was dead. The wizard's strength was far different from Roland's, but Roland still almost let the wizard escape. If a wizard of this strength could escape from him, then what methods would those powerful wizards have? Roland looked at the long sword in his hand, and a surge of confidence surged in his heart. As long as he had the sword in his hand, there was nothing he couldn't cut. Seeing that the wizard who had fought with them for a long time was actually cut by Roland, who fell from the sky and escaped, all the spellcasters and warriors were silent. It seemed that the wizard wanted to escape before, not because he couldn't hold on to the fight with them, but because he was afraid of Roland. Hey, didn't you say you can beat Roland? That means you can kill this guy with one sword. Horn touched Elijah's shoulder with his shoulder, and said jokingly. Of course. Elijah's words were not confident, but he straightened his chest and said to Horn, You haven't seen my real ability yet. If necessary, that kid should not be my opponent. Horn felt a little strange. Elijah's guilty conscience was true just now, but his confidence now was also true. His strength was really a mystery. The atmosphere was a little tense at this time. They were united in fighting the wizard just now, but now that the wizard was driven away, all kinds of small thoughts started to arise again. They all knew that they might encounter wizards and priests when they went to the ruins this time, but they were not afraid at all before, and even thought about killing a few wizards and bragging to others when they returned. But after really encountering the wizard, everyone realized how weak they were. In just a short battle, nearly 10 of them died, and the opponent was only 1. Although that was a 6th level wizard, with so many of them, even a 6th level warrior would have been killed by them long ago. So wizards of the same level are stronger than warriors of the same level, and they now have this idea in their minds. In the Forsaken Land of God, Warriors of the same level can generally completely defeat spellcasters of the same level, so everyone now has a clear idea of how strong they are compared to wizards. Wizards are like this, not to mention the priests, who always beat wizards like grandsons, so the danger of going to the ruins this time may really exceed everyone's imagination. After a while, a warrior came out and said to Roland respectfully, "Your Highness Roland, after the battle just now, we realized that we are not strong enough, so our team wants to withdraw from this exploration of the ruins. I wonder if you allow it." Roland nodded expressionlessly. The old man had said that if they really encountered wizards and priests, these guys would not be reliable, so he did not stop them from leaving. These people combined were not even as good as him alone, so Roland did not try to keep them. With the first one speaking, the warriors and spellcasters who wanted to retreat bid farewell to Roland one by one. In the end, there were only 6 teams with less than 40 people left. Before, they had more than 100 people, but they were actually divided into more than 10 teams, and there were only more than 10 spellcasters in total. Now there are only 6 left. They are Horn, the Lizardman Shaman Savara, the Dark Elf Priest Yuzel, the Dragon Blood Sorcerer Landoya and Yogaran, and the last one is a Catman Shaman whose name is still unknown. Roland nodded to the rest of the people and prepared to leave. When passing by Horn, he whispered, "Your fireball is very good. I hope you can do more after entering the ruins." Then he left. Horn's eyes fell on the golden dragon standing on his shoulder. This should be the Angora symbiote. This guy is not only strong, but also really lucky. He signed a contract with the Angora symbiote as soon as he came in. Little Arya also kept staring at the golden dragon on Roland's shoulder. This image is indeed a dragon, but it does not have the breath of a dragon, so this should be the Angora symbiote. But just now, when Roland landed, she clearly felt the breath of the dragon race. On the other side, on the road of the Church of the God of Space, they were also attacked by wizards. But the wizards who attacked them were tied side by side to the tree at this time, and they were wrapped with silver-colored divine ropes, which prevented them from exerting their due power. A silver-robed chief priest interrogated the 2 wizards with silver-white divine power with an expressionless face, but they said nothing. Instead, they kept cursing these priests. The silver-faced man sat on a fallen tree, fiddling with the cursed instruments seized from the wizards. The 2 wizards were caught, and their abilities sealed as soon as they appeared. He fiddled with the things in his hands for a while, and suddenly a ball of silver light burst out from his hands, and the cursed instruments fell apart. At the moment the cursed instruments were destroyed, a wizard tied to the tree spit out a large mouthful of blood. There is a special connection between the cursed instruments and wizards. Once the cursed instruments are destroyed, the wizards will also be hurt. The silver-faced man stood up and whispered, "They are no longer useful, let's burn them." Amidst the wailing and silver flames, the silver-faced man returned to the team. No one knew what expression he had under his mask. Still in that forest, less than 20 wizards gathered together, and the hanged man held 4 pieces of paper with names on them. One of the pieces of paper had turned black, and another had wrinkles. He sent 4 wizards to test the 2 forces that might participate in the fight for the ruins. These wizards were very good at escaping, but they didn't expect that one was dead and one was injured. The 2 wizards sent to attack the church are still intact, which shows that the church is not very strong. Suddenly, the paper representing the 2 wizards who went to the church ignited with silver flames. They are both dead. The hanged man took back the paper with a grim face. It seems that the strength of the other 2 forces is amazing. Chapter 179. After the wizard incident was settled, the rest of the people continued to move forward. The warrior whose face was covered with poop by the symbiote no longer participated in the event. It was really difficult for him to fight with poop on his face. After he left there for a distance, the symbiote on his face disappeared silently. Speaking of which, the symbiote saved his life. The wizard's limbs were about to poke him, but at this time, the wizard discovered the symbiote on his face. The wizard couldn't figure out what the warrior with shit on his face was up to, so he didn't kill him because he was a little suspicious. After the symbiote disappeared, it didn't return to the place where the symbiotes gathered before, but secretly followed the large group, staring at someone in the team with a pair of spiritual eyes, as if it was very interested. After the wizard's attack, the crowd didn't move forward slowly while collecting resources, because it was no longer safe here. After that, the crowd moved faster and faster, and Horn could meditatively feel that the energy concentration in the air was getting higher and higher. Finally, when the energy concentration reached its peak, everyone reached the periphery of the ruins. Without anyone telling him, Horn knew that they had arrived, because a large area of space before was covered by a materialized energy flow. This was a huge energy flow that could be seen directly with the naked eye. The scene in front of him made Horn a little stunned. Was there really something behind it? Even if there was something, how could they enter? He didn't believe that this kind of energy flow, which was like a substance, would have no effect on people. After everyone stood still, a warrior wearing exquisite full-body armor stood up behind Roland and said loudly to everyone, "I am Helios, who will enter the ruins with you this time. Behind this energy wall is the ruins we are about to go to. According to the information we have received, this energy flow will disappear in an hour, and then we can go in." Dark Elf Priest Uzel stood up and said, "Excuse me, how did you know that this energy flow would disappear? We have been here for a month, and have not found that this energy has disappeared. Just follow us when the time comes. As for how we know this is our family's secret, I won't tell you," Harry said coldly. The old man Roland in the back smiled bitterly. If he wanted to tell them, he had to know it first. But even the two of them didn't know why the family knew it so clearly. If the family hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have come to the outskirts of the ruins at this time. Uzel retreated, and seeing that no one objected, Hyles continued, "When the energy flow disappears, we can set out for the ruins. On the way, we may encounter a creature made entirely of energy. This creature is difficult to kill by warriors, so here we have to rely on the spellcasters." No one questioned this. Since everyone knew when the energy flow disappeared, it was not surprising to know what creatures were inside. But Hyles, who said this, was somewhat disdainful. He didn't believe that there would be any creature that only spellcasters could deal with. The remaining 6 spellcasters might not even be able to beat him, let alone the other masters in the team. If those masters couldn't deal with it, then it would be a miracle if these spellcasters could deal with it. After saying this, Hyles retreated to their own team. They were the direct subordinates assigned to Roland by the family. There were 5 warriors, and 1 spellcaster in total. They were all experienced masters, who would enter the ruins with Roland. While waiting, Horn sat on the ground rubbing his forehead, and Elijah and little Arya beside him were talking about something and laughing from time to time. Even in the face of the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, the two of them still went their own way. Among the 3 of them, only Horn was worried about what would happen next. This whole action revealed a strange atmosphere. The Acuan family should not have entered the ruins, but they knew it well. And this huge energy flow, the materialized energy flowing in the air, Horn had only seen it on the World Tree of the Elves, and according to the Elves, the World Tree was a creature close to a god. And all the energy in front of him contained a breath similar to magic energy, which made Horn a little worried. Thinking of the energy flow, Horn grabbed a dead branch with his magician's hand, and threw it into the energy flow. The dead branch did not fall to the ground, but was constantly floating in the air, due to the impact of the turbulent energy flow. Horn's move was also seen by everyone, and they were also curious about what this energy flow could do. At first glance, the dead branch was just floating in the air, as if there was no change. At this time, the dragon blood sorcerer Landoya, who had a dragon horn on his forehead and a pair of flesh wings that could move freely, said in shock, "The branch is shrinking. That energy is constantly destroying the dead branches." After his reminder, everyone finally discovered the power of this energy flow. Although they can hold on for a while with the various protective measures on their bodies, they may not be able to hold on for long. Horn was sighing at the good eyesight of the dragon blood sorcerer. His mental power has been paying attention to the dead branches, but if it weren't for Landoya's reminder, Horn would not have noticed it at all. After waiting for a while, the dead branches suddenly turned into ashes and floated in the energy flow. With Horn's test, everyone had a basic understanding of the energy flow, and they all waited obediently for the moment when the energy flow disappeared. In order to kill time, Horn had to go to Elijah and ask for some food. This environment was not suitable for meditation and practice, and Horn didn't want to take out his notes in front of so many spellcasters, so he could only come to Elijah for food. Horn knew that they had a lot of strange snacks there. After explaining the purpose of the visit, little Arya reluctantly took out a handful of strange nuts from the backpack behind her. This was the most difficult food to eat. Although it was delicious, it usually took her a long time to eat one. She also had a secret plan. Horn would definitely eat this food slowly, so he could eat less of her snacks. So, under her resentful gaze, Horn crushed the hard shell with his magic hand, and then used his mental power to gather the flesh inside into a small pile, and ate them happily one by one. The dried fruit in little Arya's hand fell to the ground with a snap. Chapter 180. Half an hour passed quickly, and Horn, who had been refused food by little Arya, was lying on the ground watching the colorful mist in the sky. In this extremely boring situation, this is also a beautiful view. Suddenly Horn stood up, and looked in the direction of the energy flow with one right eye. The energy in the air was restless and agitated. This energy flow was going to disappear. Horn was the first to discover it. After he stood up, the place covered by the energy flow began to roll violently. After that, the materialized energy flow that was visible to the naked eye slowly disappeared in front of everyone. No one knew where this huge energy went. Even Horn barely found that this energy seemed to have seeped into the ground. What made Horn feel a little horrified was that such a rapid change in energy seemed like this energy was not a natural phenomenon, but energy controlled by a powerful being. After the energy flow disappeared, the team began to move. As expected, the King's Wing Knights and those black-armored soldiers all stayed outside. The environment in the ruins was unknown, and no one knew what kind of enemy would appear. Letting the army go in rashly would be tantamount to sending them to death. The army is suitable for large-scale frontal combat, and this kind of exploration mission is more suitable for elite teams. The only one who followed Roland in was the old man, a spellcaster in a black robe and 5 warriors in exquisite full-body armor. The rest were Horn and his team with spellcasters. Stepping into the area covered by the energy flow before, even if the energy had disappeared, Horn felt uncomfortable. The long-term energy raging made the land as a whole a bare flat land, with no bulges or depressions. There was no breath of life here, as if Horn and his team were the only living creatures here. The land was flattened by the energy impact, and there was no place to ambush or set traps, so everyone advanced very quickly. Suddenly, a fiery red translucent creature appeared in front of everyone. From a distance, it was a creature made of pure energy. The upper body of the creature was a fat man with 6 arms, and his lips and eyes were black makeup like a clown, and there were 2 spiral black goat horns on his head. The lower body was a ball of fiery red cloud. If you look closely, the cloud seems to have a hint of black air. When everyone discovered the creature, it had naturally discovered Horn and the others. It let out an uncomfortable roar and floated towards Roland, who was walking in front. When it was close enough, it directly sprayed a mouthful of flames. The release form of this flame was somewhat similar to Horn's 4th ring magic fiery flame. Both were flamethrower-like attack methods, but the power was very different. It was just less powerful than the 2nd ring magic, and no one present would take it seriously. Hyles stood up, ignoring the flames and slashing the creature in 2 with his sword. He laughed at his armor. What creature that can only be dealt with by a spellcaster? He killed it with 1 sword. But his smile soon stopped, because the cut ends of the creature that was split into 2 pieces began to merge, and the wound he had just cut was about to disappear. Hyles swung a few more swords in his backhand, cutting the energy creature that had not yet closed into pieces. This time he used his fighting spirit, but after just a short while, the creature was about to heal again. The monster's head, which had not yet healed, was cut into 2 pieces and kept roaring at Hyles. He wanted to kill this hateful human. But regardless of his anger, there was only one such energy creature now, and its strength was very weak. The battle between Hyles, and it was regarded by everyone as a test of the strength of this energy creature. Ilya, who was eating dried meat, had his eyes lit up. This creature that could not be killed no matter how hard he chopped it aroused some interest in him. Now he wanted to go up and chop it with a few swords. The veins on Hyles' forehead bulged, and he used all his strength to burst out his fighting spirit and began to bombard the energy creature. After a while, the creature finally stopped recovering and dissipated into the air. Finally succeeding, Hyles put the sword on his shoulder and panted slightly. After chopping the gummy thing to death, he actually felt a subtle sense of accomplishment. A fiery red stone fell on the ground and Hyles wiped it and put it in his pocket. After Hyles fought with the energy creature, everyone found that this creature was not only killed by the caster, but it was too slow for a warrior to kill it. Horn hadn't seen the stone clearly before he put it away, which made him feel a little itchy. The feeling of seeing something that might be a precious material, but not being able to study, it was too painful for Horn. The monster's roar before death was like a signal. Dozens of such creatures flew over from all directions. They all had the same shape, the only difference was the color. Different colors should represent different attributes. If all the warriors were to fight so many energy creatures, it would take a long time. The old man behind Roland whispered, "Spellcasters, what are you waiting for?" Horn was the first to stand up. He held a fireball in each hand and rushed directly to the 2 approaching energy creatures. 2 balls of fire exploded, and 2 crystals of different colors fell to the ground. The energy creature that the level 5 warrior had to work hard to kill was actually killed directly by a small fireball. After collecting the stone swiftly, Horn's feet flashed with lightning, and he appeared directly at another place where energy creatures gathered. The crackling sound and shining lightning made Horn extremely dazzling at this moment. He had no scruples about casting low-power magic. Anyway, These low-level means were almost exposed when the wizard attacked him. The benefits in hand are the real ones. Everyone was stunned for a while. What happened to this human spellcaster? Why was he so active all of a sudden? He had been hiding his abilities before. Suddenly they saw Horn stuffing the stones into his robe, and they finally realized that this guy was trying to steal the stones. Although Horn didn't know what the stones were for, he knew that they couldn't be that bad just by looking at the energy contained in them. And who knows, this kind of stone could only be obtained here at this time, so he wouldn't give up this opportunity. The few spellcasters who reacted immediately reacted. The Dark Elf Priest was the first to attack, releasing several black lights and directly blasting several energy creatures. Then she attacked several other energy creatures. The few spellcasters who stayed behind were all very confident in their abilities. Those who were not confident had all left the team after the wizard's attack. Among them, the Dark Elf Priest Yuzel, the Lizardman Shaman Savara, and the Dragonblood Warlock Landoya were all level 5 spellcasters. They were no slower than Horn in killing energy creatures, and they didn't have to pick up crystals after killing energy creatures, because they had their teammates to help them. And what about Horn's teammate Ilya? He was slashing at a light blue energy creature with excitement, but there weren't many creatures that he could kill as much as he wanted. Chapter 181. After the Dark Elf Priest started to act, all the spellcasters started to act. Savara and the Cat Shaman summoned various ancestral spirits to use various elemental attacks. Although the power was not strong, it was enough to deal with these guys. The most powerful means of shamans is to bless others, so their additional attack ability is not very strong. But they will be the best teammates. And the means of the Dragon Blood Warlock Landoya seemed very violent. He opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth and spewed out a dragon breath. The powerful power directly hit several energy creatures through, and the air seemed to be distorted where the dragon breath passed. In terms of power alone, his attack should be at the peak of a level 5 spellcaster. The only problem is that his spellcasting method is a bit monotonous. A wisp of dragon breath is too slow, so he puts a claw like a dragon claw in front of his mouth, and the red dragon breath actually splits. Seeing the strong performance of the spellcasters, Roland smacked his lips, and the corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that these guys had been working without putting in any effort before. If they hadn't encountered something that involved their own interests this time, they might have continued to do so. So everyone took action. Roland also used the king's sword to kill an energy creature. Although it was still more laborious than a normal battle, it was not like other warriors, who had to be exhausted to kill one. For him, it was just the difference between one sword and several swords. Under the full efforts of everyone, these dozens of energy creatures were quickly killed. Because he was the first to act, Horn got the most stones. He killed more than 20 by himself. After killing a few, Horn found out why it was difficult for these biological warriors to kill them. They were creatures made of pure energy, and the type of energy was the same as the previous energy flow. As creatures that rely on energy to survive, simply destroying their bodies is useless. They are more like a product of energy aggregation with consciousness. The warriors' attack methods are mostly to cut or pierce the enemy, and even if they use fighting spirit, they add points to the cutting attribute. The caster's method may be similar to the warrior's attack method in terms of expression, but the caster's attack is energy with its own attributes. This energy rushing into the body of these energy creatures will destroy the connection between the energies. Once this connection is broken, these energy creatures will naturally die. After walking for a while, they reached the end of the place ravaged by the energy flow. They came to the entrance of the ruins. There are no ancient tall buildings or deep tunnels here, but only a metal bracket more than 20 meters high, on which more than a dozen giant metal rings are constantly rotating. These rings are engraved with special words and symbols of unknown meaning, and they have a strange rhythm when rotating, giving people a feeling of spatial disorder. Is this the entrance to the ruins? Horn gently rubbed his hair. How can we get in here? Before the Akuan family team arrived, 2 other teams also arrived here. They were on the other side of the ring. Through the ring, you can see that they are about to fight. But their tense atmosphere stopped instantly after Roland and his team appeared. Before, they were the only 2 parties who could fight as they wanted, but after Roland and his team came, the consequence of their fighting was that they would be taken advantage of by the fishermen. The silver-faced man shook his head secretly. If Roland and his team hadn't appeared, he would have definitely buried all these wizards here. The hanged man and his team breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 18 or 19 of them left. Although they were all masters, the masters of the church on the other side were more than them, and there were also hundreds of deacons in white. If a conflict really happened, except for the hanged man, none of them would be able to escape. The appearance of Roland and his team just relieved the wizard's dilemma. The three parties had just arrived and had not had time to say a few polite words, when the huge ring began to rotate faster and faster, accompanied by the high-speed rotation of the light blue light that kept seeping out of the handwriting. This gathered in the center of the huge ring, forming a huge blue ball of light. It seems that the ball of light is the entrance to the ruins. Remember to follow me closely, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. Ilya turned his head and whispered to Horn. The ring was spinning faster and faster, and the speed was no longer visible to the naked eye. A bunch of light splashed out, and the speed of the light was extremely fast. The first ray of light sprinkled on the Catman shaman. After being illuminated by the light, her figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared in front of everyone. Starting with him, the people present, whether wizards, priests, spellcasters, or warriors, all began to disappear one by one. Watching the people around him disappear one by one, the skinny old priest next to the silver-faced man shouted with fanatical excitement, This is space teleportation, the real power of space. We came for the right reason." Then he was teleported away by the blue light. Unlike the wizard and Roland, the priest of the Church of the God of Space did not look panicked when he was teleported away, but only enthusiastic. Seeing Elijah and little Arya disappear in front of him, it was finally Horn's turn to teleport. The feeling of teleportation was very strange. First, a special energy appeared and enveloped Horn, and then his figure became blurred. Horn could feel a very strong tearing feeling around the energy that enveloped him. He tried to probe his mental power, but once it flew out of the energy shield, it would be torn apart immediately, and no information would be transmitted back. The feeling of mental tearing made Horn feel dizzy, and when he woke up, he found that he was lying in a gloomy tunnel. He was alone. Horn looked confused. Didn't Elijah ask him to follow him closely? How could he follow him? Teleport? After all the wizards, priests, and Roland and his group disappeared, a figure dressed in white appeared outside the circle. He was Randall, opening his arms. Randall obediently let the blue light take him away. Unlike the fanaticism of the church and the panic of others, Randall looked like he had been familiar with this kind of teleportation for a long time. After Randall disappeared, another strange thing floated over. Judging from the smell and shape, it was the disgusting Angora symbiote that had turned into a poop shape before. It changed its shape while flying, and when it reached the bottom of the ring, it had turned into a majestic falcon. There was no blue light to teleport it, but it also had a way to enter. It flew directly into the huge blue light group in the middle of the ring. Finally, it disappeared. Chapter 182. Although he was teleported here, and didn't see the scale of the ruins with his own eyes, from the corridor Horn saw at this moment, he knew that this place was definitely not small. If a building of this scale was in Ceylon, it shouldn't have been entered just now. The corridor alone was 5 or 6 meters wide, winding like a maze. Now that Elijah was not here, Horn could only explore on his own. Looking at the 4 big words safety first on his hand, Horn began to recite the spell. A 3-ring magic shield was attached to each hand. After the spell was successfully cast, the shield could be activated as long as the thought came to mind. In the inactive state, the shield could last for several hours. As long as the shield existed, Horn had time to prepare for emergencies. He walked for a while without encountering anyone. The 3 parties, with a total of nearly 200 people, could still be so dispersed. After a little calculation, Horn felt that the size of the ruins was shocking. Every distance in this corridor, there would be a compartment more than 10 meters wide. Some compartments were empty, while others were filled with gold and silver treasures. Unfortunately, Horn couldn't take anything with him. He could only put some in his mage robe, but his mage robe was already filled with more than 20 stones dropped by energy creatures, which made it look a bit bloated. So Horn could only pick a few big gems and put them away. He was really powerless to take the rest. Horn's mental power remained dispersed, and suddenly he felt an energy breath in front of him. This breath was the breath of the priests he had only seen once before outside the ruins. Judging from the strength of this breath, it should be a 4th-level white-robed deacon. He could fight it, no matter which church the priest is from. As long as he is a priest, he is Horn's enemy. He restrained his breath and tried not to make any sound as he walked to the door of the cubicle where the priest was sitting. He used the thunder eye to confirm that the priest was not looking in the direction of the door before Horn leaned over to look at the situation in the room. He saw that a warrior had fallen down at the feet of the priest. He was a warrior from the team that came with Horn and his team. If Horn remembered correctly, it was a level 4 warrior. In such a small space, the warrior has an advantage, and it seems a bit tricky for this priest to kill a warrior with only a little embarrassment. The white-robed deacon calmed down and walked towards the treasure chest. Horn then set his eyes on the treasure chest. He couldn't take his eyes off it. If possible, Horn even wanted to take the treasure chest back to the magic house. Using this box to store things is simply amazing. The length and width of this treasure chest are about 30 centimeters, and the whole is made of gold. The 8 corners of the treasure chest are inlaid with gems as big as eggs. This gem is bigger than the largest gem Horn found in the treasure pile just now. In addition to the 8 corners, there are countless small gems inlaid on each side of the treasure chest to form a gorgeous pattern. The things that can be contained in this treasure chest must be very precious, and judging from the size of the treasure chest, Horn may be able to take the things inside. The white-clothed deacon, who was about to open the treasure chest, suddenly looked behind him, and then he saw Horn staring at the treasure chest. He was really shocked. He didn't feel anyone coming. If he hadn't looked around before opening the treasure chest, he wouldn't have noticed the guy in front of him. The 4 looked at each other, and both of them had fierce light in their eyes. The white-robed deacon reacted faster than Horn. Silver light flashed on his body, and several rays of divine power hit Horn like a thread. Horn quickly opened the magic shield on his arm that had been prepared long ago to resist the divine power light that was like a blade. If he had not been prepared for this divine art, Horn might not be able to dodge it. While resisting the attack, Horn was also chanting the spell in his mouth non-stop. The Thunder Walk technique was ready, and he could run away at any time. Horn had never met anyone from the Church of the God of Space, and he didn't know what their methods were. If he really couldn't defeat him, he would have a way out. The divine light and the magic shield were in a stalemate. It was clearly a 4th ring attack, but Horn's magic shield began to collapse slightly. You know, Horn's magic shield can defend against 4th ring magic without any damage. This kind of power is very strange. It seems to be able to decompose everything. Seeing that the magic shield couldn't hold up just after contacting the first side, he couldn't open his eyes because of the dazzling silver light. We can't keep on being stuck like this. If we can't take the initiative, Horn might lose this battle. Horn's right eye emitted a strange light. He was originally happily using the divine power of the magic spell, but suddenly he was stunned. He suddenly felt nauseous. This is the illusion that Horn hasn't used for a long time. The divine power that was about to penetrate the shield suddenly stopped. Horn seized this opportunity, and more than a dozen double-ring lightning bolts shot out from the staff and flew directly to the deacon in white. The illusion was stopped by Horn after just one use. Horn had always been somewhat resistant to his own illusions. It wasn't that using illusions to win was dishonorable or anything like that. But he really felt that this method was somewhat shameful. Well, he just felt that it was dishonorable. The power of the 2-ring lightning was not strong for the priest, but it made him a little exhausted. After all, his spells also needed time to prepare. With so many lightning strikes coming at him, he could only rely on his divine power to resist, and it was difficult for him to be distracted to use powerful spells. Then Horn inputted magic power into the magic ring. After inputting enough magic power to support the 4th ring magic, a fireball was directly thrown at the priest. Horn only knew one 4th ring fire magic spell, the fiery flame spell, which was a little uncomfortable for Horn. The origin holy ring, which could be cast instantly, was more comfortable to use. The priest's eyes were wide open. Wasn't he a lightning spellcaster? What was going on with this flame? But he was a 4th ring priest after all. A flash of silver light flashed on his body, and he flashed past the fireball. This was a special way of moving in their Church of the God of Space. Horn had the thunder spell, and other spellcasters naturally had their own ways to move at high speed. In the hands of a senior priest, it can even be equivalent to teleportation, but for a low-level priest, it is just a way to avoid attacks. But the compartment is so small that there is a wall behind him. The fireball exploded when it hit the wall. The white-robed deacon was hit by the huge power from behind and spit out blood. He looked at Horn in shock. How did he manage to release such powerful attacks continuously? Chapter 183. As a 4th-level spellcaster, he knew that it was almost impossible to use such a powerful spell without interruption. However, he was shocked, and he would not just sit there and wait for death. Silver energy was stimulated from the body of the white-robed deacon, forming a divine emblem of the God of Space in front of him. This is the strongest 4th-level defensive divine spell among the divine spells collected by the Church of the God of Space. With this divine spell, the white-robed deacon escaped several life-and-death crises. Naturally, this divine spell can block Horn's fireball. The divine emblem blocked Horn's fireball, but Horn didn't just have this one fireball. After that, 2 more fireballs were fired. But the power of the 3 fireballs didn't break the white-robed deacon's defense. He, a 4th-level priest, could block Horn's 3 4th-level spells in a row with one divine spell. The defensive performance of the divine emblem and the strength of this priest were simply terrifying. No wonder the warrior fell to his hands just now. But his clothes were not even scratched. The divine light and the blazing flames were in a stalemate, and finally both of them dissipated into nothingness. The whole house became charred, but the treasure chest was still intact. Horn was even more determined to pay attention to the treasure chest. There must be something unexpectedly good in it. The white-robed deacon exhaled a long breath. The spellcaster in front of him, who was at the same level as him, was unexpectedly powerful, but he was the one who persisted to the end. Casting such a powerful spell 4 times in a row without interval must have a very high price, and he still had a lot of divine power left in his body. Even if there were 4 more attacks of this level, he could block it. The white-robed deacon, who thought he had won, raised his lips. In the end, he won, but his smile soon froze, because Horn had appeared in front of him with a flash of lightning, and the staff in his hand swung towards his head. Just as he was about to use his divine power to defend, Horn's eyes released a strange light again, and his divine power disappeared inexplicably, and an incomparable feeling of nausea surged up from his stomach. Pop! A big tooth flew out with blood and saliva, and the white-robed deacon's head was empty all of a sudden. How could he do that? How could a spellcaster beat someone with a stick? And what was the stick made of? Under the influence of divine power, his body was very strong. If he was beaten like that, an ordinary stick would have broken. Without giving him a chance to recover, Horn used the sacrificial staff to perform the 18-move foosh and stick technique, beating the white-robed deacon until his head was covered in blood. Every time he was about to use divine power to fight back, Horn's eyes would emit a strange light, and then he would be trapped in that strange and disgusting illusion. Horn knocked for a long time before the white-robed deacon completely fainted. It was not that Horn liked to hit people with his staff, but that the staff was the fastest way to attack him. The mental will of the white-robed deacon was terribly strong, and the illusion could only confuse him for a moment. In this moment, all Horn could do was to use the staff to hit him. Now the white-robed deacon fainted, and Horn threw a fireball to burn him into ashes without any resistance. He was considered to have one. Speaking of which, the white-robed deacon also sounded a wake-up call for Horn. Before, Horn thought that with the Eye of Thunder and the Origin sacred artifact, plus the magic knowledge he had been studying, he should be the strongest among the casters of the same level. But if the white-robed butler he encountered today had not had an illusion, Horn might not have been able to defeat him. In a narrow space, if he used the Origin holy artifact to release a fireball with too much power, he would be seriously injured. Perhaps only this weird illusion can really make Horn invincible at the same level. He released a stream of water to clean the staff, and then waved it a few times with a satisfied smile. It is worthy of being a staff made of branches of the world tree. It is so cool to hit people. He knocked on his head for a long time. Now Horn is a little out of breath. It is indeed time to find an opportunity to practice martial arts. It doesn't matter how powerful it is, but at least the body should be fine. As his spellcasting ability becomes stronger, this weak body will become more and more of a burden to him, and the best way Horn can think of to strengthen his physical fitness is to practice martial arts. In addition to strengthening his body, Horn also enjoys the feeling of hitting his flesh with his fists. After dealing with the priest, Horn turned his eyes to the treasure chest. When he walked to the treasure chest, Horn suddenly turned around and condensed a huge fireball in his hand, and said in a stern voice, "Come out, you have been watching here for a long time." The compartment and the corridor were all silent, without any response. Horn crouched down, pretending to be in a fighting position, and whispered, "Do you really think you can hide it from my eyes? I'm not trying to trick you. If you don't come out, I'd be rude." It was still silent, without any response. The treasure chest seemed to tremble, but Horn didn't notice it. After a while, no one appeared, and Horn was relieved. He really tricked a little just now, to see if there was anyone hiding behind him. Just now, he could hide behind the white-clothed deacon, so Horn would not rule out the possibility that someone was following him. After all, there are already people like Ilya, who can perfectly evade his perception. Reassured, Horn is finally ready to open the treasure chest. He is a little excited because he has defeated a strong opponent to get the chance to open the treasure chest. In the novels circulating in Ceylon, such treasure chests usually contain very precious secret treasures. The treasure chest is not locked. Horn stands on the back of the treasure chest and opens it with the hand of a wizard. The reason for opening it like this is that he is worried that there is some mechanism in the treasure chest. Many legendary novels have such plots, so Horn has to be more or less on guard. The trap he imagined did not exist. There was only a majestic falcon in the box. Horn smiled bitterly and patted his head. This falcon should be a very delicate sculpture. It looks like the real thing at first glance. Maybe this sculpture has a lot of value in the art world, but it is useless for Horn to hold it. He couldn't take risks holding a work of art. Such things are usually very fragile, and may lose their value if they are bumped. However, Horn still planned to examine this thing carefully. Maybe it was a very valuable secret treasure. As soon as Horn put his head closer, the falcon sculpture turned 180 degrees to face Horn. At that moment, Horn's heart almost stopped. This was actually a living creature? Why didn't he find it before? Just when Horn was in doubt, the falcon actually spoke. "Human, are you my master?" Walter Falco? Horn didn't know how to express his feelings at this time. Chapter 184. What Falco is a swear word widely circulated in Ceylon, which roughly means what the hell is this thing? Under the guidance of old Douglas, Horn has always tried his best to control himself to be civilized and polite, but now, he really can't help it. The treasure chest he got in exchange for a life-and-death battle with the white-robed butler turned out to be a living falcon. This falcon can even talk. He also asked him if it was his master. What the hell is master? Is there a word for it in Ceylon? The current situation is obviously wrong, right? Is the place where he is really a mysterious ruin full of dangers? Suddenly, Horn noticed that the look in the falcon's eyes seemed a little strange, as if he had seen it somewhere before. A light suddenly flashed in Horn's mind. Although the appearance was different, wasn't this look the same as the Angora symbiote that turned into poop and smeared the soldier's face before? Thinking of this, Horn sniffed twice, and he seemed to smell the smell of shit on the falcon. The falcon kept its head still, and its body turned strangely. Now it was facing Horn normally. "Human, are you looking at me with disdain?" Its eyes rolled twice, and it flew up and pounced on Horn's head, scratching him with its claws and sharp beak. Horn covered his face, and fled in embarrassment. Having seen the miserable appearance of the warrior, Horn did not dare to attack the symbiotic beast. If his face was covered with feces, he might as well die. Suddenly, the falcon pecked at Horn's hand fiercely, leaving a small hole on the back of his hand, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out. Horn felt a strange energy in his body leaving his body along with the drop of blood. That feeling was very strange. Falcon swallowed the drop of blood into his stomach, and then a mysterious breath spread from the falcon's body. In Horn's eyes, an extremely complex and mysterious magic circle appeared around him and the falcon. Is this a contract to be signed? Will Horn also have his own Angora symbiote? But Horn kept shouting in his mind, "I don't want a falcon, I want a cat." Yes, Horn's favorite pet is a cat, but old Douglas doesn't like cats, so Horn has never had the opportunity to raise one before. Now that he has the Angora symbiote, of course he wants it to become a cat. What's the difference between life without a cat and salted fish? Just when Horn was daydreaming, new changes appeared on Falcon, starting from its head and slowly turning into a cat. Gray and white color, furry head, smart big eyes. This is exactly Horn's favorite type. Horn had heard Jim say that the Angora symbiote will become the most favorite appearance of the owner, just like Luke's favorite animal is a squirrel, and his favorite color is green, so his symbiote is a green squirrel. Roland seems to like more domineering creatures, so his symbiote is a miniaturized golden dragon. Now Horn likes cats, so his symbiote will look like the cat he likes. This is really quite considerate. The changes are going on little by little. When the entire head becomes a cat head, and the entire bird body becomes gray and white, the magic circle disappears. A strange connection appears between Horn and Falcon. Now they share life. Horn could feel that the life of the symbiote was connected to his. From today on, as long as Horn did not die, the symbiote would not really die. And when Horn died, the symbiote would be buried with him. This was naturally very good. There was no need to think about how much benefit a symbiote could bring to Horn. But he had not completed the transformation. Horn was going crazy. The symbiote was now a weirdo, with a cute cat head and a falcon body in the lower body. He couldn't help but say to the symbiote in front of him, "What on earth are you, half cat and half eagle?" The symbiote spread one wing, and then stretched out its pink little tongue to lick the wing. After licking for a while, it said, "Meow, I'm called a meow owl now." Horn rubbed his hair in pain and said helplessly, "I'm not asking what you are, but why you become like this." It spread its wings and flew up, landed on Horn's shoulder and said, "You want a cat, but I want to become an eagle, so this is what I look like, meow." "Well, can you turn into an eagle or a pure cat now?" Horn asked the symbiote tentatively. It kept rubbing Horn's head with its cat head and said, "Of course it's not possible." Horn sat down on the ground dejectedly. When he thought about taking this guy out to meet people in the future, he felt that his life had lost its direction. The symbiote flapped its wings and flew to Horn's legs, staring at Horn. "Good guy, you are still not satisfied with me, right?" A solemn expression appeared on the cat's head. A normal cat would never make such an expression. At first glance, it looked cute, But a cat without paws has no soul. After countless years, the magic world began to popularize the idea of keeping owl pets. Because according to legend, the pet of the supreme magician Horn-Mimhalan, the source of magic, was a falcon with a cat's head. This species has not been found in all known worlds, so magicians can only use owls as a substitute. However, they still hope that one day, in some world, they could actually find this strange creature with a cat's head. At this time, Luke, the first magician to obtain the Angora symbiote, and his symbiote Dobby were facing a bald middle-aged man in distress. Their expressions were highly synchronized, and they both looked dull. Because the man in front of them was talking eloquently about some potion knowledge that they couldn't understand, and from time to time, he picked some of his carefully cultivated plants from his small botanical garden to make medicine. This man is a wild witch. His talent is not very good, but he has an extraordinary obsession with potions. He should be a very useful talent, but they don't know what to do with Horn without him. Now Luke is praying that Horn will come back soon. If he doesn't come back, he will be drowned in this man's saliva. God knows how he came to the conclusion that if he is good at growing plants, he should be good at making potions. Chapter 185. Although he was very dissatisfied with the symbiote on his shoulder, he still had to continue to move. During the journey, Horn kept chatting with the symbiote. Although the words this guy said were sometimes very choking, it was still very reassuring to have a partner to chat with in such an environment. And both of them knew that apart from disgusting each other with words, they would not have any real malice. If Horn really wanted to find a guy he could trust wholeheartedly, then this symbiote was the only choice. Because the lives and souls of the two are connected, it is foreseeable that the symbiote will always follow Horn until his death. This is his lifelong partner, but Horn is not very comfortable with the appearance and way of speaking of this partner. I can't always call you a symbiote, you should have a name. The symbiote flapped its wings on Horn's shoulder, making Horn feel a little itchy. Meow, my name is Saint Augustus Aragon Correndor. As soon as his little mouth opened, he began to spit out countless names. These were all great figures, who had left traces in the history of Ceylon. He roughly combined these names together to serve as his own name. Stop, 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 you should just call yourself Meow Owl. Horn looked at the words that kept coming out of the cat's mouth, and said with some unbearableness. That won't do, Meow, that's my race. Would anyone among you humans name yourself after humans? Edward said to Horn righteously. But there is no such race as the owl. After a while of wrangling, the owl was finally named Edward. Horn felt that the symbiote he had obtained was too difficult to serve, while Edward felt that this Cyclops was too fussy and his focus was somewhat different from others. As they continued to move forward, the corridor became wider and wider, and the compartments beside the corridor became larger and larger. They should be getting closer and closer to the center of the ruins. This ruins is different from the ruins Horn had heard of in the story. There are no traps everywhere in the ruins, nor are there powerful guards. There are only dilapidated buildings that have been ruined for thousands of years. From the subtle traces, this place should have been built very gorgeously, but now it is dilapidated. Apart from the treasures in the room, there is nothing that can stop visitors. The further Horn walked, the more traces of people walking in front of him he found. He even encountered the body of a priest on the road. There were more than 10 bloodstains on the priest's face, each more than 1 centimeter deep, which looked like they were scratched by a monster with sharp claws. But Horn did not find any traces of native creatures in the ruins except for the explorers, not even traces of insects. They seemed to be the first wave of visitors to the ruins in thousands of years, and perhaps the last wave. Horn hated to see corpses abandoned casually, so after a simple inspection of the priest's body, Horn cremated it very humanely. Before cremation, Horn felt that the part of his body close to the ground was already bloody and fleshy, as if it had grown together with the ground. But he didn't care, just thinking it was a special attack method of the person who killed the priest. According to legend, the priest's body will be subjected to a special ceremony before cremation, which can allow them to ascend to the kingdom of God after death. Horn would naturally not be kind enough to help him perform the ceremony. After all, he couldn't and didn't want to. At the moment the body disappeared, Horn seemed to feel a sense of grievance coming from the ground, as if its food had been taken away. Then he carefully sensed it, but found nothing, so Horn could only regard it as his own illusion. He asked Edward about his ability many times on the way, but Edward kept making jokes and didn't answer Horn's questions directly. A cat head with a smirk is indeed very cute, but Horn doesn't know why he wants to hit him twice. No matter how helpless Horn is, no matter how sincerely he cries and begs, he won't say anything. In his opinion, this is revenge for Horn's initial dislike of him. Horn talked until his mouth was dry, and this guy showed no sign of giving in. He found that this guy was like his nemesis. He couldn't hit or scold him, and because of the mysterious connection, Horn couldn't even get really angry at him. But this guy was really annoying. In the bickering between the two, the long ruins seemed to have come to an end. What appeared in front of Horn was a hall that was more than 100 meters long and wide, and at least 10 meters high. In the middle of the hall was a staircase leading up, which should be the way to the upper level of the ruins. This is not the end of the first floor. It seems that the huge building he is in is only the bottom floor of the ruins. Horn did not rush to go up, but first observed the hall. The ground was full of traces of battles, sword marks from swords, material disintegration caused by the magic of the god of space, and things similar to cat scratches found on the body of the priest before. More importantly, there is a kind of power with a little madness and decay that is the magic power of the wizard. Wizards had been here before, but they had all left. Horn estimated that he was the slowest one, whether it was looking for the big gem in the treasure pile at the beginning, fighting with the white-robed butler, or signing the contract with Edward. He had spent too much time at the bottom floor, so most people should have gone up. But the strange thing was that although there was a lot of blood here, no bodies were found. It was normal that many battles should have taken place at this entrance to the upper floor. Judging from these traces, at least several groups of people had fought here. There was not a single corpse left after so many battles. It seems that their fights were very harmonious. In addition to these traces, the hall itself is not simple. There is a giant portrait carved on the dome of the hall. The portrait is a king wearing golden armor and a crown. Behind the king is a huge golden dragon. Ignoring its size, the overall shape is somewhat similar to Roland's symbiote. The monarchy has not appeared in the human world of Ceylon for a long time. At least in the eastern continent of gods, there is only one elf king steward who can truly become a king. So the person in the portrait can only be the emperor of the legendary empire that unified the entire continent before the gods came. In this way, the information Roland got was correct. There are indeed things left by the ancient empire here. Then does the thing that drives wizards and priests to come here also exist? Chapter 186. In addition to the huge and shocking mural in the dome, there are also murals on the walls around this hall. Starting from the left-hand side of the door and ending on the right-hand side, these murals seem to tell a very long story, a story about the human race. Horn couldn't help but watch it from the beginning. At first, when humans first appeared on this land. Ceylon has countless races, and humans are just a race that has no advantages except in numbers. Even with the advantage in numbers, humans did not unite together, but divided into countless groups and fought each other. Humans, who had no significant talents except biological abilities, became the targets of long-term plunder and hunting by various races. In the thousands of years of war, humans were on the verge of extinction. At this time of human crisis, the great emperor appeared, and he unified the entire human world with his powerful strength. Under the leadership of the emperor, humans and elves concluded an alliance. After hundreds of years of long wars, the two races worked together to occupy the entire continent. Countless alien races were exterminated, and the remaining alien races were driven to the cold and difficult to survive northern ice continent. Only a few races close to the two tribes are left in Ceylon. The emperor's name is Saint Augustus Acuin. Seeing this, Horn was shocked. Could it be that the Acuin family in the god-forsaken land is the descendant of the ancient emperor? Originally, Horn just thought that the Acuin family was just an ancient family inherited by taking advantage of the geographical advantages of the god-forsaken land. Unexpectedly, their origins can be traced back to that time. After calming down his shock, Horn continued to read on. The elves and humans jointly ruled the entire continent, and the peace between the two lasted for thousands of years. Even the great emperor had a limit to his lifespan. After ruling the empire for more than 1,000 years, Saint Augustus died. His descendants took over this huge empire. After Augustus' death, an alien creature called demons quietly appeared in Ceylon from some unknown time. They never appeared directly, but just kept spreading conspiracies and evil ideas on the continent, constantly tempting the relationship between the human high-level officials, as well as the relationship between humans and the elves. In less than 100 years, the huge human empire fell apart and turned into countless small kingdoms. The descendants of the emperor could no longer unite mankind, and could only watch the world collapse step by step. Under the instigation of the devil, the monarchs and nobles of those small kingdoms were proud to raise slaves of other races, among which the slaves of the elves were the most precious. This behavior angered the elf king, and the war between humans and elves began. Both humans and elves suffered losses. After the war, the elves lost a large area of land, and lived in the Black Forest, and never came out again. Humans paid the price for their crimes. The entire Ceylon was devastated, and only 1 in 10 strong men survived. At this time, the demons who had been stirring up trouble revealed their true colors and began to attack Ceylon. Humans still wanted to form an alliance with the elves to fight against the invasion of demons. But at this time, the elves no longer trusted humans, and the various forces in Ceylon fought on their own. But after the war, Ceylon was completely unable to resist the invasion of demons. When the world was about to fall into the hands of demons, a god with bright light descended from the sky, and the descendants of the emperor also started a war with the demons with powerful power. With the combined efforts of the gods and the descendants of the emperor, the demons were driven out of Ceylon, and they could no longer set foot on the land of Ceylon. Later, no one knew what conflict had occurred. The god who had offered a helping hand had another conflict with the humans of Ceylon, and was driven to the Holy Light continent, which was still a barren land at that time. After years of war, Ceylon's combat power fell to the lowest point in history. At this time, countless gods descended from the sky. The descendants of the emperor killed several gods with their powerful strength, but they were outnumbered and died in the hands of the gods. Ceylon fell into the hands of the gods. The story told by the mural ended here, and Horn was a little reluctant to leave. Different from the history of Ceylon that Horn had known, Horn thought of what he had experienced and felt that the murals in the hall recorded the real history. The so-called official history published by the church was simply fart in Horn's eyes. Stinking. He also yearned for the powerful strength of the emperor, who could kill the gods. Horn was immersed in the history described in the mural, and suddenly a discordant voice appeared beside him. "You humans are really a bastard race, meow." Edward grabbed one paw on Horn's shoulder, raised one paw high, and licked the paw with his cat head. Horn had just signed a contract with Edward, and he was not familiar with the feeling of Edward being around. He suddenly spoke in Horn's ear, which ruined Horn's mood at the moment. "Don't look at me like that, meow. Look at the forces on this mural that have cooperated with humans. Which one has a good ending?" Edward was startled by Horn's gaze, and stretched out his wings to point at several images on the mural. Whether it was the elves, the god suspected to be the god of light, or the emperor who led the rise of mankind and his descendants, they all seemed to have been betrayed by humans. "The mural says that it was bewitched by the devil," Horn said weakly. Edward scratched his head with his sharp bird claws and said, "You said it was bewitched. Can you be bewitched without any bad intentions? Besides, don't the humans who capture and buy elf slaves also enjoy it?" Horn was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to refute, so he said to Edward, "Even among you symbiotic beasts, there are weirdos like you who like to turn into feces and disgust people, so it is normal for humans to have some scum." Horn was a little uncertain when he said this. Although he is also a human, he is also the target of human persecution. Although the influence of the church is great, it cannot make every wild witch feel insecure. It can be said that most humans hate and fear wild witches under the influence of the church, and also regard persecuting wild witches as justice. Horn, whose mood was ruined by Edward's stupid bird, walked towards the stairs leading to the upper floor helplessly. With his memory, he only needed to look at it once to remember everything. But Horn couldn't take the mural away, which made him a little regretful. If he could take the mural away and put it in the magic house, the style of the magic house would be much higher, and Enoch would be happy. Unfortunately, unless the wall was dismantled, these things could not be taken away. Chapter 187. Before going up the stairs, Horn opened both magic shields to protect his front and back. He couldn't find out the situation on the upper floor, so he had to take necessary precautions. "Meow, that's it. You should pay attention to your safety. If you die, I will be very troubled." Edward stood on Horn's head and said with a look of pointing out the world. His funny look made Horn look extremely unserious. "Get down." The blood vessels on Horn's forehead were bulging. No one would be in a good mood if a bird stood on his head and talked. Since this guy appeared, he has been angry countless times. "Oh, okay." Edward flapped his wings twice and returned to Horn's shoulder. "I'm not happy to stay with the greasy head on you. Calm down, calm down." Horn patted his chest and forced himself to calm down. He didn't need to bother with an owl. Maybe he could develop a spell that could calm people's minds in the future, and this spell would be very popular. He strode towards the stairs. The stairs were surprisingly long. During the process of walking, Horn seemed to have experienced another space teleportation process. This time it happened very secretly, and others might not have noticed it. After walking for a while, Horn felt that the negative energy was getting thicker and thicker, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of magic energy that was like sulfur. Finally, Horn walked out of the long stairs and came to the ground. Before he could stand firm, 5 rays of cold light slashed at Horn's neck. The slender palm had claws similar to those of cats. The 5 claws collided with the magic shield, making a harsh creaking sound. When Horn came to his senses, he found that the 5 claws had pierced into the interior of the magic shield. If he hadn't prepared a magic shield in advance, he would have been unable to dodge this claw. In a hurry, Horn directly activated the Thunder Walk technique and retreated more than 10 meters behind him, but as soon as he landed, Horn felt something was wrong. Now he was in the energy flow. It turned out that 1 meter behind the stairs was the energy flow that could decompose objects. As long as he retreated, he would enter this energy flow. Horn was anxious all of a sudden. He had personally experimented with dead branches, and of course knew that it was okay to rely on the magic power in his body to support for a short period of time, but it was simply a dream to stay in this environment for a long time. Especially since the 2 magic shields could not be seamlessly connected, he was now directly exposed to the energy flow, so Horn directly activated the Thunder Walk and rushed back. He didn't know when he would be unable to hold on, so it was urgent. What he was most worried about was that the attacker would stop him from returning to his normal place. Although the Thunder Walk was very fast, it was not teleportation. If he wanted to intercept him, there was still a way. But unexpectedly, the mysterious attacker did not stop Horn. Instead, when Horn returned to his normal place, he said to him with disdain, "TSK, it turned out to be you." Then she turned around and prepared to leave. The voice was crisp and pleasant, but that was not the point. Everything happened so fast just now, Horn was in a state of tension, and now he had time to see who attacked him. The slender figure was covered with a headscarf, and she was wearing a white cloak stained with blood. She turned out to be the mysterious Catman shaman in the team. She had never had a sense of existence, and now she started to attack him as soon as he walked up the stairs, and from what she said, he actually hit the wrong person? Horn was full of black lines. If you hit the wrong person, you should at least apologize. What's the point of just leaving with a word? There was a flash of lightning on his body, but he suppressed it forcefully. They were more or less in the same group, and he didn't know the methods of the cat shaman. So it was better not to fight, but Horn was very upset. Horn could control himself, but Edward couldn't. After all, he was a symbiotic beast that could take revenge on people by turning into feces. Just now Edward was standing on Horn's shoulder. Horn moved twice at high speed and left him behind. Now he only relied on one claw to grab Horn's shoulder, and his whole body fell behind Horn. Now he was safe, but he was not going to do it anymore. He flew in front of Horn angrily, pointed his wings at the cat shaman and started to curse. "You dead bitch. You won't apologize for hitting the wrong person? I was so scared that I almost shit on this kid's shoulder." Then, there was a burst of inappropriate words for children. Horn had never heard of more dirty words than Edward said at this time. But Horn did not stop Edward. If he had not been prepared, he might have died here. Now it was good for Edward to vent his anger. Horn cursed himself, and it was also good for Edward to do the job of cursing. Hearing Edward's curse, the Catman shaman turned around suddenly, with a sharp cold light in his eyes. No one had ever cursed her like this, but when she set her eyes on Edward, she suddenly froze. How can there be such a cute creature in the world? When the Catman shaman turned around, her eyes were full of murderous intent, but after seeing Edward, her eyes seemed to melt. She was a Catman shaman, and she had no resistance to Edward, a creature with a strange appearance but partly a cat. Horn's ideal cutest cat, combined with a humanized expression, was extremely lethal to the Catmen, and they could not make any effective resistance at all. "Meow, little cat, what do you want to eat? I find it for you. You follow me from now on, okay?" She took off her mask and showed Edward her face. Her cat ears trembled playfully on her head. There were a few pink patterns on her cheeks. It wasn't absolutely beautiful, but it had a different charm with the cat ears. Horn was actually dazed for a moment. At this time, Edward pointed at the cat shaman with his wings, then turned his head and looked at Horn and said, "Hey, Horn, is there something wrong with this woman? She almost killed me just now, and now she wants to take me away. Why does she have small breasts and a small brain?" The Catwoman shaman didn't react to Edward's words, but just looked at Edward tenderly, which gave him goosebumps. "Well, maybe." Horn nodded without thinking much. Hearing Horn's words, the Catwoman shaman raised her head and glared at Horn with murderous eyes, her mouth slightly opened to reveal her fangs, and the sharp nails on her palms were already extended. If Horn dared to continue talking, she would dare to pounce on him and scratch him. This expression, so fierce. Chapter 188. Horn touched his nose in dismay and stopped talking. It was Edward who was more harsh. He didn't know why he was so polite to the Catman shaman. She almost killed him just now. Not to mention revenge, Horn would not treat him well if it was someone else. "Hey, man. Edward said, covering his cat head with his wings. Horn kicked Edward, but his foot was blocked by the Catman priest, and she showed a fierce expression to Horn. In this way, the cat shaman stuck to Horn and Edward, or Edward to be more precise. She had always been indifferent to Horn. Even so, Horn also got the information he wanted from her. Because she arrived at the second floor much earlier than Horn, she knew much more about the second floor than Horn. Her name was Meredith, and she was a priest of a small cat tribe in the Alien Alliance. Coming here to participate in this exploration was for the reward of the Acuan family. From her mouth, Horn finally knew what the reward was for following the Acuan family to explore this time. It is a strange fruit that only the Acuan family has, and its name is dragon blood fruit. This fruit is only the size of a grape, and its color is blood red. It can slightly improve the physique of high-level warriors. It is a small improvement for high-level warriors, but it is a big improvement for first and second-level warriors. Of course, few warriors who come here can see the small improvement. The real preciousness of this fruit is that it can directly make ordinary people a first-level warrior. And even those with mediocre qualifications can have the qualifications to practice fighting spirit after taking dragon blood fruit. For those who need it, this is definitely an irresistible treasure. The annual output of this fruit is not high, but it has greatly expanded the strength of the Acuan family. Most of their King's Wing Knights, who are composed entirely of warriors, have obtained their qualifications by taking dragon blood fruit. Especially since this thing is not for sale, this opportunity is very rare. Horn suddenly became full of expectations for the dragon blood fruit. He was hastily pulled to the military camp by Ilya, and he had no idea what kind of reward he could get, and he didn't care much at first. If this dragon blood fruit can also work for magicians, then it is really necessary to take one. Next, let's introduce the environment of the second floor. They are in the second floor of this ruins, and there should be a third floor above it. If they are in a huge human building on the first floor, then the second floor is more like an environment where demons live. The ruins on the second floor are wrapped in a powerful energy flow like a big bowl. The energy flow emitting a faint light is the light source of this layer. It is strange that the first floor is still bright even though there is no light source. The air here smells of sulfur, and breathing it in will make your throat feel hot and painful. There are sharp red and black rocks everywhere, and there seems to be magma flowing in the cracks of the rocks. Like the first floor, there is no breath of life here. Ordinary people will lose their lives just by staying here, and it is extremely difficult for even extraordinary people to live here for a long time. And the most important thing is that there is no trace of treasure at first glance. It can't be said that there is no treasure. From a distance, there is a huge black stone castle in the center of the second floor. Judging from the appearance of the castle, there must be good things in it. But after a simple observation, Horn gave up the idea of exploring there. The castle exudes a terrifying atmosphere and almost tangible malice. That is not something that extraordinary people of their level can spy on. In this case, his only choice now is to go to the third floor as soon as possible. In the center and four corners of the second floor, there are 5 high towers that directly connect to the energy flow. If there is an entrance to the third floor, it is only there. Catwoman Meredith was a little unsure about where to go at first. After all, the second floor was more dangerous than the first floor, so the third floor might also have dangers that were not as great as the second floor. Horn also admitted that what she said made sense, but according to her, they could not return to the first floor from the entrance of the second floor. This was something she had experienced personally, so they either stayed on the second floor or went to the third floor. But Horn still wanted to go to the third floor, because for some reason he felt extremely uneasy every minute he stayed there. Besides, the layout of the ruins seemed to want people to move forward. It was still a mystery whether they could escape from the ruins if they stayed here. Staying here for a long time would kill people. As they continued to talk, Horn also knew why Meredith attacked him in the first place. She came to the second floor because she was chased by a wizard, a 6th-level wizard. Before, she and another warrior fought against 2 priests together, but when the battle was in full swing, the wizard appeared, and a 4th-level priest died in his hands after just one encounter. Under his powerful strength, they scattered and fled, and the only one who really escaped was Meredith, who was closest to the stairs at the time. The wizard was wearing a black robe like Horn, so she thought that the wizard also came up from here. According to Meredith, the wizard should have come up, but why didn't he come out from this exit? Considering the feeling of teleportation when he came up, maybe even if he entered from the same entrance, the exit would be different. As for why Meredith answered Horn's questions honestly, it was all Edward's credit. She certainly didn't want to pay attention to Horn, but once Horn encountered a question she didn't want to answer, Horn would signal Edward to ask, and at this time she would tell him everything she knew. After all, she had no resistance to Edward, and every time Horn asked what he wanted to know in this way, Meredith's eyes were very aggrieved. Seeing this look, Horn felt a little happy in his heart, and later his questions made Meredith show this expression more often. When they were about to arrive, Horn's anger towards the girl in front of him had completely disappeared. In his opinion, this girl's interpersonal skills were almost zero, but in fact, she didn't have any ulterior motives, and was much simpler than most people. If it weren't for Edward, it would be difficult for Horn to communicate with her, but with Edward, many things would have room for operation. Of course, the reason why Horn changed his attitude towards her was because her appearance was extremely consistent with Horn's aesthetics. No matter what world, beautiful people have advantages. When an ugly woman and a beautiful woman make the same mistake, they will generally forgive the beautiful woman first. It has nothing to do with any special emotions. It's just human instinct. In this way, a human, a cat man, and a meow owl formed a temporary small team. Chapter 189. When Horn and his team were about to approach the tower, they suddenly found a cloud of dust in front of them, as if someone was running towards them at a high speed. Horn extended his mental power, and faintly sensed that there were 3 people moving towards them at a high speed. He was somewhat familiar with the auras of 2 of them, and the aura of the other person was full of decay and madness. Generally, only wizards could have such an aura, and the aura Horn felt now was the same as the aura he felt in the hall on the first floor before. This should be the wizard that Meredith had mentioned before, who was chasing her. As for the 2 people in front, one should be little Arya, and Horn needed to see the other one first. He took out the telescope from his backpack and put it on his eye socket. The field of vision was magnified at once. This thing was really quite useful. In the telescope, Horn finally saw who the other person was, and it was the warrior leader of the Stone City. The 2 of them kept running, and what shocked Horn was that Arya's 2 short legs, like white radishes, were actually faster than the warrior's long-distance running, and both legs swung out after images. The smoke and dust that could be seen from afar was caused by the legs of little Arya, and the warrior leader Sammy was eating dust behind her. Not only was she running fast, but because she was small and in the front, most of the wizard's attacks were aimed at the warrior leader. In the telescope, the warrior leader Sammy's expression was quite helpless. He couldn't understand why a little girl could run so fast. The wizard chasing behind them was indeed wearing a black robe, as Meredith said. Horn curled his lips slightly. It seems that he really took the blame for this guy just now, but it was really bad that Meredith could make a mistake with his eyes. Horn felt that he was much better looking than that guy. This wizard had something like rags wrapped around his face, which looked a bit similar to the rags that Horn had wrapped around him in Leon City before. The difference was that through the gap in the robe, it could be seen that this wizard's body was also wrapped with this kind of thing, and these rags were engraved with strange runes, and the runes faintly emitted a faint black gas. He was not running to chase the 2 people, but flying directly in the air. He seemed to have some strength left, as if he was teasing his prey. Behind him, several rags twisted like snakes, and from time to time, a jet of black smoke was emitted. The smoke did not cause any damage in the soil, but little Arya and the warrior leader tried their best to avoid every attack. Just as Horn was evaluating the wizard suddenly looked up in Horn's direction. He found Horn. Although there was no expression on his face, Horn could still feel that his eyes seemed to be filled with joy, as if he had found new prey. Horn silently put down the telescope in his hand and put it into his backpack, holding the staff and preparing for battle. Meredith looked at this thing and wanted to play with it very much. After all, she had never seen such a thing before. After all, as a cat person, she still had the curiosity of a cat. Horn did not give her the idea of playing with it for a while, but said to Meredith with a serious expression, "Get ready for a fight. The wizard you mentioned is coming towards us, and he has already spotted us. If you want to leave, I won't stop you." After saying that, he ignored Catwoman and said to Edward on his shoulder, "We are tied together now. If you have any ability that can help me defeat the wizard, use it as soon as possible, otherwise I will die and you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, the top of Horn's staff lit up with lightning. This is a 4th ring lightning magic thunderbolt. The thick electric current kept twisting on the staff, making Horn look like he was holding a lightning bolt. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the wizard to enter his attack range. If it was someone else who was being chased, Horn would run away without hesitation. Even if he knew that the wizard had discovered him, he still had a chance to escape with the thunder walk. But the one running away in front was little Arya. As Elijah said, he had saved Horn's life, so Horn couldn't let little Arya die in front of him. As for whether they could win or not, with the warrior captain and Meredith beside him, Even if he was a 6th level wizard, he could resist a little. Although they might not help Horn, Horn would not change his decision. Soon the wizard entered Horn's attack range. Little Arya ran in front, and there was a bit of joy on her face when she saw Horn. This made Horn feel that staying to help might be a wrong decision. But since he had made the decision, Horn would not regret it. The wizard was having a great time chasing, and there were 2 new prey in front of him, which made his mouth under the cloth smile. At this moment, a thick and long lightning bolt hit him directly, and the lightning was so fast that he had no way to avoid it. Then, 4 more lightning bolts hit him. A total of 5 lightning bolts hit the wizard, and the combined power was far greater than the normal 4-ring magic. But the wizard was not an opponent that the 4-ring magic could deal with. Without any dodge or defense, the wizard directly endured all of Horn's attacks, and was directly blown away by the powerful electric energy. Horn was stunned. Is this guy just a strong man? He had already prepared to invalidate this attack, but he didn't expect that this guy would be directly blown away. The warrior leader, who was running, quickly stopped in front of Horn and shouted at him, "Don't be careless. This kind of attack can't hurt the wizard at all. He is just a monster and no attack has any effect on him." Sure enough, the wizard, who had endured several lightning bolts, stood up from the spot, floating. Seeing that everyone did not run away, he did not fly towards them quickly. Instead, he floated slowly, wanting to see more of the fearful expression of his prey. "Mr. Horn, it seems that you are going to fight with that monster. In that case, I will not run away. I have been running all the way, and it is very cowardly. But how do you plan to deal with that guy? His black energy will corrupt anyone who touches him, and our attacks have no effect on him." At this time, the wizard was about to float in front of everyone, and Horn threw a 4-ring fireball at him, knocking him back a distance. The wizard did not resist, and let Horn knock him away as if he was playing. After thinking for a while, Horn had made up his mind, and said to the 3 people, "I have a way that may win the battle, but now all you have to do is to run away with me first." Chapter 190. As soon as Horn finished speaking, a black gas flew over and brushed Horn's sleeve and shot to the ground. As he spoke, the wizard had already floated into the sky and was ready to attack. This attack was like a signal, and everyone started running at full speed. Except for Horn, everyone present was not satisfied with running, and Horn could only use the Thunder Walk technique to follow them. In fact, if he used the Thunder Walk technique to its full potential, he would be much faster than the others, but it would put too much strain on his body. Even now, just keeping up with the pace of everyone, Horn felt very sore. While running, Horn raised his hand to look at his sleeves. The cuffs where the black air had just touched were completely rotten. This piece of clothing could not be worn anymore. Horn felt distressed. This robe was given to him by old Douglas. It was very much in his heart, and it could also withstand some attacks. After many battles before, this robe had actually been patched up many times, but was still barely usable. Now after the wizard's attack, this robe seemed to be retired. There were actually quite a few things that old Douglas left Horn, but Horn cherished every one of them. So he looked at the wizard behind him with a murderous look in his eyes. He had ruined his clothes, and this guy would pay the price. Then he looked at Meredith beside him and said, "Thank you for choosing to stay and help us." Meredith just ran on her own without saying anything. She stayed because she knew she couldn't escape at all. The wizard would not sit back and watch the prey go away. As long as there was any intention of running away separately, the wizard would kill her. And Edward is still here. She doesn't want to abandon Edward. Seeing that she didn't speak, Horn didn't continue to ask questions, but turned to look at the warrior leader Sammy and said, "Master Sammy, please tell me about the wizard's situation again. This plan must be foolproof." Sammy smiled bitterly and said, "What I just told you is all I know. He has never taken us prey seriously, so I don't know his true strength. But once someone wants to escape separately or leave someone to stop him, his attack will be terrible. I saw a level 5 warrior turned into ashes in an instant. He is a wizard active near the Church of the God of Fire, known as Rowan the Decayed Wizard. All his magic will make the people or objects hit by him decay." Little Arya, who was running in the front, said that she didn't know when she ran to the front of the crowd again. The ground was obviously very solid, but after she ran over it, it also left a trail of smoke and dust. Horn and the other 3 could only eat dust behind her. Without any pause, she continued to run in front, but his most famous place is not because of his corrupt magic, but from the ancient curse device on him. He has become one with the cursed device. Basically, as long as the cursed device is still there, he is immortal. So he has another name, that is, Rowan the Undying. "How do you know so much?" Horn asked little Arya curiously. "Because he is our target. We want to catch him and sell him for some money," little Arya said, as if it was a matter of course. Rowan enjoys the feeling of chasing, and is very good at tracking over long distances. As long as you are still running away, he will chase you. He is a notorious wizard in the diocese of the Church of the God of Fire. So it's best for us to kill him now. After listening to little Arya's description, Horn had already made a plan for how to fight this wizard. 2 pieces of paper and 2 pens flew out of the backpack, and the 2 pens were writing something on them, as if someone was controlling them. Rowan was not far away from them, and if he spoke the battle plan directly, he might hear it. So Horn chose to write it on paper for the 2 to see, and as for whether they could read or not, Horn could not consider so much at this time. After handing the plan to the 2, Horn started running at full speed. They had no intention of going to the center of the 2nd floor, so they had been circling the edge of the 2nd floor. After several people approached at full speed, they reached the edge of the ruins in a short time. Ahead was the surging energy flow, and they had no way out. At this moment, Rowan slowly floated over and said to everyone from a high position, "Why don't you run, little darlings? Now I want to ask you a question, will you bleed?" Rowan exaggeratedly stretched his head over, and said to Horn and others. His face was covered by the cursed cloth and his expression could not be seen, but from his exaggerated movements, his expression must be a happy smile. His question made Horn stunned. How should he answer this? Fortunately, Llewellyn did not expect the crowd to answer, but held his head wrapped in cloth strips, and said in an intoxicated manner, "You will definitely bleed, I tell you secretly, I won't bleed." "Who cares if you bleed or not? You are a psychopath." After saying that, 4 cursed cloth strips flew out from behind Llewellyn, dancing like snakes. He had entered the combat state, and had been chasing them for a long time. Now it was time to reap the fruits of his labor. Horn held the staff, opened his lightning eye and stared at the wizard Rowan, saying in a deep voice, "If my judgment is correct, my tactics should be able to kill him. So first of all, please, warrior Captain Sammy." Sammy smiled and nodded to Horn, then took out a crystal bottle from the small bag on his waist, which contained a blood-colored potion. He drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. The moment the potion entered his stomach, the warrior captain's whole body swelled up, and blood and chi that were almost materialized oozed out from his pores. Now his breath was much stronger than before. This was a potion that the city Lord Kino gave him for a great contribution a few years ago. It was used to fight for his life. It greatly improves physical performance in a short period of time, but after the effect of the drug wears off, he will enter a fatigue period. This is my last resort, but it won't last long, so everyone please use whatever you have. Without Horn saying anything, Catwoman Meredith took out a small totem pole and silently chanted an ancient spell. The distant and strange power emanated from the totem pole and flew into the body of the warrior leader bit by bit, making his aura stronger and stronger. With the blessing of the potion and Meredith, he is now no less than an ordinary level 6 warrior. After everything was ready, warrior leader Sammy bent his knees and jumped, and appeared in front of Rowan in an instant. A punch! Chapter 191. Rowan was hit in the face without any resistance, and he didn't even react. The body wrapped in cursed instruments fell to the ground like a meteor, leaving a deep pit. Horn, who was watching the battle, had his eyes lit up. That's right, this wizard named Rowan never dodges attacks, without even the slightest instinctive reaction, like a piece of wood. Sammy's only weapon is the steel gloves. Since he became a warrior, he firmly believes that fists are his best weapon. Fists are his belief. This may be the strongest time since he was born, but even so, he is not sure to defeat the wizard Rowan in front of him. He and others have fought against this guy before, but he was still teased by him like a toy. Rowan is far stronger than him in terms of attack, defense and straight-line speed. If his reaction ability is not a little slower, even Sammy now can't fight him at all. The reason why he stopped in front of Horn just now was actually because he was tired of fleeing like prey. When he decided to fight again, he had already made up his mind to die. If he continued to run away, there was no hope of escaping. In the end, he would inevitably be killed by Rowan, like a cat playing with a mouse. If the result would not change, he chose to fight. At least dying in battle was a way to die in accordance with the dignity of a warrior. The so-called fighting spirit is the power born from the warrior's body and fighting will. Even if a guy with a weak fighting will has the qualifications to cultivate fighting spirit, he is doomed to not last long. When he decided to fight, Sammy felt that the bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time seemed to have loosened a little. But he was not fighting with the determination to die, because the battle plan Horn showed him allowed him to see the possibility of victory. If things went well, he could win, so now, he was full of fighting spirit. Rowan stood up slowly, his neck twisted abnormally. A normal person would have died long ago if twisted to this extent, but it seemed to have no effect on him. The twisted neck slowly turned back by itself, making a chilling creaking sound. He stood on the ground and looked at the warrior leader who was running towards him, and said in a slightly crazy tone, "You are very good, pour your blood on me, okay? This way I can bleed too. You guys should have talked about some battle plan just now. After all, I gave you a chance to discuss it. If you can't come up with any good way to deal with me, I will be very disappointed." For cursed cloth strips stretched out from behind Rowan, and those cloth strips kept twisting, making a faint hissing sound. Now he is really ready to fight seriously. His previous attitude was just hunting, but now he has taken this battle seriously, because if he is careless, the warrior in front of him may cause a little damage to his body. Although it doesn't matter if there is a little damage, he will feel distressed. Luo sank his body, pressed his hands on the ground, and the 4 cursed cloth strips on his back were pulled out of Luo's body little by little. He twisted his body in pain, but did not shout out a cry of pain. This scene is extremely weird. This was obviously a dangerous move. Sammy appeared in front of Rowan and punched him in the back of the head. The punch hit his head hard and made a deep hole in the ground. At this time, a 4-ring fireball with a tail flame hit Rowan's body, and the flames kept burning. But even under the attack, Rowan's witchcraft was still released. The 4 cursed cloth strips left his body, floating in the air wrapped in black air, and turned into 4 extremely black snakes floating in the air. This is the 6th level of witchcraft, decadent snakes. 4 decayed snakes flew towards the 4 people respectively. In a hurry, Horn released a magician's hand to catch the decayed snake flying towards little Arya, and the one flying towards him was slightly blocked by his 2 magic shields. The 2 magic shields were almost instantly covered by black air, decaying into slag, and even Horn's 2 sleeves turned into ashes. This time his robe was even more unusable, but with these things as a defense, Horn directly used the Thunder Walk to retreat far away from the attack range of the decayed snakes. At this time, he found that the wizard's hand that grabbed the decayed snake in the direction of little Arya had already been corroded. But little Arya also ran a long way away. Meredith retreated quickly. Although the decayed snake was flexible, it could not catch up with her. As for the decayed snake flying towards Sammy, it did not cause him any trouble at all. Although he did not dare to touch the decayed snake directly, it was still no problem for him to just avoid it. After just a test, Rowan took back the decayed snake that attacked the 4 people. The attack was just a test. For Rowan, the one he really needed to deal with was Sammy. Once Sammy was dealt with, the others were just meat on the chopping board. As long as they were not planning to escape, he would not care. The rest of him just focused on fighting Sammy. The battle between the two was extremely monotonous. Sammy was just dodging Rowan's attacks while using Rowan as a target and attacking him crazily. The shadows of the black air and fists were entangled with each other, and the places where they passed were full of broken stones. Meredith occasionally blessed Sammy and cast some debilitating spells on Rowan, but it did not change the situation. No matter how fierce Sammy's attack was, Rowan would not be hurt at all. On the contrary, Meredith's face turned pale. For a level 4 shaman like her, it was too much of a burden to intervene in such a battle. Except for occasionally releasing a few attacks, Horn just accumulated magic power at the side. Under Sammy's guidance, the 2 of them had already approached the direction of the energy flow. Sammy, who had become a little out of breath, roared and gathered all his fighting spirit into a punch. A fist shadow several meters high made of fighting spirit suddenly hit Luo, and the powerful impact force generated by the collision directly knocked Luo far away from the energy flow. At the same time, Luo's body quickly weakened, and then he said to Horn, who had walked to his side, "It's up to you next. I hope you don't let me down." Horn said nothing, and at this moment, on his body, lightning and firelight shone together. Chapter 192. Horn now holds a staff with flashing lights in his right hand, and the Origin sacred artifact in his left hand releases a strange colorful glow. His magic power is extremely full at this moment. When the warrior captain was fighting just now, he had been holding the magic crystal he brought with him to restore the magic power in his body. Because once the effect of the potion that Sammy drank wears off, it will all be Horn's task. There is no need to recite spells. As the magic power surges, a 4-ring fireball with a power much greater than a football condenses in his hand. At the same time, the sacrificial scepter in his right hand continuously transmitted electrical energy into the fireball. As the current was input, the center of the fireball turned into a constantly jumping blue electric light, and the outer periphery of the fireball also kept flashing blue arcs. This is Edward's ability. He can fuse Horn's lightning and fire together, and then burst out with even more powerful power. Just like Luke directly generated seeds out of thin air, many times the ability of the symbiote is actually illogical and unreasonable. But their abilities can often greatly enhance the symbiote. Horn looked at the fireball shining with lightning in a fascination. When Edward told him, he still couldn't believe it, and he was a little nervous when he actually operated it. He was afraid that when the lightning was input into the flame, the magic power would go out of control and explode. In this case, he would lose his combat effectiveness before fighting with Rowan. But what he didn't expect was that the fusion of the two was unexpectedly simple, and the fusion was successful without any special circumstances. At this time, Rowan was slowly walking out of the energy flow. Although Sammy's last attack was very powerful, it was just that for Rowan. And he didn't care much about the erosion of the energy flow. As long as he didn't stay here for a long time, the energy flow would not cause any harm to him. He had just walked to the edge of the energy flow when Horn's lightning fireball was launched. The speed of normal fireballs is not very fast, and many opponents of the same level can easily dodge it. But this one was different. Driven by lightning, the lightning fireball was incredibly fast. Almost as soon as it was released from Horn's hand, it appeared in front of Rowan in the next second. According to Rowan's usual habit, he did not defend against this fireball at all, and was directly hit in the chest by the lightning fireball. The lightning fireball exploded at the moment of contact, and the bright flames accompanied by dazzling arcs produced a powerful shock wave. The explosion blew a huge hole with a diameter of more than 2 meters on the ground, and Rowan was directly blown back to the depths of the energy flow by the branch line blown by the fireball. This powerful force is no less than the normal 5-ring magic. Seeing this powerful force, Horn even wanted to hug Edward on his shoulders and give him a kiss. This ability was of great use to him. He could be said to have the combat ability of a 5th level spellcaster in an instant. If Horn had this method when facing the White Robe Deacon, he would not have used illusion and melee. He would have just thrown 4 lightning and fireballs at that guy, and no matter how strong his defense was, it would have become dregs. I didn't expect you to be a level 5 spellcaster. We really underestimated you before. Warrior Captain Sammy said weakly behind Horn. In the Forsaken Land, the level of spellcasters is not determined by the level of their respective professions, but by the level of the power of their spells. The Forsaken Land has always graded spellcasters based on the power of spells. If you can release a level 5 attack, then you are a level 5 spellcaster. Although Horn himself still thinks he is a 4th ring magician, outsiders think he is already a level 5 spellcaster. This grading method is not inaccurate, because there are few spellcasters who can release attacks beyond their own level, and Horn is like this now. At this time, Rowan, who was blown away by the lightning fireball, was about to leave the energy flow area. The fist of the 6th level warrior could not hurt him, so it was reasonable that Horn's lightning fireball could not hurt him either. But what Horn needed was not to hurt him, but to keep him in the energy flow, so the 2nd lightning fireball was also launched. Horn had long discovered that this guy's strength was a bit strange. He was indeed almost not afraid of any damage. His attacks were very strange and fast, which made him almost unsolvable, but Horn still found his weakness. Maybe this weakness was nothing in other places, but it was a bit fatal inside the ruins. Although he was not afraid of attacks, he had no means to stabilize his body. Only the 4-ring lightning magic could knock him down from the air. Maybe because he was not afraid of any attacks, he would not dodge any attacks. He didn't even have the instinct to dodge. All his reactions seemed to be a beat slower. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't be hurt, the fight between Sammy and him would have ended long ago. Horn's plan was not to pursue causing harm to him. Just being able to keep hitting him back was enough. Their attacks couldn't hurt him, so let the energy flow kill him. This was Horn's battle plan. Facing this almost unkillable opponent, the only choice he could make was to hit him into the energy flow. First, the blessed warrior leader Sammy fought with Rowan. His partner was the lizardman shaman Sabara, so he was very familiar with the feeling of being blessed by the shaman. Horn's request to him was to hit Rowan into the energy flow without alerting him, or at least to guide him to the edge of the energy flow. After Sammy did this, all that was left was for Horn to rely on his mental power and lightning eye to lock Sammy, and to use magic attacks continuously to drag him to death in the energy flow. In fact, this plan also has loopholes. If it weren't for Edward, Horn might not have had a chance to stop Rowan, but now he has a chance to succeed. Horn, who has done the experiment himself, knows that this energy flow will cause very little damage to objects at the beginning, but as time goes by, the damage to the creatures inside will continue to increase. Just like the initial damage of the dead branch, you can't see it unless you look carefully, but when the second half is left, a large piece of wood is directly impacted by the energy flow into a large ball of powder, so as long as Rowan can stay in the energy flow long enough, the energy flow can kill him. All of Horn's assumptions are based on the fact that Rowan really doesn't have the ability to move forward under the attack. And he, Horn, has the ability to keep him in the energy flow. Edward's ability is better than Horn expected, directly raising his combat power by a level. Now, he has the confidence to fight even a level 5 super developer. Chapter 193. Meredith was standing beside Horn at this time, and the totem pole in her hand was emitting a strange light. She was blessing Horn now, and although the effect was not obvious, it had some effect. When she saw Horn's attack spell, she realized that Horn had shown mercy at the time, otherwise Horn would have had every reason to attack her based on her sudden attack. Of course, she didn't know that Horn didn't have such powerful means at the time. At that time, he was just worried that he would not be able to take her down rashly, and would add unexpected dangers. However, after the misunderstanding was resolved, Horn did not intend to settle accounts with her, and on the contrary, he had some good feelings for her. She didn't need to go forward to fight. As a level 4 shaman, it was more valuable for her to assist others in the battle than to fight on her own. Moreover, her main battle was close combat at that time. A level 4 shaman would be courting death if she fought with Rowan in close combat. She would be turned into dry bones in a few breaths. However, blessing Sammy just now had consumed most of her strength. Now blessing Horn was just barely done. Her current combat power was just the basic physical fitness of a cat person. Rowan was once again hit back into the energy flow and felt something was wrong. The energy flow was eroding him more and more. Although it was not serious, it was worth his vigilance. He suddenly understood the intentions of Horn and the others. They knew that they could not hurt him anyway, so they placed their hopes on the energy flow on the second floor of the ruins. I have to say, this plan is really naive enough. Rowan's body was surging with black air, and he rushed towards Horn. This time his speed was much faster than before, but he was hit back by a lightning fireball just as he approached the edge. If it was the original Horn, even if he could use his lightning eye and mental power to catch Rowan's straight trajectory of the fireball, he couldn't keep up, and the lightning spell was not enough to repel Rowan. Rowan, who was knocked away by Horn again, was not discouraged. After standing up, he changed direction and flew over at high speed. He didn't believe that Horn like this could stop him. But Horn had already prepared for his change of direction. He used the lightning spell at full power, and Horn's speed was like a flash of lightning, completely keeping up with Rowan's speed. When he tried to come out again, he fired another lightning fireball to repel him directly. At this moment, Horn's calves were shaking and twitching constantly. In order to keep up with Rowan's speed, the Thunder Walk technique was already overloaded. Fortunately, Rowan tried once and stopped trying to change direction to break through. The space outside the energy shield was limited in height, and he had no way to fly out to a high place. So he chose to rush out head-on now. His 4 decayed snakes had long disappeared under the erosion of the energy flow, and his other means of attack could not hit Horn, who was sniping him from a distance. Now Horn discovered Rowan's second weakness, which was that his attack method was very monotonous. Apart from the corrupted snake, he could only rely on the slow black gas to attack. This made Horn somewhat confused. According to what Sammy said, if he wanted to escape, he would face an extremely powerful attack. However, until now, he only had the corrupted snake and the black gas as his 2 means of attack. However, Horn did not have the energy to think so much now. The battle between him and Rowan had entered a pure consumption stage. The 2 of them were now competing to see who would give up first. Was it Horn, who was absorbing the energy from the magic crystal while attacking, or Rowan, who was now unable to hold on in the energy flow? The loser would face death. I guess Rowan's face under the cursed cloth must be very crazy now. As time went on, the cursed cloth on Rowan's chest was also slightly damaged, because the long-term erosion of the energy flow had made him more fragile than before. In addition, Horn's lightning and fireballs are pure positive energy. Single attribute lightning and fireballs can cause great damage to negative energy, not to mention the fusion of the 2. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The power of this lightning and fireball is already the destructive power of the 5th level spell level. Adding the attribute of restraining negative energy, the power is even more incomparable to the 5 rings. But after all, Horn's magic power is limited. Even if the mental power is highly concentrated and the energy in the magic crystal is absorbed, it cannot stop the huge consumption of magic power in the body. Therefore, the magic power in Horn's body is almost exhausted. Seeing that Rowan didn't seem to have suffered any serious damage, Horn made up his mind and condensed all the remaining magic power into a fireball. Since there was not much remaining power, he only input enough power for the 5-ring fireball spell, and with the blessing of lightning, the fireball finally reached the critical point of level 6. The light mixed with flames, and lightning exploded with a dreamy color, and the place where Rowan and the lightning fireball had been colliding was already covered with more than a dozen large pits with a diameter of more than 2 meters. However, the attack this time was even more powerful. The earth and rocks that were blown apart were more than 6 meters long. The magma in the cracks of the rocks was also pressed out by the attack and poured onto Rowan. Rowan was knocked out very far. This was the farthest he had ever been knocked out, even farther than Sammy's last punch. Horn, who had run out of magic power, sat on the ground with a pale face. If Rowan could still come out this time, everything would be over. He took out a telescope and looked at Rowan. He saw that Rowan was falling to the ground, with black air constantly overflowing from his body, and the bandage on his chest began to break and slowly disappear. This indicates that the energy flow has begun to erode him, and he can no longer walk out of the energy flow. Horn smiled. They won. His battle plan was successful. Suddenly in the telescope, Rowan, who was lying on the ground, disappeared without any warning. Horn's smile froze, which was completely different from the disappearance caused by the erosion of the energy flow. "Oh my, it's damaged to this extent. It really makes me sad." A voice appeared behind Horn, and Horn's hair stood up. Now the only one who still has a certain fighting power is Meredith, but it is also a great burden for her to continuously bless the battle between the two. He slowly turned his head, and saw a red-haired young man in a black robe standing behind them. The style of the black robe was exactly the same as the one Rowan had worn before, but the aura was slightly different. However, this guy had a magical aura that was almost the same as Rowan, or even more powerful. This guy was also a 6th level wizard. At this moment, despair descended. Chapter 194. Horn could not help but cast his eyes on the red-haired young man's chest. He placed his hand on his chest, and gently stroked a small humanoid doll. The doll was wrapped with a thin cursed cloth, and had a small hole on its chest. The shape and the damaged part were exactly the same as the damaged part on Rowan's body before. Just as Horn was watching in shock, the red-haired wizard spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a wild wizard with both thunder and fire elements, and you have a combat power far beyond that of a normal wild wizard and close to that of a wizard. You should be Horn, who caused a big fuss in the church of the god of the North Wind before. I really admire you. What you did caused a big stir. There are not many people who dare to declare war on the church directly. Since you admire me so much, can you let me go?" Horn said with a sneer to the red-haired wizards. The situation is now hopeless. No one among them can fight except little Arya, and Horn has never pinned his hopes of victory on little Arya. Apart from running fast and hiding her breath, Horn has never seen this little girl's other skills, and he can't do anything to make a little girl of Daisy's age take the initiative to fight. So he could only make a look at little Arya to let her run first, but she stood there blankly as if she didn't hear him. In addition to delaying time for little Arya to escape, Horn also had other ideas when talking to the red-haired wizard. Horn hadn't realized before, but now, he suddenly found that he was still quite optimistic in a desperate situation. What he was thinking about now was a sentence that old Douglas had said. The villain died because of talking too much. He wanted to chat with this red-haired wizard for a while as much as possible, and delay it as much as possible. Maybe there would be a turning point. Anyway, he would die even if he didn't delay, so there was no loss in delaying, and it was always good to live longer. Haha, what you said is quite interesting, but aren't you too naive? The red-haired wizard didn't do it directly, but sat on a stone and looked down at Horn and the others. He seemed to be in the mood. Horn was happy. He was ready to start chatting. "First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Rowan, the immortal Rowan." The red-haired wizard sitting on the stone laughed wantonly, and that expression was the best mockery of Horn. Horn was stunned for a moment. If the one in front of him was Rowan, then who was the one he had knocked down before? He stared at the puppet in the red-haired wizard's hand, as if he understood something. After noticing Horn's gaze, the red-haired wizard grabbed a cursed cloth strip on the puppet and began to spin it. "Yes, you guessed it right. This little guy in my hand who was fighting with you just now, a cute puppet, but now you broke it. It will take me some time to repair it." Puppet? The wizard they fought so hard just now turned out to be just a puppet in the hands of the guy in front of them. Meredith and Sammy were a little bit unable to accept this result. They couldn't stand the fact that the full-strength battle just now was just another fight with a dead thing. But Horn had no doubts. If the Rowan he fought before was a puppet, everything could be explained. "Don't you think it's strange?" Rowan said to the four people with a smug smile. In his opinion, explaining everything that happened before to them, and seeing their shocked expressions was also a way for him to enjoy the fun of hunting. He was not worried about wasting time. The time spent chasing prey was long enough, so the time spent harvesting the fruits was not a big deal. Why is the attack method of a six-ring wizard so monotonous? Why does he not defend against your attacks at all, and even has no instinctive dodge? Even if his defense is strong, he should not have no instinctive reaction, right? Why is his reaction always a beat slower? It's all because he is just an insignificant puppet in my hand. The red-haired wizard stood on the stone and spoke loudly with excitement. At the same time, he peeked at everyone's expressions with the corner of his eyes. He felt very accomplished when he saw everyone's expressions of shock and sudden enlightenment. Horn had actually figured out everything when he heard him call himself Rowan, but he didn't say it. He wanted Rowan to say it himself, which would at least support him for some time, and he had already secretly held the magic crystal and was slowly recovering his magic power. Little Arya also opened her mouth in shock, and the two of them looked at each other with a mysterious tacit understanding. The only ones who were truly shocked were Meredith and Sammy. Do you know why someone released a powerful attack that killed someone when he was escaping before, but he didn't release that kind of attack until he was defeated by you? The attack was released by Rowan hiding in the dark. Horn also guessed it, but he didn't say it. Because it was released by me. What? How is it possible? The four of them showed shocked expressions at the same time. It was actually like this. Rowan was enjoying their shock, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, stretched out his index finger, and shot a stream of magic energy at Horn's arm hidden behind his back. Horn didn't have time to react before the magic crystal in his hand was knocked away, and then sucked into Rowan's hand. This time, Horn had no way to resist. Rowan held the last few magic crystals he had left, and Horn couldn't meditate in its ruins, so his magic power recovered very slowly. So you are still too naive. How could I let you recover your strength? Rowan took the magic crystal and looked at it carefully. Speaking of which, you, the wild witch, have a lot of strange things, such as this stone that can restore strength, and the chicken with the cat's head. You are the chicken. Your whole family is the chicken. Are you blind? Your Uncle Edward is obviously a meow owl. Edward, who had been pretending to be a good boy and hiding behind Horn, suddenly exploded, jumped in front of Horn, stretched out his wings and pointed at Rowan and cursed. Rowan flicked his finger and shot out a magic energy, and Edward's head was blown off in an instant, and blood and flesh were stained on Horn's face. Too noisy. I say you are a chicken, and you are a chicken. Rowan flicked his fingers and said calmly. No. Meredith looked at Edward's body with grief and anger. A large part of the reason why she chose to stay and help Horn was because of Edward, so she rushed towards Rowan with red eyes. Chapter 195. Horn knew that Edward would be reborn, but Meredith didn't. He hadn't even called her out when she rushed to Rowan, stretching out her sharp claws with both hands and scratching Rowan's neck at the same time. She had little strength left, but she still wanted to avenge Edward. If she just liked ordinary cats, then she loved Edward extremely. But this Rowan was different from the previous Rowan. Meredith was clearly on his side, but he didn't even turn his eyes and punched Meredith directly. A large amount of black gas rushed out and hit Meredith's abdomen directly, but it only made her spit blood, but did not corrode her. The same black gas in his hand also had different effects. Horn felt a sudden pain when he saw Meredith spitting blood and falling to the ground, and his murderous intention towards Rowan deepened. However, even if his murderous intention broke through the sky, he had only weak magic power now, and had no way to deal with Rowan. The wizard in front of him obviously had a means of exploring the surroundings similar to mental power, or even better than mental power, and combined with what little Arya said before that he was good at ultra-long distance tracking, his perception range should be very large. This was completely different from his previous impression of wizards. He had always thought that wizards' perception methods were very simple. In fact, more powerful wizards or priests had their own detection methods, just like the green insects all over the ground of the insect wizard alike. It was not that high-level priests and wizards, like low-level wizards and priests, only used their five senses to capture enemies. After knocking Meredith away, Rowan opened his 5 fingers and released 5 black air to her, binding her tightly and making her unable to move. Don't worry, young and beautiful spellcasters are my lord's favorite sacrifices, so you better stay there. I won't hurt you as long as you don't resist fiercely. Compared to the previous puppet, Rowan now has all the means of a normal 6-ring wizard. Under this all-round crushing, Horn has no way to break through. With Meredith as an excuse, Rowan was not interested in talking anymore. He put the magic crystal he got from Horn into the pocket of his robe and prepared to end today's hunt. First, he walked in front of little Arya, released black air to tie her up, and little Arya obediently let him tie her up. I can't tell what you are up to, little girl. Let my lord judge everything. Rowan said to little Arya calmly with his head down. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound of wind, and Sammy appeared behind Rowan and punched Rowan in the head. He had to fight for his life, but this was the only blow he could do. He was unwilling to die in such a cowardly way. In his opinion, Rowan was no longer a puppet, so he should not have such a high defense. This punch might be successful if he caught him by surprise. But he was still overthinking. Rowan didn't even turn his head. A black gas appeared out of thin air and covered the entire arm that Sammy attacked. The arm turned into ashes and dissipated little by little. The severe pain made Sammy fall to the ground and wailed continuously. He didn't even have the strength to tear the arm off. He could only endure this inhuman pain. Letting Sammy roll on the ground in pain, Rowan walked to Horn and released 5 black gas to tie him up. Horn used the remaining magic power to resist a little, but it didn't work. Rowan stood in front of Horn, with an evil smile on his handsome face. You are the most valuable sacrifice, so don't worry, I won't kill you. Let me ask you, do you want to be a wizard? If you are willing to serve my lord sincerely, with your strength, you will be stronger than me the moment you become a wizard. This scene is so similar to the situation when Alank asked Anne. Thinking of Anne's response, Horn smiled knowingly. Then he spitted at Rowan. He would rather die than become a lackey of the devil. However, the spit was stopped by the black air halfway into his mouth. I'm just asking, don't take it seriously. Anyway, whether you will become a wizard is not up to you or me, but depends on whether the Lord likes you. As long as he wanted, Horn's spit could not spit on his face. In fact, the insect wizard Alank could actually stop Annie's spit, but he was an old pervert. Sammy was still rolling and shouting on the ground. The high-intensity fighting spirit he trained to defeat the enemy made him more painful. Because he couldn't faint at all, he could only watch his arm disappear bit by bit. Because of the magic power, the pain was much more intense than the destruction of his arm itself. The degree of pain was indescribable. Rowan frowned and walked towards Sammy. Now he felt that Sammy was a little noisy. You are just a small side dish. Even if it is just a corpse, it is enough, so you should just die. His hand was wrapped in black air, and he was about to hit Rowan's head. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was little Arya. She was tied up, wasn't she? How did she break free? But Rowan's fist didn't stop. In his opinion, little Arya was just a rare sacrifice, rare but not precious. If she didn't resist, she would naturally be sacrificed to the demon god, but if she resisted, it seemed that there would be no loss to kill her directly. Little Arya's mouth bulged. A ball of light shone in her mouth, and the blood vessels on her cheeks were revealed. At that moment, the temperature around her seemed to rise a little. Rowan's fist paused in the air. He felt something terrible brewing in little Arya's mouth. But the dangerous feeling flashed away, and little Arya's cheeks had calmed down. So he swung his fist as usual. But his arm was tightly grasped by a calloused hand, and the strong fighting spirit held back his corrupt power, and could not hurt the owner of this hand at all. Arya, didn't I tell you to fight as much as possible? A gentle but slightly stern voice appeared in everyone's ears. Hearing this voice, Horn, who had been fighting the black air that bound him with his limited magic power, also relaxed. Little Arya even hugged the thigh of the person who came and bit his waist. Elia, you idiot, why did you come just now? I was almost beaten to death by this guy just now. Hey, it hurts. You should know how strong your bite force is. The castle in the center of this layer of ruins is a bit troublesome, so it took some time, and this guy can't kill you. But if you don't come, they will die. I don't want them to die. Little Arya's eyes were red, and tears as big as beans kept flowing down. This filled the heart of the visitor with anger. He was the dragon slayer Elijah. He glanced around and saw the miserable state of the people. His face became even gloomier. When he saw Horn, his face turned black. He had boasted to Horn that he would protect his safety. Looking at Horn's miserable appearance now, if he had come a little later, Horn would have died. Rowan's body was filled with black energy, and he broke free from Elijah's hand. He clapped his hands and said, Are you here to die too? 2 level 6 warriors together should be a good sacrifice. At this time, Elijah had already drawn the great sword behind him. The strange shape of the dark white great sword immediately attracted Rowan's attention. That's the dragon bone great sword. You are Elijah the dragon slayer. Rowan's face turned pale. Elijah's reputation had long spread to the area of several churches near the church of the god of the north wind. From the 7th level wizard to the 5th level wizard, he has killed countless wizards. Elijah waved his long sword in the air, and the huge wind pressure blew his hair. He said in a deep voice, Just now, were you going to hit Arya? Chapter 196. Ilya first swung his sword to cut off the slowly corroded arm of Sammy, who was wailing on the ground. As soon as the arm was cut off, Sammy's expression immediately relaxed. Compared with the previous torture that seemed to be cut into pieces, the pain of the broken hand was like being bitten by a mosquito, which was not painful at all. After Elijah arrived, Rowan's expression changed several times. Finally, he put on a friendly and good-natured look and said to Elijah, "I am really honored to meet the famous dragon slayer here. Since these people know you, I will give you a face and let them go. I don't think you want to fight me to the death in this ruins." In his opinion, there is no need for Ilya to conflict with him. He didn't kill any of these people. There are still many masters in this huge ruins. There is no need to fight him at the cost of being seriously injured. After all, no one can guarantee that there will be another battle next, so it is very necessary to maintain combat effectiveness. Rowan showed a spring breeze-like smile on his face, bowed to Ilya and prepared to leave. But before Rowan could leave, he rushed to the side as if he was angry, and a deep sword mark appeared where he had just stood. Ilya pointed at Rowan with a dragon bone sword in one hand and said coldly, "I didn't say you can leave, you should stay here today." He, stay here? You must be kidding. Ilya, are you declaring war on me?" The kind expression on Rowan's face disappeared, replaced by a neurotic smile. "It's really tiring to keep that smile. I have to endure it so hard to avoid conflict with you. In fact, I am really curious about how you, a small 6th level warrior, can hunt so many wizards." Elijah didn't say as much as him. He just held the big sword with both hands and stomped the ground with his feet. He stepped out a big pit on the hard ground and appeared in front of Rowan with a sonic boom. Slash with a sword. The ground here is very solid. Before, Sammy relied on the potion and Meredith's blessing to only step out a crack on the ground, but Elijah stepped out of the big pit in one step. The difference between the two was obvious. But Rowan was not to be outdone. Countless black air surged out of his body, and he turned into a small giant formed by black air. This is nothing compared to the petty behavior of the puppets formed by the cursed cloth before, which used black energy in small groups. Now, any attack he made was a large group of black energy as fast as a sharp arrow. Most of these black gases were easily dispersed by Ilya, and those that were not dispersed would instantly corrode a huge pit when they fell on the ground. If it was this Rowan who fought against Horn and the others, they would not have been able to hold out until Ilya arrived. But even so, Ilya was not at a disadvantage in the face of him. The black energy that seemed to be able to corrupt everything was all separated by Ilya, and each of his swords would throw out a very powerful sword energy. Rowan had to use a lot of black energy to offset each sword energy. What was even more fatal was that Rowan could not catch Ilya's figure at all. Ilya was too fast now, and he could not detect his aura at all. Rowan in the shadows gritted his teeth fiercely, and the cursed cloth puppet he had collected was instantly decomposed into countless cursed cloth strips. The cursed cloth strips flew out one by one, tightly wrapping around his body. If it weren't for the sparse red hair that was exposed, he would be exactly the same as the puppet Rowan before. After putting on the cursed cloth, Rowan's fighting style obviously changed. Before, he was mainly defensive, but now he was attacking with all his strength. Because these cursed cloth strips were the best defense, he was confident that any level 6 superhuman could not break his defense. But even so, Rowan was still suppressed by Ilya and had no chance to breathe. And Ilya did not change his fighting style. He kept his own rhythm, and did not panic because of Rowan's change. There was a fierce battle here, and the aftermath of the battle alone was much greater than when they dealt with the puppet Rowan before. The group watching the battle over there was very comfortable now. Little Arya sat next to Sammy, and took out some snacks to eat. Although Horn was tied up at the moment, he looked at Elijah with a smile, because he knew that he was safe from the moment Elijah arrived. Although Elijah had always claimed to be a level 6 warrior, Horn had never had an accurate definition of his strength. After all, every time he faced Elijah, he was completely crushed, and all of them were powerful enough that Horn could not resist. Even if he still couldn't beat Rowan, Horn felt that he could still deal with it a little. More importantly, he remembered that Elijah once said that if he tried his best, he could fight Roland, and Roland was a person who could defeat a 6th level wizard with one sword. So even if Elijah's words were boastful, he would not have the confidence to say such words if he did not have a strong enough trump card to support him. Of course, only Horn and little Arya watched the battle seriously. The Catwoman shaman Meredith sobbed quietly, with her back to Edward's body. She had a mysterious love for Edward the deformed cat. Sammy, whose arm had just been cut off, lay on the ground in a state of exhaustion, not caring about anything. The pain had already consumed a lot of his energy. Now just lying on the ground was a kind of enjoyment, and the large amount of blood loss in his arm made his consciousness almost blurred. Not long after, the battle situation changed. Under Elijah's steady attack, the situation was now clear. Elijah still attacked without blushing, and although Rowan was wrapped very tightly by the cursed cloth and his expression could not be seen, the black air around him was almost gone. Once the black energy was exhausted, the only attack he had left was pure magic attack, but that kind of attack was a joke to Elijah. Finally, Rowan could no longer release black energy attacks, and he was now a pure mummy of cursed cloth strips. He also had no hope of defeating Elijah, so he turned around and started to run away, shouting as he ran, "Elijah, you'd better save some energy. My cursed equipment is the best defense. You're a level 6 warrior, and you can't hurt me even if you hit me." Sure enough, after he gave up defense, Ilya's consecutive sword energy only made him retreat repeatedly, but he did not suffer any damage. Facing his shouting, Ilya did not react at all. Facing this level of battle, he was always serious. He had fought with Horn in a playful manner before, so he was in the mood to joke. But now, he was fighting with the mentality of killing the enemy, so he would not smile. "Can't the attack of the 6th level warrior hurt you? Then I will use my strength above level 6 to completely defeat you." He suddenly blocked in front of Luo-1, and the dragon bone sword in his hand emitted a light red glow. This is dragon martial arts. Sword slashing. There is no earth-shattering sword energy, nor is there a shocking spirit, just a plain sword slashing down. Afterwards, broken cursed cloth strips flew all over the sky. Chapter 197. Compared to Elijah's previous sword moves, this sword had no highlights at all, and only left a light red mark in the air where the dragon bone giant sword passed. But this seemingly ordinary sword broke through Rowan's defense that was absolutely impossible for a level 6 warrior to break through. This was incomparable to the previous sword energy that had caused great damage to the surroundings. The cursed cloth strips that Horn and others had only cracked with the energy flow, and countless level 5 lightning and fireballs were now cut off together with Rowan. The broken cursed cloth was scattered all over the ground, and the dense cursed words on it quickly disappeared into the air. This cursed instrument, which had been around for who knows how long, now lost all its power and completely turned into rags. They were not as good as the rags that Horn had wrapped around his head at the beginning. At least those rags were long and not very smelly. Rowan's body, which was cut into 2 pieces, was still twitching constantly, and smelly blood flowed out of the broken parts of his limbs. Because of the long-term invasion of magic energy, the flesh and blood of ordinary wizards have undergone different degrees of changes, and almost no 2 wizards have exactly the same flesh and blood. Even a wizard like Rowan, who looks very normal, has enough toxins in his flesh and blood to kill any ordinary creature. Although Rowan was cut in half, he is not dead yet. The vitality of a wizard is very strong. If Rowan is left alone, he will be revived in a short time. But it is obvious that Elijah, who regards hunting wizards as his main job, will not make such a low-level mistake. Impossible, the attack just now is definitely not the level that a 6th level warrior should achieve, even if it is a 7th level. Rowan didn't finish his words, because Elijah's dragon bone sword had already pierced his head. Elijah didn't have the habit of talking nonsense to the defeated wizard. He let go of the dragon bone sword, took out a golden crystal from his bag, and placed it on Rowan's forehead. An invisible and intangible thing flowed from Rowan's body into Elijah's crystal, and the crystal turned from gold to black. That was Rowan's soul. This crystal is called a soul-sucking crystal. Every bounty hunter who has the ability to kill a wizard will have one. If you put the soul-sucking crystal on a newly dead body, the soul of the body will enter the soul-sucking crystal. This crystal is the only evidence that the church believes you have killed a wizard. The church will not recognize the head, so although the soul-sucking crystal is not cheap, bounty hunters still have it on hand. It is said that at the beginning, merits were also confirmed by the head, but it was only popular for a short time before it was replaced by expensive soul-sucking crystals. Not to mention that many wizards live in remote places, it is a big problem to bring the head to the church. The head of a high-level wizard is not easy to rot without special circumstances, but the head of a low-level wizard is not easy to deal with. When the inspection was carried out, the box was opened, and a box of maggots was found. It was disgusting. This was not the point. The point was that the head alone could not confirm the identity. The true identity of many wizards was unknown. You could not just take a head and say it was this wizard. Also, for some wizards, it was too easy to forge their own head. In the early days of the church bounty, the same wizard would often receive multiple heads, and some wizards even forged their own heads to exchange for funds for operations. Each wizard has only one soul, so now the church only recognizes soul crystals. After the soul crystal absorbed Rowan's soul, the black air chains on everyone disappeared. The moment the black air on Horn disappeared, Horn lay on his back, and couldn't stop laughing. How could he not laugh after escaping from a desperate situation where he was sure to die? He laughed, and slapped the ground with his fists, and kept muttering, "Villains die because they talk too much. Villains die because they talk too much. Ha ha, the teacher really didn't lie to me." Meredith, who was feeling sad, turned around and glared at Horn, with tears in her eyes, and a fierce expression. "Edward is dead. What are you laughing at? If Horn laughs again, she will scratch him until his face is bloody." Just as her claws were exposed, Edward, whose head had been beaten off, and whose body had become cold and hard, suddenly trembled with his claws pointing up to the sky, and then sat up all of a sudden. "Where's that grandson? He is the chicken. Doesn't he know that you should not hit someone in the face when you hit him?" Edward stood up with full energy, looked around, and then trotted to Rowan's body and pooped on his face. In fact, he could choose to revive at any time before, but at that time, even if he revived, he would be killed by Rowan directly, and he might be severely tortured because of his immortality. In that case, it would be better to lie dead on the ground. Speaking of which, he now misses the time before he signed the contract with Horn. At that time, he was not a 6th level wizard. Even if he was a 9th level wizard, what would it matter? Even a 9th level wizard can go crazy with this shit-changing technique. Meredith, who was about to tickle Horn, suddenly burst into laughter. Edward was so cute to her. Of course, this was just her illusion. Even when Edward was pooping, she thought he was handsome. At this time, Horn had stopped smiling. He almost fainted, and a feeling of weakness came over him. Edward's resurrection did not come out of thin air, but to extract energy from Horn. Although the resurrection of the symbiote did not consume Horn's lifespan due to the special life form, it still needed to extract some energy from Horn's body. Horn was already at the end of his strength. When Edward resurrected and sucked the energy from his body, he almost fainted. The weak Horn decided to teach Edward a lesson after returning to the magic house, and not let him continue to speak without restraint. Horn would not feel bad if he died, but it would be very painful. Elijah took out another metal bottle from his bag, first applied some to the broken part of Sammy's arm, and the place corroded by the black gas, and then threw it into Horn's hand. "This is the holy water of the God of Light. It will be of some use to your injuries. Also, save it, and give it to me after you use it up. This stuff is not cheap." Horn knew that he was holding holy water. After all, he had washed his face with holy water at Elijah's feet. But he was more curious about what was in Elijah's backpack. He could always take out useful things from there. Oh, and there was also little Arya's backpack. Why did her backpack have so many snacks? Applying holy water to both hands produced a cool feeling. The black air not only corrupted Horn's robe, but also damaged his arms to a great extent. And his legs. Using the Thunder Walk spell many times had made his thighs red and swollen. How could this small bottle of holy water be enough? He would have to get a whole tank and take a bath to heal Horn's pain. Horn thought irrationally. Chapter 198. Speaking of which, Horn missed Ian very much now. If he were here, a few small spells would have cured them all. Why would there be so much trouble? Although it was not long since he left the magic house, Horn already missed them a little. Horn was applying holy water, and Ilya came over and sat down next to him. "I'm sorry that I came late this time." He promised Horn to protect his safety, but seeing Horn's miserable appearance now meant that he obviously did not protect him well, which made him feel a little guilty. But Horn had no idea. Although he was bewitched by Elijah, he was the one who chose to enter the ruins, so he had nothing to complain about. "You don't need to say such things. If it weren't for you, I would have been sacrificed to the devil behind the wizard. Elijah came and saved him, and that was enough. Yeah, you came too late, and caused me to be slapped in the face by that guy." At this moment, an untimely voice appeared between the two of them, and Edward ran to Horn's knees and shouted at Elijah. "What's up with this chicken with a cat's head and that can talk?" He pointed at Edward with his mouth wide open, looking as if his worldview had been shocked. "You are a chicken, and your whole family is chickens." Edward looked furious, pointing at Elijah and cursing. Why do these guys say he is a chicken? Are chickens as cute as him? If he was really a chicken, Meredith would have scratched him to death by now. Elijah touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't know how to deal with such a creature. "Elijah, this chicken will come back to life after it dies. It's amazing." Little Arya came over with snacks in her arms and said, "I'm not a chicken, I'm an owl." Edward weakly defended himself. "Is that so?" Elijah scratched his chin and laughed sinisterly twice, then waved his hand to leave an afterimage. When he returned to normal, Edward was tied to a stick, and a small fire appeared on the ground. God knows how they got the wood in such an environment. Hey Horn, this is the symbiote, right? I tell you, this kind of pet that never dies is very useful. For example, when you are in a desperate situation or very hungry, you can roast this guy and eat him first, and then revive him, so that you won't starve to death. He had an evil smile on his face, and little Arya was also eager to try it. It seemed that they really wanted to taste it. Ilya was not a saint who would not fight back or talk back. Since he had scolded him, he had to be prepared for his revenge. Meredith covered her mouth and laughed. Edward looked cute when tied up like this. Horn wanted to say that he would extract energy from his body every time he was resurrected, but there was no need for him to be serious. Although Elijah had already put Edward on the fire, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was joking. He just wanted to take a small revenge on Edward, otherwise Meredith would have jumped on Elijah and tickled him. Besides, Horn felt quite happy when he saw Edward being tied to the rack and roasted. He had been with this guy for less than a day, but he was already annoyed with him. It would be great if someone could treat this meow owl. The farce ended with Edward's surrender. After a short rest, everyone finally decided to go to the third floor. Originally, Sammy wanted to find a safe place on the second floor to put him down. Now he didn't have much strength and didn't want to be a burden to everyone. He just wanted to find a safe place to stay and wait for the end of this ruins exploration. He could say that, but Horn couldn't do it. He had a hunch that something big would happen on the second floor. Even though he was at the edge of the second floor, he still felt creepy when he looked at the black stone castle in the middle. And who could guarantee that the people who stayed inside would come out after the exploration of the ruins was completed? What if he stayed in that safe place forever? There was a sense of friendship between them. If Sammy hadn't led him to the energy flow when dealing with Rowan's puppet, they would have failed long ago. So Horn couldn't do such a thing as abandoning Sammy. After all, things were not to the point where he had to give up fighting to get safe. Before leaving, Horn searched Rowan's body and took back the magic crystal that was taken from him. Horn actually didn't get anything from Rowan. Rowan had nothing but a few gold coins. The rest were strange curse instruments, which Horn had no use for, so he burned them. However, Horn still took away a curse instrument that looked like a little man. Although he probably couldn't use it, it was still good for research. With the magic crystal in hand, Horn was confident again, so he could quickly recover his magic power. In this broken place, Horn couldn't even meditate. Now Horn was a little disgusted with this relic. He just wanted to improve his skills quickly and take Daisy back to the magic house. This dangerous way of obtaining resources was indeed not suitable for a cultured person like him. He was good at hiding in the laboratory and developing the power of magicians little by little and then pushing forward. This way of struggling for life to obtain resources should be left to future magicians. Even if he stayed at home, Uncle Horn could make magicians stronger and stronger. Horn suddenly spat a few times. After spending so much time with Edward, he actually started to call himself the Master, which was not a good sign. In this way, the team with only Elijah and Arya, who had no losses, walked to the third floor of the ruins. Because there were many old, weak and disabled people in the team, they walked for a long time. There were no murals in the tower leading to the third floor, so they stepped directly onto the stairs to the third floor. Because they were worried that they would be teleported to different doors after going up, they used a rope to connect everyone when they walked up. By the way, the rope was also taken out of Ilya's backpack. I really don't know what's in his backpack. When walking up the stairs, Horn discovered the difference of the third floor. The negative energy in the air became lower, and the air became fresher as he walked up. The magical energy that everyone could feel disappeared, and was replaced by a very gentle energy. This energy felt very familiar to Horn. He often felt it when he was in Leon City before. This is divine power. Chapter 199. After feeling the breath of divine power, Horn knew that the third layer was probably a space dominated by divine power. Horn had already figured out what this relic looked like. This relic probably only had 3 layers, and when the exploration of the third layer was over, it would be time for them to leave. The news that attracted the 3 forces was actually not wrong, and this relic did have something they must get. The first layer was the ruins of the ancient human empire, and what Acuin wanted should be there. The environment of the second floor is close to the space where demons live. The reason why Horn felt that the Blackstone Castle was a little creepy was probably because there was something in it that could make demons descend on Ceylon, or the demons were reviving. As for the space where the third floor is located, it should be similar to the space of the Kingdom of Gods. Although it may not be comparable to the Kingdom of God in size, it is somewhat similar. This can explain why the 3 forces received different news, and were all convinced that the news they received was true. But this creates a new problem. This kind of environment cannot be formed naturally, and it is unlikely that any force would be bored enough to build such a building for viewing. Then this can only be a conspiracy with an ulterior motive. But what is the conspiracy? Horn couldn't figure it out, and even if he figured it out, he would be powerless to change anything. He was just a small fourth-ring magician, and the ones who could really control the situation here were Roland and the high-level priests and wizards. All he could do was to protect himself as much as possible. After going through so many things, Horn almost forgot his original purpose. He came to this ruins to find traces left by old Douglas, but unfortunately, he did not explore all of the first and second floors. Maybe he had missed something. After thinking about it, everyone had walked out of the second floor and headed for the stairs to the third floor. The third floor was very bright, and the brightness exceeded the outside at noon when the sun was the most abundant. Everything here was warm in color, and it seemed a bit dazzling under such abundant light. The air was filled with the breath of divine power, and the overall atmosphere gave people a solemn feeling. But even in this atmosphere, Horn still sensed the hidden energy breath similar to magic energy. The third floor was like a small town. Compared with the maze-like buildings on the first floor, which seemed endless, there were much fewer buildings on the second floor, and the boundary could be seen at a glance. Like the second floor, there was also energy flow in the sky here, and there might be energy flow on the first floor, but it was blocked by the buildings. The center of the town is also a huge castle, but this castle is made of white stone, and now it seems to be in tatters and about to collapse. Huge energy fluctuations are heard from time to time, and fierce battles are taking place there. Because Horn and his team have spent a lot of time on the lower level, they are now fighting for the most precious things in the ruins on the third level. The center of the battlefield is obviously not a place for Horn and his team, who have lost their fighting power, to participate, so Ilya found a building that looks relatively safe and placed the group in it. Then he rushed to the center of the battlefield. He could have shirked his duties before, but not now. This was his mission after all. In fact, Horn's magic power had almost recovered, but the magic crystals had all been scrapped. His magic power was getting less and less as he used it, so even if Ilya said he would guarantee his safety, he would not interfere with the center's affairs. It is important for people to know their own limitations. Going to the battlefield with Horn's strength would only cause trouble. In the battle of a master like Roland, the aftermath of any battle could make Horn, who was in full condition, fall to the ground, so it was enough for Horn to explore the edge of the third floor of the ruins. As for the center, he did not expect it. So Elijah took little Arya away, leaving only Horn, Meredith, and the exhausted Sammy in a small building. Although he couldn't get the good things in the center of the ruins, he might still get something even in the periphery. After resting in the house for a while, Horn began to explore. Although he said he was exploring, he didn't walk far. After all, the third floor of the ruins was not very big. If he walked too far, he might be involved in the battle in the center. The most important thing was that he was still a little worried about Sammy. Although Sammy said that he could just leave him alone, Horn still wanted to take care of him as much as possible. The third floor looked very grand, but there were not as many good things as the first floor. Horn searched several houses, but found nothing worth taking away. It was as if someone had looted this place before. The third floor was so small and Horn and his men were almost the last to come. It would be strange if they could leave any good things. Maybe there was nothing left at the edge, so everyone went to the central area to fight. Suddenly, Horn's thunder eyes seemed to have discovered something. Under a collapsed house, there was a strange corpse. In the thunder eye, part of the corpse seemed to have seeped into the ground. After removing all the obstructions with the mage's hand, Horn took a breath of cold air when he saw the scene in front of him. This was the corpse of a priest. The silver-white robe on his body should be the clothing of the chief priest, so he was at least a priest of level 5. What shocked Horn was of course not his identity. It was normal for anyone to die in this place, but that only a shallow layer of his corpse was left on the ground, and the rest had all seeped into an unknown place underground. And he continued to disappear, as if the ground was eating his body. Thinking of the body he saw on the first floor, no matter how stupid Horn was, he would not think that the special injury was caused by a special attack method. The grievance he felt when burning the body was the emotion emitted by some existence in the ruins because its food was robbed. Why did Horn find many traces of battles along the way, but only saw a few bodies? That's because as long as there is no one around the body, it will be swallowed by an unknown existence. In the end, even weapons and clothes will disappear. When Horn discovered the absorbed corpse before, the unknown existence would stop absorbing and cover it up, but now it absorbs it openly in front of Horn. This shows that the thing behind it has already accomplished its mission, and does not need to be covered up anymore. Everyone who comes here is the nourishment of the thing behind it, and this is the purpose of the thing recruiting such a strong person to come here. Chapter 200. Under Horn's gaze, the bishop's body was completely absorbed, leaving only a pair of white silk gloves on the ground. I don't know whether the gloves couldn't be absorbed by the thing, or it just didn't bother to absorb them. Horn curiously picked up the gloves with his magician's hand, and then washed them several times with water flow before taking them in his hands to look at them. Although the hidden thing was absorbed cleanly enough, Horn still didn't want to pick up the gloves that were covered with bright red mince meat without washing them. Who knows if there is any meat left in the gloves? The material of the gloves was very strange, and Horn could not figure out the purpose of the gloves for a while. After a simple observation, Horn found that the gloves were almost weightless, and even if they were worn on the hands, they did not affect the movement at all, and were very comfortable. Even if they did not have any special abilities, they were worth collecting. Just as Horn was preparing for further research, the hair on his body stood up all of a sudden, and an incomparable terror struck Horn's heart. Because the extremely powerful magic energy was transmitted from the ground, this magic energy was fundamentally different from the magic energy of any wizard he had felt before. It was a hysterical feeling of chaotic evil, and it was pure and unimaginable. It was not just a matter of quality, but also a completely different quantity. Compared with this breath, Rowan was like the difference between a small drop of water and a lake. It was as if that was the breath of a real demon. Horn suddenly understood what the absorbed flesh and blood were used for. It was a sacrifice to summon demons. Roland kept panting. The opponent in front of him was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. Although he was still a little worse than he was now, he was just a high-ranking member of a cult, not the Pope of the Church. He knew that there were at least hundreds of such churches outside the forsaken land of God, but this did not dampen his fighting spirit. Ever since he picked up the sword of the king, everyone in the family told him that he would be a king in the future. And the king is not afraid of any challenge. But the problem now is that his fighting spirit is still strong, but his body is a little bit weak. He is only a level 7 warrior. Although he can compete with the priest, who is already at the top of level 9, with the sword of the king, he may even have a slight advantage. But there is more than one master of this level in the Church of the God of Space. The skinny old priest is also a master of this level. The old man behind him, Mr. Vernon, the elder of the Acuin family from the side branch, is also a 9th level warrior, but he is obviously no match for the old priest. Their power is very strange, and they will suffer great damage if they are not careful. As time goes by, the balance of victory will inevitably shift to the priest. Roland wants to retreat now, but he is a little unwilling. He is about to get the thing in his hand, and these damn priests suddenly appear. The aftermath of the battle between the 4 level 9 masters has left the castle in ruins. All their subordinates have retreated. In a battle of this level, low-level extraordinary people are just a burden. The result of the battle between the 4 of them will determine the ownership of the most precious things in this relic, as well as the life and death of the loser. On a delicately shaped high platform in the center of the castle that is on the verge of collapse, a stone ball, made of broken stones the size of a millstone, floats on it. A faint blue light is revealed from the cracks in the stone, and around the stone ball, the space is abnormally distorted. The things inside seem to have the power to distort space. This is the most precious thing in the ruins, the object of competition between Roland and the priests. There is a strong force around this stone ball. It will take a lot of time for either party to take it away. The best way is to kill the opponent first, and then take it away slowly. Just when they were fighting fiercely, an extremely evil breath came from the ground. It was the breath of the devil. The battle between the two sides stopped at once, and stopped in tacit understanding. Because the breath coming from underground is a threat to everyone. If they continue to fight, their final fate will be to be swallowed by the thing below. Then, there is a long truce, because the thing below can come up at any time. The maintenance of this truce is completely based on the self-discipline of both sides. As long as one person moves, they will start fighting instantly. But no one is stupid enough to start a war at this time. They are all taking this opportunity to recover their strength. No one will continue to fight for life and death when they sense the breath of the devil is just around the corner. Demons are the enemy of mankind. In the tense waiting, the breath of demons became stronger and stronger. The sound of footsteps came from the central passage, and the long-awaited demon finally showed his figure. The moment he showed his head, countless powerful attacks hit him. Everyone knew that this was the best time to attack the upcoming demon. There was a silver light in these attacks that was enough to break anything. There was a trace of real space power in that light, which was completely different from the divine power attack of low-level priests. This was the power of the silver-faced man and the skinny old priest. There were also countless golden or colorless sharp sword chi, each of which could kill a normal 6th level wizard and priest. This was the attack of Roland and Vernon. The powerful attack directly caused the passage to collapse, and the ground sank more than 10 meters. The crisscrossing sword marks were all over the ground. Dust filled the entire space. There was a sound of something falling to the ground in the dust. But no one was naive enough to think that the thing that fell was the demon. After all, the breath of magic power became more and more intense and violent. Roland frowned and swept his sword again, not to kill the demon, but to clear the dust. After one sword strike, the dust cleared, and everyone finally saw what had come to the 3rd floor. It was a 3-meter-tall, muscular creature with a red body and black barbs all over its body. On his head were twisted and growing several goat-like horns. His eyes were red and revealed a crazy aura. His mouth was full of densely packed sharp teeth. His body was muscular, and there was a thick tail behind him. This body fits the image of a demon in everyone's impression, and judging from the materialized magic power that kept twisting on his body, he was a real demon. He was holding a head in his hand, and on the ground was a half-broken body that had been hit by various attacks. The sound of the body falling to the ground should have come from the body. The silver-faced man was very familiar with the head, with confusion and resentment in his eyes. It was the head of the leader of the wizards, who came to explore the ruins this time, the 9th-level wizard Hangman. Chapter 201. Just before, when the silver-faced man and Roland were fighting fiercely, they were still worried that when both sides were defeated, those damn wizards would come out to attack. You know, wizards can do anything despicable. Although if it were him, he would probably choose to watch the battle, and then launch a sneak attack. Isn't it common sense that our sneak attack is called a tactic, and the enemy's sneak attack is called despicable? But now the silver-faced man doesn't have to worry about the hangman sitting aside and reaping the benefits, because the hangman is already dead. The remaining 2 or 3 low-level wizards, who may exist, are no threat to him at all. The hangman could not figure out until his death why he summoned the demon and the first demon to attack him. In his knowledge, demons are cruel but intelligent, although they will not use this intelligence for the right purpose. But at least they still need subordinates, so in his opinion, this demon summoning operation is very safe, and he was even crazy with joy when he found that the summoning was successful. After all, no matter how he thought, the first demon to descend on Ceylon would need lackeys. The hangman really likes to be a lackey. As long as he kowtows for a few days, he can fool a demon who came to Ceylon alone. At that time, he can rely on this demon to reach the peak of his life. But what he didn't expect was that he was attacked without even having the chance to show his loyalty. He was killed in a hurry without even resisting. In fact, the hangman was right. The demon god who gave him power was indeed wise, and would not kill his slaves casually. But the demons that wizards have come into contact with are actually high-level demons, and few wizards know what low-level demons are like. Demons that have the ability to deliver power across worlds will not be summoned to Ceylon so easily. Although they used to come and go freely, the current high-level demons in Ceylon cannot come in even if someone summons them. So what he summoned was just a low-level demon without wisdom below the high-level demons. This kind of demon only has the idea of killing, and even in the Abyss, it is a similar existence to Warcraft. Unfortunately, the hangman does not know. After killing the hangman, the demon used his great strength to kill all the creatures he could find on the 2nd floor, and only went to the 3rd floor after making sure there were no survivors. The reason why he kept holding the body of the hangman was because his body was extremely hard and contained powerful energy. It was very chewy, and was a good food for him, and it could also be used as a shield at a critical moment. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, he encountered an extremely fierce attack. If he hadn't been holding the body of the hangman, he would have been seriously injured. Seeing so many flesh and blood creatures, the demon couldn't help but lick his lips with his long purple-black tongue. His simple mind couldn't figure out why he suddenly came to this beautiful place from the abyss where there was no grass. All he could understand was that there were so many weak creatures waiting for him to harvest. The desire to attack the weak creatures was completely unbearable. The demon kicked his feet and appeared in front of the silver-faced man in an instant. The speed was so fast that it left a long trail of traces in the air, and there was also a harsh sonic boom. The silver-faced man was so frightened that he almost screamed. "There are so many people here. Why did you hit me first?" Frightened, he immediately summoned the divine power in his body and released a 9th-level divine spell, and the huge energy spread throughout the entire 3rd floor. After the dazzling light disappeared, the ground around the silver-faced man seemed to have been plowed, and a gully more than 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long appeared in front of him. At the end of the gully, the demon lay on his back on the ground. His chest was bloody. The demon stood up by supporting himself on the ground, and raised his head and roared furiously, and the sound spread throughout the entire third floor. All those who heard the sound could not help but shiver. The demon's blood, which was more corrosive than sulfuric acid, flowed to the ground, corroding the ground into deep small pits. The expression under the silver-faced man's mask was very strange. He suddenly felt that this demon didn't seem to be very strong. Although it was amazing that he could still jump around after being hit by his full-strength attack, it was at most stronger than him, and not as strong as the gods he imagined. That is to say, although this is a demon, it is not as powerful as those demon gods. Although it is still stronger than him, the 4 people present may not be able to beat him together. As long as he has not reached the realm of gods, he is still at the peak of level 9, and is not invincible. What the silver-faced man can find, Roland and others can naturally find. So they are very tacit, and countless powerful attacks are launched at this demon. The demon is not to be outdone, and roars wildly and fights with the 4 people. Suddenly, the earth and mountains collapsed, and the aftermath of the battle affected the entire third floor, and the ground was shaking slightly. Horn, who was exploring the edge of the third floor, returned to Meredith and Sammy early. He didn't dare to continue exploring. He watched with his own eyes, as a sword energy flew from the center of the battlefield and flew past his body less than 2 meters away, cutting a building behind him in half. He didn't even have time to react. This is the battle between top powerhouses, and I will be able to stand on such a battlefield one day. No, I will be stronger than them. After clenching his fist and swearing secretly, Horn went to take refuge in disgrace. After the real battle, Roland found that it was not necessarily possible for the 4 9th-level masters to defeat this demon. Except for its low IQ, this demon was stronger than them in other aspects. Although its attack method was single, its attack power was extremely strong, and its speed was much faster than theirs. It also had thick skin, and could not be easily broken. More importantly, this demon has excellent fighting instincts. He will never be hit by any attack that is truly threatening to him, and his attacks are aimed at everyone's weak points. However, even so, this demon still had one arm cut off by Roland, because he had no idea how sharp the king's sword was, and he directly blocked the sword with his arm, and then it was cut off directly. However, this also caused Roland to be chased and beaten by this demon, and now his face is covered with blood. No one noticed that Roland's blood that fell on the ground was also quietly absorbed by the ground. The silver-faced man was somewhat glad that he had asked all the priests to stay away from the central area. Otherwise, judging from the attack mode of this demon, he would probably attack the low-level priests first. Among the priests who came to this ruin, no one except him, and the skinny old priest could block the attack of this demon. There were several geniuses in his team this time, and he brought them here for training, especially a level 4 young priest, whose defensive magic practice was really amazing. When he asked everyone to retreat just now, he seemed not to see him, and he didn't know where he went. Chapter 202. The silver-faced man was thinking wildly, but his hands did not stop moving at all. He did not dare to relax even a little. After all, the biggest enemy now was the devil, and the devil would not let any of them go. He was the strongest among them except Roland, and he was full of envy and jealousy towards Roland. A small level 7 warrior actually had a strength that was 1 level stronger than him with just a sword, and judging from the appearance, many of the sword's abilities had not yet been developed. I really don't know how powerful this kid will be when he reaches level 9. At the same time, he was full of curiosity about the sword. He had heard of the name of the king's sword, but this was the first time he had actually seen it. In fact, it was because the demon chased Roland and beat him that he had the opportunity to think wildly. The silver-faced man knew that when Roland couldn't stop it, they would have no chance to defeat the demon. Although this demon was very powerful, it was still not the strongest creature under the gods. Whether it was the ancient dragons hidden in Dragon Island or the popes of the major churches, these guys all had more powerful strength than this demon. Unfortunately, none of those guys were here. With the strength of everyone present, there was actually no hope of defeating this demon. Although they were both at level 9, the difference in strength between the individuals was so great that they could not catch up. Even if they were lucky and really defeated this demon, they would not have a chance to get the thing containing the power of space and the mysterious stone ball with their wounds. After thousands of years, the stone ball had been soaked in the energy of the thing in the middle and solidified on it. Without peeling off the stones on the stone ball, it is impossible to take the thing away. Every time a stone is taken off, a lot of strength is consumed. A huge shock wave will be generated at the moment of taking it off. Even masters of their level cannot peel off the stones continuously. So if you want to take this thing away, you have to spend a long time peeling the stones, and Roland and others will not be happy to watch them peel off the stones and take away the things inside. So now there is only one way to complete the task and take the things in the stone ball, and defeat the demon at the same time. The silver-faced man had no choice. He winked at the old priest, who immediately understood his meaning and left the battle group to guard the silver-faced man. Then the silver-faced man closed his eyes, put his hands together, and knelt on the ground. He prayed while chanting mysterious scriptures, and a faint fluorescence enveloped his whole body. Power fluctuations, with a sacred aura emanated from his body. This power penetrated the energy flow in the sky, and seemed to penetrate the space, reaching a realm that mortals could not reach. He was asking the gods to descend upon him. This was the divine descent. The divine descent was a superstandard divine art that could only be performed by priests above level 9, allowing the will of the gods to descend upon him for a short period of time. In that short period of time, he could use power that was almost as powerful as that of the gods when his body was occupied by the gods. Except for the Pope, all other level 9 priests had to perform the divine descent to allow the gods to descend. Although this process was not long, it was rarely performed successfully on the battlefield. Because everyone knows that once the divine descent is successfully performed, the victory will belong to the opponent, so the 9th level priest who performs the divine descent will generally become the primary target of attack. The priest who performs the divine descent is completely defenseless, and the divine descent will fail as long as he is disturbed. Unfortunately, the demons do not know about this divine spell that almost all masters in Ceylon know. Roland and Vernon have only heard of it, but have not seen it with their own eyes. The demon also found something wrong, but simply attacked twice. After discovering that the old priest was desperately protecting the silver-faced man, the demon continued to attack Roland. Because the demon instinctively felt that Roland was the most dangerous one, and the sword in his hand was too dangerous, so he wanted to get rid of Roland first. Roland, who was targeted by the demon, was struggling to hold on. As the silver-faced man and the skinny old priest withdrew from the battle group, the pressure on him and Vernon suddenly increased. Now he found that if the silver-faced man and his men did not join the battle group, he would not be able to hold on. But he did not run to the silver-faced man to divert the trouble, because he saw that the silver-faced man seemed to be accumulating some big moves, so if he held on a little longer, he might be able to defeat the demon. Now the demon's severed hand has grown back halfway. The demon's self-healing ability is really amazing. Creatures with strong self-healing ability are not uncommon in Ceylon, just like there is a kind of gray slime in the tidal mist swamp, which can survive even if it is cut into 2 individuals as long as it is in the water. And it only takes 1 day for the 2 individuals to grow to the same size as the original body. However, this level of self-healing is limited to low-level creatures, and many creatures with strong self-healing ability will have their self-healing ability reduced after becoming stronger. Although the self-healing ability still exists, it is definitely not as exaggerated as this demon. Because every piece of flesh and blood of a strong person contains a lot of energy, if you want to recover, you can only go through a long recovery period. If you grow it quickly, it will only be a fake limb that will break at the touch. But this demon is obviously not like this. The limbs he just grew are as strong as the original limbs. This is not reasonable at all. Just as Roland was shocked by the demon's powerful self-healing ability, the breath of the silver-faced man over there became more and more weird. The silver-faced man's breath became weaker and weaker. When his breath dropped to the lowest point, a thick silver light column enveloped him. This energy column composed of silver divine power broke the energy flow in the sky. The impact of the energy flow and the light column made the energy of the entire ruins in a state of agitation. Of course, few people except Horn noticed the change in energy in the air. Due to the huge impact of divine power and the intervention of divine power will, performing the divine descent spell will cause irreversible damage to his body, but no priest cares about this. Every time they perform the god's descent, it is a glorious arrival for them, because at this time, they can intuitively feel that the gods are by his side. Now the consciousness of the silver-faced man is hidden inside his body, and now the god of space controls this body. The breath of the gods spread throughout the 3rd floor, and the fear brought by the demon was dispelled at once, replaced by a sense of humility caused by a completely different level of life. If the animals around the 3rd floor are compared to little white rabbits with their legs tied, then the demon gives people the feeling of a tiger. Although the gap is so big that it makes people despair, at least they are still animals. But when the gods come to the gods, they directly turn into a giant dragon. The existence of the gods themselves makes everyone want to kneel down to express their submission. Chapter 203. Roland was also deeply shocked by the existence of the gods. He was knocked away by the demon and crashed through several buildings. The demon that knocked Roland away did not pursue the victory, but stared blankly at the silver-faced man possessed by the gods. Even if it was a demon, it would not dare to pounce directly on the silver-faced man, because he vaguely felt that if he attacked now, he would die. He had just arrived in this world with many weak creatures, so he didn't want to die so easily. Roland walked out of the gravel with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that the big move that the priest had prepared to deal with the devil would become a greater threat. The silver-faced man possessed by the gods stood in the huge silver light column. The strong sense of oppression made all the people from the Forsaken Land feel an indescribable sense of oppression. And vaguely, everyone had the idea of kneeling in the direction of the silver light column. Although it was just a thought, it also showed the unpredictable power of the gods. After all, this was the first time that the people of the Forsaken Land experienced the existence of the gods in person. While everyone was in awe of the god of space, Horn was very relaxed. The god of space only made people want to kneel down, but the impulse that Niall had was more than just an idea. At that time, every cell in his body was submitting to him, and his mental power, and the magic power in his body were all resisting Horn's will. If Horn had not laid on the ground in time, he would not have been able to hold on. Just insisting on not kneeling caused Horn to be seriously injured, and Horn had a feeling that Niall did not specifically target him at that time. Compared to Niall, the two Salon gods Horn had felt were more like a weakened version of him, or a poor imitation, because even Enoch could easily do the thought of kneeling, but it was not as easy as this god, and the range was not so large. Edward was also frightened and hid in Meredith's arms and trembled. But even though he was trembling with fear, he was still thinking about the glory before the contract was signed. At that time, he was not afraid of anything. At most, he had no way to deal with these gods, but those gods had a hard time dealing with him. After becoming Horn's follower, I was really restricted in every way. The silver-faced man who had been possessed by the gods did not look at the demons and Roland and others, but walked towards the stone with blue light, took it in his hand, and began to peel off the outer stone. Every time a piece of stone was peeled off, a huge shock wave was generated. The demons and 3 level 9 masters not far from the stone ball could not help but want to retreat. Even the people far away at the edge of the 3rd floor could feel a slight fluctuation, but the silver-faced man at the center of the impact was unharmed. After peeling off a few stones, he seemed to think that it was a waste of time to remove them one by one, so a burst of silver light came out from his hand, and the light was scattered on the stone ball, and all the densely packed stones on it were peeled off. The peeling of a stone will generate a shock wave, so what will happen if all the stones are peeled off together? Big explosion. In an instant, energy far exceeding the power of the previous shock wave exploded, and the scattered stones spread all over the 3rd floor. Following the aftermath of the big explosion, a stone broke through the roof and floor of the small building where Horn took refuge, and fell in front of Horn. When the stone fell, Horn almost screamed, but after calming down, Horn rolled his eyes, and put the stone into his bag. This thing might be some magical material. Anyway, it's not big, it's always good to take it back for research. The huge explosion filled the entire 3rd floor with dust produced by the huge shock wave. The earth was shaking constantly. This powerful force was beyond anyone's imagination. In the smoke and dust, the light blue light was very dazzling. A hand grasped the blue light shining stone and took it away from the stone seat. Another wave of blue light swept through, and all the dust on the 3rd floor disappeared. Now we can see clearly what happened in the center of the explosion. A circular pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared where the stone ball was before. The silver-faced man stood in the void, holding a stone that flashed blue fluorescence in his hand. Roland, Vernon, and the skinny old priest were all shocked by the powerful impact and vomited blood, and the nearest demon was beaten to a layer of skin. Although the skin was still regenerating at a high speed, it was still a serious injury to the demon. This is under the premise that they are not at the center of the impact. If they are really at the center of the impact, even the demon will probably be annihilated, but the silver-faced man is intact. There seems to be a thin layer of space distortion outside his body, making all attacks ineffective against him. The damage to the epidermis is an attack that will never end for the demon. The logic of this demon is very simple. Probably, you are weaker than me, I will beat you. You are about the same as me, I will beat you. You are stronger than me, I stand still. Why do you hit me when I stand still? No, I want to hit you. So the demon rushed towards the silver-faced man possessed by the gods without hesitation, without thinking about the huge gap in strength that might exist. Facing the ferocious and vicious demon, the silver-faced man was not nervous at all, just stretched out his hand to him, and gently uttered a few syllables. The space around the demon in midair suddenly twisted abnormally, and then shattered. As the space shattered, the demon who fought against the 4 level 9 masters turned into pieces of flesh and blood. The body that had resisted Roland and his men's powerful attacks many times couldn't even block this one blow. The flesh and blood of the demon that fell to the ground disappeared into the ground at an abnormal speed, but no one cared. They just thought it was a normal phenomenon when the demon died. In fact, although the god of space attached to the silver-faced man looked calm and indifferent, the power brought by the god's descent technique was gone by more than half. Although the god's descent technique could exert part of his strength, it was not his true body after all. He had already used up most of his power to destroy such a brainless demon and resist the extremely high-intensity attack just now. Although he was the god of space, he could only use a part of the power of space, and even using this part of the power of space would consume a lot of divine power. The priests under him were almost completely unable to use the power of space, and at most they could use a little bit of attacks with space attributes. He drew a circle in the air with his hand, and a dark space channel appeared. He threw the blue crystal into the space channel like lightning, and then the space channel was immediately closed. The speed was so fast that everyone didn't even have time to observe the inside of the space channel. After all, opening the space channel also consumes a lot of divine power. Now the blue crystal has reached his body. Even if a powerful existence suddenly appears here, it can't take away the crystal. After dealing with the crystal and the demon, the silver-faced man turned his eyes to the remaining Roland and others. As long as these people are eliminated, the remaining things here will also belong to his believers. Without the intention of communicating with Roland, he looked at Roland and Vernon indifferently, and pointed his finger in their direction. The silver-white divine power gushed out, and in an instant, a huge divine sword condensed in the void. Then he gently waved his hand in the direction of Roland, and the terrifying divine sword slashed down. Chapter 204. The god of space attached to the silver-faced man did not continue to use the power of space. After peeling off the stone, killing the demon, and opening the space channel, his energy was very little, so he could only make this attack. But even if there was only one attack, it was enough to kill the 2 of them. After all, even the demon could not withstand his attack. The huge divine sword slashed at Roland and Vernon. Vernon stood in front of Roland and burst out all his fighting spirit to defend himself. Unfortunately, he knew that his fighting spirit could not withstand such an attack. In this nearly desperate situation, Roland cut his arm, and smeared his blood on the king's sword. The golden dragon on his shoulder roared loudly. Under the effect of this roar, Roland's whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of gold, and a pair of golden dragon wings suddenly shot out from behind him. The ability of his symbiote is to activate Roland's bloodline, allowing him to attack far beyond his limit. The king's sword burst out with several meters of golden light, and then he swung the huge divine sword. He concentrated all his energy into this sword, and swung the sword to cut out a golden half-moon sword energy that was more than 10 meters wide. The golden sword energy and the silver divine sword collided violently, and the golden and silver lights kept twisting and competing, and finally the golden light slowly disappeared into the air. This sword actually consumed nearly half of the power of the divine sword, but the remaining attacks could never be resisted by Vernon's fighting spirit defense. At this moment, a huge red shield appeared in front of the silver divine sword, holding the unmatched divine sword tightly. There was a ferocious dragon head shadow on the shield. This was Dragon Martial Arts. Dragon Head Shield. The red and blue light stagnated for a moment before the dragon head shield shattered, but it consumed part of the power of the divine sword. Now the remaining power was not enough to kill Roland and the others. Roland, who had escaped death and was about to lose his sword, looked up and saw a 20-meter-long fiery red dragon waving its huge dragon wings and flying over everyone. A knight in red dragon scale armor holding a 5-meter-long black lance sat on the dragon's back. This is a legendary troop, Dragon Knight. After releasing the divine sword, silver spots of light kept emanating from the body of the silver-faced man. This was a sign that the gods were about to leave the believers' bodies. This was the most vulnerable moment for the priest who was performing the divine descent. Once the gods left the body, the priest would recover most of his original strength in a short time. The fiery red dragon knight naturally knew this weakness, so he would never miss this opportunity. The red dragon leaned over and rushed towards the silver-faced man, and its huge body kept showing blazing flames. These flames gathered in the Dragon Knight's lance, turning into a large spear wrapped in white flames. The Dragon Knight thrust his spear fiercely at the silver-faced man. Dragon Martial Arts. Dragon Flame Thrust. The white dragon flame twisted into a flame tornado several dozen meters high. The extremely high temperature set all the nearby buildings on fire. The skinny old priest hurriedly used his divine power to neutralize the power of the flame. It all happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Under the power of the old priest, the flame quickly dissipated. A large pit was created on the ground by the powerful force. The ground burned by the flames turned into a dark black area, and pungent white smoke continued to emit from it. The silver-faced man half knelt on the ground. His clothes had been mostly burned, and the mask on his face had broken and fallen off, revealing a hideous face covered in blood. Before he was so powerful, he was a very famous genius, and was even sought after by many female priests because of his appearance. Unfortunately, he was captured by a wizard during a failed mission, and his face was corroded by magic. Although he was rescued in the end, his face never had the chance to return to its original appearance. That's why he always wore the silver mask to cover his face. The Dragon Knight's attack was very powerful, but he only released this attack and didn't attack again. The attack was blocked by the last power of the gods, so although the silver-faced man looked miserable, his injuries were not serious. The dragon flame thrust did not get the desired results, so there was no point in continuing to attack, because there was no chance of victory. He couldn't kill 2 level 9 priests alone. The Dragon Knight urged the giant dragon under him to land in front of Roland and Vernon, facing the silver-faced man and the skinny old priest. Although the attack of the gods just now did not kill them, they could not recover their original fighting power without a period of recuperation. He stood here to protect Roland and Vernon. The most precious things had been taken away by the god of space, so he could not let these potential allies die here, especially Roland. It is meaningless to fight further. With me here, you two can't hurt them, and I can't kill you two alone, so let's take a step back and end the fight in its ruins. The Dragon Knight's voice sounded like many people talking at the same time, and it was hard to hear what his original voice sounded like. Well, anyway, we have already got the most precious thing, so let's let you heretics go this time. The skinny old man said unwillingly with a sullen face. If the Dragon Knight hadn't suddenly appeared, even the king's sword would be theirs. In his opinion, the value of the king's sword is even higher than that of a 9th level strongman. Of course, what he didn't know was that even if he killed Roland, they couldn't use the king's sword. The Acuan family waited for thousands of years for the birth of a child who could use the king's sword. It's a pity that two were born at the same time. Because of the Dragon Knight, the two sides are now evenly matched. The most precious blue stone has been taken away by the god of space, and there is no conflict of interest, so they are tacitly waiting for the end of the ruins. Of course, if there were no Dragon Knights, the church would definitely take action. After all, for the church, all forces in the god-forsaken land are heretics. Seeing that there could be no more fighting, both sides began to call on the priests and warriors who were hiding on the edge to gather in the center. After such a long time, there should be few people still on the first floor, and those who are still on the second floor have basically been killed by the demons. So to some extent, the number of people on the third floor now is the number of people who are still alive on each side. There are more than 60 white-robed deacons left on the priest side, and 16 or 17 priests at the chief priest level. For them, it is already a heavy loss. Roland's side looks even more miserable. There are only 4 spellcasters left, including the dragon blood sorcerer Landoya, Horn, Meredith, and the lizardman shaman Savara. The original team of more than 30 people now has less than 20 people. And only 3 of Roland's 5 warriors are left, including Hyles. After handing Sammy to Savara, Horn began to look for Elijah's trace. There are so many people present. Where did Elijah go? Chapter 205. The wait is very long, because they can't go down to the second floor now, and there is no way out of the third floor. Some people are even pessimistically thinking whether they will be trapped here for life. Maybe they won't be trapped for life, because there is no food here. Even a 9th level strongman can't survive without eating. In addition to food, they have another worry. The red dragon under the dragon rider's crotch is a bit scary. At first, the dragon was still lying on the ground honestly, but as time went on, the dragon became more and more restless, roaring constantly, and drooling from its mouth. This is definitely the dragon wanting to eat people. In a sense, the Dragon Knight is now the strongest person on the field. If this dragon can't help eating a few people, the bosses of both sides will not choose to turn against each other. The more they think about it, the scarier it is, which makes everyone feel cold. However, they don't understand dragon language. If they understand it, they will have a headache like the Dragon Knight. Because the dragon is actually constantly muttering. How long will it take for us to get out? I want to eat roasted whole lamb, giant cream cake, fruit, grilled squid, boiled whale. Horn searched for a few times but couldn't find Elijah, so he set his sights on the dragon and the Dragon Knight. Now this pair is the most eye-catching combination on the field. After all, the legendary soldiers, like the Dragon Knight, are really eye-catching. What made Horn even more curious was how they got here, And how they hid with such a large body? The passage was only more than 2 meters high, and it didn't look like the dragon could crawl over. Suddenly, Horn's eyes focused on one of the dragon's horns, and he saw that the tip of the horn was wearing a ring, and this ring was the magic ring he made at the beginning, and the one that finally passed on to little Arya. So who is this combination of dragon and dragon rider? Horn can figure it out with his toes. Horn had long guessed that there was something fishy about Elijah's strength, but he didn't expect that he was the dragon rider riding a dragon over 20 meters long in front of him. A 6th-level bounty hunter who is famous for slaying dragons, and a dragon rider who chats and laughs with 4 9th-level masters. No one can connect them together. And Horn finally understood why the mysterious organization was confident that Elijah would come out alone to participate in this major event. Because Elijah and this dragon combined have the strength of 9th level. It is not that you can ride a dragon knight by finding a dragon and a knight to sit on it. That is called a dragon rider at best. Such a simple combination does not improve combat effectiveness at all, and may even have a counter effect. The dragon rider is a top-level soldier with a wide range of legends in Ceylon, but few people have seen a real dragon rider with their own eyes. The combination of a knight and a dragon is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but an all-round improvement. The two share power and have a mutual understanding. When combined, they will produce a power far beyond their own strength. The dragon under Elijah should be little Arya. When I thought about trying to steal the 0 horn from her bag, I was scared for a while. At this moment, on the roof of a building at the edge of the 3rd floor, a knight in pure white armor stood there. He was Randall. He stood here far away and watched the battlefield. When the battle stopped, he cursed with disdain. "Cut! What kind of demon? What kind of sword of the king? All of them are rubbish. I was hoping you could get some blood with divinity. Isn't this a waste of my stuff?" While cursing softly, he took out a small bottle with a distressed look and poured the contents of the small bottle onto the ground. Some golden liquid spilled out of the small bottle, which was blood with divinity. The golden blood began to disappear strangely after falling on the ground. When the golden blood disappeared, the ruins began to disappear. Horn was thinking about whether to go up and say hello to Elijah, when suddenly the earth and the sky shook, and for a moment Horn was a little unstable. The energy flow in the sky gradually disappeared, and the scenery that had been hidden behind the energy flow finally became visible. It was pitch black above, and there were countless fluorescent stalagmites. This relic was actually in a huge cave. After the energy flow disappeared, the light on the 3rd floor gradually dimmed. Then even the entire 3rd floor turned into a phantom, and it was still disappearing rapidly, as if the world was rejecting it. All the people on the 3rd floor began to fall. It was okay for the extraordinary people above level 5. They could float in the air with their strength, but those below level 5 could only fall freely. Horn was in a bit of a pity, because of Edward's presence. Horn, who had the ability to blend lightning and fire, had a level 5 attack power, but lightning and fire could not make him fly. After all, he was not a genuine level 5 warrior, so he could only let himself fall. The most annoying thing was that Edward was flapping his wings beside him, and falling at the same speed as him. Fortunately, they were all extraordinary people, and falling from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor was not that high, so Horn's landing was only a little embarrassing, but there was no problem. But before he could stand firmly on the 2nd floor, the 2nd floor also began to disappear. Because the disappearance was quite abrupt this time, Horn was not prepared, and this time he fell hard. Climbing up from the ground under his feet was already wet. This time he did not disappear again, which made Horn breathe a sigh of relief. Although it would not be a problem if he disappeared again, he would definitely fall badly. As soon as he stood up, Edward fell on his head, attracting a lot of attention. Just now on the 3rd floor, the people around wanted to ask what kind of eagle with a cat's head was. This was not normal at all. They had never seen such a creature in Ceylon, and had never even heard of it. Fortunately, people who could get to this level did not have the quirk of snatching away rare things from others as soon as they saw them, otherwise there might be some conflict because of Edward. In Ceylon, a world with extraordinary people, people who snatch away beautiful women and treasures, as soon as they see them will not survive more than 2 chapters. Forces that have the ability to let their children have such a style, and not be beaten to death, will generally kill themselves first if such children appear. Forces that indulge such people cannot develop to such a large extent. Ignoring the strange looks from everyone, Horn used his mental power to detect the past. They were now in a very large cave. Looking in the direction of the light source, you can directly see the entrance of the cave. Judging from the size, it is at least the extent of hollowing out an entire mountain. There seems to be a building hidden underground. A simple exploration should be the 1st floor of the previous ruins. Only the first floor of this ruins is real. It seems that his original idea was correct. This kind of weird ruins could never be formed naturally or built by a force out of boredom. The formation of this ruins must have its own reasons. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and a team of white knights appeared at the entrance of the huge cave like the wind. This is the Knights of the Wings of the King. Chapter 206. It seems that the ruins disappeared very quickly, but it actually took some time. When the ruins disappeared, all the strange phenomena in the canyon disappeared, and the iron ring on the huge bracket became a decoration. The King's Wing Knights rushed in here because they were worried about Roland's accident, and easily found a huge cave. The existence of this cave is like a wound in the mountain, which is very conspicuous. So the King's Wing Knights naturally thought that Roland and his men were here, although the facts prove that their feeling was correct. But there is a strange phenomenon, that is, no one has discovered the existence of this cave before. The appearance of the King's Wing Knights attracted everyone's attention, and the huge Dragon Knight disappeared in front of everyone at that moment. When everyone came to their senses, they found that the Dragon Knight had disappeared. There was a reason why the Dragon Knight chose to disappear at this time, because with the appearance of the King's Wing Knights, there was no need to worry about the 2 level 9 priests attacking Roland. Even a 9th level warrior could be killed directly by a frontal charge of just one knight group. Their combined fighting power might even be stronger than his. The King's Wing Knights are a rare group of extraordinary warriors on the continent. The more people they gather, the stronger their power will be. The fighting power of just these 100 people is equivalent to that of a 9th level warrior. Their strength cannot be matched by the accumulation of scattered soldiers in terms of numbers. Each extraordinary warrior group is formed after very hard training. Once the extraordinary warrior group is formed, they can be regarded as a whole. Every power knows how powerful the extraordinary core is, but there are not many powers that can truly form an extraordinary core, because a true extraordinary core is not something that ordinary powers can afford. There may be no more than 10 extraordinary core of the size of the King's Wing Knights in the entire continent. Of course, it's not the 100 people outside. The fully formed King's Wing Knights have a total of 2,000 people, with the King's Wing Knights as a guard. Even if the Dragon Knight disappears, the priests dare not mess around, and with the elusive hiding method, the Dragon Knight may not be lurking around. After all, he appeared suddenly. After the Dragon Rider disappeared, Elijah took little Arya's hand and came to Horn. "Ah, I got lost, didn't get involved in this battle, and let the most important thing be stolen. What a failure. I heard that a handsome Dragon Rider appeared. Did you see what he looked like?" Elijah scratched the back of his head and smiled at Horn. And Horn looked at Elijah as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Noticing Horn's strange look, Elijah was a little confused, but Horn quickly returned to normal, so he didn't think much about it. Horn had no intention of exposing Elijah's identity as a Dragon Rider. He had his reasons for not saying it. All Horn needed to do was pretend he didn't know. He wouldn't just go over and say, "Hey, I know your identity. You're the Dragon Rider, right?" Such behavior would simply invite a beating. Horn wouldn't be so blind. Elijah, who was exposed, might pat Horn on the shoulder and laugh at him, proudly talking to him about how he became a Dragon Rider and how awesome it was to be a Dragon Rider. But this is just one possibility. The greater possibility is to alienate Horn and treat him in a completely businesslike manner. According to Ilya's attitude, Horn still discovered the mysterious organization's view of him. Although they were not prepared to absorb him, they still thought highly of him. But what if Horn's importance to the organization was not as important as Ilya's identity, and he was killed to silence him? After all, Horn had no idea about the organization's style of doing things, so he didn't want to do irrational things to show his meticulous observation. "Hey, by the way, I picked up a good thing for you this time." Ilya walked to Horn's side, and said to Horn in a mysterious way. Horn was already somewhat familiar with his behavior, so he nodded in cooperation. Ilya's sudden change from a 6th level warrior to a 9th level Dragon Knight did not change Horn's attitude towards Ilya. In the past, he was absolutely unable to beat him, and now he is still absolutely unable to beat him, so he should get along with him as he should. Elijah proudly took out a small cloth bag from his arms, which contained some fragments of a silver mask. This was the mask that fell from the face of the silver-faced man. Horn's right eye twitched. Where did he get this rag? Indeed, this mask looked a bit shabby. The broken mask lost its original strange luster and became a bit dim. Don't despise this broken mask. This is the mask that fell from the face of the 9th level priest. Because it was broken, I couldn't use it, so it's the reward for your help this time. If it was intact, I would be reluctant to give it to you. In fact, the silver-faced man's mask was still valuable even if it was broken, so when it was broken, Elijah secretly put the mask away. What they didn't know was that the silver-faced man was now a little mad because of the loss of the mask, and he was really distressed. When Horn heard that it was obtained from a 9th-level priest, he immediately became interested. The 9th-level master must have worn a good thing. In the past, he could get a holy weapon that could release a 3-ring magic from a wizard, so how valuable was the thing that the 9th-level priest had been wearing on his face? You know, for a level 9 warrior, even the chest hair that fell off his chest was interesting for Horn to pick up and study, not to mention the mask he always wore. Seeing Horn looking back and forth with satisfaction, Elijah nodded slightly, so there was no need to find him another reward. So Elijah waved to Horn and left holding little Arya's hand. There was no chance for Horn to say goodbye, and Horn was not surprised by his departure. After all, he has always been such a person. And he also believed that they would definitely meet again in the future. Horn could still hear the voices of the two of them talking faintly. Arya, if we don't complete our mission this time, we might be scolded when we go back. Do you want to find a place to hide from the limelight? Okay, I remember a playmate of mine, when I was a child, lived in Tidal Mist Swamp. That guy is a coward. How about we go and bully him? Very good, very good. As they went further away, their voices became more and more blurred, but from the information just heard, they were probably going to bully the gray-white dragon. But it was good this way, because the dragon took a lot of his gold coins at that time, and Horn was very vindictive. Chapter 207. After Elijah left, the priests also prepared to leave. Now that the ruins have disappeared, there is no way to gain anything by staying here. The most important thing is that a large number of people from the Acuan family are rushing here. If they don't leave now, they may stay here forever. Before leaving, the silver-faced man, with a cloth covering his face, counted the number of people. Then he found that the young man he was most optimistic about, the young man with extraordinary talent in defensive magic, was not here. Now there is only one possibility, that is, he died in the ruins, which makes the silver-faced man even more heartbroken. This trip to the ruins was full of malice for him. Although the main purpose was achieved, the genius he favored was killed and his mask was stolen. Don't let him know who did these two things, otherwise he will never let them go. In this way, the silver-faced man left the ruins with the priests. After the priests left, Roland personally distributed rewards to the remaining teams, 1 dragon blood fruit for each team. The dragon blood fruit was in a delicate metal box. Since Horn was the only one left in his team, the dragon blood fruit in his team belonged to Horn. Horn did not open the box to check like the others. After all, he did not know what the legendary dragon blood fruit looked like, and he could not find anything by checking. He just remembered the appearance of the fruit in other people's boxes, and then compared it with his own. The people who got the reward left one after another. Sammy, supported by Savara, invited Horn to return to Boulder City together, but Horn refused. He would stay here for a while, and he still remembered that his original purpose was to find traces left by old Douglas. But he couldn't forget this purpose just because he had experienced several battles in the ruins. In Boulder City, remember to find me if you have anything. Sammy patted his chest with his remaining left hand to say goodbye to Horn. Horn smiled implicitly and nodded. That? Meredith walked up to Horn a little shyly. Just tell me what you want to say. Horn gave her a warm smile, and he tried his best to smile beautifully. Where do you live? She seemed to have gathered up her courage when she said this. Horn suddenly blushed. Meredith was not a stunning beauty, but she was just what Horn liked. She asked Horn about her address, which made him have some fantasies. I live in the Magic House in Boulder City. It's very famous. Just ask around and you know. Horn told her honestly. Do you mind if I come to you? She said, looking at Horn with her eyes open. Her eyes were beautiful green, with pupils like those of a cat. Horn blushed and nodded his head like pounding garlic. Sure, you're welcome anytime. Thank you so much. Meredith bowed to Horn and thanked him. Huh? Why bow? Meredith jumped up and said happily to Edward on Horn's shoulder, Edward, sister is leaving now. Your master has agreed. I will come to you if I have time. Then she turned around and skipped away, seeming to be in a good mood. Oh, so she asked for the address for Edward. Then I really thought too much. Horn felt something in his heart break. First love? It doesn't exist. Deep in the first layer of the ruins. In the middle of the 4 huge stone pillars is a huge seal. In the center of the seal is a huge metal ball, on which are wrapped 4 chains with dense runes. There are constant crackling sounds coming from the metal ball, and countless tiny cracks appear on the stone pillars and chains. Moreover, the cracks are still expanding. It won't be long before the seal loses its effect. Randall yawned outside. He had been waiting here for a long time. The seal inside was so strong that it would take a long time to break free even if all the conditions for unlocking were met. The blood of gods, the blood of demons, and the blood of the descendants of the Emperor who activated the bloodline, plus the artifact of my lord, you should have been able to come out a long time ago. Human, are you questioning me? A weak voice came out from the seal. This voice was weak, but it made Randall's hair stand up. Because he knew clearly that the guy in the seal was fundamentally different from any level 9 master, any demon, or any dragon knight. This was a monster that truly stood in the realm of true gods. He didn't know why his master wanted this guy to come out of the seal, but as long as his master ordered, he would execute it without any discount. Please calm down. I have no intention of provoking you. It's just that my lord wants you to come out earlier, and the things prepared for your resurrection are losing power every moment. Randall knelt on the ground, holding up a blood-colored ball of light. This is the power condensed from the bodies of all the dead in the ruins, part of which is used to summon demons. But the power of the demons after death is also absorbed into this ball of light. It is already very difficult to gather this power together, and this power is still dissipating. I don't need that kind of filthy power. Randall knelt on the ground and complained to himself. No matter what was recorded in history or his true identity, it was not a good thing. Why was this old guy pretending to be noble? Bang! Randall was pressed to the ground by an unknown force, and the ground was directly cracked. If you disrespect me again, you will die. Randall didn't dare to think about it anymore. God knows how this old guy knew what he was thinking at that time. As time passed, all the seals were broken, and the huge iron ball was stretched open by a huge force. A skinny man wearing an old robe and long silver hair crawled out of the iron ball. Randall hurried over and held the blood-colored light ball in both hands. However, the man ignored the blood-colored light ball. Countless light blue energy appeared out of thin air and kept drilling into his body. These were the energy flows. These energy flows were originally used to seal his energy, but he had already used the little remaining power to penetrate it, which also caused him to take longer than expected to break the seal. The strange aura that Horn had been sensing and the energy dissipated by the energy flow also all came from this man. As the energy flow was poured in, the man's skin gradually became shiny, and his original silver hair turned black. When all the energy entered his body, he suddenly turned into a handsome boy with black hair and purple eyes. Now his strength has been fully restored to a large extent. Randall stood behind him respectfully and said, Mr. Marquis, my lord has no intention of restricting your freedom, but I would like to ask you to suppress your power as much as possible, and not show your power in Ceylon before that day comes. Who is your master? The Ninth Holy Spirit. Albemus. Chapter 208. The people who should have left had all left, and the only ones left in front of Roland were Horn and Edward on his shoulder. The golden dragon on Roland's shoulder opened his eyes lazily, then looked at Edward and closed his eyes. The amount of information in that look was very rich, such as contempt, disdain, disgust, and other expressions. Horn never thought that he could feel so many things in the eyes of a non-human creature. This feeling was very strange. Even though it can't speak, this golden dragon is probably as intelligent as Edward's. At the same time, Horn couldn't help but sigh. They were all symbiotes, so why did he end up with such a thing? It doesn't require cuteness or majesty, but at least it shouldn't be embarrassing to take it out. If Horn could see it, Edward could see it too. He perfectly received the information in the golden dragon's eyes, and got furious. His uncle Edward couldn't stand this kind of grievance. But before he could open his mouth, Horn covered his mouth and stuffed him into his backpack. Horn was so thin-skinned that if Edward threw a tantrum in such an occasion, would he still be a human being? Roland looked at Horn curiously. Why did he stay? Was he going to join him? Due to the old man's evaluation, Roland knew that Horn was a talent. As he wanted to become a king, he was naturally ready to accept the surrender of talents at any time. However, he still thought too much. Horn did not join him at all, but saluted him respectfully and said, Your Highness Roland, in fact, I came here to act with you more by chance. The reason I came here is that a very important elder of mine disappeared, and the last trace of him I could find was here, so I would like to ask you to allow me to look for clues he left in this canyon. It was necessary to obtain Roland's consent. Horn didn't know how long he would have to search, and soon the canyon would be full of people from the Aquin family. At that time, it would be impossible for him to travel freely in the canyon. In a sense, Horn didn't lie, so it didn't feel unnatural to say it. Roland was stunned for a moment. It turned out that he didn't come to surrender to him. Then he nodded and said, Okay, but there is one thing you have to pay attention to. If you find something that belongs to your elders, then I allow you to take it away, but the other things in this canyon now belong to the Aquan family. I don't allow you to take other things away. Thank you very much. Horn saluted Roland again, and Roland had already turned and left. Roland was not very disappointed that Horn had no intention of surrendering to him, but he was a little regretful. He did appreciate Horn, but Horn and Roland were from two different worlds after all. It would be great for him to have one more talent, but it would not have any impact if he didn't have one. He was not the kind of person who would recruit talents when he saw them, nor would he deliberately kill talents because he was worried that they would go to the opposite side. There might be talents of that level, but they were definitely not Horn now. As long as he became stronger and stronger, he would have more and more talents under him. This was the kingly way. It was noon when he entered the ruins, and it was early morning when he came out again. Because he had eaten a lot of snacks from little Arya, Horn was not very hungry now, so he did not return to the camp but started searching directly. His first goal was the cave that contained the ruins. The cave was surprisingly large, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate the huge 3-story ruins. Just as he was about to take action, the Aquan family had already opened a big hole in the ground, and a large group of people poured into the first floor. Horn and his team had explored the ruins before, and there was no danger in the ruins, so Roland was relieved to let the large group enter. This made Horn feel a little anxious. If he didn't move quickly, the whole canyon would be filled with their people, and then he might never find the traces left by old Douglas. He pinched 2 fingers, and a bright fireball appeared at his fingertips, floating beside him to serve as a light. As a 4th ring magician, he didn't need to use a staff to cast magic below the 2nd ring, he only needed to recite the spell in his mind. He had a feeling that he could gain something in this huge cave. It was even possible that Douglas was in this cave when he first appeared in Ceylon. The many anomalies in this canyon should have appeared after he left this canyon. After all, according to the teacher, he was just an ordinary person at first. At that time, he could not have walked out of the dangerous canyon like now. What made Horn even more curious now was whether the teacher's appearance was related to the anomalies here. If he really found out that old Douglas first appeared here, then the appearance of this ruins might have an unclear relationship with old Douglas. Hey, what are you doing in this dark place? I heard that there are a lot of fun and delicious things in your human world. Why don't you take me to see them? Edward thought this action was too boring, and jumped from Horn's left shoulder to his right shoulder, because the fireball used for lighting was a little hot, and his wings were burnt. It smells pretty good. Be patient, what I'm going to do now is very important, and it won't take too long. While talking to Edward, Horn's footsteps never stopped, and he kept walking towards the cave. As he went deeper, the light from the cave entrance became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared completely. Now all Horn could see was the place covered by the fireball. He kept his eyes on the ground. The traces left by the teacher might not be very conspicuous, and it was very likely to be missed by relying on mental perception alone. After walking for a long time, Horn suddenly stopped because a slender figure appeared in front of him. He had not noticed this figure at all before he saw it with his own eyes. It was a black-haired figure wearing a red and black robe. The style of the clothes was very strange and different from all the current clothes. However, Horn seemed to have seen this style of clothes in the murals found on the first floor of the ruins. This was the noble clothing thousands of years ago. The only people who can appear in this cave now should be people from the Aquan family. The Aquan family has been passed down for thousands of years. Isn't it normal for them to like to wear clothes that are thousands of years old? Although this dress looks like it has gone through countless years, it is not uncommon for aristocrats to wear antiques while strolling around. Horn is no longer as shocked as before about the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. The world is big, and the magician's spiritual perception is not omnipotent. But there is no doubt that those who can conceal his perception are at least stronger than him. Chapter 209. Horn simply comforted Edward, who was startled, and bowed to the figure before leaving. The man was already standing at the deepest level of the cave, facing a huge rock wall. Even if Horn appeared, he had no interest in looking back. But before leaving, he used the bright firelight to see what was on the rock wall. There was a huge door painted on the rock wall. If Horn hadn't looked at it specifically, he wouldn't have noticed it. After a careful inspection, he was shocked to find that there was an extremely powerful energy residue on the door. There were also countless complex runes and patterns on the door. Horn wanted to remember it all, but he felt dizzy just as he started trying, and he couldn't even remember it. There was definitely something wrong with this door, and under the rock wall, there was something that had begun to break and attracted Horn's attention. Before it broke, it should have been a small black rectangular board made of glass, metal, and the same special material as the telescope. Horn could clearly see from the fracture that there was a very sophisticated structure inside. In Horn's knowledge, The only place with such technology was the world described by old Douglas. There was absolutely no such thing in Ceylon. Horn was a little excited. He thought it would take a long time to find the traces left by old Douglas, but he didn't expect to find it just by moving forward. He wanted to rush to the front of the black-haired young man to pick up the strange little board and study it carefully, but he still restrained himself. Perhaps he noticed that Horn had stayed here for a long time and had not left yet, so the black-haired figure turned around and looked at Horn. And Horn finally saw his face. This was a young man with red pupils. His lavender eyes seemed to have strange magic under the light of the fire. Horn became a little dazed for a moment. He was lost in these eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his ear. Horn woke up with a start. It turned out that Edward bit his ear. If it weren't for Edward, would he have been addicted forever? He was more shocked than that. When he was in a trance, the young man had appeared less than a meter in front of him, looking at Horn with curious eyes. What made Horn most horrified was that he was holding a black axe in his hand. This axe was exactly the same as the one that made Black Axe Jeffrey crazy. The axe from Jeffrey was still in a tightly sealed wooden box in Horn's laboratory. He didn't dare to touch it with his hands, but the axe was now in the hands of this young man, and he was very close to him. The third axe of the same kind has appeared. A flash of lightning flashed under Horn's feet, and he retreated more than 10 meters in an instant, staring at the young man nervously. The young man's red eyes shone brighter when he saw Horn's movement, and finally burst into a substantial purple light, and Horn suddenly became unable to move. The purple light swept across Horn's body from top to bottom, and he felt that the purple light penetrated his body, and everything about him appeared in the young man's eyes. When the scan was over, Horn found that he could move again, but this time he did not run away rashly, because he found that he really had no power to fight back against this young man. The gap between them might be even greater than that between an ordinary farmer and himself. Even seeing Elijah riding a dragon on the third floor of the ruins did not give Horn this feeling. Completely bottomless. I have no ill intentions, you are very strange, completely different from the spellcasters I have seen before. The young man looked at Horn curiously with his beautiful purple eyes, and his tone was full of ancient charm, like his clothes. Horn thought he was talking about decades ago, but what he didn't know was that it was thousands of years ago, but Horn would not believe him just because he said that. After all, the axe that could drive people crazy was still in his hand. A level 2 warrior would be strengthened to a level 3 bloodthirsty warrior. God knows what such a master would become. Are you worried about this? The black-haired young man raised the axe, which made Horn feel cold again. Was he going to take action? You don't seem to understand this thing very well. It can't affect a spellcaster of your level. This is just a petty trick that the demon god played by a petty family took advantage of the space turbulence that happened here before. Space turbulence? When old Douglas came to Ceylon, the young man seemed to be explaining himself. Horn looked at the young man with some doubts. What is his purpose? This axe is inhabited by a trace of the power of the abyss demon god. It can arouse the desire to kill in the holder in battle, and it has a little insignificant enhancement. A small part of the power of the people who died under this axe will become a sacrifice to the demon god. However, how much power can this axe, which even the world will not care about, provide to the demon god? It's really funny. The young man spoke of the abyss demon with a very disdainful tone. After that, he gently pinched the axe in front of Horn, and countless cracks instantly spread all over the axe, and then it turned into a pile of black debris and fell to the ground. At the moment the axe broke, Horn seemed to feel a little bit of magic energy dissipating and a roar of nothingness. It's just that the strength of that magic energy is much inferior to that of the wizard Sean at the beginning, not to mention the second-level demon. Horn took a breath of cold air. Although he had never touched the axe with his hands, he still tested the strength of the axe. That is, he, Horn, had no way to destroy the axe. If it is really the abyss demon god as the young man said, then what level of master is the one who can easily crush the abyss demon god's things? Level 9? Or a god? Horn almost laughed at his own thoughts. Although the existence of gods in Ceylon no longer needs to be confirmed, there has never been a legend of gods turning into mortals and walking in the mortal world. When did those guys come to the mortal world without looking down on all living beings with great momentum, enjoying the awe and respect of everyone? What do you want to know from me? Horn said to the young man respectfully that no matter what level of master he was someone Horn could not afford to offend. Such an existence showed an interested look to Horn, and even explained to Horn what the black axe was. So he must want to get something from Horn. I am very curious. What are you, and the forces that exist in Ceylon now, about gods, about demons? Douglas's small board floated to the hands of the black-haired young man, and the black-haired young man asked Horn seriously, Use this thing as an exchange, are you willing? Horn was stunned for a moment. He asked too seriously. His face was almost touching his face. Well, of course I am willing to tell you. Just ask whatever you want. The moment he agreed, the black-haired young man's forehead touched Horn's body. Then his consciousness was out of his control. Chapter 210. At this moment, countless dusty memories kept emerging in Horn's mind, playing out one scene after another. All the memories about wild witches and magicians, all his knowledge of the major forces in Ceylon, all the information Horn knew about gods and demons, as long as the memories related to the question asked by the black-haired young man just now were projected in Horn's mind like a slideshow. No matter how Horn resisted, the projection continued. A pair of purple eyes floated in the sky of every memory, looking down indifferently. The black-haired young man in front of him was spying on Horn's memory. Time passed quickly in the world of memory, and the black-haired young man was not watching all of Horn's memories. He read all the questions he had asked, without crossing the line at all. So that's it. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the thousands of years since I was gone. Gods, have those guys become gods too? Hee. Horn's body was soaked with sweat. The feeling of not being able to control his own memory just now was too terrifying for him. He looked at the black-haired young man in horror, trying to see what happened from his face. The black-haired young man controlled the small board and landed in front of Horn. He smiled stiffly and said to Horn, I asked questions, you are willing to answer, I will give you a reward, this is a fair deal. His answer made Horn even more confused. He had already agreed to answer, why did he still want to look at his memory, and how did he do it? You can't explain what I want to know. Under the witness of the contract, I can check your memory. This is fair. Fair? Who the hell wants fairness? Under his power, he experienced everything that happened before again. Including when he was tied to the stake as a child, watching the people in front of him being burned to death by the blue flames one by one, and he could only wait helplessly and desperately for all this to happen. This time, the memory was replayed, and the hatred, fear and despair he experienced as a child were all reproduced one by one. Mixed with this fear and despair is Horn's endless anger now. Not only that, in this short period of time, he seemed to have gone through his entire life from the time he awakened to become a wild witch and was sent to the church by his parents until now. For him, the major events that had nothing to do with gods, demons, and magic in these years basically did not exist. Those messy memories and strong emotional impacts made Horn's brain blank now, and he could hardly stand. The black-haired young man knew everything he wanted to know, so there was no need for him to stay here. Before leaving, he said to Horn, You are a growing seed. I am looking forward to what you will become in the final stage of your growth. Also, observe everything you can observe, and then think. Then he turned into a purple light spot and disappeared in front of Horn. Horn sat on the ground for a long time. There was nothing wrong with his body, but he couldn't bear it mentally. The sudden appearance of the black-haired young man made Horn's originally vague things become extremely clear, and the faces of his parents, whom he had almost forgotten, became clear again. All kinds of chaotic thoughts filled Horn's brain, and he sat in the cave with almost no light for several hours. The fireball had disappeared when the black-haired young man read Horn's memory. With this clear memory, he began to think about all the decisions he made after saving Enoch during an outing. From doing things without thinking at all at the beginning to thinking thoroughly before doing things and beginning to suppress his impulses, he found that he had really grown a lot in the past 6 months. But there were still many times when he made wrong decisions. If there were no accidents, he might have died now. Although his experience was not so exaggerated, he had escaped danger many times, which was actually similar to the protagonists in those novels. Then he thought a lot. He thought of his teacher, the mysterious organization behind Elijah, and every wild witch still in the house of magic. Finally, he thought of the young man in black this time, and he once again ignited Horn's desire for power. He didn't want to try this feeling of having his memory read without any resistance, and having everything about him exposed to others without any disguise again. If he had the power to resist, he would make the guy pay the price. Reading his memory was not something that could be fooled by a word of fair transaction. Thinking of this, Horn couldn't help but touch his backpack. The dragon blood fruit that Roland gave him was still in his backpack. After eating this fruit, his strength should be improved. Horn brushed off the dust on his body, stood up from the ground, lit a fireball and began to walk towards the outside world. Edward on his shoulder had already fallen asleep, otherwise Horn would not have been able to think about life so quietly, and the bird had interrupted his thinking long ago. Horn walked very softly, but Edward still woke up, and once he woke up, he began to chatter again. You finally woke up, meow, you ignored me when I talked to you just now. By the way, I tell you not to mess with that black-haired guy, He is much more terrifying than that wizard. If you really piss him off, I can't save you. Sigh. Horn sighed. He walked softly just now, not because he was afraid of waking Edward, but because he was afraid of Edward's nagging after being woken up. Of course, he knew everything he said, and understood it more deeply than Edward. But speaking of it, although Edward was not very polite, and a little nagging, if he didn't provoke a conversation, Edward could sometimes be quiet for a long time. But as long as he was talked to, he would start to talk non-stop. Carrying the small board that he got at the painful price of having his memory read, Horn left the cave, and prepared to pick up Daisy, and return to the magic house. When Horn walked out of the cave, he saw the people of the Acuan family carrying out some huge stone slabs. These were the walls of the underground hall. They actually took down the walls, and carried them away. More people is better. Although this trip to the ruins encountered many twists and turns, it also gained a lot of things, although those things were almost useless. Horn had a headache when he thought about studying these things after returning. After leaving the cave for a distance, Horn looked back for some reason. Then the pupils suddenly contracted. I saw that the cave entrance, and the rocks above the cave entrance formed a huge smiley face. And the shape of this smiley face was the shape of the mask on the face of the wild witch who mysteriously disappeared, and only Horn remembered it. Rubbing his eyes, and looking again, it became an ordinary cave and rock, without the previous smiley face. But Horn believed that he was definitely not wrong before. In an instant, Horn felt a huge shadow lingering around him. Chapter 211. After confirming that old Douglas did appear from this canyon at first, Horn did not stay any longer to pick up Daisy from the military camp, and went back to the magic house. He was extremely tired now, and just wanted to go back to his bed, and have a good sleep. No accidents happened on the way. Horn did not explain magic knowledge to Daisy, but was concentrating on the journey. Seeing that Horn was very tired now, Daisy behaved very well, and did not cause Horn any extra trouble. On the way, they rested in the small village before for one night. Perhaps because Horn had shown his power before, no one in this small village dared to look at them. After all, the charred roots of the tree at the entrance of the village are still there. When passing by the cemetery, Horn found that the breath of the third-level undead had disappeared, and the negative aura lingering over the entire cemetery had also disappeared. No one of these villagers ignored his warnings, and dared to live in this village. It turned out that the trouble in the cemetery had disappeared. In Horn's expectation, if those undead stayed in the cemetery for Daisy, they should have returned to attack the village according to the characteristics of the undead after Daisy left. But this has brought up a new problem. The disappearance of the undead is not surprising. Maybe they were easily solved by a passing expert in the past 2 days. But the dissipation of the negative aura made Horn a little alert. It was not something that could disappear easily. But Horn was not in the mood to explore this matter now. He just wanted to return to the magic house quickly, and did not want to get involved in such troublesome things in a short time. But this matter still had an impact on Horn. After all, there was anomalies near a hostile village, so Horn did not rest. Because he knew that if he rested now, he would be defenseless for a long time, which was not in line with his safety-first principle. After all, after seeing that fleeting smiley face, Horn lost his sense of security. He felt that there was a huge shadow behind everything he did, which made him not know how to deal with it for a while. After entering the gate of the stone city, Horn was obviously relieved. He felt that his life was going to be comfortable again. At this moment, he felt that perhaps the stories his teacher had told him, and the experiences of the protagonists in many legendary stories of Ceylon were not lies. Originally, he came out to look for traces of his teacher with a mindset of relaxation, but he did not expect to experience so many things. Although most of the dangers he had experienced were averted, Horn was still exhausted physically and mentally. Fortunately, he brought back Daisy, a talented magic seedling, who should contribute to the glory of magic when she grows up. This was Daisy's first time in the city. The most prosperous place she had been to before was the village near the cemetery, and it was Horn who took her there. So she was full of curiosity about this city, and there was a hint of fear in her curiosity, so she could only pull the hem of Horn's robe and hide behind him, while curiously looking at this strange city. She was used to pulling Horn's sleeves, but Horn's sleeves had long disappeared in the fight with Rowan. Now his clothes were tattered, and both arms were exposed. He was more embarrassed than a refugee after crawling around in the ruins. Fortunately, the magic in his body can keep out the cold, so even in the winter, with his arms exposed, he only felt a little cold. If a normal person was dressed like this, he would have frozen to death on the road. Edward had been stuffed into Horn's backpack. His current appearance was already eye-catching enough. If Edward was added, he might be surrounded on the street. In that case, Enoch might explode on the spot with anger. It was noon now, and there was a long line at the door of the magic house. Horn took Daisy around to the back door and started knocking. If it was Enoch, he could use illusion to cover up and enter directly from the main gate without attracting attention, but Horn couldn't do that. As soon as he cast an illusion, everyone around him vomited, which really attracted too much attention. The one who came to open the door was Luke, who was listless. His small botanical garden was near the back door, and he usually practiced here. Seeing Horn come back, Luke was overjoyed. Even Doobie, who was standing on his shoulder, was so happy that his tail was raised. Now that Horn is back, the nagging old man should not bother him anymore. You are finally back. I tell you, an old man came here these 2 days, and you need to make a decision. Then he suddenly noticed Horn's miserable appearance and said to Horn with concern, "How did you get into this mess? Are you okay?" Horn shook his head at Luke, pushed Daisy in front of Luke, pulled Edward out of the backpack and threw him into Luke's hand and said, "This child will live here in the future. Just find a place to throw this thing in the yard. If it is not a big deal, let's talk about it tomorrow. I really need to rest now." "Hey, what do you mean by this thing? I have a name." Edward pointed his wings at Horn and cursed. Unfortunately, Horn ignored him and went straight to his room, locked the doors and windows, and fell on the bed to rest. He was too tired now. He didn't sleep during this trip. Although the spirit of the wild which was better than that of ordinary people, it was rare for Horn to not sleep for 6 or 7 days. The most important thing was that his memory was peaked, and the fleeting smile put too much pressure on his spirit. Horn had fallen asleep on the bed, but Luke, who stayed outside, looked at Edward and Daisy with a bitter smile. He was very happy to see Horn come back, because he was annoyed by the old man. But now, before he could push the trouble to Horn, he had 2 more troubles. Daisy, who stood aside and watched him, and Doobie, should not have any big trouble, but this thing. He looked at Edward, who was cursing in the direction where Horn left, and he really couldn't find an adjective to describe him. This thing looks very troublesome, and I don't know where Horn got it from. At this moment, the cemetery where Daisy lived since childhood. The black-haired young man walked in slowly. Before he walked to the old gravekeeper's tombstone, he had read Horn's memory and naturally knew this place. He didn't delve into many things in Horn's memory, but this cemetery was worth his personal visit. Before he walked there, the old gravekeeper's tombstone fell down with a snap, and then a skinny hand stretched out. Then a figure emerged from the ground, kneeling in front of the black-haired young man and saying, "Are you out of trouble? But how can you come here? Your strength will be suppressed here. It's not safe." If Daisy was here, she would definitely recognize that the guy who just crawled out of the coffin was the old gravekeeper who had raised her for nearly 10 years. "It doesn't matter. No one knows I'm here, and don't you have me here?" The old gravekeeper was flattered and continued, "My lord Marquis, I found a good seedling with a special physique before, but she was taken away by a passing human spellcaster. Do you want to bring her back?" The black-haired young man knew that he was talking about Daisy, so he waved his hand and said to the old gravekeeper, "The good seedling you mentioned should be left with that spellcaster. It will be very interesting to see that human being watched by that thing." Chapter 212. Horn returned to the magic house at noon, and he slept until the next morning. The sky in the east had turned dark blue, while the stars in the west had not yet disappeared. Horn walked to the bed and stretched. After a good sleep, he regained his vitality. First, he took a bath, cleaned the robe that he had worn for several months, and then put it in a big wooden box. The huge wooden box was filled with things that old Douglas gave him. He was reluctant to throw them away, so he found a big wooden box to put these things in. After finding some clothes to put on, he went to find Yian first. Although his injuries had improved under the effect of holy water was not as effective as Yian's healing skills after all. He was too tired to come to Yian yesterday, and now that he had rested well, he naturally wanted to come to him for healing. Yian was free anyway. Horn walked into Yian's room, and then a green light flashed in the room, and then Horn walked out of Yian's room, tidying up his clothes. The expression on his face was satisfied. After coming out, Horn came to his underground laboratory with his backpack. He needed to take a good inventory of the gains from this trip. Although this trip to the ruins encountered danger and many bad things, but the gains were actually not small. He poured the contents of the backpack onto the laboratory table. A stone with unknown function that fell from the sky, 23 colored stones of various properties obtained from energy creatures, several fragments of the mask on the face of the 9th level master, a pair of gloves on the main priest, a dragon blood fruit, a cursed cloth strip, a puppet-like cursed instrument, and Douglas's small board. This is all Horn's harvest this time. Oh, there is also an Edward, but Horn has already figured out the function of the meow owl, so there is no need to study it separately. After taking a few glances, Horn found desperately that he didn't know the clear function of anything except the dragon blood fruit, and all of them needed to be studied. I hope they are not all broken. First of all, the stone that fell from the sky and the colored stones obtained from the energy creatures, these things do not need Horn to study himself. He will hand them over to Shirley later. In terms of magic materials, Shirley is much better than Horn, so these two things that look like magic materials should be left to professionals. The remaining dragon blood fruit has a clear function of strengthening the body and allowing ordinary people to have the talent of practicing fighting spirit. Horn is going to verify the authenticity of this thing before eating it himself, and the object of verification is the fruit that Sammy and others obtained. They must give the fruit to others after they obtain it. After that person eats it, Horn will understand the effects and taboos of taking it before eating it himself. Roland had said when distributing the dragon blood fruit that the fruit would lose its effect after a month at most, so the fruit they obtained would definitely not be kept. When the time comes, Horn will ask Sammy to confirm whether the fruit is safe. Among the remaining things, Horn is most interested in the small board left by old Douglas. Horn has seen this thing in his diary. It should be something called a mobile phone that can achieve long-distance communication. However, Horn planned to keep this phone for the last minute, so he carefully picked up the silver-faced man's mask. The mask was broken into pieces, and the largest piece only covered the upper half of the left half of the face. Normally, broken masks would be thrown into the garbage dump, but Horn still found strong energy fluctuations on these masks after careful observation. This means that the breakage may have no effect on the function of the mask, or the effect is not great. From the cross-section of the mask, no traces of divine power marks were found, so this should not be the holy artifact of the Church of the God of Space. The mask was made of the same material, which made Horn doubt that it was just a decoration for the 9th level priest, not a very important one. Horn put the silver mask on his left eye, but it did not produce any obvious changes. He tried various ways to activate the mask, but it did not change at all, so he took it off and sighed. Wait. Was there something wrong just now? He put the mask on again, tapped the table lightly with his fingers, then took off the mask and tapped the table twice, and then a look of understanding appeared on his face. This mask can actually enhance his hearing. When it is worn on the face, it will have a slight enhancement. If it were not for Horn's keen perception, he might not be able to detect that slight enhancement. And when the magic power is input into the mask near the ear, his hearing will be extremely enhanced. Now he can even hear the voices of people upstairs in the basement. It should also enhance vision, but Horn's left eye is the eye of lightning, so he didn't notice it at first. So Horn first pieced the mask together and tried it piece by piece. Finally, 4 fragments were picked out from these fragments. The functions of these 4 fragments were to strengthen the vision of the left eye and the hearing of the left ear, strengthen the vision of the right eye, strengthen the sense of smell, and strengthen the hearing of the left ear. He concluded that this mask can greatly enhance the wearer's vision, hearing and smell, and the other fragments have no effect at all. In fact, what he didn't know was that the function of the complete mask was to greatly enhance the user's entire senses, and even assist the priest in controlling the mental power, achieving the effect of the magician's skill mental power scanning. The silver-faced man relied on this feature to prevent the 2 wizards from even having a chance to escape. After all, Roland was actually a bit stronger than the silver-faced man, but in the end, 1 wizard still escaped. However, this feature only works when the mask is intact. Now that it has been broken into pieces, the function of the mask is to enhance vision, hearing, and smell. However, for Horn, this is actually okay. After all, he doesn't actually need the auxiliary mental power function of the complete mask. After standing on the lab table and thinking for 2 minutes, Horn decided what to do with the mask. He would keep the large piece of the left eye and left ear for his own research, and then make another mask based on the 3 fragments of the right eye, right ear, and nose for his own use. Although Horn was very fond of using things made of thunder silver, this mask definitely could not be made of thunder silver. Not to mention whether the heavy thunder silver mask was comfortable to wear on the face. Horn's eyes often leaked electricity, so he could not use thunder silver to make a mask. He decided to give the remaining fragments to Shirley together with the stones, because those who are capable should do more work. Chapter 213. Horn already had an idea about how to deal with the silver mask. So Horn put the fragments of the silver mask aside, and studied the gloves he had taken from the body of the chief priest. Horn had high expectations for this pair of gloves. You know, all the equipment of the people who died in the ruins that Horn found were swallowed up by the unknown thing. Only this pair of gloves survived, so it can be imagined that this pair of gloves must have its special features. As the test progressed, Horn's laboratory was filled with flashes of lightning, flames, pungent smoke, and rushing water. After such a supernatural test, Horn's research on the gloves came to an end. In addition to the known characteristics of being very light, thin and soft, and wearing it almost feels like nothing, these gloves also have other very practical characteristics. First of all, because Horn couldn't figure out the material of the gloves were almost indestructible. At least the methods Horn could think of could not cause any damage to him. Waterproof, anti-electric, acid-proof, fireproof, and even knife-proof. If it weren't too soft, wearing this glove would almost make you immune to any damage. Perhaps this is why the priest's other weapons and equipment were absorbed by the ground, while this pair of gloves remained intact. In addition to the indestructible feature, this glove has another feature that Horn is very satisfied with. That is, it is very transparent to magic. Wearing the gloves does not affect Horn's magic and absorbing the magic power in the magic crystal through his palms, which means that the gloves do not affect Horn's combat. These two characteristics are all the characteristics of the gloves that Horn can find. But as a glove, these two characteristics simply make Horn couldn't be more satisfied. There are several experiments that Horn was worried about damaging his hands before. He can try to do them now, and he can be bolder when touching the experimental materials directly with his hands. If the materials are not unknown, Horn even wants to equip every magician with a pair of such gloves. Not only in the experiment, but even in the battle, this glove can provide Horn with very good protection. Horn has long discovered that the defensive ability of the magic shield is not omnipotent. When the intensity of the attack exceeds a certain limit, a small part of the power will be transmitted to the hand holding the shield. He has suffered great damage to both hands many times because of this. If it weren't for Yan's healing, his hands would have been disabled long ago. Horn has reduced some of the overflow of power by slightly modifying the magic circle, but he can't completely eliminate it at this stage. Wearing protective equipment on his hands would affect his spellcasting, so Horn originally thought this was an unsolvable problem. But this pair of gloves perfectly solved this problem, not hindering his spellcasting, while providing nearly perfect protection for his hands. Although this would not increase his combat effectiveness, it would at least allow him to suffer less damage in future battles. So after finding out the characteristics of the gloves, Horn put them on his hands without hesitation. This would be his permanent equipment. With the silver mask fragment that he had prepared to find someone to make a mask for, Horn had 2 more pieces of equipment that satisfied him on this trip to the ruins. The research on the first 2 items went smoothly, which made Horn very happy, but the next ones were not so smooth. None of the remaining items made any breakthrough progress. He had no idea how to deal with the cursed cloth fragment and cursed puppet he got from Rowan. No matter what he did, he could not stimulate the power of these 2 items at all. He could understand the cursed cloth, maybe it was completely damaged by Elijah's attack. But the cursed puppet should be intact, but in his hand, it was just an ordinary puppet. Horn did not dare to give these 2 things to Shirley to study. After all, these were equipment used by 6th-level wizards, and no one knew whether they would be dangerous. Horn was sure that he could handle any problems, but Shirley, who had just completed the first ring, might not be able to withstand the power of this thing. So these 2 things cannot be given to Shirley for research. As for the small metal plate left by old Douglas, which should be called a mobile phone, it was completely damaged. All Horn knew was that the structure of the thing was very precise, and the material could not be found in Ceylon. He had no clue about the rest. However, Horn felt vaguely that this metal plate might be used as a reference for the research of magic. Knowing that there was no way to research any results in a short time, Horn put the things he was going to give to Shirley for research in a bag and walked out of the laboratory. After handing these things to Shirley, he wanted to go up and take a look. When he came back yesterday, Luke looked like he had something to deal with, so he had to go out and deal with what happened in the past few days. The underground area of this small building is very large, with more than 10 laboratories built, and each magician has one. However, except for Horn, the others' laboratories are relatively small. In terms of research, Shirley is completely the female version of Horn. No, her researcher soul is stronger than Horn's. After she started to study magic materials, she almost lived in the laboratory. Unlike Horn, who sometimes felt that research was boring and wanted to go out to relax, Shirley's research was completely for fun. After Horn distributed analysis of magic circles, Shirley was the first to understand it. After discovering her talent, Horn gave her old Douglas's books on magic material research. Before getting those books, Shirley was still interested in dressing up beautifully and strolling around every day to enjoy life. But after getting those books, Shirley was completely devoted to research. It can be said that Shirley knows more about magic materials than Horn. When he reached the door of her laboratory, Horn's mouth twitched slightly. There were already several patches of wood on the door of her laboratory. You know, this door was brand new a month ago, and looking at the cracks on the wall around the door, it was not just the door that was broken, but the whole laboratory was hit by a strong force. Horn wanted to kick open the broken door and go in to see if Shirley was still alive, but he still held back and pulled the bell at the door obediently. The line on the bell seemed to have broken many times, and he pulled it down with all his strength. Horn suddenly felt that the basement should be used only as a storage room. If Shirley's future experiments were so dangerous, the building might collapse one day. After the bell rang, Horn stood at the door for a long time before Shirley came out to open the door. When she pushed the door open, Horn even suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Shirley seemed to have become a little darker, and her tattered clothes exposed her shoulders. Her once smooth hair was now messy and scattered. If she was normal, this kind of clothing might be full of temptation. Now at first glance, she looks like a female ghost. Chapter 214. Shirley opened the door and blinked in confusion. When she saw Horn, her eyes suddenly lit up. Horn, you came just in time. The experimental equipment you made exploded. Horn was stunned. The experimental equipment he made exploded? What was going on? She pulled Horn's arm and pulled him into her laboratory. Horn finally saw the inside of her laboratory. Cracks had appeared on the wall. The whole laboratory was full of traces left by various energies. There was a faint smell of burning in the air, which should have just been a fire. Horn glanced around, but couldn't find where the fire had just started, because there were too many traces of burns in her laboratory. Shirley dragged Horn to her laboratory table, and then handed 2 twisted and deformed metal plates to Horn. This is the spell plate Horn made with thunder smelting. Because there is enough thunder silver, and this thing is large, Horn equipped each laboratory with a set. It can produce 4 types of magic: fire, water, earth and stone, and cold current for their experiments. Lightning properties cannot be made with lightning silver because of its special properties. But in addition to being afraid of lightning silver should be extremely hard and almost impossible to damage. How did she make these 2 metal plates twisted like this? Horn looked at Shirley with a strange expression. If she continued like this, maybe one day Horn's house would collapse while he was sleeping. Are these the experimental panels for flame and cold current? I finished them and send them to you tonight. Let's not talk about this for now. I got some materials that I don't know what they are used for this time. If you have time, study the properties of these things. Horn rubbed his forehead and put the package on Shirley's laboratory table, then said to her, there are mainly 3 things for you to study. The first one is... Horn told Shirley the process of obtaining these things, and Shirley took out a pen and paper to write down everything Horn said. Shirley is much more serious about research than Horn. After everything was done, Shirley blinked her big eyes and said, anything else? If not, I start the experiment. Nothing for now, but... But what? Shirley held the materials, with an eager expression on her face. In fact, she wanted to kick Horn out and start working. Do you think I can get you a separate place as a laboratory? Horn hesitated and asked Shirley. He felt that getting Shirley out quickly was responsible for everyone's safety. Will it be bigger than here? Shirley put down the materials in her hand and said. Horn scratched his chin. According to his idea, it should be much bigger than here. Of course. That's great. Shirley's dirty face showed a smile. For her, smiling was already a very excited expression. I have always felt that this place is too small, and I can't do anything. If possible, the new laboratory must be completed quickly. After explaining everything, Horn had no reason to stay here any longer. He just walked out of the laboratory, and the door of the laboratory was closed by Shirley, and then there was a crackling sound in the laboratory. Women who enter the research state are really terrible. What he didn't know was that when he buried himself in the laboratory, others also looked at him in this way. So much so that the maids often thought he was missing. The 2 of them were probably equally sloppy in the laboratory. After walking out of Shirley's laboratory, Horn didn't rush to find Yan, but walked around the doors of various laboratories first. He found that some laboratories had never been used, and some were like Shirley's laboratory, almost scrapped. For example, Daniel's laboratory was full of traces of burns from the crack in the door. I don't know what he was doing here. Barbecue? It seems that it is not just Shirley who needs to be driven out. It is very dangerous for so many magicians to mess around in such a small place. There are people living above. It is too dangerous. But where can he find a place for them to do experiments? Horn thought about it for a while, and came up with a plan. Isn't there a shabby yard next to it? The land of that yard is about the same size as the magic house, but the house is shabby and the yard is full of weeds. It is obvious that no one has lived there for a long time. If the yard can be bought, there will be a place for those guys to build a laboratory. I just don't know if the magic house has enough money to buy that yard now. Even if it's just the land, a place as big as that in the Stone City should not be cheap. Fortunately, this place is actually quite remote. If it was in the city center, it would have been bought long ago. With his mind made up, Horn walked out of the basement and found Luke and a bald middle-aged man with a swollen body squatting at the entrance. He should be the old man that Luke mentioned yesterday. This is actually just a middle-aged man. Luke said he was an old man because he was bald. The basement of the magic house is usually forbidden to anyone other than magicians, so the bald man is not qualified to enter, and Luke can only wait here with him. Seeing Horn come out, Luke stood up with a relieved expression and enthusiastically introduced the two parties to each other. Let me introduce you to each other. This gentleman is Nicholas Jowers. He is a wild witch who is very experienced in making potions. He wants to join us. Jan wants to ask you what you think first. Luke first introduced Nicholas to Horn, then pointed at Horn and said to Nicholas, Mr. Nicholas, this is the boss of our magic house. The potions you saw before were all made by this gentleman. You can find him if you have anything in the future. Don't go to my botanical garden to pick my little cuties. After introducing both parties, Luke smiled and said, I wish you a pleasant chat, both of you. Then he turned around and ran away. With his back to the two of them, he couldn't stop smiling. He finally got rid of this big trouble. This old man is just like a curious baby, with too many questions. He is also curious about all the new plants. The problem is that there are often new plants in Luke's botanical garden, so his small botanical garden has become Jowers' favorite place to go. Luke is very worried about his botanical garden. It is really not easy to keep those plants alive in the winter. Jan told him that Nicholas might be a rare talent, and he is not allowed to use violence. In addition, his personality is not the kind that is easy to speak ill of others. This makes Luke very uncomfortable. Seeing Luke fleeing like a refugee, Horn also has some fear of the middle-aged man in front of him. It seems that he is a bit difficult to deal with. Chapter 215. Nicholas skipped the greetings. He was not a person who liked to say polite words. He was a fairly famous pharmacist in the Stone City. What he cared about most was the potion. So he got straight to the point and took out a bottle of potion from his arms to show it to Horn. The potion bottle was dark blue, with a hexagram pattern and a line of small words on it. This was the water element affinity potion made by Horn. After making a few bottles, Horn felt that this thing was meaningless and a waste of time, so he stopped making it. He didn't expect that Douglas came here for these potions. The reason why Horn looked down on these potions was that their effects were very weak, and they had some embarrassing side effects. Just like this bottle of water element affinity potion, after drinking it, it would certainly make the wild witch perform water attribute magic more smoothly in a short period of time, and it would also increase the meditation of water attribute magicians to a certain extent. But the side effects were also obvious, which was that it would make people urinate and sweat constantly. Excuse me, did you really make this potion? Horn hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. The reason for his hesitation was that he was worried that he came to him to ask for an explanation because of the side effects. If he drank the potion and something went wrong, Horn would be embarrassed. Moreover, the side effects of the potion were indeed embarrassing. Because of this, Horn felt a little guilty. However, Luke had already said that the potion was made by Horn, so Horn agreed. Can you show me the formula of the potion? Nicholas looked at Horn hopefully. Want to see the formula? Thinking of what Luke said to him, Horn realized that this person might not only be a wild witch interested in potions, but also a wild witch who has already made some achievements in making potions. Of course, no matter what kind of wild witch it is, Horn can't tell him the formula. Although the potion is actually useless, it is also the property of the Magic Council. So he shook his head and said to Nicholas, the formula of the potion is the property of the House of Magic, so I can't tell you. I understand that. I won't give my potion formula to others for nothing. Nicholas was a little disappointed, but he immediately calmed down and said to Horn, the water element in this potion should come from the flesh and blood around the magic crystal of a water-based monster, and the water plants rich in water elements. But as far as I know, all these materials contain a lot of toxins. How do you deal with those toxins? Horn looked at him in surprise. Can most of the materials be analyzed with potions alone? Even Horn only made it with the formula of Old Douglas. Without the formula of Old Douglas, what Horn made himself might be deadly. He immediately realized that the bald Nicholas in front of him was a valuable talent, and Horn should try his best to keep him in the House of Magic. The career of the Magic Council has just started, and they don't have the confidence, like Roland, that talents will continue to come as long as they become stronger. Horn will try his best not to let go of suitable talents. So Horn smiled and explained to Nicholas, I didn't remove those toxins, or that kind of thing is not a toxin at all. Ordinary people may die if they eat it because they can't bear the large amount of water elements in their bodies, but wild witches with water attributes can bear this level of water elements, so I have marked it on it. Wild witches with water attributes are not allowed to use this potion. Nicholas seemed to have known Horn's answer. He continued to ask without any pause, even if a wild witch with water attributes can withstand the accumulation of water elements in the body, it should cause a large amount of swelling in the body. But the side effects of your potion are not like this. Horn looked at his slightly swollen body in a daze. He should have made the potion himself according to the ingredients he guessed, and took it. It is obvious that his imitation failed, so his body has a large degree of swelling, and it has not been completely eliminated until now. It seems that he should be a wild witch with water attribute talent. Swelling after using the medicine is because the body has too much water, so as long as we can find a way to get rid of the water, swelling will not occur, so I added a kind of water poison grass that will dehydrate people. So that's it, the material is really water poison grass. He guessed that the material might be water poison grass, but this material is highly toxic, and eating this poison grass will cause dehydration and death. So he hesitated for a long time, and didn't add this thing, which also led to his current appearance. Then Nicholas started asking questions again. At first, Horn could answer him with a smile on his face, but later he found that his knowledge of potions could no longer fool Nicholas. So he quickly called a halt, and said to Nicholas solemnly, What you are asking is the knowledge of the House of Magic. If you want to continue, you have to join us. Okay, I join. Nicholas agreed very straightforwardly, as if he hadn't thought about it at all. Wait, have you thought about it? What kind of price do you have to pay to join us? Horn looked at Nicholas in surprise. He was taking these things as a joke. He hadn't even mentioned the rights and obligations of joining the Magic Council. I know that as the price of enjoying the protection and knowledge of the Magic House, I must complete a task issued by the Magic House every year, and accept the compulsory signs of the Magic House when necessary. At the same time, in the early stage of the development of the Magic House, I need to supply the alchemy shop of the Magic House, and the profits will be split in half between the Magic House and me. Nicholas spoke these things very quickly. Horn wanted to add something, but found that he had nothing to add. A young man named Yan told me all these things before. I would join as long as I showed him your knowledge about potions. Besides, I am also a wild witch. Why should I refuse the opportunity to join you before becoming a magician? This is something that others can't even ask for, okay? Horn pondered for a moment, then stretched out his hand to Nicholas and said, Welcome to join the Magic Council. Magic Council? Isn't it the House of Magic? Nicholas said in surprise. The House of Magic is just the name we used in the early stages of development. When our power is strong enough, we will use the banner of the Magic Council to the outside world. By then, magicians will officially stand on the stage of Salon. We will do our best to earn an equal future for wild witches. Chapter 216. Nicholas nodded, not quite understanding. His mind was only very flexible when thinking about potions. As for other things, he couldn't figure them out, and had no interest in figuring them out. Go to Ian to register first, and then wait for me there. I have something to give you. After sending Nicholas to Ian, Horn went to the study on the third floor to find Mrs. Sharon, and took 2 translated books. The 2 books were Preliminary Exploration of Magic Potion Science and Attempts at Alchemy. Old Douglas left many books, most of which were not particularly profound, but pointed out the direction for the development of magic. Just like the book Preliminary Explorations in Alchemy, there is actually no record of a truly useful potion, but the many pharmaceutical methods mentioned in this book and the conjectures about the prospects of alchemy make this book a well-deserved foundation for alchemy. Most of old Douglas's works are like this, with only opinions and conjectures without any substantial content. He is a person, not a god. A person's energy is limited, and he cannot be comprehensive. It is already very impressive to be able to achieve this level. However, even if his energy was limited, Douglas was not a Ceylonian after all. Even if he did not use his knowledge to research results, his different thinking led to the views in his works having great significance. Most of the works have no substantial content, but a small part of them are very profound, such as the book Botany that Horn gave to Luke. Luke has only understood part of it so far, and Horn was even more confused when translating it. Old Douglas is a student of botany. Plant research is his specialty. Even though he was a nerd in college, his achievements in botany are not comparable to those of ordinary Ceylonese people. This does not mean that plant research on Earth has completely surpassed that in Ceylon. In Ceylon, some people can even communicate with plants and manipulate them to do all kinds of incredible things, which is absolutely impossible for Earth scholars to do. These things are actually not good or bad, but the research directions are different. But there is no doubt that this book Botany where old Douglas recorded all the knowledge he had learned, and there is a lot of knowledge in it that he had never learned before in Ceylon. Although Horn was overwhelmed by the knowledge of plant morphology, classification, physiology, ecology, genetic evolution, etc., it was simply a magical book for Luke who could control plants. Some of the knowledge in it even significantly improved his strength. Now Luke is about to become a second-ring magician. Through Luke Horn, I learned that there is more than one way for a magician to advance to the next level. A deeper understanding of magic can also enhance the magician's strength. Accumulating magic brings a pure increase in strength, while a deeper understanding of magic can lead to an improvement in realm. The improvement in strength broadens the horizon and allows more power to be controlled, which can deepen the understanding of magic and thus drive the improvement of realm. Conversely, when the understanding of magic is higher than one's own strength, improving strength will be much faster than simply accumulating magic. Therefore, Horn is very keen to let his magicians do some research. It doesn't matter what kind of research they do. Horn's goal is to improve their own strength while improving the foundation of the Magic Council. Because of this, Horn has a deep understanding of the value of knowledge. He also deeply understands how valuable the old Douglas left him. Horn will give the magicians books suitable for them according to the talents they show, so that they can study. This is his preferential treatment for the elders, who founded the Magic Council. If others want to obtain this knowledge, they must make certain contributions to the Magic Council. Horn charges 10 magic coins for each of the books left by old Douglas, except for analysis of Magic Circle. Borrowed books are only allowed to be read by oneself, and are not allowed to be taught to others privately. However, the holders of these books can pass them on to others. For example, all the books in the study are under Horn's name, so he can give these books to others. Horn will only give one book to each person. If they want to learn other knowledge, they have to go to Mrs. Sharon to exchange it with magic coins. Magic coins are virtual currencies for magicians that Horn decided upon in the early days of the establishment of the Magic Council. Magic coins can be used to borrow some books from the Magic Council, or exchange for some things such as wands and magic rings. The founding elders of the Magic Council will be given 10 magic coins for free every month, while magicians who join later will only be given 5 magic coins for free. In Horn's vision, when their power develops to a certain extent, the Magic Council will issue some tasks, and magicians who complete the tasks will be rewarded with a certain amount of magic coins. If a magician wants to obtain some resources, he can also use magic coins to issue tasks. He wants to use magic coins as a link to connect the entire Magic Council, and magic coins will become a part of every magician's life in the future. In addition to magic coins, the Magic Council will also give each magician 30 gold coins every month, which is enough for the magician to live a very comfortable life. However, this money is simply a drop in the bucket compared to the value that magicians bring to the Magic Council, so it is not a very important thing. When Horn left the Magic House and headed for the canyon, the daily profits generated by the Mimhalen Alchemy House were already very terrifying, and there was no problem in supporting this expenditure. Horn handed over the management of magic coins and all the books of the Magic Council to Mrs. Sharon. Although she had almost all the elemental magic talents, she was too old to do some hard work, so Horn gave this task to her. Now is the early stage of the establishment of the Magic Council, and the management of magic coins can still be carried out by Sharon recording them one by one. But when the number of people in the Magic Council increases, the backward management method is obviously not feasible. It is also not feasible to rely entirely on the consciousness of magicians if borrowed books cannot be read by others. All these need to establish a perfect mechanism. However, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Horn has already started to study those things, and there will be no results without a period of time. And it can be expected that there will not be too many members in the Magic Council in a short time, so the current operation mode will not have any major problems for the time being. Holding the 2 books, Horn walked towards Yayan's room. At this time, Nicholas was waiting for Horn's arrival. He had already registered, and was now a member of the Magic House. However, his residence was still his own home. Horn only planned to let the first few people live in this house. He still preferred a quiet working environment. Horn took a deep breath, held the 2 books in both hands, and placed them in Nicholas' hands, and said, "This is a personal benefit I give you when you join the Magic Council. I hope you will not let down the knowledge recorded in these 2 books." Chapter 217. I know you have a lot of questions, but all your questions are answered in this book. Because all my knowledge about alchemy comes from here. You are much better than me in alchemy, so this book will play a greater role in your hands." Horn paused and continued, "There is one thing you need to pay attention to. You are not allowed to show these 2 books to others privately. Not only these 2 books, but also all the knowledge you have obtained with magic coins in the Magic Council are not allowed to be shown to others. These 2 books are written with special potions, and the font will only appear when you input magic power. Of course, what I mean by not allowing external transmission is that you are not allowed to show the books directly to others. We allow you to teach the knowledge you understand to your disciples. But please don't spread it widely, because knowledge is not cheap." Nicholas understood Horn's words. Even their pharmacists would not easily teach knowledge to others. He couldn't wait to open the first book, Preliminary Exploration of Magic Potion Science. He did not have any expectations for this book. After all, the name was a bit careless. He only thought that it recorded some superficial knowledge. There was a sentence written on the title page of the book. "First of all, we must have a concept in our minds. What is alchemy? My understanding of alchemy is simply the product of combining magic and potions, or the method of making potions with magical effects. In my expectation, the effects that magic potions may achieve include enhancing the ability of magicians, healing pain, removing curses, assisting magicians in training, strengthening warriors. I can't count the effects that can be achieved through magic potions. When one day all the effects we can think of can be achieved through potions, it will be the pinnacle of alchemy." Douglas Wong. The pinnacle of potion science. Nicholas turned 2 pages back, and his expression changed from indifference at the beginning to seriousness. At the end, he even trembled with excitement. He realized that this book would take his potion-making skills to a higher level, and it was like opening the door to a new world for him. A lot of the knowledge recorded in it played a decisive role in the existing pharmacy, and some even completely subverted the traditional concept of pharmacy. He closed the book in disbelief and asked Horn, "Is this really for me?" Horn nodded gently and said, "All my knowledge of alchemy comes from these 2 books. I hope one day you can write a better book on alchemy than this one. Excuse me, where is this master named Douglas Wong now? I want to meet him." Nicholas grabbed Horn's clothes and asked enthusiastically. In his opinion, anyone who can write such a work must occupy an important position in the history of alchemy. He can even be considered a great sage who created a medicine system. "The person who wrote this book is my teacher. He is not in the God-forsaken land, and I don't know where he is." Horn sent the shocked Nicholas away, and then sat opposite Ian. Nicholas kept repeating Douglas's name when he left. "If I hadn't heard you mention it so often, I really couldn't imagine that an ordinary carpenter would be such a big shot." Ian had never seen old Douglas, but he had pieced together Douglas's image through and Enoch's description and his observation of Horn. He was very good at doing this kind of thing. "Yes, my teacher is very powerful. He is the first magician, and I am just a successor." Horn sighed. "But he did not stand up, and you did, so we follow you, not your teacher." Yian took a sip of fruit wine and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. You must have something to do this time, otherwise you usually don't come to me." Yian is still a wild witch now. His mental power has been rising. Now his perception ability is far ahead of Horn. Horn was also a little puzzled about his inability to enter his own sea of consciousness. Logically, his mental power was almost the same as that of a normal second-ring magician. If he became a magician, he could be independent now. Now he could only sit in the office every day to deal with various problems in the magic house, but he can't practice at all. He never drank alcohol before, and the novels on his desk were also his way of passing time. His mental power has exceeded his magic power and body by a lot. Even if he doesn't meditate and is slowly growing, if he practices again, it will be a huge burden due to the disharmony between mental power and physical magic. Horn couldn't help with this. "I came to ask if anything happened during the days I was away, not to cause trouble for you," Horn said seriously. Yian shook his head gently and took another sip of fruit wine. He was only out for 6 days this time. What big thing could happen? Horn might have stayed in the basement for more than 6 days before. It's okay. I find something for you to do," Horn said to Yian with a grin. Yian rolled his eyes. "Didn't he just say that he wouldn't find trouble for him?" "I'm just worried that you get into trouble if you're idle," Horn said solemnly. He was actually worried. Yian was a little depressed because he couldn't become a magician. If he didn't find something for him to do, he was really afraid that something would happen to him. "If you have something to say, tell me now," Yian said to Horn unhappily. His patience was not as good as before. "It's like this. I want to ask how much money we have now. Speaking of money, I want to report to you that the toiletries made by Shirley, called soap, are very popular and the price is not very expensive. So now more than half of the customers of the Alchemy House come here to buy these things. Marcel can't handle it alone. And we still have some problems with the supply. What do you think we should do? Yan didn't want to tell Horn about this, but since he asked about the money, it would be better for him to report it to Horn. This is easy. Let's open another store. These things are not suitable to be sold together with magic items. Isn't there a store for rent opposite? We can rent it and sell soaps exclusively. I just went to Shirley's laboratory to check it out. She should have new products there. A few things should be enough to support a store. Seeing Horn proposed a solution, Ian asked, if we open a separate store, how will we supply goods? It's already troublesome enough to supply the alchemy shop now. That's easy. We can hire a group of people to build a small workshop to make soap. Anyway, Shirley's recipe can be made by ordinary people. We can sell the excess soap to merchants from other places at a slightly lower price. In this way, soap will become a major source of wealth for our Magic Council. Chapter 218. But it is precisely because anyone can understand and manufacture Shirley's formula that if we really want to produce on a large scale, the leakage of the formula is almost inevitable. All the mages are very busy, and we can't and don't have the energy to manage this soap workshop all the time. Yan is right. When the scale is expanded, it is not easy to keep the formula secret, especially under the premise that Shirley's formula is not very complicated. Horn tilted his head back and rubbed it on the chair a few times to find a comfortable position to lean on. In his opinion, there is nothing difficult to solve this matter. We can only do our best to be imitated. With our current power, we can't block all the prying eyes. Even if we don't open a workshop, sooner or later someone will make something similar to sell. It's unrealistic that no one will imitate such a profitable thing. All we need to do is to do better than them all the time. The specific matters can be handled by the Black Axe Brotherhood. We can give them some profits and let them manage it on our behalf. Can we let those little hooligans do it? Yan took another sip of wine. He didn't trust the people of the Black Axe Brotherhood. We helped him solve a life and death crisis. He had to pay a price. They have been in Boulder City longer than us, and are definitely more skilled in doing business than us. We just need to provide the necessary military support. At that time, Jeffrey said that as long as they could help them solve those problems, they would obey Horn's orders. When Horn agreed to help, he had already made up his mind to let the Black Axe Brotherhood help them deal with some very troublesome but necessary things. He rarely works in vain. Yan put the cup in his hand on the table and drank it all. Although he has started to enjoy life, Yan is still restrained and will never let himself get drunk during work. If they don't listen, let Enoch teach them a lesson. If they don't take sweet dates, let them be beaten. Horn never expected the Black Axe Brotherhood to always listen to him honestly, but he has the confidence that he can suppress them with force at any time. Enoch alone can kill all the members of the Black Axe Brotherhood without injury. So the tone was set for how the toiletries that Shirley accidentally made should be sold. Horn even planned to let Shirley make some cool anti-counterfeiting logos in their soaps. In fact, the solution Horn wanted was very simple. It was not that Yan could not think of a solution, but after all, Horn was their leader, and some decisions had to be made by Horn. After discussing and curing this matter, Horn suddenly remembered his original purpose, so he said to Yan with a slightly stiff expression, "How much money do we have left after finishing the things we just talked about?" We now have more than 30,000 gold coins on the books of the Magic Council. The alchemy shop makes a lot of money, but our expenses are not low either. We can probably save more than 10,000 gold coins by opening a workshop, renting the shop opposite, and hiring people. Of course, since we want the Black Axe Brotherhood to help us run the business, we should be able to save a few thousand gold coins, which is already a lot of money. Now you can tell me what you want to do. Yan explained the current financial status of the Magic House without looking at the account book. For a wild witch, memorizing such a small thing is a piece of cake. So Horn said to Yan, "Have you noticed that our underground experiments are so damaged?" "No, because I haven't been there," Yan said coldly. Never mind, I just say it straight. I think it's dangerous to do experiments in the basement of our building, so I want to buy the dilapidated house next to our magic house, and then build a few magic towers in that house for magicians to experiment and live in." "What is a magic tower?" Yan looked at Horn in confusion. "It's the kind of big, tall, very solid tower that can be inhabited." Horn briefly described the magic tower in his mind. Yan rubbed his brows. If it was like what Horn said, it would be a lot of money. Not to mention how much it would cost to build the magic tower you mentioned. Just buying the land of that house would cost at least 20,000 gold coins. The finances of the Magic Council cannot support the project you mentioned now. Ian rejected Horn's plan directly. The Magic Council didn't have the spare money to do that. In addition to the land cost of at least 20,000 gold coins, the cost of building the tower described by Horn was even more staggering. If it was just to build a tower where people could live, it wouldn't cost too much, but if it was to achieve the level of experimentation that Horn said, it would cost a lot. After thinking for a while, Horn asked Ian, "My magic ring sold well before, right?" Yes, all 5 rings were sold out in one day. Now Ian knew what Horn wanted to do. He wanted to sell the magic ring again. Sure enough, Horn smiled and said to Ian, "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. I will make some more magic rings." But you can't just make money from magic rings. There are not many rich people among the wild witches, and you can't make much money from selling magic rings. While thinking, Horn left Ian's office. After he left, Ian reached for the wine bottle, then retracted his hand. After going back and forth several times, Ian finally put the wine bottle into a box and let out a long sigh. After coming out of Ian's office, Horn began to settle Daisy and Edward. After returning to the magic house, Horn did not have much time to teach her, so Horn spent some money to find a scholar to teach her some necessary knowledge. Only by learning the text can she have the ability to learn magic by herself. She is still young and her mental power has not yet fully developed. What she can do now is to accumulate knowledge to prepare for becoming a magician in the future. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Luke arranged a place for Daisy to live next to Colin. He thought it would be easier for 2 children of similar age to develop feelings together. The next problem is Edward. Since returning to the magic house, Horn has not seen Edward. Horn went out to look for him, but didn't find him, which made Horn very worried. Of course, Horn was not worried about him, nor was he worried that he would hurt others. After all, he is immortal, and his current fighting power may not even be able to beat a cat. Horn was worried that his open mouth would bring him some troubles that he didn't want to face. After asking Luke, Horn learned that Edward was now in Luke's botanical garden. Horn used his magic hand to push away the outer branches and leaves, and saw Edward lying quietly in a small basket. This small basket was made of plants, and it seemed that Luke made it specifically for Edward. I didn't expect him to be so clever. Chapter 219. Horn did not disturb Edward. Although Edward seemed to be sleeping, Horn could sense that something was happening inside his body. Since he woke up this morning, Horn discovered that Edward was absorbing the power in Horn's body through a mysterious channel. It's just that this absorption is slower than the normal recovery speed of Horn's magic power, so it won't have any special impact on Horn. I heard from Jim that the symbiote will share part of its master's power. Just like the little elf Angelina, the symbiote of the Elf King has a power that Horn cannot reach, but Horn cannot tell what level it is. But after Edward came to his side, he did not show any other special features except that he made the lightning and fire merge. If being ugly is considered a special feature, then he is actually very special. The 3 symbiotes Horn has seen. Kabuto is cute, Angelina is beautiful, Jean Long is domineering, and Edward. Horn can feel that the energy in Edward's body is growing. It seems that the symbiote sharing the power of the master should not be achieved at the moment of signing the contract. It takes a long process. They had been running around before, and Edward had no chance to transform. So Horn folded the branches and leaves and prepared to go out. With some gold coins, Horn found a coat and went straight to the trade area. When he just moved to the new house, Annie bought Horn a few coats, but Horn always wore the black wizard robe, so these clothes were new. His first purpose this time was to find a light material that would not hinder the operation of magic. The black metal that was plated on the ring in Mammon City is very suitable. This material is used to make masks. Horn plans to use this metal to wrap the 3 silver mask fragments. The silver mask is very precious, so he does not intend to let outside craftsmen handle it. He wants to make it himself. At the beginning, Thunder Silver Horn could find a way to smelt it, so he doesn't believe that he can't do anything with an ordinary metal. Besides, he is not going to make any magic items, he just wants to wrap the mask. This material is not rare. Horn found it casually by strolling around. He bought a large piece and put it in the package. Horn went to the Southeast District Police Station. He wanted to find Sammy, but he didn't know where Sammy lived, so he went to the sheriff to ask Sammy's residence. He went to Sammy to verify the authenticity of the dragon blood fruit and what precautions should be taken when eating dragon blood fruit. Horn didn't believe that the fruit that could turn an ordinary person into an ordinary person would have a mild effect. Even the potion he made to slightly increase the affinity of water elements would make people urinate continuously. so Horn had to be fully prepared before taking the fruit. This time when he went to the ruins, he saw many masters, which made Horn feel a sense of urgency to improve his strength. The improvement of magician's strength, whether by accumulating magic power or improving the understanding of magic, cannot be achieved in a short period of time. He clearly knew that there was no shortcut to improve the strength of magicians, at least not at present. So if you want to improve your strength quickly, you have to think of his methods, such as fighting spirit. Horn heard from Meredith that dragon blood fruit can make an ordinary person become a first-level warrior out of thin air, and it can also make people who originally did not have fighting spirit awaken the talent of fighting spirit. So can this thing also enable magicians to cultivate fighting spirit? If it can, then when the power of the Magic Council grows in the future, he must find a way to obtain some dragon blood fruit. Horn knows that the output of this thing should not be too high. If it is too high, the Acuan family would have dominated the world long ago. But it will not be too low. If it is too low, it will not be used as a reward for an action. So if the power is large enough, and can trade with the Acuan family on an equal footing, it should be possible to get some dragon blood fruit from the Acuan family. How to treat the dragon blood fruit will be decided after Horn has taken it himself. Although he is eager to improve his strength, Horn still needs to make sure that the dragon blood fruit is safe before eating it. The sheriff is very enthusiastic about Horn, almost hugging Horn's shoulders and calling him a brother, which is completely different from the first time they met when he wanted to trick Horn. After all, he accepted Horn's benefits, and Horn can make as many things as he wants, which are of no practical use but will be regarded as treasures by ordinary people. After learning that Horn was going to find Sammy, the security officer became even more enthusiastic about Horn. He kindly asked the security captain Martin, who was sitting on the sofa, to lead Horn. Martin had peeped at the battle between Horn and Black Axe Jeffrey. To him, Horn's strength was unfathomable, at least a master above level 5. So he was a little restrained when facing Horn. A qualified warrior should have the minimum respect for the strong. Sammy's family is in the central area of Giant Stone City. Most of the high-ranking people in Giant Stone City live in this area. This is considered the noble area of Giant Stone City. It was Horn's first time to come to this area. The central area and other areas were separated by a large wall. The streets here were much cleaner than those outside, and there must be someone cleaning them regularly. The buildings were also much more exquisite, and compared to the outside, they looked like two cities, but for Horn, who had seen the Elf King city, they were actually similar. With Martin leading the way, Horn went directly to Sammy's house. Sammy warmly received Horn, and he looked much more energetic than before, and his whole face was radiant, as if he had taken a tonic. There was no frustration at losing an arm. This made Horn a little confused, and he could only attribute it to the special optimism of a warrior who thinks with muscles. In fact, what Horn didn't know was that Sammy was promoted to a 6th level warrior because of this trip to the ruins. Originally, he only had one arm left, and some of the 4th level warriors had their eyes on the position of warrior leader. But what they didn't expect was that when he came back to recuperate, he naturally stepped into the 6th level realm, became a level 6 warrior like the City Lord Jinuo. Originally, even if the City Lord was generous, he would be wary of Sammy when he became a level 6 warrior. After all, he was also a level 6 warrior, and he got his position by force. It was impossible not to be wary of Sammy. But Sammy's arm was broken, so his fighting power was naturally greatly reduced. And he also presented him with a precious dragon blood fruit, which made Jinuo trust Sammy even more. Sammy was very happy about this. Jinuo had done him a favor, so he did not resist Jinuo's idea, but he could guarantee that he would always be loyal to Jinuo, but he could not guarantee that Jinuo would always trust him. After following Jinuo for many years, he knew that Jinuo was actually a very suspicious person. Not only did he improve his strength, but he also gained Jinuo's trust. Sammy knew that losing his arm was not a big loss. Chapter 220. Now is the time when Sammy is most proud and satisfied, so he is so happy that he doesn't care about losing an arm. The reason why Horn didn't feel that Sammy became a level 6 warrior was because of the potion that Sammy took at the beginning. The potion that allowed Sammy to increase his strength in a short period of time had very serious side effects, which made Sammy still in a long recovery period. Although his realm was a solid level 6, the fighting spirit in his body was only level 5. Thinking of potions, Horn realized that Salon's pharmacy development was not backward. There were even potions that could temporarily raise a level 5 warrior to level 6. Perhaps the development of potion science should not only be about research, but also about collecting and organizing the potion formulas on the continent. I will tell Nicholas about these things when I go back. Sammy's enthusiasm for Horn was not only because he was happy, but also because in his opinion, Horn was a comrade in arms, who would live and die together. As Sammy, who always regarded himself as an orthodox warrior, he valued the honor of a warrior, loyalty, and the relationship between comrades in arms. After being warmly entertained by Sammy, Horn sat opposite Sammy and took out an exquisite metal box. This was the dragon blood fruit he got from Roland. "Sir, the dragon blood fruit of our team going to the ruins this time is in my hands. I came here to ask you some questions." Sammy said to Horn with a smile, "Are you going to sell this dragon blood fruit? If you sell it, I will buy it." The dragon blood fruit that Sammy and his team got in the ruins has been handed over to the city lord and given to one of the city lord's illegitimate children. But in fact, he also has a very close nephew who does not have the talent to cultivate fighting spirit, so if Horn wants to sell it, he can buy it. Having served as the warrior leader of Giant Stone City for many years, he still has a lot of money in his hands. No, I want to take this dragon blood fruit myself. I came here to confirm with you. Is this dragon blood fruit real?" Horn waved to Sammy hurriedly. He didn't want to sell it. Sammy was stunned. In his impression, Horn was very strong and should not need to take such things. But thinking about how Horn fell so badly when the ruins disappeared, his physical fitness should not be very good. In fact, most of the spellcasters in the Forsaken Land of God have good physical fitness. For example, Meredith, a shaman, can scratch Horn's magic shield with his nails, and the dragon blood sorcerer Lendoya has a stronger physique than a warrior. Speaking of which, the only spellcasters with weak bodies are magicians, just like the insect wizard Alenk, who was kicked away by Elijah and broke several big trees, but he could still stand up and fight alive. If it was Horn who was kicked by that kick, he might have turned into rotten meat. So it's no wonder that Sammy misunderstood Horn's meaning. It's the first time he has seen someone like Horn who has the ability to cast spells at level 5, and whose body is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Of course, this dragon blood fruit is real. Acuin is a wealthy family, and will not lie to you, a level 5 spellcaster. Sammy replied with a little disappointment. Horn continued to ask, "As you know, all the people in our magic house came from outside the God-forsaken land, so I don't know a lot of things. How should this dragon blood fruit be taken? Are there any taboos when taking it? Will there be any adverse reactions? Will there be obvious physical changes?" Stop, you spellcasters are just wasting time. The dragon blood I brought back was directly given to a kid. After the effect of the medicine wore off, the kid became a first-level warrior. Sammy spoke to Horn with a headache. The expression he showed now clearly said, real men eat directly, and only sissies eat the fruit with hesitation. The kid he was talking about was the illegitimate son of the city lord Gino. Not many people in Boulder City knew about this illegitimate son. Sammy knew this because Gino had given the young man to Sammy for instruction. He would try not to expose the young man's identity. After all, this was a scandal for the city lord. Can you last through the effects of the drug? What will happen when the effects take effect? His description was too general. Horn wanted a more detailed phenomenon. It should be painful. That kid is weak-willed. He rolled on the ground in pain after eating a fruit. Sammy said nonchalantly, no matter how gentle they behaved, these warriors always inadvertently expose their tough guy style. The illegitimate child is about the same age as Horn, but he needs dragon blood fruit to be qualified to become a warrior, while Horn is already a level 5 spellcaster. I really don't know if that guy is the son of the city lord. His talent is too poor. Rolling on the ground in pain. A drop of cold sweat left on Horn's forehead. It seems that eating dragon blood is very painful. I don't know whether it really hurts or not. Anyway, that kid has become more like a man after eating dragon blood fruit. More like a man? Horn liked this very much. Although no one said he was a bitch, he always felt that he was too thin. Well, I grew taller, my muscles grew bigger, and my hair disappeared. Taller? Great. Muscles grew bigger? Great. Hair disappeared. Horn's expression suddenly became a little stiff. He didn't want to be bald before he reached middle age. Does that fruit really need to be eaten? Can you really pay the price of becoming bald in order to become stronger? Horn secretly stroked the texture of the metal box in his hand and thought to himself, maybe those hairs will never grow out in the future. He didn't know if they would never grow hair again in the future. I heard that most of the knights of the King's Wing Knights had taken dragon blood fruit. So do they have hair? It's a pity that they never took off their helmets in front of Horn, otherwise Horn would know whether their hair had grown out. When he thought of the majestic and domineering King's Wing Knights taking off their helmets and having a bald face, Horn almost laughed out loud. After laughing, Horn felt a little sad because he might also become bald. Sammy thought about it again and then added to Horn, by the way, it's best to have water around when eating the fruit. At that time, the kid was smoking. I poured water on him, and he was smoking. It was quite funny. Smoking, it was quite funny. Horn was really glad that he came to ask, and asked again when Sammy said that it would be fine after the effect of the medicine. Otherwise, if he had eaten it directly, he would have made a big fool of himself. After asking for the details, Horn did not stay at Sammy's house for long. On the way back to the magic house, he bought a wig that was similar to his current hair. He would decide whether to use it later, but he bought it first and prepared it. Horn returned to his laboratory and wrote in his magic notebook, "If the price of becoming stronger is to become bald, then do I really want to become stronger?